Complete the registered competition events. Just then, Lin Yuan was called to the bar for his horizontal bar competition. Standing in front of the bar, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before bending his knees to gather strength. He swung his arms back and quickly grabbed the bar. Yet, within just a second, he ran out of strength and couldn't hold his position. His whole body tensed and trembled, even the teacher looked helpless and surprised. Despite giving it his all, his face contorted, and the students behind him burst into laughter as if tickled. Everyone was betting on how long he could last on the bar. When the stopwatch hit 8 seconds, Lin Yuan was completely exhausted. He could no longer hold on. Next thing he knew, he crashed to the ground. The teacher looked disappointed, while his classmates laughed hysterically, congratulating him on breaking the previous record. The nickname 8-second guy stuck with him from then on. Lin Yuan's weak constitution was actually a lingering effect from a severe illness he had as a child. It left him in a perpetually frail state. He fell ill easily and was much smaller and thinner than his peers. No matter how hard he trained, he couldn't improve his fragile body. In gym class, he was seen as useless, often mocked, and even the teacher could only shake their head and tell him to try harder. If his performance in the upcoming test remained the same, he might not even score a single point. After school, Lin Yuan asked Uncle Wang at the school gate if there was a package for him. Uncle Wang handed him a package, saying it was sent from Manhwa. Lin Yuan happily took it and excitedly asked, "Is this from my dad?" Then he bowed his head to thank Uncle Wang. On his way home, he admired the contents of the package as he walked. When he opened the box, Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Inside was a Godzilla model and a letter. He couldn't help but admire the model's exquisite detail and realism. The Godzilla model was a birthday gift from his father, who couldn't be there to celebrate the special day with him. Suddenly, a guy rushed over and snatched the Godzilla from Lin Yuan's hands. The bully sneered, "You're still playing with kids' toys at your age? No wonder you always look so weak and fragile." Seeing his father's gift taken away, Lin Yuan quickly turned to try and grab it back. But the others were all much bigger and stronger than him. "You don't stand a chance of taking it back from them." Seeing Lin Yuan desperately try to jump up, the ringleader looked smug and continued mocking him. "Wow, didn't expect this little chick to fight back? Come get it back, then." Before Lin Yuan could react, the guy anticipated his move and hurled the Godzilla plushie far away, sending his two cronies into fits of laughter. Helpless, Lin Yuan could only curse under his breath as he rushed across the road to retrieve the gift. Just as he was about to grab the Godzilla plushie, a truck suddenly barreled toward him at high speed. The bullies watching from the side were terrified, screaming in panic as they broke into a cold sweat. "Lin Yuan, hurry!" The driver inside frantically swerved, but it seemed too late. Lin Yuan looked up, still confused, only to be struck head-on by the vehicle. The violent impact snapped the straps of the Godzilla plushie in his backpack, sending them flying, along with traces of blood. Lin Yuan lay motionless in a pool of blood, his father's gift beside him, his consciousness fading. He wondered if he was about to die. Suddenly, he felt water rush into his nose. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast body of water, surrounded by strange creatures. Lin Yuan blinked and looked down at his small hands. Behind him was a short, chubby little dogtail, looking utterly ridiculous. Oh no, Lin Yuan had turned into a round, chubby Godzilla without even realizing it. He was stunned and bewildered. Hadn't he been hit by a truck and nearly died? He scanned his surroundings, wondering if this was the underworld. Yet it seemed like the deep sea. So what was up with these hands and this tail? Suddenly, a strange, melodic voice rang out. "Is this some kind of soul incubator?" A little dolphin appeared, accompanied by an unfamiliar digital interface. "Host consciousness confirmed as restored. Monster roll call evolution system automatically activated." These bizarre notifications left Lin Yuan dumbfounded and terrified. He couldn't help but ask the dolphin if he had misheard. When it called itself the Monster Roll Call Evolution System. Despite the many doubts, the dolphin remained calm and insisted everything it said was the truth, with no deception whatsoever. To explain, it guided Lin Yuan to look at the big screen. This was the system's temporary explanatory section. Immediately, a detailed parameter sheet appeared before him. Host, Lin Yuan. Species, Thunderclap Beast. Current form, Evolvable Juvenile. Bloodline, upgradable to Overlord tier. Height, 79 meters. Weight, 125 tons. Attack methods, rend, ambush, light devour. Lin Yuan's veins carried the blood of an ancient divine beast. One recorded in the classic of mountains and seas as a long-extinct ancient overlord. But for now, he was merely an immature juvenile. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt like he was a knockoff Godzilla. He asked the system in confusion, "Can I claim rewards every day by roll call? 2 evolution points could be used for upgrades." Ling Yuan suddenly realized he had truly reincarnated as a divine beast from the classic of mountains and seas, complete with system assistance. Faced with such a meme-worthy reality, Ling Yuan could only weakly protest, "No way, right? This can't be a dream, can it?" But why did the texture and the feel of these claws seem so real? Since his human life had already ended, Ling Yuan decided to become a true, majestic Godzilla. He immediately demanded of the system, "Roll call me now." After successfully completing a task in the Mariana Trench, he obtained an E-rank skill, Devour. This skill could convert food into evolution points, aiding growth. Additionally, it offered the chance to unlock special abilities, so as long as he avoided fatal substances, he could eat to his heart's content. Still dazed, Ling Yuan heard the little dolphin reveal this was the power monsters took the most pride in. This made him wonder why did his stomach growl so loudly at the mention of devouring. He felt like if he didn't eat something soon, he'd turn into a starving ghost. Ling Yuan suddenly noticed several glowing lights in the distance, some bioluminescent sea creatures swimming around. He moved closer to check if they might be edible. But the moment he turned around, he let out a startled cry. He had run straight into a massive anglerfish with razor-sharp teeth. The creature was round and plump, yet its nature was fiercely aggressive. A fleshy growth on its head glowed like a lantern, used to lure prey. Seeing the fish's terrifying appearance, just like the pictures he'd seen online, Ling Yuan trembled in fear. After sizing it up, he turned to leave. Then, a dolphin suddenly appeared, giving him a teasing look. It reminded him the fish was no bigger than his palm. What was there to fear? There was nothing to be afraid of. He was no longer human, he had transformed into an all-powerful Godzilla. "Hey!" He glared sharply at the anglerfish. He swung his massive tail, instantly taking it out with a single strike. The fish was defeated so quickly that Ling Yuan was surprised at how effortlessly he had handled it. The dolphin sighed and said, "Look at yourself now." Half doubting, he picked up the anglerfish with 2 fingers. He held up the dead fish and asked the dolphin, "Is this thing edible? Eating it would give me evolution points or a new skill, right?" The dolphin smiled and replied, "All of that is correct." It added that if he stayed hungry too long, he might starve. With no other choice, he recalled having eaten this kind of fish in his past life. Though its appearance was a bit off-putting, it was tolerable, non-toxic and quite tasty when cooked. So Lin Yuan grabbed the fish and quickly roasted it to eat. The taste wasn't as bad as he had imagined. The moment he swallowed it, the system chimed in with a notification. Successfully devoured a deep-sea anglerfish. Gained 5 evolution points. Congratulations on your first devouring of a deep-sea anglerfish. Unlocked special ability, bioluminescence. Skill level, E. The ability made the spines on Lin Yuan's back emit a soft glow. Only now did he truly believe the system hadn't deceived him, as the evolution points. Evolution and new abilities are gained in an instant. He immediately tried out his new ability, activating the glowing skill. The spikes on Lin Yuan's back instantly emitted a dazzling blue light. Lin Yuan realized this was a rather useful ability. It attracted other creatures to him automatically, letting him fill his stomach without effort. To accumulate evolution points, a little cleverness never hurts. He decided to become a monster with no picky eating habits, devouring the schools of fish drawn to the light on his back. After every meal, the system kept sending notifications. Ding! Successfully devoured deep-sea whale eggs. Gained 5 evolution points. Congratulations on your first deep-sea flying fish eggs. Rewarded 50 evolution points. Acquired special skill, night vision. Skill level, E, night vision. You now possess the ability to see in the dark like an owl. So you'll never have to worry about moving around at night again. Before long, Lin Yuan was stuffed to the brim. He suddenly recalled his past life, when seafood was a rare treat. Little did he expect that after being reborn, he'd enjoy a lavish seafood buffet in the depths of the ocean. Currently, he had accumulated over 1,000 evolution points. He called out, "Shao Koan, I want to evolve immediately." Shao Koan appeared, displaying a system panel filled with upgrade options and skills, but Lin Yuan focused only on strengthening his scales, claws, and size. In an instant, he used 300 points to strengthen his scales, 200 for his claws, and the remaining 500 to increase his size. Lin Yuan stared at his body in amazement. He couldn't believe that with just 500 evolution points, his height had increased by nearly a meter. The thought of one day becoming a 100-meter-tall giant monster thrilled him. Lin Yuan turned and asked, "Shao Koan, am I still on Earth?" But Shao Koan seemed hesitant and replied, "That's for you to explore on your own." This answer annoyed him, and he grumbled, "You act like this is some open-world game, leaving me to figure it out myself." Lin Yuan speculated that if he was in the Marana Sea, he was clearly still on Earth. However, if he appeared in a human city now, it will definitely face a nuclear missile attack. Lin Yuan immediately devised a plan. First, he needed to focus on growth and wait for the right moment to break through into a 100-meter-long behemoth. By then, nuclear missiles would be nothing more than a trivial matter to him. He would live freely, enjoy life at leisure, even use nuclear missiles as toys, or swim in scalding lava. Just imagining that scene excited him. Without hesitation, he immediately continued his frenzied feast. As long as he was alive, he would never stop eating. While he was focused on chasing the fish around him, from the depths of the sea, a creature silently observed Lin Yuan's every move. Suddenly, a massive tentacle appeared, tightly coiling around his body. It was a giant octopus. Despite no grudge, it wrapped its tentacles around Lin Yuan relentlessly. This creature was hundreds of times larger than his current size. It was one of the ocean's rulers, the giant Pacific octopus. He realized he had been too careless. The glow on his back must have attracted this monster. The giant Pacific octopus, also known as the giant octopus, typically measures 6 to 12 meters in length, sometimes even reaching 20 meters. It can weigh over 1,000 kilograms and possesses 10 tentacles. Each tentacle is densely covered with suckers. Lin Yuan felt overwhelming panic. At his current size, he was powerless to resist. His entire body was tightly bound, unable to move, the octopus's grip so strong it left him gasping for air. He began to ponder his fate. Was he doomed to perish in these tentacles so soon after his rebirth? He gritted his teeth, feeling wronged and utterly frustrated. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared above the octopus's head. It was a sperm whale, measuring 18 meters in length and weighing over 50 tons. This was the largest toothed whale in the world. Its diving ability was astonishing, making it the deepest and longest diving mammal in the ocean. And immediately released Lin Yuan to attack its new target. It charged forward, wrapping its tentacles tightly around the whale, leaving Ling Su standing there in a daze. He thought to himself that he had gotten carried away after being reborn as a monster. Facing the two massive creatures, he felt as insignificant as a fragile insect, powerless to resist. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Since he was now a monster, he couldn't keep hesitating or holding back. Bloodthirst, ferocity, and ruthlessness were the traits of those at the top of the food chain. He made up his mind to become stronger from now on and never run away or let others bully him again. Ling Su immediately roared at the two battling beasts, trying to grab their attention. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and sank his teeth into the octopus's head. A large chunk of flesh was torn from the octopus, and Ling Su greedily chewed, savoring every bite. He found the taste surprisingly good, like enjoying a fresh, delicious piece of sesame squid. After swallowing the octopus meat, he gained 21 evolution points. Growing more excited, he kept tearing into his prey relentlessly. As long as the octopus wasn't dead, he would feast to his heart's content. Every bite he took earned him another 21 evolution points. Despite its standoff with the sperm whale, the octopus began to feel searing pain radiating from its tentacle. The octopus turned its head, looking extremely displeased, only to find Ling Su had nearly devoured one of its tentacles. It immediately wrapped another tentacle around him. Interrupted mid-feast, Ling Su flew into a rage and clawed furiously at the tentacle. After dealing with the tentacle, he resumed his octopus feast on the spot. Chewing on the rich, tender meat, he declared to himself, "From now on, I won't fear anyone." Seeing Ling Su's provocation, the octopus grew even more furious. It was about to strike back with full force when it suddenly noticed the sperm whale closing in. The sperm whale opened its jaws wide and clamped down hard on the octopus's head, leaving it in too much pain to even make a sound. In the end, the octopus was torn apart, consumed by Ling Su and the sperm whale, making them look like two roasted suckling pigs lying on their backs. Though he only ate half an octopus, Lin Yuan still gained nearly 3,000 evolution points. Just then, the whale noticed his presence. Lin Yuan turned sharply and saw a gaze filled with murderous intent fixed on him. Instead of backing down, Lin Yuan taunted the whale, challenging it to a fight. The whale imagined that if it swallowed Lin Yuan, the spikes on his back would pierce its mouth. Just thinking about it made its jaws throb with pain. The whale's confused expression made Lin Yuan think he was being underestimated. Suddenly, the whale turned and left, casting a displeased but curious glance at Lin Yuan before departing. Watching the whale leave, Lin Yuan put his hands on his hips and muttered smugly to himself. He secretly felt relieved. Since the whale had just saved his life, he generously let it go this time. Next, he found Xiao Kuan to begin his upgrade. As the upgrade drained his points, he used them to strengthen his skin, claws, fangs, and even his body size. In an instant, Lin Yuan's body radiated a dazzling glow as he grew larger and fiercer. System notification, Contractor, Lin Yuan. Species, Dragon. Form, Hatchling, Evolvable. Bloodline, Overlord Tier, Upgradable. Height, Level 10. Weight, 178 tons. Attack methods, Charge, Bite, Tail Sweep. Special abilities, Suppression, E rank, Radiance, C rank, Night Vision, E rank. Despite his formidable power, he still felt a hint of regret. He mused that if this world had currency for monsters, He could indulge in the thrill of spending it freely. At his current growth rate, he estimated he'd need to devour about 50 more square octopuses to break the 50-meter mark. Confidently, he thought that by then, both the square octopuses and that annoying whale would be nothing but his next meal. Dong Yuan began scanning the area for his next prey. Xiao Kuan's sudden appearance startled him. It congratulated him on his first successful hunt of a square octopus. His special reward was a monster compass. Xiao Kuan quickly explained its function. It could detect nearby monsters. The compass inside the host will automatically sense it. This is a Class B skill. This tool helps identify the auras of various monsters, making it easier for Ling Su to approach more targets, but he must still be wary of stronger opponents. Hearing this, Ling Su muttered to himself, "What's the use of sensing them?" He worried that if he encountered a stronger opponent, he might be in real danger. But with this sensing ability, he was no longer passive. He could actively choose to approach targets stealthily. With this compass, Ling Su no longer had to fear ambushes from the Octopus King. To ensure absolute safety, he decided to dim the glow from the spikes on his back. He planned to grow quietly until he became truly powerful. This was the right path. A week passed, and as Ling Su swam near the surface, he sighed, "I trusted the wrong place. This shallow sea has almost no large fish. Even great white sharks were barely a snack for him now." At 30 meters long, only the Octopus King in the deep sea could provide him with a few evolution points. Terrified by him, the Octopus King no longer dared to show itself. With no prey in sight, he had no choice but to move to the shallows and try his luck. There were no large fish here, and even great white sharks were no match for him. At 30 meters long, only the Octopus King in the deep sea could offer evolution points, but it was too afraid to appear. With no food to be found, he had no choice but to head to the shallows and hope for the best. Ling Su let out a long sigh and decided to check in first. As for food, he'd have to return to the deep sea. The little girl immediately surfaced to notify him. The check-in location was the Abyssal Sea Island. The reward was an S-class skill called Explosive Breath. A spell that concentrated all his energy in his mouth and fired a devastating beam. If used properly, this would become his most powerful mouth-based attack yet. Checking in twice at new locations and receiving S-class skills left Ling Su thrilled. Just then, the monster compass suddenly detected an unusual creature on the island, but Ling Su still worried about encountering humans. Despite this, he still chose to land on the island, determined to find out why such a desolate place was teeming with so many monstrous creatures. Lin Yuan never expected this stretch of sea to have such treacherous underwater currents. If not for his massive body, 30 meters long and weighing over 50 tons, he would have been swept away by the currents long ago. After swimming for some time, he finally neared the shore. Lin Yuan gripped the rocks below tightly, carefully climbing up, his heavy body making movement extremely difficult. After much effort, he finally made it onto the shore. From here, Lin Yuan could survey the various giant birds and trees around him. In the distance, two peculiar creatures appeared, ancient dragonflies and prehistoric centipedes. The ancient dragonfly, about 0.75 meters long, was one of the largest flying insects in Earth's history. The prehistoric centipede, roughly 2.6 meters long, was one of the earliest invertebrates to appear on Earth. Lin Yuan noticed there were no signs of humans, only prehistoric creatures, leading him to suspect the island's distorted time was the reason for their abundance. He felt as if this place had been tailor-made for him, a personal supermarket of resources. From now on, Lin Yuan would never have to worry about running out of evolution points again. Excited, he stepped forward, ready to begin his hunting spree. However, to maximize his gains, he hesitated over whether he should start by chopping down the trees first. Though he could breathe underwater, he still preferred the fresh, fragrant air filled with the scent of plants and trees. Suddenly, two circling monstrous birds began watching Lin Yuan warily. The moment they spotted him, they dove like arrows, beaks wide open. Lin Yuan thought to himself, now that he was this enormous, how dare they still see him as a meal? One of the sharp-beaked birds crashed into the spikes on Lin Yuan's back. Enraged, he retaliated with his spikes as their talons tried to claw at his face. Seizing the moment as the birds lost their bearings, Lin Yuan struck quickly, taking them down on the spot. He chewed heartily, thinking they tasted a bit like KFC fried chicken. Then, the system notified him that for devouring a flame dragon for the first time, he had earned 375 evolution points. He happily gained an extra 1,000 evolution points, finally able to switch things up after getting tired of seafood. Lin Yuan made the spikes on his back glow, taunting the bird if it didn't dare come down, he'd try a different move. In an instant, Lin Yuan's entire body and mouth radiated dazzling light, as if threatening the two fire dragons above. Terrified, they trembled all over, tears streaming down. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan roared and unleashed the beam of light. The two fire dragons shivered in fear, wailing miserably, only to be met with a tiny spark, not even enough to light a match. This ridiculous scene infuriated the fire dragons, who had thought they were about to be roasted. After taking that anticlimactic blast, they flew into a rage. ready to strike back and put Lin Yuan on the defensive. The fire dragons counterattacked. Enraged dark creatures charged at Lin Yuan this time, not just two, but dozens surrounded him. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan immediately turned to curse the system. "Darn it, what's the difference between this junk fire and a lighter?" Xiao Kuan replied that this was explosive breath, making him think the system must be broken. Xiao Kuan reminded him, how could such a powerful technique be used so casually? Lin Yuan needed to focus all his attention, feeling the energy flow through his limbs and bones. He had to slowly close his eyes and begin visualizing. Then, his entire body surged with power, the spikes on his back glowing before he unleashed the explosive breath. After hearing this, he thought the process was just like cultivation methods in Xianxia novels. He quickly asked Xiao Kuan, "Did you grab the wrong script?" Lin Yuan kept urging Xiao Kuan to hurry up and guide him on how to use it. "Explosive breath, tell me now, or I'm about to become barbecue for these things." Xiao Kuan confirmed he had taught Lin Yuan the method, instructing him to focus and gather all his strength into one point. Desperate, he tried to channel his energy, his posture awkward and strained, like he was struggling. The moment the spikes on his back lit up, a fire dragon's claws slashed him open. A powerful blow sent him crashing to the ground, giving the blazing dragons the chance to pounce and tear into him. Lin Yuan could only curl up and endure the assault, as he had no strength left to fight back. Seeing this, the young delinquent could only shake his head in resignation. But wait, he felt like he had experienced this kind of overwhelming pressure before. Memories of his past life flooded back, a time when he was surrounded and beaten by a mob. Back then, he gritted his teeth through the pain, focusing all his attention on the person closest to him. When Lin Yuan recognized this familiar sensation, he also found a way to break through the encirclement. He channeled all his remaining strength into a desperate lunge at the nearest enemy, knocking them down to escape the crowd. Temporarily ignoring the pain, he sharpened his focus, gathering all his energy within his mouth. A deafening roar erupted. His explosive breath technique unleashed a violent surge of energy, instantly clearing away all the surrounding blazing dragons. After the display, Lin Yuan watched as the charred monsters rained down around him. He felt immense pride in mastering this skill, but soon realized his body was completely drained of energy. Restoring his strength became an urgent priority. Though the sight of the black and blazing dragons made him hesitate, he had no choice but to consume them. The meal he had cooked himself was bitter, but he forced himself to swallow every last bite. As he ate, the system continuously notified him of evolution points gained. Before long, Lin Yuan had cleared away the pile of charred meat, though his mouth was left with nothing but the taste of burnt flesh. Now, parched and desperate for water, he urgently needed to quench his dry throat. Looking ahead at the cliffside, he could still clearly see the marks left by his explosive breath. After finally finding a water source, he sensed something was off about the place. Such a large lake should have attracted many creatures. Yet the eerie silence around it was unsettling. Was the water salty, or was there something dangerous lurking beneath the surface? Suddenly, ripples spread across the lake as a strange object emerged from the water. It turned out to be an old ox disguised as a massive boulder. At that moment, Lin Yuan froze in horror. It was a great mountain ox, stretching a staggering 19 meters in length, weighing a massive 22 tons. These creatures typically nest in large lakes and rivers, their backs and bellies covered in hard bony plates, making them resemble small hills. They can stay submerged for up to 4 days straight. Their backs protrude like rocks above the water, creating an ingenious camouflage. Next, another creature surfaced, none other than the imperial crocodile, native to the 100 barbarian lands of Africa. This is one of the largest wild oxen in history, measuring 13 meters long and weighing around 5 tons. The crocodile lunged forward and clamped onto the ox's leg. And in an instant, the entire pack surrounded their prey. They swarmed the ox and dragged it underwater to drown it. In the blink of an eye, all the herdsman saw was a pile of bones. The speed at which these crocodiles tear into their prey is truly terrifying. By now, the crocodile pack had noticed Lin Yuan's presence. He mused to himself that in a territory ruled by so many imperial crocodiles, no other creature would dare approach the water. But these young crocodiles were no match for him. With a sly grin, he realized it was time to show the crocodiles who stood at the top of the food chain. When a crocodile lunged at him with its jaws wide open, it was suddenly grabbed by a hand. It was dragged into a cave, its pain shrieks cut short, leaving only bloodstains at the entrance. Just as he wondered what that creature was, a dark shadow burst out from deep within the cave. The moment the aggressive thorn beast appeared, it crushed a crocodile underfoot. It looked displeased, glaring angrily around. The thorn beast lifted the crocodile high and stuffed it into its mouth. As it feasted, it suddenly turned and spotted another crocodile trying to escape. After flinging the crocodile aside, it stomped wildly across the water, forcing the rest of the pack to endure in silence. Suddenly, the thorn beast spun around and locked eyes with Lin Yuan. Seeing it growl at him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder if it wanted to fight him for the prey. Knowing his strength wasn't enough, he decided not to provoke it. A wise man knows when to retreat, so he chose to back down for now. Then, he raised his hand in greeting to the gorilla and explained that he was just passing by and would leave immediately. However, he wasn't sure if the words he spoke were still human language, or if the wild creature could even understand him, though it didn't seem intent on attacking for now. Meanwhile, the gorilla interpreted Ling Su's actions based on instinct. In the world of gorillas, baring teeth and a grin only happens when they feel fear or tension. Moreover, raising a hand signals a demand for food or a command to approach or retreat when interacting with their kind. The gorilla glared at Ling Su, convinced he was pretending to be afraid. But daring to demand its prey was an insult it wouldn't tolerate. Feeling mocked, it decided Ling Su deserved punishment and resolved to teach him a lesson. After pounding its chest to intimidate Ling Su, the beast lunged from the lake's surface and gave chase. The gorilla swung a devastating punch, but he dodged just in time. Seeing its attack miss, the gorilla grew even more furious. Ling Su realized its strength was immense, but its movements were overly exaggerated, leaving glaring openings. He saw it was nothing more than a brute with no strategy. Its simple techniques were a waste of such raw power. Ling Su carefully observed, searching for an opening to counterattack. He devised a detailed plan: first, evade, then strike when the opponent was off balance. Next, use momentum to pull it off its feet and disrupt its stance. Then execute the dragon's tail sweep, driving his elbow into the gorilla's leg to force it to its knees, finishing with a sharp uppercut. The move concluded, but to his dismay, Ling Su's arms were too short to even graze the gorilla's fur. Only then did he fully grasp his physical disadvantages. The gorilla sneered, then flew into a rage, throwing a powerful punch. It rammed its shoulder into Ling Su's chest, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The giant ape's strength was terrifying, and its speed was equally fearsome. Before Ling Su could recover, the gorilla leapt high and pounced, gripping the spikes on his back tightly. Ling Su realized that with his current strength, his only hope of victory was the explosive breath technique. However, this skill requires time to charge up energy. And if the attack misses, it could cause serious trouble, so you must control it carefully. First, you fiercely bite down on the black ape's arm just as it's about to strike, making it howl in pain. The ape grabs Lin Yuan's jaw and pries him off. Just as it's about to tear your mouth apart with both hands, a blinding burst of light suddenly appears, startling it. In truth, Lin Yuan had been secretly charging up his explosive breath in his mouth. The giant ape realized this and tried to clamp his mouth shut, but it was too late. While it was still stunned, Lin Yuan released a dazzling orb of light. The massive orb grew larger and larger, terrifying the ape into trying to flee. But Lin Yuan would never let it escape so easily. He immediately unleashed the explosive breath head-on, striking the black ape. Hit by this devastating attack, the ape was sent flying by the sheer force, crashing into a distant cliff. Yet, its body wasn't pierced through. A technique that could have felled dozens of flood dragons and shattered mountains now only left a bleeding wound on its chest. You're stunned by the ape's incredible endurance. Fearing Lin Yuan might strike again, the ape quickly turns and flees. Seeing this, Lin Yuan smirks, proud that he made the island's overlord, the Abyssal Lord, run away in fear. He believes the position of leader here will belong to him sooner or later. However, using this move twice in one night pushed his body to the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the surrounding crocodiles continue to watch with predatory eyes. He can't afford to show any weakness, or he'll end up like the great ape Duoluo. Afterward, Lin Yuan decides to eat the remaining crocodile meat left by the black ape. Unexpectedly, the system notifies Lin Yuan that he has successfully devoured the crocodile king, gaining 560 evolution points and a special reward, scaled armor and claw enhancement. He's thrilled, as his defensive abilities have improved. Feeling energy surge within him, he immediately charges forward to eliminate a few crocodiles. This way, his evolution points grow rapidly, beyond counting. A week later, Lin Yuan upgrades his explosive breath into a fire-generating version. With this new skill, he'll never have to eat raw meat again. He secretly prided himself on his cleverness and wit. While walking, he didn't forget to check in at the Abyssal Sea Domain's checkpoint. Usually, the skill obtained from check-ins is an A-rank skill, Heat Ray, an unstable air current generated by the radioactive reaction of the internal thunderstorm core. When it sprays and rubs against the air, it creates a high-temperature vapor reaction. This is the deadliest breath attack, an upgraded version of the strongest mouth cannon skill. At this moment, he felt as if he had hit the jackpot. Just the day before, he unlocked the Beast Compass to upgrade his skills and gained a new feature to view beast attributes. Yesterday's check-in rewarded him with the A-rank skill, Piercing Claw, and today he got another A-rank skill, Heat Ray. The excitement from this streak of luck was unmatched, even by Casino Fortune. Drawn by the scent of roasted meat, a prehistoric orange giant rat appeared. This creature was about 3 to 4 meters long and weighed between 1 to 1.5 tons. It had an extremely keen sense of smell and a pair of massive front teeth.
As an omnivorous scavenger, it usually lurked in bushes, waiting for prey to stumble into its trap.
In a cheerful mood, Ling Yuan decided to share his roasted beef with the little rat. Every time he saw this orange creature, Ling Yuan recalled memories from his past life as a human. Back then, he was frail and short, often bullied by others. He silently rejoiced that the little rat was luckier than him because it had met him. Ling Yuan decided to become its big brother from then on, ensuring no one would dare harm it. Under his protection. Now, Ling Yuan had reached his mature form and was preparing for further evolution. With the potential of his overlord bloodline, he now stood 51 meters tall and weighed 13,525 tons. His current attack moves included Charge, Tear, and Dragon Tail Whip. He also possessed special abilities like E-Rank Growth Nodule, E-Rank Night Vision, and E-Rank Light Magic. He also had an E-Rank Beast Compass, F-Rank Atomic Blade, A-Rank Heat Ray, and B-Rank Piercing Claw. According to the system's evaluation, Ling Yuan's body carried the bloodline of an ancient overlord, a mythical beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Having left behind his carefree childhood, Ling Yuan officially entered a phase of growth, his heart filled with many uncertainties. Observing his current physique, he was confident he now had enough strength to challenge and defeat that gorilla. Due to the monotonous solitude of life on the deserted island, he developed the idea of finding a companion, and that gorilla was his chosen target. He noticed how intelligent and powerful the beast was and thought he might temporarily tame it as his ally. Ling Yuan called out to Xiao Kuan, demanding the system allocate all evolution points to his body. Xiao Kuan immediately informed him that he had accumulated a total of 48,131 evolution points. All these accumulated points would be used to enhance Ling Yuan's appearance. However, the results left him deeply disappointed. Despite spending over 40,000 evolution points, his height had only increased by a measly 0.5 meters. He still vividly remembered that before, just a few hundred points could make him grow a whole meter taller. Xiao Kuan explained that the higher the level, the more experience was needed for upgrades. The more he thought about it, the more lost Ling Yuan felt about his future, as his goal was to become a towering, superpowered beast several meters tall. At this rate, he had no idea how much more he'd need to consume to reach such a physique. Setting aside his doubts, Ling Yuan decided to seek out the gorilla for a duel to strengthen their bond. He immediately summoned the little orange mouse and said, "You've been eating and drinking here for free all this time, it's time you earned your keep." He took out the beast fur he had obtained from his last battle with the gorilla and asked the mouse, "Can you track down that gorilla by the scent of this fur?" After sniffing the fur, the little mouse nodded repeatedly, and Ling Yuan was overjoyed. He promised the mouse that if it found the gorilla, he'd let it feast on roasted meat for an entire year. Excited, the little mouse led the way, guiding him to the gorilla, while the creatures on the island rejoiced at the sight. Those who had long suffered from Ling Yuan's antics felt as if they'd been set free upon seeing him leave. They celebrated too soon. Ling Yuan glanced back with a sly grin, thinking to himself, "I'm just going to find a friend." Once he returned with that gluttonous gorilla, they'd probably be begging for mercy. After walking for some time, the little orange mouse suddenly stopped in front of a bleak and chilly patch of land. Thick fog surrounds them, and the vast white boulders and withered branches make Xiao Cheng tremble with fear. Ling Su, however, is astonished that such a place even exists on the abyssal island. He begins to doubt whether Xiao Cheng has led them the wrong way, as this place looks nothing like Jingdong's residence. Ling Su muses to himself, no one would live in such a desolate, foul-smelling, and terrifying place. Besides, his compass isn't detecting any trace of Jingdong or any other creatures. Just as he's pondering, Xiao Cheng seems to spot something and turns to beckon him toward a shop in the distance. He gently pats Xiao Cheng, and together they step inside, leaving no room for refusal. Ling Su finds it odd, his compass still shows no reaction, neither to Jingdong nor any other beasts. Suddenly, he hears a low growl, but the presence doesn't feel strong enough to belong to Jingdong. Spotting another cave entrance ahead, he steels himself and decides to investigate. Inside, the place is filled with insect eggs and cobwebs. As he scans the area, Ling Su sees a curvy young woman bound in ropes. This is Jingdong, a creature with the ancient bloodline of a fierce beast, recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It stands 15 meters tall and weighs over 10,000 jun, yet somehow it has taken human form after consuming something unknown. Only now does Ling Su realize that the Jingdong he's been searching for is the girl before him, though he doesn't understand why it has transformed like this. As Jingdong looks his way, Ling Su leans in, teasing her, once so massive, now so delicate. Her chest wound hasn't fully healed yet. Jingdong snaps at him, "What are you doing here?" Not only has it taken human form, but it can even speak like a person. He can't help but wonder, has Jingdong cultivated into a spirit and turned into a little demon girl? Just then, the girl suddenly shouts a warning, "Watch out!" He turns around to see a pack of multi-eyed crawling beasts charging toward them. It seems he's stumbled into their nest. One lunges at him, but Ling Su grabs it mid-air. This is a corrupt crawler with the bloodline of Shangliu,
an ancient beast from the classic of mountains and seas.
It measures 6 to 10 meters long and weighs between 40 to 100 tons. They are pack creatures with razor-sharp fangs, a crushing bite, and tails that secrete a highly corrosive venom. These giant lizards are Jingdong's natural enemies and the rulers of the Abyssal Island's underground world. You remember being intimidated by a friend with something like this in your past life. Because of that trauma, seeing it again in this life makes you feel utterly disgusted. A monster lunges to bite Ling Su, but he crushes it effortlessly with a light squeeze.
The slimy residue on his hands makes him gag.
As winter arrives, a swarm of reptiles charges forward. One lunges at Ling Su but is easily deflected. He notices another sneaking up from behind, jaws open to swallow his eyes and bite into the spines on his back. Just as he's about to shake it off, he realizes dozens of lizards are crawling up his back. Furious, he declares, "Let me show you what I'm capable of." He channels his energy, activating his claw lightning skill, electrifying the spines on his back and instantly frying the wretched lizards.
In the distance, Jing Hong watches Ling Su in action, mesmerized by the spectacular battle. With the reptiles wiped out, Ling Su exhales in relief.
But seeing his body covered in their slimy residue makes his skin crawl. One survivor targets Jing Hong, who's trapped above, and lunges at her. Ling Su crushes it underfoot with a swift stomp. Striking a cool pose, he warns, "If you want to harm her, you'll have to go through me first." Realizing defeat, the remaining lizards try to flee, but Ling Su won't let them escape so easily. For him, every creature in this area must be eradicated to satisfy his anger. He unleashes a full-force heat ray, blasting a surge of electrified heat that fries all the lizards in an instant. Ling Su turns to Jing Hong, her face pale with fear, and flashes her a dazzling smile. He makes a finger gun gesture to reassure her, signaling that she's safe with him around.
No monster could ever harm her.
He steps closer, using his nails to peel off the sticky residue clinging to her, still trapped against the rock wall.
She helps pull the slimy strands away.
The movement of her hands causes her body to tremble slightly, drawing Ling Su's full attention. He asks, puzzled, "Jing Hong, why do you look like this?" He notices the severe wound he'd inflicted on her chest earlier. By now, Jing Hong has freed herself from the slime and jumps down to the ground. After looking around, the girl picked up a bone, making Lin Yuan think she was searching for a weapon. Seeing this, he quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid.
I won't bully the weak."
Unexpectedly, she held up something strange in terror, signaling that Lin Yuan had turned into his current state because of this. Looking at what she held, Lin Yuan immediately recognized it as the legendary demon clam.
Or perhaps a transformation pill from fantasy novels? The two walked out together, and Lin Yuan solemnly declared that the next moment would be a miracle in the making.
Then, he opened his mouth and spewed flames, igniting the pile of firewood he had prepared beforehand.
This action made the terrified girl flinch in fear.
Afterward, Lin Yuan skewered a lizard with a stick and roasted it over the fire. Though he found it disgusting, he forced himself to eat it for evolution points.
Surprisingly, it tasted decent once cooked.
The terrified girl stood by, confused about what he was doing.
But the aroma made her drool with hunger.
Seeing the terrified girl and Xiaogan eager to eat,
Lin Yuan introduced it as kebabs and handed them some to try.
The taste wasn't as bad as he had imagined. While eating, he asked the girl, "I really like how you look now.
But could you change back to your original form? Because if you turned into this in the cave, those reptiles wouldn't have bullied you so much."
The girl, enjoying her food, told him, "I can never change back."
This answer left Lin Yuan deeply puzzled.
Unsure what exactly she had consumed. In this monster-filled primordial forest, it would be nearly impossible for her to survive in her current state. Yet she was eating so happily, this girl must have some kind of issue. He wondered if she had any family, because if he hadn't met her today, she would have been devoured by those stinky lizards long ago. At this rate, she wouldn't last until tomorrow. Then, Lin Yuan turned to Xiaogan and asked if the terrified girl could revert to her original form. Xiaogan immediately nodded in agreement but said they first needed to analyze the fruit she had eaten. Hearing this, Lin Yuan was overjoyed, as if he had struck gold. He thought that if they found another fruit. After some research, Xiao Koan believes he can help her return to her original form. Xiao Koan, appearing knowledgeable, explains that after analysis, he can adjust the components in the fruit to help her revert to her original appearance. Even better, she could eat the fruit again to freely switch between human and beast forms. Lin Yuan is overjoyed upon hearing this. If it's true, he might have a chance to return to the human world and reunite with his parents. Lin Yuan immediately asks Jing Song where she got the fruit. The girl stammers that she found it beneath a cliff, in the bone wastes. So, Lin Yuan decides to eat his fill first, then have her lead them to gather more to help her restore her true form. After devouring a few lizards, Lin Yuan gains over 200,000 evolution points, sending him into ecstatic delight. He muses to himself that even if he's not on Earth but another world, at least after turning human again, he could still bond with Jing Song. Zhuai would enjoy a happy life on this desolate island. After 2 hours of trekking, they arrive at a cliffside, where scattered bones make him wonder about the past events here. Jing Song points upward, saying she once picked the fruit from there. But what surprises him is how unusually tall the tree is. Lin Yuan looks up, finds the fruit shape decent, and immediately prepares to climb and pick some. As Lin Yuan clings to loose soil and climbs the tree, he suddenly spots a blazed dragon circling nearby. He feels uneasy, realizing he's stranded midair with no way to retreat. If attacked, it would be extremely dangerous. Then, the blazed dragon opens its massive jaws, forcing Lin Yuan into a fighting stance. However, it snatches the divine fruit from the tree, leaving him curious about what form it will take. After swallowing the fruit, the blazed dragon blows all over and transforms into a human midair. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan vaguely guesses that the bones below might be the remains of beasts that fell after eating the fruit. Realizing this is an ominous place, he decides to gather the fruit quickly and leave immediately. Suddenly, he notices a bird-like beast charging straight at him. The creature is a spirit-withering bird, a mysterious giant bird carrying the powerful bloodline of ancient beasts, recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It measures up to 65 meters long and weighs as much as 130 tons. Its appearance always foretells death. Lin Yuan was puzzled as to why it had appeared here, guessing it might be a spiritual beast guarding this tree. Yet, he couldn't understand why it was looking down at the pile of bones with a mocking and teasing expression. Suddenly, it turned its head toward Lin Yuan, startling him. He felt as if he were being ridiculed by some strange bird. Despite this, Lin Yuan decided to keep climbing, noticing the spiritual bird didn't seem aggressive. After approaching, he greeted it and explained he'd come because a friend praised the fruit here. Then, Lin Yuan reached out and plucked 2 divine fruits. He gave a polite smile, thanked the bird, and promised not to disturb it further. But in the bird's mind, a vision flashed: Lin Yuan eating the fruit, transforming, and plummeting to his death like the beast before. It instantly flew into a rage, spreading its massive wings and startling Lin Yuan. The spiritual bird flapped its wings furiously, chasing Lin Yuan relentlessly. Forced to dodge, he shouted in frustration. "What's wrong with this bird?" One moment it was fine, the next it turned hostile. Lin Yuan handed the 2 divine fruits to Xiao Kuan, asking if they could be stored in the system since climbing made carrying them difficult. Xiao Kuan asked if Lin Yuan wanted an analysis. However, the analysis required 100,000 evolution points, and he only had 9,331 left, far from enough. 331 points short, so it wasn't possible. He began regretting wasting his evolution points earlier. Just then, the spiritual bird swooped from behind, swiping at Lin Yuan with its claws. Lin Yuan flicked his tail to fend it off, surprising the bird as it realized he was preparing to strike back. He opened his mouth and fired a scorching beam straight at the bird. The attack caught the bird off guard, hitting one of its wings and sending it plummeting into the abyss. Lin Yuan mused that from his current position, neither his explosive breath nor heat ray would easily hit the giant bird. Thus, he needed to wait for the perfect moment to unleash his explosive breath and finish the fight once and for all. He subtly lured the bird closer. After falling some distance, the bird quickly flapped its wings and flew back toward them. You quickly take aim and let go, landing directly on the spirit vulture's back, forcing it to be dragged toward the abyss. Just a few seconds later, the giant bird finally regains its balance and slows its flight. On its back, Lin Yuan declares himself the spirit vulture's rider, then clamps down hard, making it shriek in pain. Its bones seem to have shattered, emitting ear-piercing wails. Wailing in agony, it dives downward at an astonishing speed, nearly making Lin Yuan and Jingong lose their grip. Just before hitting the ground, the spirit vulture flips over and soars back into the clouds. Its speed doesn't lessen at all. At this rate, they might ascend to the heavens soon. Lin Yuan looks down, his face filled with excitement. He had never flown before, and now, transformed into a beast, he was riding another beast through the sky. The sensation of soaring into the clouds is unmatched, but the spirit vulture suddenly changes direction. It dives straight toward a cliff, nearly scaring Lin Yuan out of his wits. It seems this spirit vulture wants to crash into the mountain and take them both down. As the vulture nears the tree, Lin Yuan notices a lake beside the mountain range. He thinks if he times it right, he could use his explosive breath to dive into the lake. His thick hide should keep him safe. Lin Yuan warns the vulture, "Don't think you're the only one willing to risk it all. Didn't your mother teach you not to mess with the quiet ones?" With those words, he gathers his explosive breath and unleashes the explosive breath, dragon wall crash at the vulture. The vulture convulses in pain and slams into the cliffside. Lin Yuan is sent flying backward, tumbling toward the lake. Jingong clings to him with all his might, and the two plunge into the water together. On the other side, the vulture crashes into the mountain, then smashes into the sacred tree, sending all its fruit tumbling down. The vulture loses balance again and plummets like an arrow into the abyss. It keeps falling and rising in a chaotic loop, darting up and down. Meanwhile, Jing Gong and Lin Yuan watch the vulture's spectacular fall from the lake, their faces alight with excitement. Finally, the vulture collapses unconscious onto a pile of bones.
Lin Yuan is overjoyed, throwing his head back and howling like a madman. The announcement said they won, so we can have meat for dinner tonight.
But suddenly, the divine fruit fell into his mouth and slid down his throat. Lin Yuan, however, remained oblivious until he felt something strange in his mouth. He suddenly looked down at the tree in the lake and realized it was the devil fruit.
But at this moment, Lin Yuan didn't want to transform back into human form because he was in the water.
And he was afraid he wouldn't know how to swim and might sink. Soon after, his body began emitting a dazzling glow, revealing toned arms and well-defined muscles. Lin Yuan couldn't believe this was his body, it was the physique of a muscular man. Not only that, the spikes on his back were still there.
Lin Yuan looked down at his body. His tail was still there too, but now it was just a small one. Lin Yuan hid in the lake, observing the spirit beast, unsure if it was dead. Transforming back into human form felt too risky right now.
The system notification said analyzing the transformation fruit would require over 6,000 evolution coins. He planned to run and feed the spirit beast some meat to earn evolution coins. Once the system finished analyzing and modifying, he could return to his Godzilla form. Suddenly, the spirit beast's head twitched slightly, nearly making Lin Yuan choke on water. He didn't expect it to be so resilient. The spirit beast's fur stood on end as it struggled to stand up. It still had the young man, originally a transformed dragon of medicine, in its mouth. And in front of it was a jade green gem. Then, it spat out the young man and swallowed the gem in one gulp. Across the lake, Lin Yuan watched as the spirit beast consumed the crystal and began to recover. Before long, the spirit beast stood firmly on the pile of skeletons, spreading its wings, as majestic as ever. Then, it turned and flew away, making Lin Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. But seeing his roasted chicken fly away, Lin Yuan's mood instantly soured. Next, he and the girl would. After swimming ashore, Jing Gongxia was determined to hunt small creatures. Or at least find some wild animals to fill their stomachs. He needed to accumulate enough evolution points as soon as possible. Lin Yuan felt deeply regretful, thinking that if he had known earlier, he should have taken a few bites of the spirit beast's back to earn some points. Just then, the Gingnong girl on the shore urgently warned Lin Yuan of the approaching danger. Wang turned around to see a king crocodile lunging at him, its jaws wide open as if ready to swallow his head whole. The crocodile pounced, forcing Lin Yuan to leap aside in frustration as he snapped.
"Don't you have any sense at all? Sneaking up on people like that."
To make matters worse, it wasn't just one as several more crocodiles were closing in around him. And with his frail body, surviving in this perilous wilderness would be nearly impossible. Back at school, he'd probably get bullied too. Not wanting to die before becoming a powerful beast, Lin Yuan immediately turned and swam toward the shore as fast as he could. His arms moved like they were motorized, slicing through the water at incredible speed.
He wondered to himself, was this some kind of hidden potential kicking in when faced with danger? After a desperate struggle, he finally shook off the pack of crocodiles. But reality wasn't so kind, another massive crocodile had already ambushed him up ahead. He never expected these creatures to work together with such tactical precision. He burst out of the water, ready to face it head-on. Lin Yuan leapt forward, pinning the crocodile's jaws shut with all his strength. Though crocodiles had an incredibly powerful bite, enough to crush bone, that was only when their mouths were closed. In truth, their jaw-opening muscles were surprisingly weak, an average adult could hold them open with little effort. Lin Yuan thought, "Don't underestimate me just because I'm not in my beast form. I've still got my wits about me." But then, the crocodile's eyes suddenly turned blood red, leaving Lin Yuan no time to react to its next move. It twisted violently, plunging its snout underwater in a desperate attempt to shake him off. The situation was dire. If he let go, the king crocodile would swallow him whole. If he held on, the others would catch up and finish him off. Suddenly, a shout came from above. Lin Yuan grabbed the rope. He looked up to see the Jingdong girl swinging toward him on a rope, ready to pull him to safety. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan clamped the crocodile's jaws shut with his legs and reached out to grab the rope, holding on tight. A second later, and the crocodile would have swallowed half his body. Above them, the girl skilled in lightness techniques swung expertly on the rope, descending swiftly and safely to the ground. Seeing her repeatedly pounding her chest, Lingsa finally let out a sigh of relief, ending his harrowing experience of turning into an ape-like creature. However, before the two could catch their breath, they were horrified to see the crocodile pack had already reached the shore. It seemed these crocodile kings had gained some intelligence, mastering cunning ambush tactics. One crocodile lunged straight at the tree roots where the two were standing, and after missing, locked its gaze on the girl skilled in lightness technique. Terrified, she let out a roar as a warning. Lingsa quickly pulled her aside, reminding her that she was no longer as tall as before. Trying to act tough in such a cute way won't help. If they didn't run now, they'd become a meal for these beasts. Ling Su dragged the girl skilled in lightness technique deep into the dense forest to escape the crocodile pack's pursuit. As they ran, he wondered, was it because he had eaten too much crocodile king meat earlier, making them hold a deep grudge? With their small bodies and short legs, the two stood no chance of outrunning these massive creatures. Just as despair set in, the little insect appeared again, taunting them. Ling Su, look at you, so pitiful. Who knew you could be this weak? Despite his anger, Ling Su had no choice but to humble himself and beg the insect for help. Please, could you analyze this transformation fruit for me on credit? However, it insisted it was an insect of principle and refused to analyze anything without sufficient evolution points. Hearing this, Ling Su clasped his hands together, pleading tearfully even principles shouldn't stand by while others face danger. He earnestly begged the insect to point out where the monsters were, as in his current tiny state, he'd be a snack for anything. No matter how desperately he pleaded, the insect remained steadfast in its odd principles. Ling Su felt powerless and humiliated. Before even being eaten by monsters, he'd already been mocked. Then, the insect revealed that when Ling Su called its name, he would receive an outfit. Afterward, he finally got a super cool set of gear and began sprinting away in a panic. Suddenly, the girl stopped, swiftly climbing a tree, making Ling Su realize just how skilled she was in lightness technique. She knows how to make the most of her advantages. Then, she called out to him, "Climb up quickly." He mustered all his strength and leaped toward the tree trunk. As he climbed, he silently urged himself to push harder. To Ling Su's surprise, with just one leap, he managed to reach the middle of the trunk and grab hold firmly. This scent wasn't just about adrenaline from the crisis. Back in his past life, no matter how hard he tried, he could never complete a single pull-up. Now, after eating the devil fruit, his physical abilities had improved several-fold. Just as Ling Su climbed onto the tree, the crocodile lunged after him. It bared its fangs and kept sucking at the trunk, nearly knocking Ling Su off balance. Fortunately, the frightened girl grabbed his arm just in time, though her gaze remained cold and mocking. Ling Su could only force a bitter smile and thank her repeatedly. Being mocked like this left him feeling deeply humiliated. Once Ling Su regained his footing, the haughty girl climbed onto a branch first, and soon, both reached a higher perch. There, Ling Su collapsed to catch his breath, while the haughty girl kept watching the situation below. The crocodiles refused to give up, even calling for reinforcements. They kept sucking at the roots, waiting for their prey to fall. No sooner had he escaped danger than Ling Su started grumbling about the crocodiles being overconfident. How could a few little pests shake such a sturdy tree? But suddenly, Ling Su turned and jumped in surprise. He realized the haughty girl had been staring at him the whole time. After asking, he learned she was excited to find someone as weak as herself. Her attitude infuriated him. Unable to hold back, he asked, "Want to spar with me?" To his shock, the haughty girl grabbed his hand, making him think she actually wanted to fight. Then, she tried to fling him down to the crocodiles. Faced with this, Ling Su could only plead, "This isn't the time to fight." It turned out she wasn't provoking him, she was secretly pointing out a new creature ahead. This is precisely the historically massive giant python, with a body length reaching up to 70 meters. It spans 5 meters in width and weighs up to 70 tons. Though non-venomous, it has a habit of ambushing prey from trees. Lin Yuan felt utterly exasperated. Just when he dodged one mess, another rolled in. The feisty girl was still waiting under the tree, only for another threat to appear. Since she'd never tasted python meat before, she asked, "Big brother, what kind of python is this?" Yet the python seemed to dismiss him as a fool, ignoring the question entirely before suddenly lashing its tail at the two of them. She immediately pulled Lin Yuan into a run, leaping nimbly between branches, though Lin Yuan hesitated. Worried he'd fall and become a meal for the crocodiles below, he carefully moved to another branch. But the giant python pursued relentlessly. As he fled, Lin Yuan schemed about burrowing into the beast's mouth, skinning it, and feeding the remains to deep-sea sharks. Just then, Xiao Kuan suddenly appeared, reminding Lin Yuan that 100,000 evolution points were needed for analysis. But he had no time to spare, he just wanted his transformation fruit back. Xiao Kuan coldly declared that even stopping the process would still cost 100,000 evolution points to activate. Hearing this, Lin Yuan flew into a rage. If he had that many points, why not just let Xiao Kuan finish the analysis instead of halting? This system was a complete mess, clearly just waiting to watch its master perish here. At that moment, the feisty girl returned, finding Lin Yuan still arguing with the system. She used her own body to distract the python, trying to divert its attention. But before she could act, the python locked onto her. And Lin Yuan rushed forward, shoving her aside. The python struck, swallowing Lin Yuan whole. When he came to, he found himself wrapped in its slimy, viscous fluids. A foul stench assaulted his senses, making him gag. He guessed he was in the creature's stomach, but luckily, his body hadn't been corroded by stomach acid yet. Perhaps his current physique was more resilient, but if he stayed too long, he'd surely be digested. He had to find a way out fast. Then, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered he hadn't tested his previous abilities since transforming into a human. If he could unleash his explosive breath, This way, you can easily dig a hole and slip out. However, when Xiaoquan saw Lin Yuan about to use a technique, he immediately appeared to stop him. Stop. Condensing it to this explosive level is enough, you can't condense it any further. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would be blown apart by the massive force, as his human form's internal structure and density differ completely from his thunderstorm Drake form. The energy accumulating in Lin Yuan's mouth, though not even a fraction of his explosive breath, could still significantly enhance his biting and devouring abilities. She added that the explosive breath had transformed into an explosive barrier, helping to amplify his tearing and devouring power. After hearing this, Lin Yuan wondered if devouring the python's innards would grant him evolution points. With enough missing evolution points, he could restore his beast form. Though it disgusted him, Lin Yuan was willing to swallow anything to survive. He decided to bite directly into the python's stomach. After just one bite, he found the taste no better than a week-old, unwashed sock. Immediately, his evolution points increased by 150 for successfully devouring the giant python, which thrilled him. His face lit up as if he'd struck gold. Just a few more bites, and he'd have all the evolution points he needed. Next, he tore into the python's stomach relentlessly, like an unending downpour. To gather more evolution points, Lin Yuan devoured it like a starving wolf, his points skyrocketing. It would thrash, trying to fling Lin Yuan out of its body. But he was determined, no matter how it struggled, he wouldn't stop until he'd bitten a hole through its stomach. Suddenly, Lin Yuan noticed its stomach convulsing violently, as if the python was trying to vomit him out. Seeing this, he decided to fight to the end. He used all his tentacles to grip the stomach walls tightly. Just then, Xiaoquan appeared and informed Lin Yuan that his evolution points had reached 100,090. Host, would you like to begin analyzing the transformation results for the fruit solidification form? However, the moment he agreed, the system displayed an awkward notification. Current progress was only 1%, with an estimated completion time of 30 minutes. This infuriated Lin Yuan, who demanded if the little bug had a way to speed things up. But the bug seized the chance to extort him. It would only shorten the modification time by 20 minutes if he paid 1,000 evolution points. Lin Yuan found this unacceptable. He grabbed the bug by its head and scolded it, asking why every little thing required evolution points. This thing was nothing but a greedy little pest. However, it explained that evolution points were like fuel for a car. The system needed them to function. Desperate, Lin Yuan had no choice but to keep devouring the python's stomach, tears streaming down his face, to gather enough points. After some time, he finally scraped together 1,000 points, reducing the analysis time to 25 minutes. Finding it still insufficient, he continued tearing at the python's stomach, causing it immense pain. The python's frantic reaction scared the crocodiles into fleeing back into the lake. After a tense few minutes, the progress finally reached 100%. When the system presented the option to modify the solidified fruit, Lin Yuan eagerly agreed without hesitation. After hearing the little bug mention that the pink fruit was for transformation and the blue one for saving lives, he snatched the divine fruit and devoured it ravenously. It tasted somewhat like papaya to him. A few minutes later, when his stomach was full to bursting, Lin Yuan realized it was time to transform. He leapt to his feet, striking a heroic pose and shouting, "Transform!" But no matter how much he yelled, his body remained unchanged. The lack of response made Lin Yuan suspect the little bug had tricked him. Suddenly, the system detected an external energy within the solidified fruit. When this energy surged into his body, it would condense the beast's essence into a crystal the size of a human fist. It was the loss of this essence that allowed the beast to take human form. The system had adjusted the solidified fruit's abilities, so Lin Yuan now had to focus intently to locate the crystal core within his body. He had to shatter that crystal with sheer willpower and guide the energy through his bones and limbs to restore his three-headed beast form. Still doubtful, Lin Yuan asked the little bug again to confirm whether the world he was in was indeed the cultivation realm. Isn't what you're calling a crystal core just the golden core cultivators have? Those golden core stages from cultivation novels. Xiaoquan firmly insisted he never lied, daring him to try and see for himself. Even so, Lin Yuan hesitated about whether he should find a meditation stone and sit in meditation for 7 days and nights, but Xiaoquan said he only needed to close his eyes and focus. He immediately followed the instructions, focusing all his mental energy deep within his body. In the end, Lin Yuan discovered his energy core, but he still didn't know how to break it and circulate its power throughout his body. Suddenly, a memory from his past life surfaced: a gym class. It was during a passing drill, where the teacher taught the class to focus their strength in their wrists and arms. He couldn't help but wonder if sensing the energy in his core was similar to controlling muscle strength.
In theory, his past self was good at it, but in practice, he always fumbled and messed everything up. This time, he firmly declared he would no longer be that clumsy, red-bottomed fool. After persistent effort, every step went as planned. And Ling Yuan finally grasped the sensation. He reached out, crushed the energy core, causing it to shatter and erupt in a dazzling burst of light within the darkness. In an instant, Ling Yuan's entire body surged with power, making the giant python's belly swell violently, causing it agonizing pain as if its insides were about to spill out. In a flash, the python burst apart, revealing Ling Yuan's massive form. The girl standing above witnessed the scene and guessed he had successfully saved himself. The crocodiles also looked on in shock, witnessing Ling Yuan transform into a fearsome beast. Then, he turned and angrily scolded the little pests. "Enjoyed bullying me, didn't you?" After an intense battle, the giant python was defeated, and the crocodiles were scattered in disarray. Ling Yuan sighed deeply, unable to believe that just to pick a few fruits, he had faced such danger. Fortunately, he had pulled through, otherwise, he would have perished here. From now on, even if beaten to death, he would never turn back into a human. Though his mouth was a bit big, his belly round, and his limbs short and stout, Ling Yuan still felt that he was the tyrant ruler of the dinosaur clan. However, the terrified girl below kept screaming because of his massive size, unable to hear anything. She was confused. Why had he suddenly reverted to this form? And he was even taller than during their last battle. After listening, Ling Yuan revealed, "Because I go to bed early, wake up early, and eat on time. I never skip a meal, so I've grown so fast." He secretly believed his transformation secret couldn't be carelessly revealed. At that moment, Ling Yuan continued using his fierce breath technique, roasting several crocodiles. He shared one with Little Orange and the terrified girl each, though her heart still hadn't recovered from the horror of being inside the giant python's belly. But for a dinosaur with a foodie's soul, wasting food was absolutely unforgivable. Just then, the system notified Ling Yuan that he had received a monster life fruit as a reward. The monster life fruit contained an incredibly rich life energy, capable of healing even the most severe injuries and saving lives at the brink of death. Yet, upon seeing it, Ling Yuan began questioning his life. It looked exactly like a bitter melon. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Jun explained, "It may look like a bitter melon, but bitter melons are edible and highly nutritious. They contain protein, vitamins, potassium, and various high-concentration minerals, with effects like clearing heat, detoxifying, and relieving stress." Ling Yuan still grumbled. Why did such a precious life fruit have to turn into the one thing he hated most? Not wanting to waste it, he decided to give it to the terrified girl, as the wound on her chest hadn't fully healed. Then, Ling Yuan handed the fruit to the girl, reminding her, "Eat this after your meal." The girl thought he was offering her fruit and immediately took a huge bite. But the moment she swallowed, the extreme bitterness instantly numbed her taste buds. Next, the terrified girl kept gagging, but at the same time, she felt the pain from her wounds fading away. The girl raised her hand to touch her chest, only to find her wound. It seems the injuries have fully healed. She immediately grabbed the bitter melon and devoured it, knowing it was what saved her life. Then, she suddenly stood up, pounded her chest, and declared, "I feel full of strength." Ling Su immediately reminded her that she had to break this habit. "Stop pounding your chest and shouting all the time. If not for this habit, the wound on your chest would have healed long ago." But the girl didn't take it seriously, believing that facing monsters, a loud roar could solve everything without lifting a finger. After hearing this, he asked in confusion, "Why did you charge at me without even knowing right from wrong the first time we met?" The girl admitted honestly that when she saw Ling Su flailing around, she thought he was trying to steal her food, so she had no choice but to act. "I had to teach you a lesson." This left him exasperated, thinking it was pointless to reason with a glutton. As she ate, she said, "For territory and food, if roaring doesn't work, of course, you have to fight." Ling Su countered, "If you don't like it over food or territory, just roar a few times or fight it out." In reality, the world of monsters was quite simple, brutal and direct, but not so full of cunning schemes. Ling Su couldn't help but wonder if he looked imposing when he roared. Imagining himself roaring, counterattacking, and even breathing fire, he secretly felt like a force as powerful as dragon's breath. After saying this, Ling Su continued eating to gather enough evolution points to help the girl return to her original form. However, he was puzzled. He had nearly been pecked to death by that bird. Yet she managed to avoid it while picking fruit. He also didn't understand why she had been captured by those foul-smelling insects. Only then did the girl explain in detail how she had suddenly turned back into human form while picking fruit. As she spoke, she noticed Ling Su's face suddenly flush red, his expression turning shy and expectant. This infuriated her, and she let out a roar before smacking his head with a bone. After calming down, she continued her story. She had been clinging tightly to a rock beneath the cliff when she saw a lizard fly out as if struck by someone. When she climbed higher, she found those foul-smelling insects battling the spirit bird, leaving its head covered in wounds.
Lin Yuan couldn't believe Ling Miao was bullied by those disgusting insects. He believed the enemy of his enemy was a friend, so he wanted to talk to Ling Miao. Trembling, she continued her story. Ling Miao had to flee, while she was captured by those vile creatures. Confused, he asked, since she was brought from the cliff to the cave by those insects, why didn't they devour her? Shaking, she guessed they might have taken her as an offering for their ruler. Hearing this, Lin Yuan was stunned, suspecting the insect king wanted her as his bride. But when she spoke of the past, her face filled with sorrow. This island used to be beautiful, where Man Yuan's family had lived since childhood. One day, those repulsive insects suddenly appeared and took over the island, digging up the land and destroying its life. Lin Yuan now understood why the area around the insect cave was so desolate and eerie. Man Yuan's parents and uncles fought to defend the island, venturing deep into the nest to challenge the insect king. Yet, her parents never returned. As she grew older, she joined the fight to protect the island while searching for the nest, hoping to see her parents again. Perhaps because traces of her parents' scent lingered on her, she was captured. After hearing her story, Lin Yuan comforted her, vowing she wouldn't have to fight alone anymore. He declared firmly that since she was now his sister, as her brother, he would help her fulfill her wish. Abyssal Island was also Lin Yuan's second home, and he wouldn't let those insects ruin it further. Fueled by hatred, he declared the insect king must be formidable to defeat Man Yuan's parents and slay other beasts. Xia resolved to evolve into a high-level beast over 100 meters tall to settle the blood debt with the insect king. From then on, Man Yuan warmly invited Lin Yuan to stay at her home. Every day, they hunted together, working hard to earn evolution points. Each time, Man Yuan would start pounding her chest and wailing, annoying Lin Yuan into grabbing a branch to complain. Though she no longer looked like two giant apes, she had to maintain a ladylike appearance, yet she still couldn't break the habit of chest pounding. Suddenly, Lin Yuan was startled by a roar coming from deep within the forest. Turning around, he saw two saber-toothed tigers, each 8 meters long and weighing 12 tons, with razor-sharp fangs, born predators. The two tigers crept closer, stealthy and slow, locking their sights on Man Yuan. This made Lin Yuan realize her chest-thumping roar could serve as bait. With a light step from behind, Lin Yuan crushed one tiger's hind leg, sending it crashing to the ground, leaving it defenseless. You two lechers kept me waiting outside for so long, yet you still haven't shown yourselves. No sooner had Lin Yuan spoken than his face twisted in anger, startling the two tigers into trembling and huddling together. Then, he clamped his jaws around one tiger's waist. While eating, Lin Yuan looked around and deduced this was Man Yuan's dwelling. After hearing this, Lin Yuan realized his reaction had been slow, since according to Man Yuan, all the nearby beasts had already been devoured by her. Lin Yuan felt deeply dissatisfied. If she was going to move, she should at least show some restraint and let other creatures survive. Suddenly, Man Yuan's face turned pale, and she stopped eating, as if she had choked on something. But Lin Yuan dared not touch her, for his massive hands were tipped with sharp claws. Just then, the little demon noticed watery marks appearing on her body. This was likely a side effect from maintaining her human form for too long. Seeing Lin Yuan looking confused, the little demon began to explain. In truth, shapeshifting forces massive demonic beasts to compress their demon core. This alone is extremely dangerous. Not to mention, those beasts have no idea how to control such energy. Thus, the longer they maintain human form, the more their life force over-releases, causing internal bleeding. The ape demon had maintained his human form for a full week, while Lin Yuan had only reverted to his beast form. The little demon shook her head, thinking this might be the end. But luckily, she was a powerful demon herself. Thanks to eating Lin Yuan's life fruit, she had managed to hold on for a week. If it were a weaker demon like Lin Yuan, they might not have lasted half a day. Hearing this, Lin Yuan anxiously asked how to save him. How much longer could the ape demon hold on? However, his current evolution points were nowhere near enough to modify the shape-shifting fruit. The little demon told Lin Yuan he needed to gather 100,000 evolution points as soon as possible. Lin Yuan's face twisted in pain. He was still short by 90,000 points and had no idea where to hunt for them. No matter how much he pleaded, it was useless. Even a host like him was beneath her notice, let alone the ape demon. So, Lin Yuan stepped out of the cave and activated his demon compass. He found the ape demon's territory completely barren, forcing him to turn to other areas. Fortunately, the compass revealed a promising glowing spot. It might be an incredibly powerful demon, one that could yield a massive number of evolution points. Still, Lin Yuan worried about the opponent's strength and whether he could handle it. But for now, his top priority was saving the ape demon. I remember in your past life, you always lived in fear, avoiding conflict and never daring to fight back. This life, Lin Yuan declared, he would give it his all. He urged the ape demon to hold on. Then he told the little demon to find a place to hide, promising to return and save her after rescuing the ape demon.
Not far from the cave, Lin Yuan encountered an ancient giant frog, measuring 1 meter in length, weighing 0.7 tons, dwelling deep in the forest with exceptional camouflage abilities. The moment it opened its eyes and saw Lin Yuan, it opened its mouth to swallow him whole. The reckless creature even tried to leap at him. But Lin Yuan punched it in the face and snapped.
This filthy toad thinks it can eat me?
Then, he swept the entire group of frogs off the tree trunk they clung to with his bare hands. Afterward, he began devouring them ravenously. Meanwhile, the system congratulated Lin Yuan for his first absorption of ancient giant frog eggs, awarding him 2,000 evolution points. He stood up and declared that to save all living beings, he would eat until he collapsed,
even if it meant drooling while swallowing them alive.
No sooner had he finished off the frogs than he spotted a 5-meter-long, venomous ancient giant cricket. By now, Lin Yuan no longer cared what it was. His mind was consumed by a single thought: eat, eat, eat. He was desperate to consume every creature he encountered, from a 3-meter-long scorpion with its sharp, venomous tail, even attacking before the system could finish its description. Lin Yuan had already swallowed a 1.5-meter-long giant dragonfly whole. Despite its incredible speed, it couldn't escape being devoured in one gulp. With blood streaming from his nose, Lin Yuan cursed in frustration.
Why do I keep running into such disgusting things?
Not to mention how badly it irritated him, making his nose bleed. Suddenly, a roar echoed from deep within the forest, and Lin Yuan immediately recognized it as a monster's cry. Unlike his previous worries, this time he felt relieved. No more frogs to eat. Lin Yuan rushed over to investigate. There, a pack of wolves was attacking their prey. The system identified them as spineback wolves, ranging from 10 to 30 meters in size and weighing 30 to 90 tons, extremely vicious. They were fierce and agile, with an incredible bite force, often tracking prey by scent. The spikes on their backs were both hard and razor-sharp.
Witnessing the scene, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. The spineback wolves were surrounding something.
It turned out they were attacking a 35-meter-long, 105-ton giant ape. A creature capable of forming a stable tripod stance using its hind legs and tail. This structure allowed it to stand firmly.
In a fit of rage, it swung its scythe-like claws, instantly knocking down a wolf.
As the wolf was sent flying, Lin Yuan suddenly lunged from the bushes and sank his teeth into it. The remaining wolves charged one after another, but were all repelled by the ape. Enjoying his meal while watching the battle, he flashed a pleased smile. The fiercer the fight, the better, saves me the trouble of lifting a finger. With its ferocious appearance and ability to take on 10 at once, calling it lazy would be unfair. It's downright industrious.
Just then, the system chimed a notification.
You have successfully devoured a razorback wolf, gaining 250 evolution points.
Before long, the battered ape grew exhausted, while the wolf pack continued their frenzied assault.
Suddenly, it reared up and violently shook off the wolves clinging to its body. Seeing the ape charge toward him, Lin Yuan pondered inwardly.
What's going on? Did this ape notice me?
He hoped to let nature take its course, but with its ferocity, there was no way to stand against it.
No more risks.
Already exhausted, the ape's steps grew heavier. Seizing the moment, he lashed his tail, startling it and sending it crashing to the ground. It hit the ground hard, skidding forward before coming to a stop. Lin Yuan immediately pinned it down and began leisurely feasting on his prey. He happily savored his meal, remarking, "This meat really is the best." Then, the system chimed again. You have successfully devoured an ape, gaining 500 evolution points.
After hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Evolution points this high? Amazing!" Just as Lin Yuan was tearing into the ape, the razorback wolves closed in.
They glared at him with furious eyes, baring their fangs and growling menacingly. Then, one wolf leapt forward, ready to strike while he was distracted by his meal. Sensing the intent, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with cunning. He feigned annoyance and glanced at the attacking wolf. You suddenly leap up and clamp your jaws around the charging wolf's neck. Ling Su bites down hard without expression, tearing the prey in half,
sending blood spraying everywhere.
Enraged, his eyes turn crimson as he whips his head around with a deafening roar.
How dare you interrupt my meal? This cannot be forgiven. The pack of thornback wolves isn't pushovers either.
After a few low growls, they all lunge at him. They attack one after another. And Ling Su lets out a furious roar. He grabs the wolf biting his neck and shoves it into his mouth, crushing it. Next, Ling Su swings his tail hard, knocking down another wolf and tearing it in two. Then he stomps on another thornback wolf, crushing it underfoot. Meanwhile, the little monkey on his shoulder trembles in fear as the wolves close in, facing their gaping jaws with desperate shrieks. When the pack attacks, he immediately shields the little monkey, taking all the hits.
Ling Su mutters in annoyance, "Such a tiny thing trying to take a hit for me." Too lazy to waste more energy, the spikes on his back begin crackling with electricity as he unleashes his full fury.
Ling Su's eyes suddenly flare with blinding light, and the wolves are instantly driven mad by the electric shock. After the jolt, the thornback wolves collapse like rain, twitching on the ground. The scent of charred fat fills the air. He leisurely devours them all. The remaining wolves, seeing their companions eaten, roar in fury and howl to the sky, calling for reinforcements to avenge them. Ling Su, cheeks bulging as he chews, remarks, "Oh, can't handle it alone? Calling for backup now?" He chuckles, "Not enough evolution points, huh? Well, they're just delivering themselves to me." His eyes suddenly turn bloodshot and ferocious as he turns to assess. Not bad planning. I'll give them some extra credit. Soon after, a massive and fierce thornback wolf leader appears, leading its pack to threaten him. Ling Su, still eating, senses their approach and evaluates. This one must be the pack leader. Should be worth more evolution points. Then, the system chimes in with a notification. Congratulations, you have successfully devoured Qingqing. Innate transformation points increased by 510. You continue pondering on the beast compass, is the brightest dot this guy? Seeing the creature halt, you calculate silently after it finishes. Forget it. Such a bright light probably means a tough nut to crack, hard to deal with. Lin Yuan mutters while focusing on his meal, thinking nothing beats the food in front of him. He'll settle scores after eating his fill. System notifications keep popping up. Annoyed by your indifference, the lead wolf grows displeased. This guy just won't stop eating. It leaps into the air at once, its sharp claws lunging straight at you. This unwarranted interference irritates you. I'm just trying to eat. Why bother me? It replies, good things should be shared. Unyielding, Lin Yuan instantly opens his gaping maw, startling the lead wolf. While it's still frozen in shock, you dart past and sink your teeth into another wolf behind you. Move aside, move aside. Don't get in the way of my meal. After feasting to your heart's content, you saunter off as the system chimes, ding. Congratulations, you have successfully devoured a thornback wolf. Heavenly transformation points increased by 210, plus an additional 250. The beast can only watch helplessly as you leave. Realizing it's been ignored, it gnashes its teeth in fury. Unforgivable. How dare you disregard me, the leader? Seeing Lin Yuan still engrossed in eating and drinking, it decides to take a risky gamble and attack. Just then, you suddenly stand up, beaming as you raise your hands in surrender. Finally, I've gathered enough 100,000 evolution points. The lead wolf can't stop in time and impales itself on the spikes on your back. Lin Yuan excitedly accepts the request. Alright, begin the modification analysis. Additionally, you decide to invest another 2,100 points to speed up the process. A system notification immediately pops up, modification analysis initiated. Current progress, 40%. Estimated completion time, 18 minutes. You watch quietly, concerned as the opponent struggles through the modification process, drenched in sweat. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke with excitement. 18 minutes, who knows if that pill can still hold out? Looking around, he saw nothing left to use. Hands on his hips, he scowled and roared in frustration. You idiots wasted my time. Then, Lin Yuan's mood suddenly shifted to excitement. His eyes gleamed as a new idea struck him. He turned to the alpha wolf, declaring coldly, looks like I'll have to use people to gain evolution points. The beast lunged at him, its sharp claws aimed straight for him. But before it could strike, Lin Yuan angrily grabbed it and lifted it off the ground. The beast thrashed in terror, limbs flailing as it let out pained howls. Facing his fierce expression, it realized it was trapped and could only whimper. Lin Yuan twisted his head and flung the wolf aside. Despite its injuries, the alpha wolf struggled to its feet. Panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Yet it refused to yield, letting out a defiant growl. Recalling how it had devoured its meal earlier, he seethed with anger. In this world of demonic beasts, it's all about territory and food. If you don't like it, fight. Fine. Ugh, I told you not to interrupt my meal. When the wolf lunged again, his massive hand slammed it down with a crushing blow. It was sent flying, crashing into the ground with such force that the earth shattered, kicking up a cloud of dust before finally stopping. Yet the alpha wolf still didn't fall. As the dust settled, its face, twisted with hatred, became clearly visible. To prevent any counterattack, Lin Yuan immediately gathered the essence of heaven and earth. When the energy reached its peak, his eyes blazed with dazzling light. His presence hit like a crushing force, terrifying the beast. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful beam of scorching energy. The force tore through the air, hurtling straight toward its target. The alpha wolf had no time to dodge. It was struck by the energy wave and exploded, sending shockwaves through the entire area. As the smoke cleared, the wolf's charred remains were revealed, not a single hair left. Yet at the same time, it underwent a transformation, becoming even more agile than before. Realizing its bare body had no fur for protection, it frantically searched for something to cover itself.
In agony, it howled to the sky, stirring a pang of pity among the onlooking subordinates. Dark Wolf immediately lunged forward fiercely to protect the pack leader.
Watching this, Ling Yang smirked.
"Oh, so you still want to help each other? Well, that just makes this a perfect feast for me." Sensing something was off, he looked around in confusion. But why was it howling non-stop? Just then, a golden-furred wolf in the distance, wielding a massive blade, silently observed everything.
Its brow furrowed, eyes gleaming with cold murderous intent.
It stood majestically atop a boulder.
The system immediately displayed a notification: War Tanuki Wolf, inheritor of the ancient Tanuki Wolf's power, measuring 50 meters in length and weighing 150 tons.
Seeing this, Ling Yang was stunned and quickly pointed at it.
Oh no, this wolf pack's leader is shameless, calling in backup like this.
And what are these newcomers supposed to be?
Everyone else comes empty-handed, but you show up with a whole group and a bunch of weapons. The War Tanuki Wolf's massive form commanded respect, and all the wolves bowed their heads in reverence. Witnessing this, Ling Yang gritted his teeth in frustration. This thing doesn't look like it belongs to the Thornback Wolf clan, and its size is just as monstrous as mine.
And what's with that giant blade on its back? Just for show?
At that moment, Manhwa lay weakly on his shoulder, her body straining with bulging veins from the transformation process. Noticing his protectiveness over the young girl, the creature began scheming.
But its gaze made Ling Yang uncomfortable. Why was it staring at that little girl? Was it some kind of pervert? The War Tanuki Wolf radiated a dazzling golden light as it charged forward. He thought to himself, finally, it's making its move.
It opened its jaws, filled with razor-sharp fangs, lunging straight for Manhwa.
Realizing its intent, he panicked. Oh no, it's going straight for the girl? Ling Yang immediately dodged left, avoiding the deadly bite, then sneered in anger. That old man carries such a huge blade on his back, yet all he does is use it for lucky draws? Suddenly, it slashed out with its sharp claws. Even though he saw it coming, he couldn't dodge in time. Ling Su leapt into the air, throwing a fierce strike at Ling Yuan's face. Seeing it land safely, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Was this thing faking an attack on his nose just to go for his eyes? No way, it actually knows how to feint. In a critical moment, he suddenly stopped, spun around, and used the momentum to leap into the air. It slashed out with its claws again. This time, it went straight for the unconscious little girl on its shoulder. Ling Yuan dodged while shielding the girl, realizing this wasn't a feint. It had seen right through his weakness. Any attack on his nose would distract him. Ugh, has this wolf turned into some kind of monster? He turned to glare at it, pondering a battle of wits against something so vicious. It lunged at him again, and he snapped, "You're nothing but a mangy mutt." Ling Yuan immediately whipped his tail with full force, knocking it to the ground. I am a human, noble and rightful. The master of this planet.
Next, he flicked a few bones at Ling Su with his tail. But the beast dodged swiftly, and the bones crashed into the rock wall behind it. He focused his energy, preparing to unleash a heat ray, and shouted, "Look over here, you fool." Hearing the commotion, it turned its head in panic. Having seen this move take down the wolf pack's leader before, it knew how dangerous it was. Ling Yuan opened his mouth and fired a heat beam at Ling Su. Recognizing the beam's trajectory, it leapt to the right to escape. Still, it couldn't fully dodge. The beam grazed its leg, drawing an enraged howl. He looked down at his opponent, grinning smugly. "Ha! Stupid wolf! We're even now." Just then, Ling Su suddenly kicked off a tree trunk, propelling itself into the air. He froze as its shadow loomed over him from above. Only then did the wolf open its jaws, gripping the blade on its back and pulling it free. Witnessing this, Ling Yuan broke out in a cold sweat and cried out in shock. This is bad. He really drew his blade. The monstrous beast carved several exquisite strokes in the air before lunging forward like lightning. Before he could react, a blade had already struck his shoulder. Seeing his attack land, Commander Ling became even more cautious, searching for an opening to deliver another strike. By now, Ling Yuan was covered in bloody wounds, and he snapped angrily. The blood is gushing out, and the cuts are this deep. And he's still swinging that blade. This is no joke. If I had to fight him barehanded, I wouldn't stand a chance. The thought of his opponent cleaving his skull without hesitation made him shout shamelessly, "How can bare hands fight a ravenous beast?" Panicked, he turned and bolted. What in the world is this nightmare? Since when do beasts wield 40-meter-long blades and chase people down? Rumor had it that all living things could mutate into monsters. The priest bathed in scorching lava, savoring the relaxing sensation. Suddenly, Ling Yuan remembered Manhwa was still on his shoulder, right? He was already a monster himself. He couldn't just run away because his opponent had a blade. He had to save Manhwa and buy time for her to revert. One-on-one, I can take this guy down. He lifted the little girl with both hands and said, "Manhwa,
You've become my weakness while on me, forcing me into a corner. Despite her fear, the little girl nodded to show she understood. Then, Ling Yuan placed her on a tree branch, instructing, climb up and wait there. I'll turn you back right away. He had no idea his opponent was already closing in. Taking advantage of his distraction, Commander Ling swung his blade in pursuit. In the distance, Manhwa was struggling to climb higher. Meanwhile, he gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength to uproot another tree. The moment he succeeded, Ling Yuan hurled the tree at his foe. Don't think only apes know how to use tools. Seeing the incoming object, Captain Ling quickly dodged to the side. Sensing the moment was right, he took a deep breath, focused his energy in his mouth, and unleashed his fierce breath technique with full force. Though Lin Yuan's attack hit its mark, the monster remained unscathed. Captain Ling immediately charged forward, executing a smooth roll. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "This is bad, its hide is way too thick. My fierce breath can't even pierce through it. No wonder it's marked as a fortress type. I get it, but why did it have to hit so hard? The pain in my mouth hasn't even faded yet." Lin Yuan thought to himself, this blade was far too sharp. That weapon was more dangerous than claws or fangs, he had to find a way to take it. He steeled himself, since things had come to this, he had to act now. He dashed into the billowing smoke and roared. "Take this, lonely six-strike combo. Think you can still hold onto that blade?" He unleashed the Ghost Dragon Dominance technique in rapid succession, but just then, the Alpha Wolf lunged at him with its jaws wide open. The pack of wolves clamped onto Lin Yuan's legs, preventing him from fighting back, which caught him off guard. In that instant, Captain Ling suddenly leaped high into the air. A gleaming blade flashed toward him. But he managed to dodge it just in time. Ugh, are these things even real? They actually know how to coordinate attacks. Dealing with one wolf, nimble as a monkey and gripping a blade, was trouble enough. But now, with the pack holding his legs, he was completely trapped. A blade pressed in from the front, while the alpha wolf lunged from behind. Realizing the dire situation, Ling Yuan seethed, "Ganging up on me, huh, kid? You've got no sense of honor at all." High above, a giant bird soared, its crimson eyes scanning the battlefield with cunning, as if searching for prey. It soon spotted someone hiding in the bushes and grinned slyly, "Finally found you." It immediately spread its wings and dove straight toward the girl, jaws agape. Hearing the commotion, the person in the bushes leaped aside in panic, causing the beast to miss and crash into the branches. The loud crash startled Lin Yuan, drawing his attention away. Why is this monster back again? That thing is dangerous. After missing its target, the monster angrily scanned the area before diving into the bushes to hunt for the girl. Seeing the girl in danger, he panicked and shouted, "That thing." At this life or death moment, Long Yuan thought to himself, "In my past life, I didn't even have a single friend, let alone someone willing to risk their life for me." Recalling the girl's face, fury burned within him. "I won't let anything happen to you." He immediately abandoned the fight and rushed toward the girl. Since he had promised, he would help her fulfill her wish no matter what. The military attendant relentlessly pursued him, swinging his blade. The blade sank deep into his massive frame, blood spraying everywhere. Long Yuan stared at the wound in shock, gritting his teeth in disbelief as the wolf pack leader continued tearing into him. Long Yuan staggered to his feet, his expression dark. Suddenly, the spikes on his back crackled with electricity, making the military attendant uneasy. His long blade got stuck, cold sweat dripping down his face. He hissed through clenched teeth, "Kid, you walked right into my trap." Long Yuan instantly countered with a feint from the extreme rage technique, unleashing an electric attack. "I deliberately left an opening to lure you in. As long as I avoid vital hits and organs, with my tough body, this blade of yours is nothing. After taking beatings for 17 years, I didn't learn nothing." Witnessing this, the wolf pack leader was terrified. It was impaled by Long Yuan's spikes and flung away, while the military attendant crashed into the bushes, kicking up dust. Long Yuan coldly locked eyes with the wolf pack leader, his gaze sharp. "After dealing with that blade, it's your turn next. Hand over your evolution points." Though it was terrified, it refused to yield. But he swiftly finished it off. Then, the system chimed. "Ding! You have successfully devoured the Thorn Wolf Leader. Evolution points plus 500. Devouring Thorn Wolf Leader, evolution points plus 490. Host has spent 1000 evolution points. Analysis progress, 67%. After spending 1000 evolution points, this value has risen to 89%. Witnessing his reckless actions, Commander Ling Su could only tremble in silence. Immediately after, the system notified him that the solidified fruit analysis was complete and asked if he wanted to claim it. Excited, he replied, "Yes." In an instant, a small green mushroom appeared in his hand. After obtaining the item, Ling Yuan immediately tossed the mushroom toward Man Yuan and urged, "Sis, eat it quickly."
Just as the mushroom flew toward her, the monstrous bird parted the leaves, its eyes gleaming as it spotted its target.
Hee, there you are.
Man Yuan swiftly grabbed the mushroom. She hastily devoured it in big bites. The creature opened its two large mouths and let out a piercing shriek, startling her into a crouch. Seeing this, Lin Yuan shouted urgently, "Hurry, transform!
Use the method I taught you earlier, transform now." Hearing the reminder, Man Yuan snapped out of it, her eyes widening. She pushed down her fear and gritted her teeth, reaching out her hand. Seeing her seemingly fragile movement, the monstrous bird sneered. Suddenly, Man Yuan enlarged her palm and delivered a powerful chop, flipping the creature over before sending it flying. As the dust settled, she had already transformed into a massive gorilla, clenching her fists and pounding her chest repeatedly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan endured excruciating pain from the system's healing process, letting out a cry of agony. Lin Yuan's rebirth as a monster continued to unfold. After Long Gu defeated the sick wolf, he exchanged points for a fruit and handed it to Sis. After consuming the fruit, she gradually evolved into a mighty form. With hands as sturdy as a Vajra guardian, she struck the monstrous bird with a single blow, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. Man Yuan, having regained her powerful form, was overjoyed. She shouted as if announcing to the whole world, "I'm back. Yes. I'm back." However, this joy was short-lived, as Long Gu proposed an idea: the enemy of our enemy is a friend. So, should we go talk to that monstrous bird? After hearing this, she responded, "Wait, does Long Gu mean we should ally with it? Alright, I'll go talk to it for you." Man Yuan agreed readily, spreading her arms and leaping forward. She leaps forward with a sudden burst, charging straight at the monstrous bird. With a thunderous flying kick, she strikes at her opponent's already weakened body. The creature widens its eyes and lets out a pained shriek. For the barbarian clan, making friends means using your fists. As she lands a flurry of heavy punches, she roars, "Say it! Do you want to be our ally? Say it now, or I'll make you regret it." The relentless assault leaves the monster helpless, unable to fight back. Seeing that the opponent was still stubborn, the barbarian jumped up and delivered a powerful blow. Another way to make friends, by kicking them into the sky. Enraged, she pounds the creature with all four arms, snarling furiously. By chance, she notices scattered wooden logs on the ground. And an amusing idea suddenly strikes her. She picks up a log, ready to demonstrate her firewood friendship technique. Taking aim with full force, she hurls the log at the flying bird. The monster glances back in terror. Seeing the log hurtling toward it, it hastily lands, wailing, "This is bad. Idiot. Who makes friends like this?" From Long Ge's side, it seems the bird just muttered something like jerk. His face shows indifference, accompanied by a resigned sigh. Studying his opponent, he muses, "Wolves now use knives. Apes wield clubs, and crows even know how to curse. Nothing surprises me anymore. What in the world is this place I've ended up in?" His opponent still stands menacingly before him. Fine, let the foul-mouthed bird be the barbarian's problem. I need to focus on dealing with this one in front of me. Strangely, the wolf suddenly freezes in place, motionless. Huh? Why is it just standing there like that? It doesn't seem interested in attacking at all. Did it get stunned seeing a tiny human turn into an ape? Thinking this, Long Gu smirks triumphantly. Now I've got backup, while you've lost your weapon. If you know what's good for you, retreat now. Hey, don't forget our fight isn't over yet. Do you still want to keep fighting? The joy that had just bloomed was snuffed out in an instant when the jackal suddenly bared its sharp fangs, lunging forward and leaping high toward Long Gu. Did I say something wrong? Why did you suddenly get so worked up like a rooster? What was bound to happen has come. He was struck by his opponent, blood spraying everywhere, and fell flat on his back. And despite fighting for so long, his opponent's strength and speed remained unwavering. He silently stared at the blade lodged in his body. That thing was after this very blade. I risked everything to get this weapon. How could I let you take it so easily? A sense of unease washed over him as his body began to lose control, his heartbeat quickening. Ugh, with a body this big, losing a little blood is making me like this? Could it be from excessive blood loss? Just then, his massive tail lashed out, striking the jackal and sending it crashing to the ground. Both he and the little girl stared in shock at what had just happened. Suddenly, the monstrous bird swooped down from the sky, its talons aimed straight for the girl, catching her off guard. The little girl immediately countered with a flurry of punches. Seeing this, Long Gu shouted angrily in concern. Forget about me, kid. When fighting, focus on your own opponent. That bird is cunning and can fly. If this keeps up, you'll be at a disadvantage. His gaze shifted worriedly to the blade. Though he was strong now, with the blade stuck in his chest, if he kept fighting. No, I have to end this fight, take out one enemy first. Just then, the enemy had already closed in behind him.
The jackal immediately clamped its jaws around the hilt, trying to pull it out. He realized things were about to take a turn for the worse.
This is bad.
Seeing this, the little girl stopped fighting the bird and shouted anxiously.
Long Gu!
She tried to rush over to help, but the bird wasn't about to let her go so easily. Seizing the opening, the bird's sharp talons.
It struck true, sending her crashing to the ground.
Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Long Gu and Lang Lang raged on.
Neither willing to back down. Long Gu was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat.
Why are you sticking so close to my back?
What kind of tactic is this? Suddenly, the spikes on his back crackled with electricity,
forcing his opponent to freeze in place. The terrifying energy compelled Lang Lang to leap away from him. Long Gu scoffed, his gaze locking onto his retreating enemy.
Good, you should be scared, little wolf pup.
Next, he opened his mouth wide, gathering a massive surge of energy to unleash. Too late for regrets, you've already fallen into my trap. Look clearly, my target is. He shifted his gaze to the monstrous bird.
You.
The creature remained oblivious as danger closed in. Long Gu instantly unleashed a furious blast of power, striking it head-on. The extraordinary energy overwhelmed it, drawing a pained shriek.
Why does it always have to be me?
Long Gu panted heavily, soaked in sweat.
This is unexpected.
The once bullied weakling had now, through sheer understanding, defeated 2 opponents on his own.
At this moment, he was completely drained, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiaoyu, it's up to you now.
With a furious roar, Lang Lang lunged at him. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu leapt forward, swinging her fists down in a devastating strike. The direct hit sent him reeling, blood spraying as he crashed to the ground in agony. Lang Lang immediately soared into the air, letting out a thunderous roar before landing, his eyes cold with resentment. He clawed at the ground, sending debris flying, then lunged to bite Xiaoyu's leg, drawing blood, but her expression remained resolute. With a powerful slam of her fists, she shook the earth, leaving Lang Lang with no escape. Quick to react, he was sent flying but managed to grab a tree to steady himself. His sharp gaze locked onto her. Xiaoyu threw a punch straight at his face, expecting. The target was hit, but it grabbed hold and bit down hard. She realized the opponent's strength was terrifyingly overwhelming. As for Long Gu, he felt proud that his little sister had saved him at a critical moment. But this wolf was far too powerful, his sister alone couldn't subdue it. The battle raged fiercely, evenly matched, with neither side willing to back down. Long Gu suddenly noticed all their companions had retreated, yet this wolf feigned retreat only to press forward, clearly cunning and unpredictable. At that moment, his sister mustered all her strength to push the wolf away, despite the bleeding wound on her arm.
Yet it seized the opportunity and didn't linger with its old foe.
It suddenly shifted its target, lunging straight for Long Gu.
This was bad. It was already pouncing.
It had tricked them, focusing its attacks on his sister. It waited for me to show an opening before striking, catching me off guard. Just as Long Gu and the wolf were about to collide, his sister charged forward, grabbed the wolf's tail, spun it around several times, and flung it with all her might. It crashed heavily into an ancient tree, shaking the ground and sending leaves raining down. Long Gu was puzzled. Why was this wolf, clearly badly injured and outnumbered, still fighting so desperately? He finally understood. It was the blade. That was what had made it so easy for me to get hurt. There had to be something suspicious about it. It wanted the blade back. He watched the wolf's every move closely but couldn't figure out its origins, while his sister was struggling in her fight against it. As the fierce battle between his sister and the wolf raged on, Long Gu realized they couldn't delay any longer and shouted, "Stop!
Enough!"
Long Gu switched to a gentler tone to negotiate with the wolf, but his sister still insisted on defeating it.
To convince her, he presented a compelling argument. This wolf isn't trying to take our territory or steal our food. Why must we fight to the death? His sister found his reasoning sound and quickly agreed. It must have been the effects of the transformation fruit. The wolf had already understood his intentions. He then offered a reasonable explanation. I see this blade is important to you, so I intend to return it. From now on, we'll steer clear of each other's paths. The wolf's expression gradually softened, his gaze turning gentle as he looked at the dragon descendant. He told the savage ape to pull the blade from his body. Her face remained expressionless, though she seemed displeased with the request. She still yanked the knife out without hesitation. The moment the blade was removed, the pain vanished only to surge through the dragon descendant's entire body. He cried out in agony. Blood sprayed everywhere, and he couldn't help but think the savage ape had meant to finish him off. Amid the excruciating pain, a commanding wolf's howl suddenly echoed, shaking the entire space. Both turned their heads in unison, their faces filled with shock. Before they could react, the next moment unfolded. The wolf began licking dry soil and pressing it onto his still bleeding wound. Watching this, the dragon descendant realized that applying clean soil to the wound was the most effective way to stop the bleeding. He was certain this wolf had interacted with humans before. He instructed the savage ape to grab a handful of soil and press it firmly onto his wound. Before acting, he trusted the wolf would honor their agreement. The savage ape pulled the blade from the dragon descendant's body and forcefully tossed it to the ground beside the wolf. Then, it picked up the weapon in its mouth and slowly walked away. High in the branches of an ancient tree, a girl had witnessed everything from start to finish. She was Ayuan. Lazily perched on a branch, she thought to herself, if I can't get the savage ape's ancient spirit core, then I'll just take this man's for now. The forest's clamor gradually settled into silence. Long Yuan lay on the ground, his body covered in wounds. The savage ape asked with concern, Brother Long, are you alright? Gasping for breath, Long Yuan replied with difficulty, how could I be? Look at my stomach. The savage ape quickly grabbed a handful of soil, but it was mixed with roots. After examining it, she suggested, then hurry and press some soil onto your stomach. Seeing the dirt, Long Yuan groaned inwardly, the soil you just put on my back wasn't like this, was it? He frantically waved his hands in refusal. Desperately, he blurted out, no, I mean I'm starving to death. Just find me something to eat to regain my strength. His words worked. The savage ape immediately ran off, saying, alright, brother, wait here. I'll go find food. Only then did Lin Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally free from that awkward situation of having to pile dirt on myself. Around them, several thorn-covered wolves lounged lazily near the newly lit blue bonfire. The barbarian tribesmen, holding a freshly hunted river deer, prepared to skewer it for roasting, muttering seriously to themselves, only grilled skewers taste right. Though unsure if the thorn wolf was truly dead, under her tight grip, its eyes rolled back in terror. Long Yuan sighed, covering his face with his hand, this is bad. What a waste, this thing wasn't even fully dead before getting skewered and roasted. Flames leapt up as the two skewered prey began to cook. The barbarian tribesmen kept flipping the skewers in their hands. Seeing this, Long Yuan hurriedly warned, the meat just went on, don't flip it yet. Let the fire cook it a little longer. He repeated himself. The barbarian's clumsy grilling infuriated the farmer, who kept complaining, idiots, who flips meat like that? The monk pressed down hard on the entire grill. After some fussing, the barbarian tribesman raised the skewer, grinning proudly, time to dig in. But before he could take a bite, his hand was licked by the flames. Watching the barbarian scramble to put out the fire, Long Yuan could only sigh, the fire, it's burning. Who told you to stick your hand in the fire? If it doesn't burn your hand, who should it burn? The painstakingly grilled skewers fell to the ground again. When Long Yuan finally tasted it, he frowned, the flavor was terrible, and he kept complaining as he ate. Teaching these clumsy fools is more trouble than just doing it myself. If it weren't for the evolution points, I wouldn't touch this stuff. Right after finishing the meal, the system sent a notification. This meat is black, bitter, and covered in dirt. Meanwhile, the wild man devoured his food like a starving beast, snot dripping down, making Long Yuan sigh in disbelief. His appetite is as vast as a lake, no ordinary person could match it. The system didn't keep him waiting and displayed new information. Long Yuan focused on the control interface. Detected severe damage to the host's body. Automatically deducting evolution points to heal wounds. After multiple deductions of evolution points, Long Yuan's wounds completely vanished. With a hint of hope, he lowered his head to examine his body. My devour skill is just amazing. The wounds are gradually healing. As he tore into the flesh, Lin Yuan recalled the fierce monster forms he knew. Yet compared to reality, that dream still felt impossibly distant. Leaving him to sigh inwardly. Who would have thought that once a living being turned into a demonic beast, they could instantly gain a devastating breath attack, transform into a flood dragon, and effortlessly crush everything? And rule the world from then on. The gap between hope and reality was just too vast, especially since the path to ultimate power remained so long. He had no choice but to face countless enemies, most of whom were far stronger than him. And then he ran into those spirit birds. Those cursed all soldiers, just a few of them, managed to beat him so badly. According to the little girl's account, her parents had joined forces with other powerful demonic beasts to fight the corrupted corpse king, yet they still couldn't escape their fate. But he still gained nothing from it. The difference between them was just too great. As Lin Yuan chewed the flesh, he watched the ape-man, calculating silently. It seemed he had to keep tearing and growing, devouring madly every day to accumulate more evolution points. After eating the life fruit, the little girl's strength had grown significantly. If the system rewarded him again in the future, he'd share some with her. After all, having an ally was safer than fighting alone. A thought flashed through Lin Yuan's mind, and he immediately turned to ask his companion. Little one, where did that monster bird you fought earlier fall after my devastating breath hit it? The ape-man raised his hand and pointed to the right in response. Oh, it fell over there. After getting the answer, Lin Yuan rushed over. Excitedly, he shouted, "It's been quiet for so long, maybe it's dead. Perfect for roasted lunch. If the owl soldier won't eat it, I can't let it go to waste. I wonder how many evolution points I'll get from one bite. Could it trigger a new devastating skill?" You ignored the ape-man standing nearby, staring blankly. However, as the two approached the spot where the monster had fallen, the ground was empty, it had vanished without a trace. Lin Yuan was extremely frustrated that his plan to collect evolution points had failed. But something still felt off. Why was there nothing left behind? If it wasn't dead, there was only one possibility. It had tried to escape but was still spotted by us. Meanwhile, the ape-man continued eating as if nothing had happened. It chewed while speaking. It was already gone by the time you started looking. Just as the monster's whereabouts remained a mystery, Xiao Kuan suddenly appeared, prompting Lin Yuan to speak up. Xiao Kuan, how did you show up?" Seeing Lin Yuan talking to himself, the ape-man eating nearby couldn't help but find it odd. After glancing around, Xiao Kuan whispered a warning. "Shu, there's a trace of a violent monster's power here." Hearing this, Lin Yuan blurted out in surprise. "What? Could the monster have already taken human form?" After thinking it over, he found the idea of the monster turning into a human unusual. Lin Yuan figured the only one capable of such a thing was Xiao Kuan. So he immediately turned to question him. Shifting into a small person and slipping away unnoticed would be an effective escape. But the transformation process would require your shape-shifting fruit. Xiao Kuan hastily defended himself, insisting it had nothing to do with him. "I'm a professional, why would I care about that ugly bird demon?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan scoffed. "Professional? I think you're just focused on harming your host." Xiao Kuan didn't respond, just pretended not to know and looked away. Soon, Xiao Kuan changed the subject, bringing up old memories. However, it didn't dwell on the monster's transformation, instead noticing something entirely different. "Do you remember the first time you fought it? It absorbed the essence core from Yi Long's body, transforming into a man to heal its wounds." Long Yuan still didn't quite understand and asked in return, "I remember, but what does this have to do with anything?" Xiao Kuan explained and firmly stated that demonic beasts transforming into human form always have deeper reasons. "I once mentioned that the fruit core transformation is when a demonic beast's primordial life essence condenses into a refined core. In other words, when a demonic beast consumes a refined core to heal, it's just like how you just ate that beast's flesh to recover. In principle, the two are exactly the same." After hearing this, Lin Yuan blurted out in shock, "What?" Meanwhile, Man Yuan just sat aside, watching Lin Yuan mutter to himself for ages, completely clueless about what was happening. She thought to herself, maybe Longgo got hit too hard by those wolf soldiers and started talking to himself. After calming down from his shock, Lin Yuan sat down and asked Xiao Kuan if demonic beasts could heal this way. Could they also use this method to raise their cultivation? Xiao Kuan replied, "This is still uncertain. You should find a chance to take it down. Afterward, I'll analyze it, maybe we can uncover the mystery." Hearing this, Lin Yuan started feeling uneasy. That beast survived 2 of my violent breath attacks and still didn't die. If we meet again, who knows who'll come out on top? However, since the danger was to the host and not itself, Xiao Kuan didn't seem too concerned. While peering through a microscope, it casually said, "Actually, we don't need the whole beast, just a small piece of its skin will do. I'll slice it thin for research. I'm sure we'll have results soon." Lin Yuan had always valued his life highly. He leisurely sat eating, waving off Xiao Kuan's suggestion. "You go ahead. I don't have time for that. I've already decided I'll return to my territory and keep raising my cultivation until I'm unstoppable before going out again." Done arguing with Xiao Kuan, Lin Yuan stood up and gestured to Man Yuan, then called out to Yang Mia and Yuan, "Let's go. Back to my place. Besides, at Yuan's place, all the wild beast's meat has been eaten anyway. If we go back, Yuan will just go hungry, right?" Hearing this, Man Yuan looked skeptical and asked, "Does your place really have that much food?" Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "Of course." But inwardly, he was calculating how to bring Yuan back with him. There will definitely be a lot of interesting things happening when we get back. I can't wait to see the expressions on those monsters' faces. The same ones who were so happy to see me leave, when they see I've brought back such a glutton. A week passed. In the cave, Lin Yuan just woke up, stretching and yawning lazily. For Lin Yuan, once he falls asleep, he must wake up naturally. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, he saw Man Yuan working diligently, having already gathered a neatly arranged pile of thornback wolves. Not only that, but there were also a few crocodiles. Looking to the side, Xiao Guozi had already finished gathering firewood without him noticing. Lin Yuan happily praised, "Oh, well done, our little ape. You've already finished gathering wild vegetables so quickly. Xiao Guozi, you're such a good boy." The firewood is stacked more neatly than ever.
However, before he could finish praising, Lin Yuan quickly pointed at the sign hanging above the cave. Seeing two venomous spiders perched there, he sighed and shouted, "How many times have I told you not to bring these venomous spiders back?" Next was a scene of Long Cha patiently instructing the young ape.
While listening to Lin Yuan's guidance, Man Yuan carefully took notes to learn.
Though our demonic beast physiques can handle a little venomous spider, the taste is just too awful to swallow. After taking down 4 thornback wolves, the ape started a fire to roast the meat. Lin Yuan, just waking up, saw the food already prepared. He sat there eagerly waiting, feeling how pleasant life here was.
Let's begin. While waiting for the meat to cook, Lin Yuan imagined the ape rubbing wood to make fire. Should I teach it the fire drill method? That way, I won't have to do anything. All I'd need to do is open my mouth to eat, move my fingers a bit, and even lying still would make me stronger. Every day could be this relaxed. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers to summon the system. System, I want to sign the contract. As soon as he spoke, the system quickly responded. The contract location was the dense forest of Proud Ridge on Abyssal Island, and the reward was an A-rank skill, Ghost Dragon Battle Roar. With this skill, the user's roar could inject fighting spirit into allies while striking fear into enemies. Their movements would suddenly become sluggish among the many demonic beasts on the island. In this world, the abyssal beasts have always held the top positions. When the system sent this notification, Ling Yuan was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. After countless efforts, he finally saw results. Overwhelmed with emotion, he exclaimed, "This is amazing." After 20 days of signing the contract, results were finally coming. "Father, your child has succeeded." Xiao Koan excitedly set off fireworks to celebrate the contractor's success in signing a new abyssal beast on Abyssal Island after over a month. The moment he heard the words "big gift," Ling Yuan couldn't contain his excitement. Everything had gone smoothly since morning. Ling Yuan excitedly shouted, "What's the gift? What is it? Could it be even more powerful than a high-tier skill?" Xiao Koan smirked, looking mysterious as it laughed, "Ha ha." Feng Koan was ready to provide the new contractor with their support gift. "It's not just a skill, there's even more." The system screen immediately displayed 3,000 evolution points, along with a map and a shop. Xiao Koan continued loudly. After signing the contract for a full month, the B-Lord would unlock key auxiliary features in the system, like the shop and map. The rewards were so generous that Ling Yuan couldn't hold back his joy. His eyes gleamed as he urged, "Use them. Open the shop now. It seems leaving the beginner's village means you have to act fast. Hurry, open the shop. Let me see what's inside." A radiant blue beam of light pierced through the interior of Ling Yuan's cave. But now, he was so shocked that he stood there speechless. It turned out the shop Xiao Koan mentioned was inside its mouth. Ling Yuan stood dumbfounded, staring at the 3 items, slightly stunned. The shop's interface was actually inside its mouth. As long as there's a shop, the location doesn't matter. Ling Yuan could only chuckle wryly before saying, "Let me see what good stuff there is." Indeed, the Taiji Phoenix Wheel Eye and the Great Golden Armor. First up is the Lightning Tribulation Fruit. This item is called the Lightning Tribulation Fruit, originating from the world of Pirate King. Its name alone is enough to make anyone's blood boil. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if he used this, he'd look incredibly cool. He immediately exclaimed, "Wow! This is amazing! It lets you transform your body into lightning power. Not only can you release high-voltage currents, but you can also move at lightning speed, perfectly compensating for a giant monster's sluggishness. Though his movements might be a bit clumsy." Next is the Taiji Phoenix Wheel Eye. This item is called the Taiji Phoenix Wheel Eye, hailing from the Phantom World. Lin Yuan imagined his image carved into a cliffside and excitedly sighed, "This is even cooler." This treasure not only lets you observe everything clearly but also reveals an enemy's weaknesses. Its power is truly astonishing. Finally, the Great Golden Armor, a product from the world of Great Golden Hero. And this gear made Lin Yuan so obsessed his eyes turned into hearts. He thought to himself, if he wore this armor into battle, he'd look incredibly imposing. Just imagining it made him so excited he couldn't hold back, shouting, "I need this too. Isn't this basically the Great Golden Hero version of a Big Brother mech? Mechs are every man's dream." Despite his excitement, Ling Yuan calmly assessed his abilities. He hesitated and asked, "With so many great things, how can someone with only 3,000 evolution points like me afford any of them? Wait, the total price is over 1 billion? Before the host could respond, Xiaohan immediately displayed the prices on the control panel: Lightning Tribulation Fruit, 500 million points, Taiji Phoenix Wheel Eye, 200 million points, and the Mechanical Armor, 100 million evolution points. Seeing the astronomical prices, Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This can't be that expensive, right? Gone 10 billion evolution points just like that. Xiaohan, are you robbing me?
Upon hearing this, Xiaohan quickly explained to calm the host, saying these were already the most reasonable prices, as these items came from the cosmic balance.
The transportation costs alone are astronomical. If you think it's too expensive, you can click the options beside.
Yes, the price will be adjusted back to the initial starting level. Setting aside those luxury items for now, Ling Yuan began operating the system screen.
As he swiped, he marveled, so this is how it works? Pretty advanced. Hearing the praise, the little rascal couldn't help but look smug.
Of course. The Chaos Pool is a product of cutting-edge technology, after all. Just then, 3 more items appeared on the screen: a titanium alloy powder container priced at 50 million points, a 5-dimensional electronic upgrader priced at 20 million evolution coins.
And lastly, a lower-tier magnetic field protector priced at 10 million points, which made Ling Yuan exclaim, "Are all items in the universe this ridiculously expensive?" Though every item was outrageously priced, Ling Yuan refused to leave empty-handed.
He frantically sped up his swiping, continuing his search. Grumbling as he looked, he complained that after all this time, he hadn't found a single item under 100,000 points.
This is clearly a dig at how broke I am. What's the big deal? With a noble bloodline, I'll live for ages. It's just a few billion evolution coins, I'll gather them eventually. But by then, I might have already turned into a kilometer-tall monstrous beast. These things would be useless even if they were given to me. Isn't there anything affordable here? Ling Yuan's frustration grew, and he roared about leaving the shop, while the little rascal desperately tried to stop him. Don't leave yet. The host can actually use the custom search function to look for items under 1 million points.
Hearing there were cheaper options, Ling Yuan immediately changed his mind.
He turned around and asked loudly, "Can I customize my search? Why didn't you tell me to try that sooner?" A few minutes later, just as the little rascal promised, a cheap item appeared, making Ling Yuan overjoyed.
Ah! This finally, something under 10 million points. It was a specialized flavor-adjusting lighter, priced at just 1,000 evolution coins.
Though the price was reasonable, Ling Yuan still seemed a little unsatisfied. Adjusting flavor is fine, I guess. A mighty beast like me can't leave empty-handed.
After confirming the purchase, the system immediately notified Ling Yuan that 1,000 points had been deducted for the flavor adjuster, congratulating him on a successful transaction.
With just a small nod, he took a tiny step forward, yet gained a massive reward.
The item dropped to the ground, but its surface was damp.
According to the system's explanation.
So this is a custom-made product of 3D printing technology from this era. Ling Yuan stared at it in horror and cried out, "Ugh, that's disgusting.
Can't it be cleaner?"
Though he found it extremely unsanitary, he had no choice but to pick it up and shake off the water, looking helpless. The spiny-backed wolf meat roasting on the stove was now fully cooked,
filling the air with an irresistible aroma.
Ling Yuan greedily inhaled the scent, looking satisfied. That's the stuff.
Mantu and the little one's eyes lit up,
their mouths watering uncontrollably because it smelled so good. He added, "If we had a few cans of soda to go with it, eating skewers while drinking would be perfect." Once the meat was ready, everyone found a corner to start enjoying it. As he chewed, Ling Yuan explained to the little one, "This is how the system shop works.
Anyway, we can't afford much right now. Little one, let's check the map."
The little one immediately opened the map, pointing at locations while explaining the map system in detail.
Actually, it was because the little one had used scientific methods
to perform a large-scale panoramic scan of Abyssal Island. However, since Abyssal Island is vast and its terrain complex, only the contracted master's area
can display specific terrain details. After observing for a while, Ling Yuan understood the issue and replied, "Ah,
fog of war, those bright spots on the map.
I get it.
But Abyssal Island is really huge. At my speed of 20 kilometers per hour, I can only uncover a small part of it." He focused on a specific point on the map. Ling Yuan zoomed in, the map could be enlarged further.
"Let me see. Wait, what's this desolate place in the west? It looks a bit creepy."
Upon closer inspection, there were similar gray patches in Mantu and the monster's territories. The little one pointed at the spot with a small stick and explained, "These are dead zones, places where swarms of decaying worms once passed through. As the contractor, you must have noticed the sky is gloomy, the land is barren, and plants and animals have withered away. Everything is dull as ashes." The little one's explanation made Ling Yuan realize how troublesome those vile worms were. Ugh, those bastards are expanding their territory non-stop.
Damn it! We have to stop them as soon as possible. According to the map signal, we need to clear out all these bugs. Xiao Jun excitedly continued pointing at the map. "Xiao Nian, fly up there. Swallow them all with your mouth, and light up the map with your steps. Once the map is lit, you'll become the Vice Lord of Abyssal Isle." After hearing this, Lin Yuan walked over and asked curiously, "Is there a reward for lighting up the map?" He adjusted the size of the areas on the map and added, "Becoming the Lord of Abyssal Isle?" I couldn't care less. His gaze shifted to the barbarian kid eating heartily, which reminded Lin Yuan of the peaceful moments he shared with his family. What I truly want is to defeat the corrupt Worm King in the center, avenge the parents of the barbarian kid, and restore Abyssal Isle to its former tranquility and beauty. Feeling someone's gaze, the barbarian kid turned around. When Lin Yuan placed his hand on the kid's forehead, the child froze for a moment. Seeing how happily the barbarian kid was eating, Lin Yuan finally made up his mind. As for the throne of Abyssal Isle, let the barbarian kid have it. Lin Yuan whispered excitedly, startling the kid. Becoming the Monster King is my real dream. Though it seems your barbarian kid is still too naive. Still holding his skewer, the barbarian kid asked loudly in confusion, "What's this about being the Lord of Abyssal Isle or the Monster King? Is it tastier than grilled meat?" This question made Lin Yuan choke on the water he was drinking, thinking to himself that the kid really knew how to enjoy life. The Lord of Abyssal Isle or the Monster King are just empty titles. Nothing beats a full stomach, right? Let's drop the subject. Lin Yuan patted the barbarian kid's shoulder and smiled. It's nothing. Come on, let's keep eating. Just as he was holding the meat, a blue liquid suddenly dripped from above, landing right beside the barbarian kid and splashing onto his hand and food. The barbarian kid, still unaware of what it was, leaned in to sniff it. What's this? That's Long Ji's new seasoning. The barbarian kid looked at his hand and grimaced, spitting in disgust. Ugh, that's gross. W8, isn't this waste? No sooner had the words been spoken than a mocking voice rang out from above, carried by 3 circling flying dragons. How's the smell of my droppings? Enraged, Roundball immediately tossed aside the meat and leapt into the air. If they wanted to play, he wouldn't back down. It had to be admitted Roundball's jumping power was astonishing. Despite the flying dragon's altitude, he nearly caught them. But he'd celebrated too soon. The flying dragons swiftly tucked in their legs, leaving Roundball grasping at empty air. Though they'd escaped, the entire flock was left trembling in fear. Only when they saw Roundball plummeting did they finally relax, convinced they were safe as long as they stayed high in the sky. Though he fell suddenly, Roundball luckily kept his balance and adjusted his posture just in time to land on his feet. His antics made Lin Yuan pause his meal and turn to watch. Frustrated at failing to bring them down, Roundball dashed toward the largest boulder instead. Observing Roundball, Lin Yuan immediately guessed his intent. Hey, you reckless fool, don't tell me you're planning to lift that rock and hurl it at them? Watching Roundball strain to lift the massive stone, Lin Yuan was left stunned. Wait, aren't those rocks usually for sharpening claws? Since when did you get guard dog traits? Not wanting his Roundball to take matters into his own paws, Lin Yuan cleared his throat and said, "Perfect time to test my new skill." Then, he let out a mighty roar, unleashing a wave of intimidating pressure. The move worked, it shook the entire flock of flying dragons, leaving them trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yuan cheered in excitement. Scared them out of their wits, didn't I? The effect is outstanding. Despite the vast distance between the ground and the flying dragons, Lin Yuan continued channeling his heat ray skill. A blue beam shot upward, striking the flock and sending them reeling. After the attack, the 3 flying dragons were left smoking, plummeting straight to the ground. Once the cleanup was done, Lin Yuan turned to Roundball and mused, "Roundball, you're the one I've chosen to be the king of Abyssal Island. If you can't even handle a few flying dragons, what's the plan?" It seemed that while he could grow stronger just by eating, he'd still need a specialized training regimen to boost Roundball's abilities. Finally, Lin Yuan announced intermittently, "Little sister. Starting tomorrow, we will begin training. I will train you to become a woman just like the queen." It wasn't clear if the wild ape understood, but it raised its hand, took a bite, and asked foolishly, "Train for what? Is it tastier than skewers?" Lin Yuan propped his foot on a rock and started planning the first monster training session, recalling, what were the PE exam events again? There was pull-ups, a 1-kilometer run, a 0-meter dash, what else? Then, he listed the events on the rock, including endurance training with 1,000 pull-ups, a 100-kilometer run, a 0-meter dash, and slope resistance training. He decided to simplify it, just these 3 for now, combining them into a Grandmaster-level monster training. Lin Yuan pointed at the rock and announced to the wild ape, "Little ape. Starting today, I will put you through level 3 monster training over a week, helping you grow stronger and become the king of the Abyssal Island." Meanwhile, the ape scratched its head curiously while holding a skewer. What does growing stronger mean? Is it better than grilled skewers? He immediately explained, growing stronger means you can punch those weird birds. Kicking them would hurt too much. The wild ape seemed uninterested, lounging lazily while enjoying its skewer. I don't care. They won't steal my food, so why fight them? Seeing this reaction, Ling Yuan quickly devised a plan. I knew it. I can't use ordinary methods on this gluttonous fool. The seasoning I bought was for this exact moment. I used to be a culinary genius. My starving neighbors can vouch for that. After finalizing the plan, Ling Yuan said, "Little ape, if you follow my instructions and complete each task, I'll reward you with a giant, world-class gourmet skewer with special seasoning." The wild ape's eyes lit up. After seeing the seasoning jar, it jumped up excitedly, pounding its chest. I see. I want special training. Special training is the best. Ling Yuan sighed helplessly, thinking, a glutton's world is so simple. This situation feels oddly familiar. I swear I've seen it somewhere before. But I'm not the same person I was back then. Long Yuan began the first special training exercise, 1000 pull-ups. The requirements for this move are actually very basic. Jump up, grab the horizontal bar, and pull yourself up. Next, let me demonstrate for you. He bent his knees, gathering strength, ready to go. However, his hands couldn't reach the bar above no matter how he tried. Long Yuan hesitated for a moment, then stood on his tiptoes to grab the bar. All right, my arms are too short. Suddenly, he leaped with all his might. But this won't stop me. Long Yuan jumped fiercely, biting down hard on the branch with his teeth to keep from falling, then continued instructing the wild man. Long Yuan muttered something incomprehensible about mysterious creatures from the void, while the wild man sat below, looking utterly confused, not understanding what he was doing. When Long Yuan looked down, the wild man had suddenly vanished, startling him. Where did he go? Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of him, catching Long Yuan's attention. It turned out the wild man had already climbed onto the branch and was smiling as he extended his hand. Climbing a tree? What's so hard about that? Here, let me help you. Long Yuan let go of the branch and jumped down, replying, Alright, I was wrong, I shouldn't have shown off. You're the true master of pull-ups. But even if your arm strength is impressive, endurance is what really matters in battle. So, let's move on to the second exercise. Soon, a massive figure appeared before the Crocodile King, who was lying in a cave. Then, the wild man stomped on the crocodile, flattening it. Endurance training, run 100,000 meters. Right after stomping, he took off running, leaving the other crocodiles in terrified shock. A strange sound caught the crocodile's attention, and it slowly turned its head. What came into view was Lin Yuan and a group of wild beasts charging forward with fierce momentum. His body, as sturdy as a vajra, plowed through the crocodile pack, sending them flying in all directions. Lin Yuan was giving his all to chase the wild man, even though he had never beaten his little sister before. Darn it, I've turned into a monster, how am I still slower than my sister? He turned around and mischievously held up 2 fingers, mimicking skewers and a condiment jar. All the little animals in the forest were driven to distraction by these 2 brothers. Frightened by the noise, the animals could do nothing but cry. They loudly protested, putting up no running signs and demanding that passers-by yield the path to avoid collisions. Screams echoed through the entire cave, even reaching the entrance. This atmosphere had long been ruined by Ling Yuan and the wild ape. Ling Yuan continued training the wild ape, saying, Listen. Strength and endurance are just the basics. Strategy is what truly matters. The outcome of a real battle depends on skill and accumulated experience. Take this, Dragon's Tail Sweep. During the 3rd sparring session, Ling Yuan suddenly lashed his tail, catching the wild ape off guard. Then, with a sweep of his tail, he sent the ape flying, accompanied by a loud crash. The wild ape jolted upright, panting heavily, then suddenly froze, saying nothing. Seeing this, Ling Yuan rushed over in concern. Hey, little ape, are you okay? Did I swing my tail too hard? Did I knock you out? Just as he got close, the wild ape suddenly punched Ling Yuan in the eye, stunning him. He roared angrily, Darn it! You've learned bad habits, faking injury to ambush me. Don't you know you shouldn't hit a dragon in the face? Suddenly, Ling Yuan opened his mouth wide, and a milky white burst of light flared, terrifying the wild ape. Ling Yuan exhaled a powerful gust of energy, forcing the ape to scramble away. Taste my fierce dragon's breath. The radiant light quickly spread through the surrounding space. Then, it struck the nearby innocent creatures holding protest signs, knocking them to the ground. Someone suddenly shouted, Are these 2 trying to demolish the place and move out? A young girl appeared, gazing at the ruins before her with a sigh. This place was so beautiful, but now it's wrecked, like a beehive that's been poked. Soon, this place would become desolate, like the deathly lands of those crawling creatures. At this rate, we won't even need those guys to step in. A cloud beast only needs to roll around a few times to completely submerge this island. Ling Yuan pondered and replied, You're right. I also think this situation is a bit excessive. If we scare off all the prey, how will we ever take over?
But to fight against the crawling king from the abyss, we must increase our strength.
Any feasible plans? Xiao Koan glanced back and said, look at the size of those two beasts. Just stomping their feet makes the ground shake.
And yet we still have to do this high-intensity training.
Ling Yuan had a sudden idea, his form, right?
If our forms weren't so massive, Xiao Kunkan.
If we train in human form, could it strengthen our monster forms? It gave an impatient look and answered, theoretically, yes.
Training in human form can improve the body's ability to handle core energy. Once the body's capacity increases, so does the host's energy storage. Naturally, the core energy will grow as well. When we transform back into monsters, the life force released from breaking the core will change accordingly. Ling Yuan clapped his hands in realization and turned to Man Yuan. Alright, Man Yuan and I will transform into human form for some intense training. By the way, Xiao Kunkan, what will we look like as humans? Hearing this, it immediately replied, you must have read cultivation novels, right? It then explained in detail, when humans turn into monsters, they use their will to shatter the core and channel energy into their limbs and bones. Similar to breaking through barriers in cultivation. But when monsters turn into humans, they focus all their power into their dantian, condensing it into a core like the golden core stage in cultivation novels. Ling Yuan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, before, it was breaking the core to become a demon. And now it's forming a core to become human. You still dare say we're not living in a cultivation story? Man Yuan, come here. To avoid destroying more buildings, he decided to transform into human form for training. Man Yuan approached and sat down. Ling Yuan observed it and instructed. Mimic my posture, kneel and cross your legs first.
Man Yuan followed the instructions and hurriedly complied. Ling Yuan guided while demonstrating, causing a glow to begin.
His entire body was enveloped in a radiant glow as he focused his mind. He imagined all the energy within him converging at his dantian. Suddenly, Ling Yuan opened his eyes, sensing something unusual. He furrowed his brow and thought, feeling a strange sensation. It was that familiar urge to use the restroom again. How ridiculous, focusing energy at his dantian had led to this. Taking advantage of Man Yuan still being deep in meditation, he slipped away to take care of it. After relieving himself, Ling Yuan felt incredibly light, sighing in relief.
That feels amazing. But when he returned, Man Yuan was nowhere to be found. Where had she gone? Had she also rushed off to take care of something? He looked around, searching for her. Darn it!
A strange noise made him turn around. And before him, Man Yuan had already reverted to her human form.
She bounced around, waving to get Ling Yuan's attention.
Over here.
I'm over here. Ling Yuan was too stunned to speak. Wow, that was fast. Had she already transformed back? He thought to himself, am I the odd one out now, outdone by a little maid? After a moment of reflection, Ling Yuan decided to focus on his meditation. Even the words transformation successful seemed to float above his forehead. He sincerely recited the incantation, using his willpower to gather all his strength at his dantian. Striving to condense it into a core, Ling Yuan continued meditating in his human form. Fine, losing to Man Yuan in power, endurance, and combat was one thing. But theoretical knowledge was his forte, he couldn't let anyone underestimate him. Meanwhile, Man Yuan leaned boredly against a rock, waiting. Ling Yuan remained fully absorbed, ignoring Man Yuan as she casually roasted skewers beside him. By evening, Man Yuan had returned to her massive form, carrying prey on her shoulder. Time for dinner, big brother Long, she said. Ling Yuan was about to lose his mind from Man Yuan's constant nagging.
This situation made it impossible for him to concentrate and reflect. Suddenly, Ling Yuan let out a roar, startling Man Yuan.
Is transforming really that impressive? Can you stop pacing around in front of me? You're disrupting my focus. Just then, a strange phenomenon occurred, something unusual emanated from his mouth. It radiates a dazzling light, and even he doesn't know what it is. Ah, what's going on? Man Yuan shouted in panic, Long Yuan, shut up. Why did you spew it out again?
He couldn't answer, only thinking to himself, I didn't mean to release that violent energy.
Suddenly, Long Yuan realized the key. Could it be that the method of releasing violent energy was similar to the method of transforming?
Both required focusing one's attention and condensing the body's power into a single point, which was why. Thinking of this, he tilted his head back, trying to retract the glowing orb. No, releasing violent energy here will destroy my house.
Retract it, quick.
Long Yuan's body trembled violently as he desperately reversed the flow of the violent energy back into himself.
After a grueling struggle, he finally succeeded. Long Yuan took a deep breath, managing to swallow it back. In an instant, Long Yuan's limbs and entire body radiated a dazzling light. He looked down at his hands in surprise. Ah!
A brilliant flash of light passed, and he had returned to human form. He cheered excitedly after swallowing the violent energy.
He could transform again.
It seemed this violent energy was actually a shortcut for circulating power within his body.
Long Yuan examined himself, clenching his fists. Last time, he was too busy fleeing to test the strength of this body. As the sun gradually dipped below the treetops, the evening glow bathed the entire forest. Long Yuan laughed excitedly. Whether running 100 meters or doing 1,000 push-ups, this body could handle it with ease.
After confirming this, he began running around the courtyard and started a fire for the unconscious beasts. Night fell, but Long Yuan continued training on the pull-up bar,
completely ignoring Man Yuan and Ziguozi, who were starving. Starving to death, huh?
While doing pull-ups, he announced between breaths,
I'm going to redefine the concept of an 8-second man. An 8-second man is someone who can do 10 push-ups in 8 seconds. The dawn of the next day was already breaking.
The morning light gradually rose, illuminating a corner of the cave. Since last night, Long Yuan had already completed 4,202 pull-ups. He let go of the horizontal bar and landed on the ground to rest.
It's better to train in human form, it protects the environment and saves costs. Just then, Long Yuan suddenly noticed that Man Yuan and Zhiguozi had already.
The two were leaning against each other, fast asleep, snoring in turns.
How did these two fall asleep?
He immediately walked over and woke them up with a few knocks of his fist. Wake up, no more sleeping. Get up and continue training, Zhiguozi.
You keep watch.
If any other creatures approach, notify me immediately. Man Yuan, shift back to human form and resume training. Upon hearing the command, Man Yuan, still half asleep, quickly transformed back into human form.
With full confidence, Long Yuan continued, once in human form.
He could move freely without any restrictions.
If you can beat me this time, I'll treat you to well-marinated skewers.
Before he could finish, the moment Man Yuan heard skewers, his eyes lit up.
While Long Yuan was still rambling about special seasonings, Man Yuan had already lunged at him. Man Yuan shouted as he attacked, the scent of those skewers is mine.
Forced back repeatedly, Long Yuan hurriedly protested, I wasn't even done saying start. Under Man Yuan's relentless assault, Lin Yuan's face swelled up badly.
And he could only yell, stop it.
A week later, a dinosaur statue with its mouth wide open appeared above the cave. Lin Yuan's self-portrait. Bruised all over, he grudgingly acknowledged Man Yuan's progress. Under my guidance this past week, your strength has improved significantly. Man Yuan marched ahead cheerfully while Lin Yuan began tallying his gains. He had accumulated 600,000 evolution points. I'll keep over 100,000 points as backup and use the rest for evolution. Xiao Kuan appeared, displaying the system interface, and he immediately ordered all 500,000 evolution points to be used for physical evolution. The system feedback read, Host Lin Yuan, Species, Kneeling Clan.
New title, Thunderstorm Dragon Clan.
Current status, Mature form, capable of evolution, possessing an upgradable Tier 3 bloodline, with a height of 58 meters.
Weight, 580 tons. Attack methods include Absorption,
Rending Claw and Divine Dragon Tail Sweep. Special abilities include Seizure, F+ rank, and Night Vision, E rank.
Illumination skill reaches E rank. The entity is an enhanced grade magical beast.
Other techniques include Fierce Breath, S rank, Heat Ray Blade, A rank, and Piercing Thorns, B rank.
Phantom Dragon Roar skill reaches A rank.
At this moment, Lin Yuan's body radiates a dazzling glow, making Man Yuan follow him in bewildered curiosity. The system continues its assessment. Your bloodline carries the legacy of the 3 ancient divine beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. After passing through the innocent and carefree stage of childhood, you have officially entered a period of unpredictable growth. As the light around Lin Yuan fades, Man Yuan looks up in surprise and asks, Big bro, how did you suddenly get taller? Lin Yuan smirks, his body shimmering like starlight as he replies, because I'm still in my growth spurt.
Eat on time and don't be picky.
Going to bed early, waking up early, and exercising regularly will help you grow taller. While Man Yuan raises his hand to compare heights, Lin Yuan quickly opens the system and turns to say, let's go.
Today, we'll test the results of this week's training.
I found a cave deep in the southern secret forest filled with lizard corpse demons.
Follow me to take them out. There'll be plenty of lizard meat.
Extremely fond of this dish, Man Yuan becomes unusually excited, his eyes sparkling with delight. He shouts, let's crush those lizard corpse demons.
Watching this reaction, Lin Yuan can't help but feel a little exasperated.
It seems he's mastered the art of communicating with food lovers.
At the entrance of the lizard cave, several guards patrol their territory atop a pile of bones.
After observing from a hidden corner, Lin Yuan whispers, there are only a few small fry at the entrance.
We can sneak in and...
Before he can finish, Man Yuan vanishes without a trace.
He turns to the empty space beside him and yelps in shock, huh? Man Yuan. It turns out he's already charging straight toward the enemy's cave.
Seeing this, Lin Yuan can only sigh in resignation.
Honestly, so reckless. You don't know the joy of one-on-one fights.
As soon as they saw that little guy, the lizards lunged at him only to be crushed in an instant.
More lizards appeared at the cave entrance,
circling menacingly before launching a simultaneous attack. But they stood no chance against the little guy and were quickly taken down. Then, from deep within the cave, thousands of lizards emerged, ready for an all-out battle.
Lin Yuan stepped forward, observing the cave entrance before asking, well, little one, doesn't it feel easy taking them on?
That's because after special training, your strength, speed, and reflexes have improved significantly.
Lin Yuan smirked, calculating. Since encountering the monstrous bird in jackals, he hadn't had a proper fight.
Today, he'd finally get his fill. When the lizards surrounded them, he unleashed his power, firing off a barrage of spears.
With this many, we'll eat well for a week.
Meanwhile, the little guy was ruthlessly crushing his opponents. Lin Yuan assessed the situation. Though the lizards were numerous, their waves of attacks were actually a good thing. On the other side, the little guy fought with fiery enthusiasm. He grabbed a lizard and crushed it with his bare hands, savoring the thrill of overpowering his foe.
Little one, no matter how many lizards we take down today, I'll grill you skewers with my special seasoning.
At the mention of grilled meat, the little guy instantly perked up, stomping and pounding his chest.
Skewers. I want 500.
Lin Yuan felt proud.
Though the little guy looked odd, his relentless spirit for food was truly admirable. Among my old foes, I'd say you're the bravest.
More and more lizards poured out, their aggression growing. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from the depths of the cave. Just as they confronted Lin Yuan and the little guy, the creatures froze, turning back toward the cave. As they silently retreated, the two exchanged confused glances.
Why are they turning back?
Lin Yuan stared in disbelief at the creature's bizarre behavior. The bullet lodged in the undead rock, making it screech in agony as its eyes widened in pain.
It hurt so much.
The sheer force of the impact sent smoke rising from the wound, causing the monstrous bird to stumble. The creature below had lost all strength in its legs, releasing its talons and letting Bladewolf fall. Seeing the monstrous bird defeated, Long Gu burst into laughter.
This was the third time he had shot it down, haha. Beside him, Wei Mang couldn't stop praising Long Ji's bravery.
Long Gu pondered to himself. Bladewolf had clearly been capable of seriously wounding him but had held back.
It seemed like he was only testing his moves. He must know quite a bit about humans. If he could be recruited to help eliminate the decayed lizards, he'd be a powerful ally. Bladewolf was plummeting from the sky.
Long Gu raised his hand and pointed upward, seizing the chance to show kindness.
Wei Mang, go save Bladewolf.
Wei Mang confidently raised his hand in response.
Leave it to me. Then, using his explosive strength, Wei Mang leapt up and caught Bladewolf.
While Wei Mang was busy saving him, Long Gu ran off to find the monstrous bird. He smirked meaningfully, curious to see how his old friend, who had been his target 3 times, was doing. When he arrived, Long Gu found no sign of the creature, only a deep crater on the ground.
He looked around in confusion. Strange, didn't that thing care about Bladewolf or his own subordinates at all? It just ran off like that?
Suddenly, a sound came from nearby, and Long Gu quickly turned around.
Ha! Something's moving over there. He walked toward the noise and was surprised to find something hanging from a tree. It turned out the undead rock had transformed into a human. She was tightly bound by vines, suspended in midair. Long Gu cleared his throat, recalling Koan's earlier warning.
He had been shocked when Koan appeared.
Long Gu asked, "Hey, Koan, what are you doing here?" Koan replied, there's an energy signature here from a monster that can take human form. Long Gu couldn't help but feel alarmed by this revelation. Good heavens, so you're that ugly bird? No wonder you can turn into a human and a girl at that.
Death Butterfly's breathtaking beauty made Long Gu so excited he nearly had a nosebleed.
I didn't mean to compliment you, but you look way better as a human than as a bird.
Only then did she open her eyes, roaring in fury, "Oh, great.
You hideous dragon.
You've crossed me too many times already. First, you and that female monkey stole my transformation fruit and turned into humans to escape. I searched everywhere but couldn't find you until you saved me. Second, you stole my transformation fruit yourself. When the 3 apes tried to stop you, you badly injured them." Hearing this, Long Gu immediately pretended to cough up blood and play dumb.
He acted like he hadn't heard a thing.
She grew even angrier, continuing, "Third, I decided to settle the score with that female monkey for stealing my fruit, but you interfered again. I haven't even settled these scores with you yet. Bing Wei Lang ate my transformation fruit, so I came here to capture him.
But you got in my way once more.
Since you helped block the poison for me, I'll let the matter of you stealing my fruit slide.
But if you know what's good for you, scram, don't get in my way while I catch Bing Wei Lang.
Longa stepped closer, a smug grin on his face.
I followed your fall and came here, planning to roast you for dinner. Let's talk terms instead. Would you team up with me to take down that death lizard? The undead bird lifted her chin proudly and asked loudly. Why should I work with you?
Longa stepped forward and explained, because we share a common enemy.
Like that death lizard, they even have green phosphorus poison.
The bird tilted her head away.
Poison? But I heard the poison gave you quite a beating. Even plucked all your feathers clean.
The death spirit bird turned beet red with shame after hearing that, covering her mouth as she shouted in outrage. Longa sneered as he introduced, losing feathers isn't a big deal. I have a fruit that stimulates feather growth perfect for your bald spots. He secretly imagined her plucked bare, then using that cucumber-like fruit to regrow her feathers neatly. The death spirit bird's eyes darkened, her silence radiating a terrifying pressure. She finally spoke, praising, you really are clever. You almost made me lose my temper. But I know your game, stalling for time so that monkey can rescue Bing Jilang. She raised her hand, pointing skyward. Open your eyes and see clearly. Did you think I'd be unprepared? Following her gesture, Longa turned to see the sky behind him. Bing Jilang was gripped by a mutated blazing dragon ancient god, while two more lunged at the little ape. Suddenly, the little ape was seized by the two mutated blazing dragon ancient gods. She looked down at her hands in shock, realizing she was being dragged away. Longa shouted in panic, Xiao Yuan. He whirled on the death spirit bird, snarling, You dare lay a hand on her? Do you not realize your situation? She plucked a feather from herself with confidence. You didn't think I'd let you run wild, did you? Think again. I never took you seriously from the start. She turned to warn him, this feather is extremely precious. No need for whatever tricks you're hiding. If you insist on provoking me, you'll see just how powerful I am today. The moment she finished speaking, she used the feather to unleash the skill wind blade seal. Instantly, countless wind blades materialized around her, hurtling toward Longu. The blades struck, leaving Longu horrified. Blast it! This is magic. He watched helplessly as the wounds on his body tore deeper. Holding the feather, the death spirit bird declared arrogantly, If you knew how valuable this feather is, you'd weep at my generosity. That last feather was punishment for saving that monkey. And this one. This spell is to punish you for aiding Ling's soldiers. Next, the death spirit bird uses its feathers to summon a fierce tornado. Longa can now only lie flat on the ground. She directs the tornado straight at him, and the surrounding trees collapse, crushing Longa beneath them. He is pinned under a massive tree trunk, his body covered in wounds. He coughs violently as the death spirit bird plucks a third feather. Looking down at Longa from above, as if savoring his torment. He struggles to rise, cursing furiously, but his body is trapped and unable to move. At this rate, one more attack might be the end of him. Suddenly, the death spirit bird changes its mind and decides to spare him. I was going to punish you for stealing my transformation fruit, but seeing you grovel on the ground, I'll let you off this time. She laughs triumphantly, now you finally know how powerful I am, right? Her body radiates a dazzling light, and the trees below begin to shake violently. Longa struggles to stand up. She transforms and soars into the air, tossing a warning before leaving. Don't bother me again next time. Below, Longa watches the bird fly away with fury in his eyes. This hideous creature didn't seem truly ruthless, otherwise, it would have finished off a defenseless opponent. Longa watches as the ancient divine beasts carrying Man Yuan and Bing Wei Lang fade into the distance. He is filled with rage and disgust. This isn't the time to investigate. Man Yuan and Bing Wei Lang are about to be taken away. But his injuries are too severe, he can't attack them. Especially with that annoying bird still guarding in front of him. No more hesitation, he can't just stand by and watch his companions get captured. You're the one blocking my path. Longa leaps up, channeling all his strength into his chest. He takes aim at the death spirit bird and unleashes his violent blast technique. He roars, Take this, you wretched ugly bird. Meanwhile, she glances back, her face full of disdain. Humph? You think this little light orb scares me? Do you take me for a fool? She ordered her subordinates to kick the bullets back toward Longu. With disdain, she thought such toys only explode after 3 collisions, just kick them away before then. In a fit of rage, Longu fired 3 more shots in succession. If she could block 1 barrage, what about 3? Meanwhile, she cursed him under her breath. Ugh, are you insulting my intelligence? These flashbang rounds, what's 30 of them going to do? She glanced at him with half an eye. She lifted her foot and kicked the incoming bullets away, watching them scatter. Then she sneered, Try firing more, same result. Had enough yet? How boring. The bullets she kicked away soared straight toward the flock of mutated blazing dragon ancient beasts in the sky. Longa smirked at her mocking expression.
Foolish bird. Did you really think I was trying to hit you?
Even though I never passed gym class.
I did ace the laws of reflection. The bullets ricocheted in midair, homing in on the mutated beasts. After 3 bounces, the bullets detonated simultaneously.
Seeing their kin struck, one of the beasts panicked. The avian cultivator spun around, eyes wide in disbelief. Her own kicked bullets had taken down the mutated beasts. Long-gu, standing below, chuckled smugly.
Ha!
At this range, I couldn't have hit them without your help. Meanwhile, a lucky blazing dragon seized a barbarian warrior,
flapping its wings desperately to climb higher.
The barbarian glared at his captor and scoffed.
A furious roar made the beast look down in alarm.
The barbarian grabbed its wing, rolled, and slammed it violently to the ground. The mutated beast curled up in pain. Long-gu rushed over, concerned.
Manhwa, are you okay?
Manhwa stood up excitedly but blushed when he saw Long-gu.
I'm fine. Sorry, Brother Long. I failed to protect the weapon.
The two of them looked up together at the diving death spirit bird. Long-gu spoke to Ko Manhwa, saying it's okay. The earlier I saw Bing Jilang had already fallen behind the forest.
There shouldn't be any problems.
The most urgent matter now is dealing with this hideous bird. It can create razor-sharp wind blades with its feathers, so we must be extremely careful. Long-gu instructed, Manhwa, quickly find something to smash that ugly bird's head. So casually, Manhwa immediately lifted the scorching dragon-like ancient beast he had just knocked down and replied. Then, with a sudden heave, Manhwa hurled it at the death spirit bird, forcing it to dodge hastily.
Long-gu was left stunned. Good heavens! Don't use the scorching dragon as a weapon. I haven't even tamed it yet.
He grinned mischievously.
Ha! You dodged the first attack, but what about the second?
He continued gathering energy in his mouth and warned, I'm going to burn off the rest of the feathers on your head. Immediately after, he unleashed a furious breath, striking the circling death spirit bird. Wow, I didn't expect Long-gu to pull off another attack like that. The monstrous bird gracefully dodged to the side, looking smug. Seeing the energy Long-gu released, it smirked and looked down disdainfully. You're ruining my precious feathers again.
How infuriating.
Below, Long-gu and Manhwa were shouting angrily at the death spirit bird in the sky.
Manhwa was surprised to see Bing Jilang riding on the back of a mutated medicinal dragon beast.
Suddenly, Bing Jilang leapt fiercely from the beast's back, brandishing a large blade as he lunged at the death spirit bird. At that moment, the bird suddenly noticed Bing Jilang charging toward it. He aimed straight for the death spirit bird's eyes, swinging his blade with full force in a furious slash, but the bird was still caught off guard. However, it dodged just in time, causing Bing Jilang's blade to miss. It roared, "Despicable creature!
Don't use such underhanded human tactics against me."
Annoyed by the miss, he let out a cold snort. Bing Jilang swung his blade again, slicing off a few of the death spirit bird's feathers, enraging it almost to madness.
Ha!
Her wails were heart-wrenching, tears streaming down like a river as she rushed toward the scattered feathers. Those were my extremely precious feathers. Bing Jilang landed on the ground with his long blade strapped to his back, exuding an imposing aura. Long-gu and the rhinoceros kept their eyes locked on him. Bing Jilang stood tall, his eyes gleaming with determination, as if ready to take action. He swung his blade, severing all the scattered feathers of the death spirit bird. He said, as long as you grasp the direction and seize the weakness, nothing is uncuttable. Long-gu realized the strange bird could turn its feathers into wind blades. But this wolf had effortlessly sliced through them. This meant he was the bird's natural nemesis. Long-gu stepped forward in admiration, praising, Brother Wolf, you're truly impressive.
Instead of fighting the enemy first, why don't we form an alliance to take down this monster together?
Xing Jilang scoffed, what use is a clumsy, oversized beast in this dense forest? Long-gu felt a sense of déjà vu and thought to himself, wow. This wolf is really playing dumb. He sincerely replied, Brother Wolf, your words are absolutely right. This monster has taken over the Abyssal Isle, and it's the perfect place for humans to prove their strength. He felt ridiculous saying that. Those words were completely against his true feelings. Long-gu then suggested, first, Brother Wolf, please help me defeat this monster before us.
Afterward, we can both shift into human form and settle things properly.
How about it? Bing Jilang brandished his long blade, declaring, I don't like fighting barehanded.
It's too barbaric. I only use my blade.
Long-gu responded with a wry smile, as you wish, Brother Wolf.
But can I wear armor?
Meanwhile, the phantom bird was trying to lighten each of its feathers. Seeing the opponent beg for mercy after shifting into a useless human form, it sneered in contempt.
Disgusting dinosaur, do you still have any pride as a monster?
Besides, I spared your life earlier, and now you repay kindness with betrayal. You even sicked this vicious wolf to cut off my feathers. Despite her fierce words, her heart was filled with unease. If these two truly join forces, then she and her companions, the dragons in the sky, are no match for us. At this moment, she made up her mind. Your family's despicable lizard isn't worthy of me. Farewell. Longo sensed she was about to flee. He thought to himself that her excuse for running was too flimsy. Humph, it's for the best you're backing down. Teaming up with Blade Wolf was the right call. Longo immediately taunted her. Hey, ugly bird, don't think this is over. You trespassed on my territory and ruined my duel with Brother Wolf. Lightong asked, what do you want? Apologize to you? Not a chance. Longo let out a loud laugh and made his demand. I need help dealing with the Lizard King. Join us, or leave behind your feather magic. Longo calculated silently, this freakish bird values her feathers so much, I must exploit that weakness. Alu gave a scornful look. You two think you can fight the Lizard King? What a delusion. Besides, if I want to fly, do you three really think you can stop me? Longo warned, try flying if you dare, but don't say we didn't warn you. The dense, withered branches here will make flying extremely difficult for you. Just then, Brother Wolf stood guard from above. If you plan to take off from this forest, you won't escape his blade. A turned her head, letting out a cold snort of disdain. Suddenly, a spread her wings and soared upward, kicking up a cloud of dust. In an instant, Blade Wolf vanished from the treetops. I was shocked to see him swinging his blade straight at her. I cried out, what was I thinking? Blade Wolf slashed diagonally with a ruthless strike. I hastily retreated but still fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Her eyes rolling back. She let out a summon, and at that moment, the mutated ancient flame dragons gathered in the sky. Hearing the signal from the death spirit birds, they immediately dove toward A's location. On that battlefield, an enraged rhinoceros lifted a nearby tree, roaring as it prepared for battle. The rhinoceros's strike sent a mutated blazing ancient dragon beast flying into the air. Seizing the moment as the monsters focused on holding them back, Alien broke into a desperate sprint, trying to escape. She cursed under her breath, this was infuriating. At least she had to shake off that assassin wolf first. If she could just reach the pivot point, they wouldn't stand a chance against her. Longo was stunned to see Alien abandon flight and choose to run instead. He exclaimed, good heavens! Is this girl blind? She's acting like an ostrich. Humph, on the ground, those stubby legs of hers won't outrun me. He accelerated swiftly, overtaking the death spirit bird, leaving Alien dumbfounded by his speed. Suddenly, he skidded to a halt, turned to face Alien, and unleashed the Ghost Dragon Dominance technique. His devastating strike sent Alien flying like fireworks. He charged forward, pushing her a great distance until she was completely defenseless before stopping. He looked at her and asked, our strength isn't as weak as you claimed, is it? Since we can stop you, we can stop the Rotcorp's Lizard King too. What do you say? With me, a UN, and the Soldier Wolf joining forces, can we take down the Rotcorp's Lizard King together? At that moment, the Soldier Wolf stood atop the rhinoceros's shoulder. Having just arrived, he heard Longa's words and immediately bellowed, wait! When did I ever agree to help you fight the Lizard King? Longa gave her a friendly smile and extended his hand. Here, we need you. She retorted, do you realize how abrupt this request is? She lashed out at Longa, snarling, how are you any different from that idiot ape? What are you so smug about? Do you all think I'm easy to bully? Seeing this, the Soldier Wolf leaped down. He swung his blade decisively, severing her tail fur. Not only that, but he kept slashing, chopping the fur into tiny pieces. Witnessing this, the death spirit birds glanced at their own tails and couldn't help but shed tears. She was too shocked to speak. What are you fools doing? Fury burned in her heart. Do you know how precious the feathers here are? Every single feather here is the life source of a beast from an entire island. Only now did Longa realize with a start she was a beast in human form, here to steal the inner cores of her own kind. She drained the life source from the inner cores and infused it into her feathers, even trying to use the same method to harm Linksa and Yun. Her goal was to seize the inner cores within their bodies. Realizing neutrality was impossible, he decided to treat her as an enemy, someone who thrived on taking lives. I can't let her go. The death spirit bird suddenly turned serious. Even if you wanted to let me go now, I wouldn't leave. You devoured so many feathers I worked hard to gather, now you'll pay with your lives. Han Shui turned and said, Abyssal Island is facing utter destruction. To save it, we need an incredibly powerful force. That's why the beasts on this island offered their strength and lives to me, transforming into these precious feathers. Yet instead of contributing your own power, you've wasted my kindness. Longa cursed inwardly, this was outright twisting the truth. At the same time, she summoned a raging storm. Do you know how furious I am right now? Longa was stunned by what she saw. Darn it, even both tails got blown bare. She had likely used 30 or 40 feathers by now. This beast was ready to unleash carnage. She activated the Death Cyclone skill, her body enveloped in violent winds. Now, she was fully capable of both offense and defense. Affected by the surrounding storm, he found the winds too fierce to stay upright. The strongest gust lifted Longa's massive body and hurled it backward. He spun uncontrollably, losing balance and drifting farther away. Looking back, Longa saw Yu Yuan had already dug a pit to hide in. She waved at him. "Brother Long, get down here in this pit." Huddled in the corner, Yu Yuan looked up at Longa. "Then begging each other for mercy like this is just too reckless, isn't it? Is this really not a big deal? As expected of a genius, how exactly were they supposed to fight that thing?" After a moment, Longa finally regained his composure and asked, "Yuan, I'm just glad you're okay." "Oh, wait," Lingsu already ran off. The air suddenly fell silent. Longa shouted in surprise, "Let." The wind had weakened. Had the monster's feather magic run out? Then, he and Yuan cautiously peeked out to observe. At that moment, the death spirit bird was slowly approaching Long Ji's position from a distance. "Ah, what is it planning? Has that monster left?" "Wait," Ling Su lured it away. Longa pondered, finding it strange. After all, he and Yuan were the bigger threats to it. Then why had the monster abandoned them to chase Ling Su? Was it love turning into resentment? No matter how agile Ling Su's movements were, facing that storm, he'd be overwhelmed. They had to find a way to help him. Suddenly, Longu spotted a large swarm of monsters flying toward them. The system displayed information about dual-form wyvern lizards. They were 5 meters long, weighed 5 tons, lived in groups, and excelled at surrounding and attacking enemies, despite their size. However, they were fast flyers with razor-sharp jaws and immense biting force. They could tear apart opponents several times their size in moments. Longu couldn't help but curse. That ugly bird had tricked them for the 3rd time. Even the wyvern lizard army of the flesh-eating ants had started moving. Hearing the insult, the purple spirit bird silently turned its gaze toward the two hiding in the pit. It turned away and sent a summoning signal to the circling dual-form wyvern lizards. Then, with its wings, it pointed directly at Longu and Yuan's hiding spot, ordering an attack. Upon receiving the command, the monsters immediately lunged toward the two. Panicked, the two fled desperately. Longu shouted angrily as he ran. "Just as I thought, they're coming for us. Run! Haven't you seen how their teeth are sharper than Lan Zhao's blade? If we get caught, we'll be bitten down to the bone. Now these dual-form lizard dragons are hot on our trail, their sharp teeth sending shivers down my spine." Suddenly, he decided to stop in his tracks. "No, I can't run. Alan is still in danger." At this moment, the dual-form lizard dragons had them completely surrounded with no way out. Long Jia immediately gave orders. "Mei, seize the chance and break out to support Alan. I'll handle things here." With that, he focused all his strength. Long Jia unleashed the ghost dragon battle roar, channeling all his power into a deafening howl. Hearing this earth-shaking roar, the dual-form lizard dragons recoiled in fear. The males dared not come any closer. Taking advantage of the moment, Long Jia whipped his tail fiercely, knocking 3 of the creatures down. He shouted, "Mei, go now." Mei seized the opportunity and quickly escaped the encirclement. However, a dual-form lizard dragon suddenly lunged at him, its sharp teeth clamping down hard on his arm. The wound was severe, blood flowing uncontrollably. Seeing this, the pack of creatures swarmed forward, attacking Long Jia relentlessly. He felt a surge of frustration. These lowly creatures' attacks were too fast and relentless, leaving him no room to react. His pride was wounded, and anger began to erupt within him. "I'll show you, you've had your fun biting me, haven't you? I'm the one who does the biting around here." Immediately, Long Jia grabbed a dual-form lizard dragon, bit it back, and tore it in half. The system immediately issued a notification. "You have successfully dominated the dual-form lizard dragon. Evolution points increased by 900. Congratulations on your first domination of a dual-form lizard dragon. Special reward granted, an additional 500 evolution points." Long Jia chewed loudly, his expression one of surprise. The evolution points collected in battle can also be used to heal injuries upon leaving. Just then, a dual-form lizard dragon exploited an opening and bit down hard on Long Jia's head. The excruciating pain nearly brought tears to his eyes, the agony showing no signs of easing. In a fit of rage, he lunges forward in tears into the pack of flame explosion dragons. "This little pain, what's it to me? As long as I eat faster than you, there's no way we'll lose this fight." System notification, ding. Evolution points increased by 900. Ding. Successfully seized a flame explosion dragon, gaining an additional 900 evolution points. Ding. Continued success in seizing flame explosion dragons, earning another 900 evolution points. Ding.
Successfully seized a flame explosion dragon, evolution points increased by 900. The giant dragon roars, "Come at me, you little chicks. Let's see who devours who first." Opposite him is a monstrous bird, raising its razor-sharp talons as it charges at Dao Lang, its body surrounded by a fierce tornado. Dao Lang stands his ground, calculating his next move. The true storm makes attacks far more dangerous. The monstrous bird's talons streak toward Dao Lang's face, forcing him to leap high to dodge the strike. Where the talons land, the ground shatters instantly under the bird's immense power. Dao Lang retreats, digging his claws deep into the ground to steady himself. Though he keeps thinking of a plan, the storm's speed continues to increase. The wind direction remains unchanged. After 2 failed claw attacks, the monstrous bird regains its balance, preparing for another assault. The monstrous bird lunges again, just as Dao Lang predicted. He leaps into the air, dodging the bird's beak strike. Through his prepared movements, he easily predicts the opponent's attack patterns and angles, carefully observing every subtle motion. Dao Lang feels troubled. If he can't break through the storm barrier around the bird, defeat is only a matter of time. Dao Lang moves swiftly, leaping over the boulders hurled by the bird's attacks. As he runs, he calculates his immediate priority is to use his remaining strength to lure the beast away. He hopes those 2 fools will seize the chance to escape. Just as the ferocious bird relentlessly pursued him, Dao Lang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. What a shame, he still hadn't gotten the chance to fight that human to the death. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Dao Lang, don't panic, I'm here to help." A massive shadow blotted out the sun, blocking the path between Dao Lang and the ferocious bird. Dao Lang turned to see the golden ape spreading his arms protectively in front of him. Dao Lang gritted his teeth and snapped angrily, "Useless fool. What are you doing here? This has nothing to do with you." Seeing another easy target, the ferocious bird flapped its wings violently, sending a gust of wind hurtling toward the 2 of them. The idiot ape had no idea what it was getting into, it was practically begging for trouble. The golden ape took the full force of the wind to its stomach and was sent flying backward. Powerless to resist, the golden ape was flung far away, skidding through the forest for a long distance, the impact clearly visible from above. When the golden ape crashed to the ground, Dao Lang leapt in front of it, weapon in hand. "This beast is my problem, I'll handle it." The golden ape glanced at him and urged, "Dao Lang, don't hold back. Long Lang once said we should help each other." Dao Lang snapped in frustration, "Who's holding back? Idiot, can't you see I'm just annoyed you're in the way?" The golden ape lifted its head and replied firmly, "Then we'll lose together. We're not leaving you behind." In that moment, he couldn't help but recall words someone had once said to him. "Xiao Bing, don't follow me. You're too big, it'll be inconvenient." The massive beast beside him roared in refusal, "No. I won't leave you." Dao Lang blinked, sighing inwardly. Ugh, these 2 are adorably foolish. But the ferocious bird gave them no time to reminisce, it dove down, talons gripping the golden ape's body. "If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Caught off guard, Dao Lang swung his weapon and roared furiously, "Let her go." He leapt forward, aiming straight for the talons clutching the golden ape. Yet the moment his strike landed, he hadn't even grazed a single feather. Dao Lang scowled and cursed under his breath, blasted, blocked by the wind again. He clenched his weapon in his jaws as his entire body erupted in a blazing orange flame. He began to unleash his techniques. The sharp sword energy surged toward the monstrous bird's claws, knocking them away and throwing the beast off balance. After executing this whirlwind blade technique, the blade dancer landed lightly, while the monstrous bird toppled to one side, smashing a deep crater into the ground. It furrowed its brow and let out a piercing shriek. Amid the chaos of the raging winds it had conjured, it seized a massive boulder and hurled it forward with all its might. Caught completely off guard, the blade dancer was struck by the boulder and cried out in pain. Blood sprayed as he was sent flying backward, but luckily, a guardian's hand caught him in time. The ape quickly grabbed him and bolted, pressing a finger to its lips to signal the blade dancer to stay silent, the howling wind still raging behind them. Meanwhile, Lingsu had just finished his battle with the twin-form beast. He pinned down the defeated flame dragon beneath him, looked up at the sky, and heard cheers in the distance. "Bro, we're back." The ape ran over, arms raised in excitement, one hand still carrying the blade dancer, forcing Lingsu to look up. Despite his injuries, he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Nice work." Thankfully, they had managed to escape the monstrous bird's line of sight. The ape scratched its head, grinning sheepishly as it spread its legs, having hidden the blade dancer in its grip while the bird wasn't looking before making their escape. The blade dancer sat on its shoulder, propping himself up with one hand as he warned, "You're asking for trouble again. Why didn't you just run when you had the chance? Do you really think you can take on a monster like that?" Hearing this, Lingsu fell into thought. Recalling the monstrous bird's techniques, he reasoned, it's not entirely hopeless. That bird relies on its wings, tail, and wind. If we lure it into a narrow space where the wind can't reach, It'll be as helpless as a fish in a tank.
The blade dancer looked up at him, a flicker of hope in his eyes.
Kid, do you have a plan? Deep down, Han couldn't help but sigh at how cruel human thinking could be.
Lin Yuan shook his head seriously, denying it completely.
In theory, yes. But where are we supposed to find the right place?
Plus, that bird seems mentally unstable. I doubt she'd even come if we invited her.
Hearing this, Dowling finally spoke up and asked, do you know why that freakish bird won't leave me alone?
Han revealed the truth he knew. I've always been aware of her methods. She forces monsters to eat transformation fruits to take human form because she can only seize the core essence from humans.
Lin Yuan teased, and yet you still fell for it?
Ignoring the sarcasm, Han continued.
Of course, it's to take over this human's body.
In the end, Dowling reached a conclusion. So, if I act as bait, that monster bird will chase me relentlessly.
The gorilla let out a startled cry. After listening, it suddenly thought of a viable plan. Brother Long.
I remember a suitable place, the cave where we fought the poisonous insects before. Last time, I saw that monster bird get beaten up by lizardmen in a cave just like that one. The gorilla voiced its concerns, mainly to suggest.
But Brother Long doesn't know where that cave is. So let me handle the bait mission. Lin Yuan gave it a disapproving look. How can I let you take on something so dangerous? That bird is out of its mind. If it catches you, you won't even get a chance to speak.
The gorilla cut in firmly. I know this forest like the back of my hand.
It won't catch me.
Meanwhile, the monstrous bird soared into the sky. In a rage, it kicked up a storm of dust, blanketing the entire forest,
forcing everyone to turn and look in its direction.
As if sensing something, the bird suddenly turned its gaze toward a specific spot. Flapping its wings, it generated a powerful gust and dove at an incredible speed.
Aolong urged, human, the bird is coming. Make a decision fast.
The gorilla stood by, resolute.
Brother Long, let me do this. I want to contribute too.
Hearing this, Lin Yuan silently assessed Xingxing's true strength. He thought to himself that he had always seen Yuan as his little sister and had to protect her with all his might. Yet the reality was, before he arrived, the little girl had already fended off crawling monsters and packs of beasts from the abyssal island on her own. He turned to look at Xingxing.
Yuan's mission was to act as bait. He and Ling Su would do their best to hold it off.
The goal was to slow down that wretched bird's pursuit. Jing Ku nodded solemnly, and Ling Yuan added,
Ride Xiaoguozi. It'll be faster and a bit safer that way. He called out loudly, Xiaoguozi, your time to shine has finally come.
On the other side, Xingxing let out a roar, her body glowing brightly as she transformed.
Lin Yuan explained with Dowlang in his mouth.
Dowlang, to lure that cursed bird, you'll have to bear with hiding in my mouth for a bit. The other party remained silent, indicating agreement. After a moment, Xiaoguozi darted out from the bushes, squeaking, and Lin Yuan immediately gave the order.
Everyone was ready. Begin the operation. By now, Xingxing had returned to human form, sitting on Xiaoguozi's back. She tightly hugged its neck and shouted, Xiaoguozi, let's go. Carrying Man Yuan on its back, Xiaoguozi swiftly weaved through the forest. After running for a while, Man Yuan glanced back and suddenly realized something. The giant bird wasn't chasing them, it was standing still, looking around frantically. Man Yuan's face filled with worry. That monstrous bird was still determined to capture Dowlang. She acted immediately, leaping to grab a vine and swinging over. No, I have to find a way to lure that bird over here. Xiaoguozi, wait for me up ahead. Xiaoguozi glared back fiercely, but Man Yuan had already moved too quickly. She nimbly leaped between tree branches. These movements were effortless, it was the natural instinct of a primate.
Man Yuan chose a high spot, directly facing the distant bird that was still searching around. She slapped her hand backward and shouted, Hey, ugly bird, I'm over here. This was her signature move, taunting. Seeing Man Yuan's actions, two nearby saber-toothed tigers began murmuring among themselves.
An armadillo spoke up, saying, Here we go again. Last time, my two brothers got tricked, and the tyrant dinosaur came out and ate them.
The remaining one immediately waved its paws to calm things down, saying, The days of tigers showing off are over.
Only fools fall for that now.
It was about to cover its mouth and add, Idiots get tricked too, when suddenly a massive shadow loomed overhead. Two young saber-toothed tigers, seeing the terrifying creature before them, immediately clung to each other, shrieking in terror as their bodies trembled uncontrollably.
They kept pleading, We were wrong. We really are the idiots.
In reality, the monster couldn't be bothered with them, its gaze was fixed on the savage standing high in the treetops. It whipped up a whirlwind, uprooting trees around it and sending dust and debris flying into the sky. A boulder, hurled by the fierce wind, smashed into a nearby tree trunk, reducing it to splinters. Seeing it had successfully grabbed the monster's attention, the savage let go and leapt down, shouting, Xiaoguozi, catch me.
Xiaoguozi rushed forward and caught her precisely as she landed on his back. The monstrous bird looked down at the two little ones scurrying away with a scornful gaze. It remarked with amusement, "Oh my, that she-ape has turned back into human form?" The savage immediately turned around. She pointed into the distance and shouted, "Xiaoguozi, the monster bird is chasing us. Hurry, dive into those bushes ahead." The monster bird assessed the situation. It seemed the transformation fruit's effect on the she-ape wasn't stable, but if she reverted to human form mid-battle, there's no way she'd escape. It concluded that this she-ape was far easier to deal with than the ice wolf. Before capturing the ice wolf, it would take her golden core to replenish its massive magic consumption. Having decided on its priority, it sprang into action. It raised its head and let out a low growl, realizing its size made tracking difficult in the forest, so it decided to summon the medicine dragon to lead the way. But after waiting a while with no response, it turned around and saw the medicine dragon being controlled by Lin Yuan not far away. It was speechless at its companion's incompetence but had no choice. It would have to rely on that monkey now. The monster bird immediately spread its wings and took flight, chasing after the savage. The flapping of its enormous wings created a deafening roar. Before long, another group of monsters appeared, hot on their heels, including mutated Archaeopteryx with bird heads, sharp claws, and razor-sharp teeth, standing 3 meters tall, weighing 3 tons, and capable of flight. Among them were also mutated dodos. These giant birds had bulky bodies covered in soft feathers, but their wings were too small to fly. They stood 5 meters tall and weighed up to 5 tons. Looking back, Manhwa couldn't help but curse under his breath. Darn it! Why are these idiots so persistent? Xiaoguozi darted through the bushes in the forest, making it difficult for the monsters to keep up. Facing grass taller than his head, he leaped over it in one bound. The mutated Archaeopteryx soared high above, scouting carefully to ensure no trace was missed. Suddenly, several mutated dodos charged out, blocking Manhwa's path. They opened their long beaks, trying to snap at him. With his small frame, Xiaoguozi nimbly dodged, leaving the monsters lunging at empty air. Their beaks slammed heavily into the ground. Seeing this, Yuanshu quickly shouted a warning. "Manhwa, take out the 3 Archaeopteryx above you first. They're guiding the dodos and the other monsters." Meanwhile, the monstrous bird still circled overhead, crushing countless trees with each pass. Manhwa immediately responded, "Yes." Then he grabbed a vine above him and swung upward with a grunt. This move shocked the pursuing flock, as only Xiaoguozi remained ahead. Manhwa suddenly burst out from the side, catching the mutated Archaeopteryx off guard. As he wrapped vines around his target, he called out, "Looking for me? I'm right here." He used more vines to tightly bind the bird into a bundle. The monster thrashed in panic but to no avail. Soon, Manhwa ensnared all 3 airborne scouts with thorny vines. The 3 birds tried to escape, but since they flew in different directions, the vines only tightened, securing them firmly. Pleased with his work, Manhwa excitedly raised 2 fingers in a V sign and boasted, "This is the bird-catching net Long Gu taught me." Just then, a strong gust of wind rushed in, accompanied by a loud warning. "Manhwa, watch out, the monstrous bird is behind you." Manhwa quickly turned to look, squeezing his eyes shut in fear. Liao Ming leaped down, executing a graceful spin-2. At the last possible moment, he dodged the monstrous bird's attack. The beast was so focused on its frenzied assault that it didn't notice Lin Yuan stealthily closing in from behind. He drove the spikes along his side into the bird, unleashing the ghost dragon dominance technique, Thorned Armor, to provoke the creature into turning around. "Again, you? You despicable little pest. Get lost. Don't get in my way." With a furious roar, it summoned a whirlwind to strike at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan leapt into the air, beginning to gather energy within his karma. He released the energy orb while propelling the blade bell forward with his technique, the celestial dominance move, Moss Peak Missile. Seeing the blade bell suddenly appear and charge toward it, the monstrous bird let out a terrified shriek. The blade bell hovered above while Lin Yuan's energy orb surged straight toward the beast. It tucked its head in to dodge the attack, sneering, "What? Is your purity that low?" The blade bell loomed overhead, coldly stating, "It's too soon to judge." With a powerful leap, he forced the energy orb to reverse direction, striking the beast from behind. It looked up in shock. "Damn it! You can do that? But what does it matter? This thing needs to hit 3 times to be effective." Yet before it could finish, the energy orb slammed into its long neck. The beast used the impact to break free from its restraints. Above, Ling Ling adjusted her position based on the energy orb's shift and called out arrogantly to the beast below. "Use that bird brain of yours. How many times was that just now?" Immediately after, Ling Ling swung her golden hammer, launching a fierce assault on the beast. Only then did the creature snap back to its senses. A streak of swordlight slashed upward, striking the beast's neck and sending it tumbling down. Seeing the beast fall, Manhwa, riding on Xiaoguozi's back, let out a relieved sigh. Phew, that was close. Xiao Guozi, run faster. We're almost there. The wound left by Ling Ling's sword was clearly visible, yet the beast gritted its teeth and struggled to its feet, cursing, "You sneaky little brat." It stood tall, spreading its wings, and roared furiously, "I won't let you get away with this." Meanwhile, the Wing clan and the vulture flock arrived with a thunderous rush. Deep in the dense forest, Xiao Guozi desperately carried the barbarian ape on his back, fleeing past the skeletal remains of giant beasts beneath their feet. The barbarian ape clung tightly to Xiao Guozi's fur, while behind and above them, the vultures pursued relentlessly. The Dark Wing clan and that strange bird followed closely behind. Observing Xiao Guozi's path, the strange bird furrowed its brow in confusion. "Ha! This seems to be the way to the poison insect territory. What is that mother ape planning?" "It doesn't matter. The poison insects are already dead anyway. I'd like to see what tricks they can pull." After a long chase, Xiao Guozi returned to the cave. Don Xiaoman swiftly darted past the withered remains of the Sea Nation at the entrance and slipped inside. The vultures showed no signs of stopping, continuing their pursuit over the bones of the giants. Only the leading vulture hesitated, and the ones behind, unable to react in time, crashed into each other, piling up in a heap. They stretched their necks, trembling as they looked up at the two fire dragons circling above, their eyes filled with terror. Inside the cave, the barbarian ape grinned triumphantly. "Xiao Guozi, our mission is complete." But the barbarian ape turned back toward the entrance, looking puzzled. Still, why hasn't that strange bird charged in yet? No sooner had she spoken than the strange bird's furious roar came from outside. "A bunch of useless fools. The poison insects are all dead. What are you afraid of? Get in there and bring that mother ape to me." Hearing this, the barbarian ape frowned slightly, her face filled with worry. "Darn it, I forgot this cave was the poison insect's territory. Ordinary beasts wouldn't dare set foot here. What should we do?" Suddenly, she had an idea. "That strange bird seems to know the poison insects are all dead. Look how terrified these creatures are. I wonder if I can scare them off by mimicking the poison insect's cries?" The vultures and fire dragons fell silent at once. They halted, trembling as they stared at the cave entrance. Suddenly, roars echoed from within the cave. The vultures panicked and scattered in all directions, while the fire dragons flapped their wings and fled in chaos. Hearing the sound, the strange bird couldn't help but worry. Darn it, that roar. However, it quickly sensed something amiss and lunged straight at the mob of cowards trying to flee. It sounded like someone was mimicking the venomous screech of the creature. Turning back toward the cave, the barbarian was straining his mouth wide open, imitating the creature's roar, leaving the young Guozi standing beside him stunned. The monstrous bird, furious at the cowards, flapped its wings violently and attacked the flock of crows. The crows, sent flying, had terror in their eyes. As the monstrous bird ruthlessly slaughtered them, it roared, "You bunch of cowards. Get lost. Don't get in my way." The young man landed on the mountaintop in front of the cave and, after surveying the chaotic scene below, shouted at the monster, "Hey, ugly freak bird." Beside the mountaintop where the young man stood was a massive boulder. Hearing the shout, the arrogant monstrous bird turned its head. In that instant, the young man swiftly swung a golden needle, striking the boulder and shattering it into countless fragments. The debris rolled down the slope with a thunderous rumble. A large rock suddenly struck the monstrous bird standing at the cave entrance, drawing a dry, pained screech. The impact sent the bird reeling, and it desperately spread its limbs to cling to the cave entrance, preventing itself from being flung inside. On the opposite mountaintop, Longu had been lying in wait for some time. He took a running start and curled his massive body into a ball. Using earth-shaking gourd and ghost dragon dominance, Longu now resembled a giant wheel rolling down the slope. With the monstrous bird clinging to the cave entrance as his target, he accelerated straight toward it. The moment he collided with the bird, Longu activated earth-shaking gourd and combined it with thorn armor, driving countless spikes deep into the creature's body. Maintaining this position, Longu and the monstrous bird tumbled deep into the cave together. The deafening sound of their collision against the cave walls echoed endlessly. Once the rolling stopped, Longu reverted to his human form and was flung into a corner of the cave. Gritting his teeth in pain, he rubbed his aching back and struggled to stand up. Ugh, my poor back. This must have been so painful he lost control and transformed back. After muttering to himself, Lin Yuan began looking around for the arrogant monstrous bird. His gaze lingered on a figure lying not far away. Her body was covered in wounds, and her clothes were tattered from the earlier battle. Due to the heavy impact from the fall, the demonic bird had reverted to human form, clutching her head in pain. Lin Yuan approached with a smug grin and asked, "Well, proud little demon bird? Forced back into human form by me. So, are you going to admit defeat?" The demon bird glared at him defiantly before suddenly lunging to bite his arm. He yelped in surprise, "Ouch! You dare bite me? Are you some kind of dog?
Lin Yuan tried to shake her off, but the demon bird held on tightly.
She matched his movements, infuriating him even more. Not even a mountain wolf bites like this.
Don't think just because you're a girl now, I won't hit you. Despite his threats, the demon bird kept her grip on his arm.
He suddenly noticed an exposed wound on her neck. This wound.
Lin Yuan reached out with his other hand to touch it. The demon bird, still biting his arm, froze and looked up before forcefully swatting his hand away, forcing him to retreat. After examining her wound, Lin Yuan frowned with concern and asked,
I'm sorry, did I hurt you?
The demon bird quickly covered the wound, her cheeks flushed as she glared at him.
When did I turn back into human form?
Clutching her torn clothes and covering her neck, she blushed and slowly stepped back.
Don't move.
No sooner had she spoken than a cold blade pressed against her throat from behind. She stiffened, frowning. Lang Xiong's expression was grave as he held the sword to her neck, warning, move again, and I'll cut your throat. Now trapped between them, the demon bird had nowhere to run.
Lin Yuan asked, well, proud demon, are you going to surrender? The three of us together, even if you fought with everything you had. Wouldn't you still lose to us?
Arms crossed, he smirked.
Humph. You think this is all I'm capable of? Too many thoughts. These feathers are priceless to me. How could I waste them all on you weaklings?
Lin Yuan imagined the little bird stripped of its feathers. And smirked as he brought it up.
Still talking tough?
If you turned back into your monstrous form now, I bet your feathers would be plucked clean. Hearing this, the little bird flew into a rage but suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly changed its tone, asking arrogantly,
Humph, dare you let me return to my true form? Aren't you afraid I'll take everything from you little brats?
Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, insisting he wasn't worried about her transforming into a monster in this cave.
All right, he suddenly asked, what happened to the wound on your neck?
Recalling the wounds on the little bird's neck and chest, as well as his own, he asked coldly. She furrowed her brow, narrowing her beautiful eyes, and replied, you should know about the undying nature of reptilian dead fiends, right?
No matter how badly they're injured, they always come back to life.
I remembered forcing myself to swallow a dead fiend, so I had no choice but to devour them completely.
But the toxins in their bodies caused me terrible pain and left this ugly scar on my neck.
The little bird suddenly recalled Lin Yuan roasting those monsters with fire and raised her thumb, joking, I've eaten reptilian dead fiends before, disgusting. And they gave me a stomachache afterward. But with brother Lin here, it's no problem. His fire can roast dead fiends to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender inside.
Add some seasoning, and wow, it's absolutely delicious.
Lin Yuan, standing nearby, grinned proudly. Seeing this, the little bird frowned and said grudgingly,
fine, though you're weak, there's one thing I have to admit.
Your fire can kill reptilian dead fiends.
That skill is stronger than mine or any other monster on this island. Hearing this, Lin Yuan beamed impressed, so you'll cooperate with us to take down the Dead Fiend King? The little bird put on a thoughtful expression before answering. 3 fledglings teaming up to beat me, were you trying to show off your skills? In your dreams.
I still want to observe a bit more.
No sooner had she spoken than the little bird demon turned to block the swordsman's blade, warning, Dao Lang, put your weapon away.
Lin Yuan paid no mind to her attitude, squinting with a smirk as he suggested. If you don't object, I'll take that as acceptance.
Good. Since we're all on the same side now, can we get to know each other better? I still know nothing about either of you.
Lin Yuan placed a hand over his chest and said sincerely. No need to introduce the little bird demon.
I'm sure you both already know about her. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Lin Yuan, from the deep sea.
I discovered this beautiful island.
And befriended the little bird demon.
So I plan to settle down here.
That's all about me. Now it's your turn.
He turned his gaze to the swordsman and the little bird demon.
Xin Yuan smiled, expressing his curiosity. Dao Lang. I'm curious why you have so many human weapons. And even know how to use them. Little bird demon, I'd also like to hear about your shape-shifting fruit.
The swordsman turned away, coldly replying to Lin Yuan, I never said I'd team up with you against the lizard death god king.
So I can't talk about my business yet.
His answer surprised Lin Yuan.
Ha!
The little bird demon, standing aside with her arms crossed, frowned and scoffed, Humph, don't count on this swordsman. He's a coward who always avoids facing the lizard death god king head-on. The swordsman glared at the little bird demon and retorted.
I'm not like you, bird demon. You don't care about your subordinates, but I do. I have my people to protect. She immediately pointed at his face and mocked, oh, so now you're the good guy? Don't pretend I don't know what's really worth protecting among your useless followers.
The swordsman flew into a rage, their locked gazes sparking like fireworks.
He snapped at the little bird demon. What did you say?
Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lin Yuan quickly raised his hands to mediate.
Alright, you two, let's not argue. We're all on the same side.
Lin Yuan forced a smile, stepped forward to grab the young man's hand, and then asked, "Hey, how's the little eagle doing?
How did you find that transformation fruit? And how did you know it could condense a demon beast's life essence into a demon core?"
Ada crossed his arms and turned away, looking displeased.
Why should I tell you? Are we that close? Lin Yuan was taken aback.
An autumn wind swept past, carrying a few fallen leaves over his drenched body.
Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Ugh, these two arrogant demons. He swiped his hand across the system interface, too fed up to deal with the two of them, and turned to leave. Maybe I should show some goodwill first.
Luckily, he had already subdued many of the eagle demon's subordinates earlier.
Extracting some evolution points. A life fruit immediately materialized.
Lin Yuan tossed a fruit toward the little eagle and said with a smile, "I just subdued a bunch of your followers.
Consider this an apology. This is the life fruit I mentioned earlier.
It can heal your baldness."
Ada caught the life fruit and examined it carefully.
As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the little eagle flew into a rage and hurled the life fruit at him.
You're the bald one. Your whole family is bald.
Lin Yuan looked aggrieved, his eyes welling up. He rubbed his head where he'd been hit and corrected himself. Alright, this life fruit can heal your injuries. The ape beside them drooled, reaching out to touch the life fruit. Little eagle, eating this fruit won't just heal you, it'll make you stronger too.
Ada frowned, scrutinizing the life fruit. Where did this thing come from? It just appeared in his hand out of nowhere. But judging by the ape's reaction, it's probably real.
The ape clenched his fists excitedly and asked Lin Yuan,
"Bro, can I have another one?"
He waved his hand to refuse.
"This is for our new companions first."
Lin Yuan handed the life fruit to Lang Gu.
Without hesitation, he reached out to take it. "Lang Gu, this is for you. I've always been selfish. We both ate the transformation fruit. Why did you come out of that battle completely unscathed?"
Lin Yuan frowned, recalling the earlier scenes as if in a dream, staring at Lang Gu.
"Do you remember the first time we met? I accidentally ate the transformation fruit. The human body couldn't handle the power of the demon core, and I fell into a coma. It was really dangerous. And now, don't you feel anything unusual with your body?"
Lang Gu examined himself, seeming to understand the issue.
"Ah, I see.
I had noticed changes in my body long ago. But as a warrior constantly pushing my limits, this is just another form of cultivation." Lin Yuan listened to his response. He raised his hand and gave Lang Gu a firm pat on the shoulder in approval.
"You're amazing, Lang Gu." Suddenly, Lang Ji's body stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground.
Lin Yuan's eyes widened in shock.
"Lang Gu, what's wrong?"
Seeing Lang Gu trying to push himself up, Lin Yuan quickly warned him.
"Lang Gu, if your body can't take it, don't force yourself. Eat this life fruit first. It will strengthen your body and help you resist the internal chaos."
Lin Yuan put his hands on his hips and smiled regretfully.
"Besides, I'm afraid you won't be able to transform back into your demon form anymore. But it's fine. I can help you freely switch between human and demon forms." Lang Ji's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Little sister was astonished to hear that Lang Gu could take human form. He also realized that turning into a human wasn't due to unstable power within him. Actually, it's because he ate the transformation fruit. But when did he eat it? Lang Gu smirked, confident in his own abilities.
He claimed to be the divine farmer who tastes 100 herbs. For little sister and the sake of science, I willingly sacrificed myself to test the toxicity of the transformation fruit.
Little sister looked at Lang Gu with admiration.
She had thought he accidentally ate the transformation fruit, but she still doubted how could such an embarrassing mistake be turned into a heroic act. She wondered how the energy of the transformation fruit could be controlled.
The divine farmer tasting 100 herbs, is this how humans evolve? Lang Gu burst into laughter and teased little sister.
If you don't believe me, just give me one spirit transformation fruit. And I can help Brother Long freely control the power of transformation.
Hearing this, Diamu's expression instantly changed, and he roared angrily, "You still dare ask for a spirit transformation fruit? It was clearly you who destroyed that spirit transformation tree."
Brother Long couldn't help but feel puzzled, unsure where to find another spirit transformation fruit for Brother Lang. Brother Lang also felt that someone as selfish as this bird would definitely have a backup plan. No sooner had he spoken than Diamu lashed out at him, "Get out of here.
Protecting a bunch of cowards, and you dare call me selfish? Everything I do is for the sake of the entire Abyssal Island." Brother Lang wasn't about to back down. "You dare call me useless?
Don't blame me if I get rough." To ease the tension, Brother Long urged them to stop arguing, as anger would harm their well-being. Diaomu intended to keep a few spirit transformation fruits to strengthen her own power.
As she spoke, she raised her hand in thought, then snapped, "Want a spirit transformation fruit? Only after you prove your words are true. Will I consider letting you join our team?"
Hearing this, he chuckled heartily.
Excited, he replied, "Deal. You have my word."
Diaomu crossed her arms, hesitating whether to reveal the truth to him, since that place was forbidden to trespass.
"Have you heard of the White Bone Marsh?
That's where the spirit transformation fruits are hidden."
Lang Ling quickly pressed for confirmation, making sure he hadn't misheard.
She smirked, mocking Brother Lang for being nothing more than a ground crawler.
"How could someone like you ever reach that place? Only someone as noble as me can set foot there." Enraged, Lang Ling shouted at her, "I can't fly." "But didn't I just land a hit on you earlier?" Diaomu immediately shot back.
"It was only because I wasn't paying attention that you got the chance.
If you're not convinced, let's settle this with another fight."
Turning to Brother Long and Diaomu, he asked if Diaomu knew about the White Bone Marsh. She firmly replied that she knew nothing about it. Her face showed a curious expression. After hearing Diaomu's answer, he turned to the two still arguing.
They ask where the Bone Marsh mentioned by the two is located? Legend says the Bone Marsh is the graveyard of countless demonic beasts, shrouded in thick fog year-round, obscuring vision.
There, vicious predators always lurk, ready to pounce on their prey at any moment. Even worse, the place is home to terrifying man-eating plants, and anyone who steps in faces near certain doom. After recounting the legend, Diaomu coldly asks Long Gu if he still plans to go there. Upon hearing this, Brother Wolf advises him not to risk his life in such a dangerous place.
"I don't need to transform into my giant wolf form, I can still handle these demonic beasts."
Long Ji's face shows a mysterious and curious expression, his interest piqued even more by the mention of man-eating plants.
"That place sounds interesting. Is it far? How do we get there?" Brother Wolf is shocked, wondering if he misheard, and Diaomu reacts the same way. She doesn't understand why he's willing to take such a risk for this wolf. Long Gu demonstrates his resolve, strengthening his argument in front of Diaomu and Brother Wolf. The demoness also speaks up to encourage Long Gu. "You have the ability to face danger, which makes her trust you unconditionally." Hearing this, Brother Wolf can only sigh in resignation. Diaomu suspects he used to be smart, but after spending so much time with that foolish ape, his intelligence has declined. In the end, she reluctantly agrees to let Sadio and Chi-Du escort them, partly because of that ugly-looking gift. Long Gu laughs heartily and replies, "No need. This is just a greeting gift." Then, Diaomu and Long Gu transform into demonic beasts to move faster. Brother Wolf tries to warn them again, explaining why the marsh is called the burial ground of 10,000. Small demonic beasts might be able to pass through, but with your massive size, you'll likely get stuck and be unable to move. So, he suggests they stay in human form and let Chi-Du go instead. Finding the idea reasonable, Long Gu immediately agrees and thanks Brother Wolf and Diaomu. Before leaving, Long Gu still teases, "You haven't eaten the fruit I gave you yet. Are you afraid I poisoned it?" The two immediately pop the fruit into their mouths to try it. The king's expression subtly shifted. After tasting it, "Ugh, this is absolutely vile. It's practically unbearable." Yet before long, Ling Su and Tiaoyi both felt a surging power within them. A brilliant azure glow enveloped them. Ah! Their wounds vanished in an instant, leaving them feeling utterly satisfied. Without hesitation, the two devoured the fruit ravenously until nothing remained. Not a single crumb was left behind. Overjoyed, Tiaoyi discovered the fruit could regrow his lost feathers. Still not enough, he turned to Ling Su and asked, "Do you have more of that fruit? I'm willing to trade a human form fruit for it." Long Gu mused to himself that the dessert was already sufficient, there was no need to exchange too many human form fruits. With everything prepared, the group departed from the cave. Knowing Lin Yuan had no extra fruit, Tiaoyi puffed out his cheeks in frustration over the failed deal. He huffed, "Let me tell you, the sea bone swamp where I hide my human form fruits has a strict limit. You can only take one." Lin Yuan merely sighed and smiled wryly, "That's fine. I only need one anyway." Tiaoyi immediately flapped his wings, signaling the big-beaked bird to approach and prepare for their departure. He pointed at the two birds and instructed, "That invisible dinosaur over there. They're your ride now. Under no circumstances should you eat them." A golden light enveloped Lin Yuan and the little mouse as he reassured them, "Don't worry. I'd sooner go hungry than eat my own ride." The dazzling radiance made Tiaoyi gasp in awe. He revealed his divine beast form, accompanied by a small golden mouse. He looked at the little golden mouse and said, "Little Guozi, you've worked hard. Now return to Lin Yuan's cave." Witnessing this, Tiaoyi was astonished. Their transformations were so effortless and smooth, far surpassing his own. Tiaoyi wondered inwardly what power allowed them to wield the human form fruit so easily.
The journey officially began as Lin Yuan set off with the group.
Alright, let's move out.
When they arrived at a misty forest where the sky glowed in eerie red,
the skull perched on Lin Yuan's shoulder observed and spoke.
The glowing cave ahead is the sea bone swamp.
Feeling his stomach growl with hunger, Lin Yuan sighed. I'm starving. How about we find something to eat before resting for a bit? Yuan Mei and I can only transform back into human form once a day, so let's wait until tomorrow to enter the swamp of sea bones.
After hearing this, the little girl volunteered, Big Brother Long, let me go hunting.
Yu happily agreed to the suggestion. Alright, thanks, Yuaner.
I'll go start a fire. As night fell, the three of them sat around a crackling campfire, enjoying the fragrant roasted meat.
Everyone was focused on eating.
Lin Yuan smugly remarked, when it comes to delicious food, no one can resist.
The fastest way to tame a wolf is through its stomach. Recalling the moment he tasted the meat, the jackal was moved to tears. This is true flavor, the taste of roasted meat.
Just as he was savoring the meal, he suddenly saw Yu take out a dirt-covered bundle. Lin Yuan tore open the outer layer of leaves. Here, try my beggar's chicken. The rich aroma wafted over, making his mouth water. Yu tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Yuan Mei.
Yuaner, this is for you.
Then Yu gave a portion to the jackal.
Brother Wolf, this is yours.
A wave of warmth and joy surged within him.
It's been over a decade since I've tasted something this delicious. Seeing this, Lin Yuan excitedly asked, did your master often feed you good food before? He glanced at Yu and replied, don't try to win me over. I'll tell you when the time is right.
But he still reminded Yu, I hope you'll consider whether it's really worth entering the bone swamp. Thinking of those blood-red eyes watching them, he advised. There's no need to risk coming to such a dangerous place for my sake. Though he himself had never set foot in that swamp. However, he had heard from surviving subordinates that the most terrifying things were the tentacled carnivorous plants that hunted their prey.
Lin Yuan sighed. You're really unreasonable.
I don't know how a stubborn lone wolf like you ever got along with your followers. Then Yu sharply rebuked him, I hate this know-it-all attitude of yours.
You think you're always right. Do you really think you can control the power of the pure white beast inside you? You mocked his strength, you can't even beat a spiritual bird, so how are you going to fight other beasts? Then you lowered your voice and warned, your human form is strong, but also, this isn't a long-term solution.
You'll explode when you reach your limit. Lin Yuan added sternly, we came here of our own free will. So you don't owe us anything for this kindness. Don't worry, I won't just stand by and watch you throw your life away. Yidao silently observed him. Later that night, he suggested, you two should rest early.
I'll keep watch tonight.
He felt uneasy because the other had already called them friends before getting an answer. And before he could agree, the boy had already treated him like a confidant.
His master once said that humans are the most terrifying creatures.
Yet this delicate-looking boy had the spirit of a young wolf. He glanced over and saw Lin Yuan already asleep, mumbling in his dreams, darn it. How am I supposed to run a kilometer tomorrow for the test?
Teacher, my foot cramped up. He found it baffling. What an odd person.
Then, he leapt onto a high branch, scanning the quiet surroundings. Noticing a flickering green glow in the distance, he wondered if it was some swamp creature hunting.
That green light was... As dawn broke, the group rode dodo birds toward the swamp.
Lin Yuan grinned excitedly, I never thought I'd get to ride a six-legged beast through the forest. This bone swamp didn't seem particularly special. But he stayed highly alert, not daring to relax even for a moment. Suddenly, Man Yuan noticed a tree blocking the path and felt something was off.
How did this tree suddenly end up here? Something feels wrong.
Hearing this, Yidao Lang immediately reacted, don't go near it. Never touch anything made of bones in this swamp. Suddenly, a massive mantis blocked the light, and Man Yuan looked up in shock. The creature was a mutated withered wood mantis, standing 7 meters tall and weighing 6.5 tons. They usually disguise themselves as dead branches, ambushing prey with their massive, razor-sharp forelegs. Seeing Man Yuan trapped by the mutated mantis, Lin Yuan and Yidao Lang shouted in unison, Man Yuan, watch out. She immediately stomped on the mutated dodo's back to dodge the danger, while the mantises swung their sharp forelegs at the flock of birds. What a stroke of luck, Man landed safely and dodged that attack. Unfortunately, she fell right into a swamp, her legs stuck fast and impossible to pull free. Ling Yan rushed toward her, shouting, Man, don't move. I'll pull you out. His loud voice accidentally drew the attention of the mutated withered tree mantises. Seizing the moment, Dao Lang drew his blade, focusing on finding an opening to strike. He charged at them with lightning speed, driving his blade deep into their sides. Meanwhile, Ling Yan moved closer to rescue Man. The mutated withered tree mantises bared their vicious fangs, shifting their focus to him and lashing out with their razor-sharp limbs. Luckily, Ling Yan dodged in time and grabbed the girl's hand. After the first exchange,
Dao Lang began to sense something was off. He thought to himself, this shell is way too tough. The creatures kept swiping at him, while the panicked mutated ostriches scattered in all directions. The ostriches fled for their lives, but the mutated withered tree mantises pursued them relentlessly. They swung their sharp limbs wildly, slashing at anything in their path. Dao Lang leapt off his mount just as his mutated ostrich was cut in half. He shouted to Ling Yan, "Get Man out of here." He soared into the air, rising to eye level with his foes, his body radiating a brilliant golden light. Dual-wielding blades, one in hand, the other clenched in his teeth, Dao Lang unleashed the golden saw slash, shredding the mantises to pieces. Hovering in midair, he watched the remains of the mutated withered tree mantises plummet into the swamp. Just then, Ling Yan arrived on the last remaining mutated ostrich, holding Man, and caught Dao Lang in time. He let out a relieved sigh. That was close. Managed to catch you. Once settled, he looked down at the swamp below. His eyes widened in shock. Whoa, are those insect bones by the swamp that big? He couldn't help but wonder what other dangers lurked deeper in the swamp. Glancing at the panting green travel bird, Ling Yan muttered anxiously, "Our rides are gone. Both ostriches are down." He wondered aloud, "I hope that arrogant beast doesn't make me pay for them." A blade's edge brushes past a warning, turning back is still an option. But you immediately dismiss the thought. No way. Now that we're here, how can we leave empty-handed? That ugly bird would mock us endlessly. Besides, I really need that human transformation fruit. Man Yuan looks deeply worried. Now, only one scout bird remains. Do we still have a chance to reach the depths of the bone marsh? Lin Yuan answers confidently. This won't be a problem for me, I'm practically a giant in theory. He spots a large tree. He starts assigning tasks. Lang Yuan, use your blade to strip the bark off this tree, wider is better. And Yuan, you're the fastest climber. I need you to cut down all those vines. The little girl agrees cheerfully. Okay. Meanwhile, Dao Lang still feels puzzled. Lin Yuan and Dao Lang clearly see Man Yuan nimbly climbing the branches. Behind them, a mutated withered mantis silently approaches, ready to ambush. Hearing the noise, he turns just in time, but the last wind heron scout bird is still decapitated. Fortunately, Dao Lang grabs his hair and pulls him up just in time to dodge the attack. After securing himself to the trunk, Lin Yuan looks dejectedly at the bird's severed head and complains, "Ugh, again? Alright, the last vehicle is finally finished. This attracts even more enemies." He shouts, "Blast it! 2 more are coming." Dao Lang turns to Man Yuan and yells, "Quick, get it up there." He snaps back to his senses. Right, hang it on the tree first." The mutated withered mantises spread their wings and give chase. As Lin Yuan and the others scramble upward, the monsters behind them remain relentless. Witnessing this, he panics and screams. Crap! I forgot mantises can fly. In a moment of desperation, the group keeps searching for a way out while the enemies close in. A monster launches a direct attack, sending him into a cold sweat. He dodges swiftly and counters with a fierce strike. Dao Lang's blade slices into one of the creatures, splattering blood. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan grits his teeth and continues climbing with all his might. The situation grows dire as the mutated mantises catch up. He quickly dodged to the side to avoid their attacks. After missing their full force strike and hitting a tree trunk instead, they let out a loud crash. Before he could react, Lin Yuan found his enemies already blocking his path. Trapped with no way out, he decided to fight with everything he had, roaring, "Enough! Picking on someone smaller, huh? I'll take you down with me." Lin Yuan charged forward, dodged one, then leapt up to strike the second. In the end, he landed on the back of a mutated withered mantis. Lin Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body crackling with dazzling blue lightning. He unleashed his frenzied roar technique, biting down with all his might, snarling, "I'll bite you to death." Lin Yuan tore through the mutated mantis's outer shell with his teeth. As he savagely ripped into it, he shouted, "Trying to shake me off? Not a chance." Just then, bubbles began rising from the swamp below. A long tongue slithered out of the mud, slowly closing in on the mantises. The tongue coiled tightly around the creatures and even stuck to Lin Yuan, who yelled, "What in the world is this? It's all slimy, this is bad." This was an 18-ton mutated giant swamp toad, specializing in ambushing prey from beneath the mud. Seeing the monstrosity, he gaped in shock. What the hell is it that big? They had become the mantises chasing the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind. As the toad's tongue tightened around its targets, Lin Yuan realized the danger and leapt onto another branch, shouting, "This isn't good." At the last second, Man Yuan swung in on a vine to help, yelling, "Hey Yuan, grab on." Just in time, Man Yuan gripped Lin Yuan's hand tightly. Holding the vine with one hand and pulling him with the other, they rushed toward the canopy of an ancient tree.
When Manuan tried to stand, Lin Yuan immediately stopped her. Stay low on the tree, don't move.
The giant toad only reacted to moving objects. Looking below, they spotted the blade-fang wolf also hiding safely on another branch. The giant toad continued chasing the mantises, its throat bulging. The creature was swallowing its final prey whole. After eating its fill, it began scanning the area for its next target. Yu Yuan held his breath and quietly warned Manuan that as long as they stayed still and silent, it wouldn't notice them. When it took a deep breath and its body swelled, they couldn't help but wonder what it was planning.
Below, the giant toad opened its mouth and spat out a brown, swampy orb of water. Yu Yuan was too shocked to speak, only managing to yell, "Oh my goodness!
It can even use water escape." The water blast hit the ancient tree they were hiding in, shredding the trunk to pieces.
In the chaos, Daolong's blade slipped from his grip and fell. The giant toad immediately shot out its long tongue, wrapping it tightly around his body. It yanked hard, making it difficult for him to breathe. Keeping his composure, he quickly bit down on a branch with his teeth.
Meanwhile, Manuan and Yu Yuan rushed to his aid along the rope, shouting Lan's name. Once close enough, he yelled, "Lan, toss me your blade. I'll cut off its tongue." Catch! He aimed for Yu Yuan's position and dropped the blade.
Catching the falling weapon, he confidently replied, "No problem, don't worry."
But Yu Yuan missed it completely, panicking as he shouted, "I didn't catch it."
Seeing the precious weapon plunge into the swamp, Daolang cursed angrily. Forgetting he was still dangling from the tree, he roared, "My blade!
You little fool!" Seizing the opportunity, the enchanted toad dragged him away. Yu Yuan stomped his feet in frustration. "Why did you have to move?" Realizing Daolang was trapped, he quickly shouted, "Manuan! Swing over here!" Manuan immediately responded, "Got it."
At the same time, Yu Yuan scrambled along the rope to grab a leftover mantis leg from the swamp, intending to use it as a weapon.
He gripped it tightly. With his other hand, he grabbed the rope the girl was swinging on for leverage. Just as Daolang was being tightly bound, Yu Yuan swung with all his might, slicing off the giant toad's tongue. He shouted at the same time, "Behold my mantis blade!" The tongue wrapped around him began to loosen. Taking advantage of the monster's agonized thrashing, Daolang quickly leapt onto the rope they swung toward him. He used his momentum to drive the long blade deep into the giant toad's head, making it writhe in agony. A dazzling golden light enveloped Blade Wolf's body. The giant toad collapsed, its flesh mixing with the swamp's mud. After the crisis passed, Yuxuan and Man Yuan jumped beside the beast. He flashed a flattering smile and tried to butter up Blade Wolf. Blade Wolf ignored his praise with disdain and snapped, "You idiot! Give me back my blade." He scratched his head and replied awkwardly, Sorry about that. My aim was off, I didn't catch it. But don't worry, I'll get you a new one someday." From behind, the little girl pointed in a direction, "Blade Wolf, look. The blade is over there." The two looked down and saw the blade lodged tightly in a tree trunk. Blade Wolf wailed in distress, "My demon blade." Seeing him rush to retrieve the weapon, sobbing uncontrollably, Lin Xian felt at a loss. That blade must mean as much to him as a child. He clutched the treasure tightly in his arms. Blade Wolf asked in confusion, with the last messenger bird gone, "What do we do next?" He replied excitedly, "That was just the warm-up. Of course, we keep gathering bark and vines." After a while, he trudged forward, his back weighed down by a bundle of vines. Following the two, Blade Wolf sighed, "This method isn't bad, but what's the point of all these vines?" As he walked, he pondered, the biggest difference between humans and beasts is knowing how to use resources to make tools. Though he now had a human form, he still had much to learn from that kid. Yuxuan pointed at a hook and explained, "This is a hook, for emergencies." Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed from the depths of the forest. Blade Wolf asked in alarm, "What was that?" Hearing the eerie echo, Yuxuan looked uneasy. "That's terrifying. How could there be a child's cry in this bone swamp?" His words made Man Yuan ask in surprise, "A human child's cry?" Ling Su also sounded doubtful, "A human in the swamp?" Yuxuan frowned in confirmation, "Yes, that's exactly how a human child cries." But then, the voice vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed, leaving him puzzled. Had it disappeared again? Could I have imagined it? The entire squad cautiously approached the woods, unaware that a pair of crimson eyes was watching from the shadows. Danger was already closing in. Muttering to himself as he walked, he wondered, was that a child's cry, or was it the whole lizard? Suddenly, Ling Su's fur stood on end as he realized a massive shadow was looming over him. A colossal lizard appeared, standing only 20 centimeters tall but weighing a staggering 27 tons. Fiercely aggressive, its razor-sharp teeth ensured no prey could escape once caught. The group screamed in terror, "Watch out!" The monster lunged with its gaping maw, snapping in empty air as they barely dodged. In that moment, they grabbed each other and bolted. They shouted as they fled, "Run!
The giant lizard gave relentless chase, and Yuan Jiang realized this isn't working.
We're in the swamp, we'll never outrun it here. Ling Se had an idea and spun around, shouting to Man Yuan, the vines. Toss them up to the branches, now.
The girl seized the vines, swung them with all her might, and hurled them upward.
The hook secured the vines firmly to the tree.
The three clung to the vines, swinging in rhythm to evade the beast's snapping jaws.
Only then did Dao Lang realize, so that's why we gathered the vines.
With her nimble frame, Man Yuan maneuvered the vines, guiding them to a safer spot. But their relief was short-lived. Another pair of crimson eyes locked onto them.
A second giant lizard opened its jaws, waiting to devour them. The group shrieked in horror, oh no, there's an even bigger one.
As they fell into range of its razor teeth, Dao Lang yelled back.
Run the other way.
Ling Se clung to the vines, despairing, no time. If those jaws clamp down, we're done for. These lizards don't chew, they swallow prey whole. We'll have to time our jump and dive into its mouth. There are stories of people surviving inside such beasts. Their bodies resist the stomach acid. With no other choice, the group braced themselves and plunged into the monster's belly.
You try to reassure them, saying once we go in, there's no coming back out. At worst, we'll end up looking like monsters. He gives the order, jump. Dao Lang and Man Yuan immediately follow, sliding into its mouth without hesitation. After countless tumbles through its esophagus, they finally land at the bottom of the giant lizard's stomach. Man Yuan covers his nose and complains. Ugh, this smell is awful.
He looks around curiously.
This is the stomach. This slimy stuff is stomach acid. Do humans and monsters all have stomachs?
Lin Yuan glances around.
He takes out a scanner.
Confirmed, this is the stomach, the place where food gets broken down. He muses to himself that neither the withered mantis nor the giant mutated toad got a chance to take a bite. He stands still while Man Yuan retches beside him, watching Lin Yuan violently tear into the lizard's stomach. He chews thoughtfully, puzzled. What skill will unlock after the first takeover? It'd be great if I could get the withered mantis's cleaver. Just then, the system notifies him he's successfully taken over the giant lizard. Lin Yuan keeps devouring ravenously, then suddenly glares and curses at the system. You piece of junk! Amid the lizard's agonized cries.
I worked so hard for this. I finally get a skill, and this is what you give me?
Man Yuan, still covering his nose, can't help but ask, Senior, I remember we had breakfast before setting out this morning.
It hasn't been that long. How are you this hungry?
The senior brother standing nearby watches in shock as he keeps tearing into the flesh.
Are you trying to chew your way out of this thing's belly? No need.
It's a bit cramped in here, but I'm confident I can eat my way out from the inside.
What's happening?
Lin Yuan deduces the creature seems to be convulsing. Lately, you've started to have doubts because these giant lizards are inherently vicious. They even turn on each other when starving.
Could the one chasing us earlier have been this giant lizard?
Outside, two lizards are tearing into each other. The larger white lizard quickly gains the upper hand. As the space in its stomach gradually settles, everyone reassures each other that the fight seems to be over.
The one that swallowed us is even bigger, it must have one.
Lin Yuan furrows his brow, his face filled with worry. This is bad. If it swallows that other fierce beast, will either be dissolved by stomach acid or crushed to death.
Fearless, he clenches the blade between his teeth and says, it'll be fine. I'll force it open right now. He immediately uses the golden needle pressure point technique.
The lizard, focused on devouring its kin, is suddenly struck by excruciating pain. A flash of light pierces its belly from the blade. Its jaws are still clamped around the remains of the other lizard. Before it can swallow its prey, it's split in two by a single strike and dies instantly. Though the three of them are still covered in the lizard's slime.
They're lucky to have escaped successfully.
The moment they get out, Man Yuan cheers excitedly, the air outside is so much better.
It was unbearably foul in there. Shui Daoling checks himself over and confirms that Lin Yuan's prediction was entirely correct.
The lizard outside had indeed already been half swallowed by this creature. From that moment on, only Lin Yuan remained silent. Shui Daoling and Man Yuan look down at him, and Man Yuan asks with concern, Brother Long.
We're already out. Why are you still eating?
By now, Lin Yuan's stomach is bulging as he chews and replies, You wouldn't understand, this meat is tender and delicious. It's a shame we can't start a fire, or roasting it would make it even better. Hearing this, Man Yuan starts to feel tempted.
Really? Should I try some too?
Meanwhile, Shui Daoling pays no mind. He's focused on scanning the area for an exit, secretly worried if there are more giant lizards nearby.
Let's get out of here quickly.
So, Lin Yuan continued on his way, carrying an axe on his back and holding a wooden staff. Meanwhile, Man Yuan carried a large chunk of beast meat, savoring it as he walked along.
This tastes really good. After some time trekking, they finally ventured deep into the bone marsh. Lin Yuan led the way while cautiously warning the two behind him. Compared to before, the marsh had become even muddier, but fortunately, some exposed roots still provided footholds. Traveling through the marsh was already difficult, and now the thick fog ahead made movement even harder. Observing the scene before him, Lin Yuan said, "The fog is just too thick, can't see what's ahead." A strange fragrance began to spread through the air. After smelling it, Lin Yuan added that Man Yuan, walking behind, also sensed the same scent, mixed with a foul odor of decay. Man Yuan clutched his head in discomfort and asked, "Brother Long, why do I feel so tired and dizzy?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression changed instantly, as he felt the same exhaustion and dizziness. Lin Yuan quickly turned and asked, "Brother Lang, do you feel tired too?" Axe-wielding Lang rubbed his head and confirmed, even he wasn't spared, "Yeah, a little." All three experiencing the same symptoms clearly pointed to the earlier fragrance as the cause. Lin Yuan wondered if it was related to the fog when suddenly, Man Yuan pointed ahead and shouted, "Brother Long, look at that." Before them stood an enormous, bizarre flower from root to tip, emitting a unique scent. It was a mutated Darkeen devil's tongue. This 10-meter-tall giant flower reeked like a rotting corpse. And its fumes were toxic to other demonic beasts and insects. Seeing this, they quickly covered their noses. Realizing what it was, Lin Yuan cursed himself for reacting too slowly. "Damn, this mutated plant is poisonous." He immediately called out, "Little Cohen, come out." The moment it appeared, Little Cohen hadn't yet grasped the situation and was simply enjoying the fresh air. "It's been so long since I've come out." But the foul stench invaded its nostrils, making it gag repeatedly. "Ugh, this is awful." Lin Yuan quickly asked, "Do you have a gas mask?" Somehow, Little Cohen had already put on a gas mask. Once prepared, it replied unhurriedly, "A gas mask? Nope. If Master requires, this bug can travel to other parallel universes to purchase it for 10 million evolution points and deliver it within 48 hours. Seeing he couldn't rely on the bug, Lin Yuan angrily tore off his clothes for protection, clearly unable to count on it in critical moments. Lin Yuan asked, "Can you repair this gear?" The bug immediately replied, "Yes, it can be automatically repaired for 1000 evolution points." After tearing his clothes into 3 pieces, Lin Yuan kept one and handed the remaining 2 to Man Yuan and Shi Dao Lang. He instructed them, "Take these. Soak them in urine." Man Yuan held the cloth, while Shi Dao Lang, recalling how animals mark territory, asked, "Are you trying to claim this place as yours?" This wasn't Lin Yuan's intention at all, so he quickly explained. "What are you thinking? There's no water here, we have to use urine. Then cover your nose and mouth with it. It can filter out some of the toxic fumes from the konjac. We're feeling exhausted and dizzy because of the poisonous scent from these flowers." Lin Yuan and Shi Dao Lang turned to follow his instructions. Shi Dao Lang muttered as he walked, "Is this another human method?" Meanwhile, Man Yuan remained seated, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She asked in confusion, "Oh no, what should I do?" After finishing, Lin Yuan handed her the soaked cloth. "Here. Use mine. I have plenty." Holding the pungent cloth, Man Yuan looked helpless but knew she had no other choice. Once the three had their protection ready, they continued deeper into the area. Lin Yuan observed their surroundings as they walked, muttering, "Why are there so many?" Shi Dao Lang, with his sharp hearing, quickly warned, "Be careful, there's a strange sound." The source of the noise was a massive blue beetle, a mutated giant insect, 5 meters long and weighing 2 tons. A giant insect with a hardened shell and powerful jaws blocked their path, emitting a piercing shriek to intimidate them. Facing the three, Shi Dao Lang shouted, "The sour konjac lured this insect here with its stench. A flower this big must have attracted something extraordinary." No sooner had he spoken than the sour beetle launched its attack. Lin Yuan, Man Yuan, and Shi Dao Lang quickly retreated to avoid it. The three immediately assumed defensive stances, ready to counter the monstrous creature. Shi Dao Lang agilely leaped onto a tree trunk for support. His body flared with light as he leapt forward, launching a surprise attack from behind the beetle, charging straight ahead. Shu Daoling's Ho sword pierced the center of the insect's head, and Jin Yuzhan's technique erupted in a blinding golden light, ending the mutated creature's life. The monster was instantly sent flying several meters away, its body going limp as it perished under the blade. Shu Daoling stood firm, yanking his sword free with one hand, sending splatters of blue blood flying. No sooner had he dealt with one than he barely had time to catch his breath before the other beetles surrounded them. Ugh, why are there so many of these foul-smelling things again? With too many enemies, the three of them couldn't fight head-on. Fleeing was their best option. Lin Yuan urged everyone to run faster. For giant mountain devils' tongues had appeared where they stood, with a swarm of steel armor beetles closing in from behind. From his vantage point, Lin Yuan spotted another mutated creature, its body covered in sharp spines. He exclaimed in surprise, "Why are there so many strange plants here?" Below, one of the beetles chasing Lin Yuan's group suddenly froze in place, vanishing from sight.
This lapse gave a nearby carnivorous plant the opening it needed, lunging forward to seize the beetle in its jaws. The creature swiftly devoured the beetle. This was a mutated cordyceps, a plant capable of preying on large insects, its leaves bristling with sharp thorns. Once caught, there was almost no chance of escape.
Witnessing this, Lin Yuan and his group were forced to halt. Man Yuan asked in a panic, What is that plant? Lin Yuan replied, cordyceps. Then he turned to Lan Gu and asked, this must be the carnivorous plant you mentioned, right?
Their feet were surrounded by countless cordyceps. Whoa, the cordyceps here have already latched onto a beetle. The plants above had just finished digesting their prey, while below, more beetles still roamed.
Yet these beetles showed no sign of fleeing, relentlessly pursuing Lin Yuan's group.
Lin Yuan glanced back as he ran, unable to hold back his frustration.
These pests are so annoying. Even now, they won't leave us alone.
Too focused on escaping to watch where he was going, Lin Yuan suddenly skidded to a stop. The three never expected that while fleeing, they would accidentally fall right into the mouth of a carnivorous plant.
Lin Yuan shouted, oh no!
In this critical moment, Lan Gu showed sharp reflexes, rushing forward and yelling, get away! Lin Yuan immediately channeled all his strength, flinging Man Yuan outward with brute force. The two were thrown clear of the carnivorous plant's mouth, but Lin Yuan got stuck. No sooner had they escaped than they turned to look at Lin Yuan, with Man Yuan panicking and shouting, Brother Long!
Brother Long, are you alright? Man Yuan rushed forward, trying to pull Lin Yuan out with all his might. Brother Long, I'll get you out right away.
But Lin Yuan shouted to stop him, don't pull. His left and right shoulders had already been pierced by the sharp thorns on the plant's leaves. Xia Daoling stayed calm and told everyone, don't worry, let me pry the leaves apart. Before he could act, Lin Yuan yelled a warning, watch out. Just then, a massive beetle charged toward them, lunging straight at the center. The carnivorous plant tightened its grip on Lin Yuan, pulling him in the opposite direction. Xia Daoling struggled to hold on to Man Yuan. Lin Yuan was dragged back into place, his body slowly sinking into the plant's mouth.
From outside, Man Yuan reached into the plant's mouth, trying to grab Lin Yuan's hand and pull him out.
From his position, Lin Yuan sensed something and shouted a warning to Man Yuan, stay back. But it was too late. The pitcher plant's walls began secreting a sticky fluid. The mucus made Man Yuan slip, sending him tumbling down. The two of them fell together into the mutated plant's yellow digestive fluid. Lin Yuan lifted his head. He spat out the digestive fluid he had accidentally inhaled, while the system displayed mutated pitcher plant, a mutated plant capable of devouring large insects. The internal digestive fluid was highly acidic, strong enough to dissolve prey completely. Regaining his senses, Lin Yuan frantically looked around.
Damn it! Fell into the pitcher plant again. Where's Man Yuan?
Not seeing his sister, he dived back into the bottom of the pitcher plant to search. The constant secretion of sticky mucus and its ability to firmly trap prey made the search extremely difficult. After some effort, Lin Yuan finally spotted Man Yuan. Her legs were tightly stuck in the mucus. Worse, the liquid was highly corrosive, and her wounds began to burn with pain.
In a desperate rush, Lin Yuan swam forward. This mucus was unbearable.
This stuff is way too vicious. I can breathe underwater, but Man Yuan can't.
Man Yuan was already suffocating and couldn't hold on much longer.
Witnessing this, Lin Yuan's heart pounded with urgency. He knew his sister was at her limit. He quickly moved closer to Man Yuan.
Realizing he couldn't pull her out in his current state. No time to waste, the only option was to transform back into his monstrous form.
Lin Yuan tightly embraced Man Yuan as his body radiated a blinding light, preparing to shift. Unfortunately, they were right in the center of the swamp.
Once transformed, his massive body would immediately sink into the mire.
Light began to seep through the pitcher plant's interior. Lin Yuan roared in fury, no longer caring about anything else. In his monstrous form, he blazed with light, tearing the pitcher plant apart from within. His enormous frame sent the surrounding pitcher plants into a panic. With Man Yuan in tow, Lin Yuan turned to the mantis and shouted, "Onlang, catch!"
The mantis leapt up and caught Man Yuan.
Though his sister was saved, Lin Yuan's massive form still couldn't free himself from the bog. Worried for her brother,
Man Yuan asked anxiously, "Onlang, what do we do?"
The mantis replied, "Our crystals can't pull him out. We need something strong enough to support his weight."
The mantis seemed to have an idea.
He pointed to the tallest tree in the area, its sturdy vines coiled around it, and continued. "Those vines on that tree should be able to support Lin Yuan."
The savage ape glows as it prepares to revert to its giant beast form. The little girl shouts to Lin Yuan, "Big brother Long, hold on."
By now, the savage ape has transformed into a massive gorilla, leaping high to grab the tree trunk. The savage ape grabs a few vines and tosses them to Lin Yuan, yelling, "Big brother Long, catch."
Below in the swamp, Lin Yuan quickly grabs a vine. This is the glimmer of hope that could turn the tide.
Looking up, he praises without hesitation, "Good job, savage ape."
Ling Yuan grips the vine tightly, using all his strength to pull himself out of the mud.
Finally free, Ling Yuan collapses exhausted on the ground.
He looks up at the tree, thinking how lucky he was it was there to save him.
Thank goodness there was a big tree nearby, or it would have been over. But this tree looks a bit strange, he wonders what's unusual about it. As Ling Yuan is still puzzled, he suddenly jumps in shock.
When he looks at the giant tree, the system immediately displays information.
The legendary spirit tree of Wenba, the most terrifying presence in the swamp of bone remnants.
No demonic beast can escape the fate of being ensnared and drained by it. They are sucked dry until they wither away.
After reading the message, he looks at the savage ape, still standing there oblivious. Ling Yuan shouts in panic, "Supreme Spirit Tree!"
From below, Ling Yuan urgently warns, "Savage ape! Get down! This tree is extremely dangerous."
Meanwhile, the savage ape above still doesn't understand what's happening.
She wonders, why is Big Brother Long so worried?
It's not until she sees the horrifying skeletal hands reaching for her that she screams, "Oh no!"
While the savage ape is distracted, a vine suddenly lashes out from behind.
In no time, she is tightly bound.
Below, Ling Yuan only has time to shout, "Savage ape!"
The vines coil tightly around her body, lifting her into the air, leaving her panicked and helpless.
Fortunately, the skeletal blades below quickly.
With a leap, he gradually closed in on her position. As soon as he neared where Man Yuan was trapped, the skeleton swordsman drew his blade to cut the rope. But before the blade could touch it, another rope binding Man Yuan lashed out at the skeleton swordsman.
Man Yuan cried out in panic, "Brother Long!" Witnessing what just happened, Ling Yuan was filled with rage. A blue light flashed from his mouth as he roared again, "Don't bully people too much." He stared at the vines tightly coiled around Man Yuan, wrapped around a grotesque tree. The beam of light from Ling Yuan's mouth shot out instantly. Infrared heat ray. Flames erupted on the vines, forcing them to release Man Yuan in agony. But freed from the restraints, she plummeted helplessly. Just as Man Yuan fell, the burning vine swiftly lunged toward the swamp.
It plunged straight in to extinguish the flames on itself. Seeing this, Ling Yuan couldn't help but curse, "Darn it, it even knows how to use the swamp to put out the fire." If it were just one vine falling into the swamp, he wouldn't have thought much of it. But when vine after vine followed suit, it sent a chill down his spine.
What on earth is going on?
By then, Man Yuan had landed safely, letting out a scream.
Looking at the vines, Ling Yuan seemed to understand their intent. Were they trying to soak themselves to resist his flames? Man Yuan rushed toward another tree trunk covered in vines.
Before Ling Yuan could figure out what she was doing, he turned to see his sister angrily biting the vines. He shouted in alarm, "Man Yuan, be careful.
Don't provoke them."
Meanwhile, the vines submerged in the swamp began writhing rapidly. They intertwined, forming a massive, mud-colored hand.
The swordsman froze in shock, staring in disbelief. This is a hand."
Ling Yuan looked up and was stunned by the sight before him. The vines had actually woven themselves into the shape of a human hand.
"Darn it, this tree is possessed."
Standing beside him, Man Yuan could only let out a shriek, "Ah!" Just as Man Yuan clung to the vines, a heavy fist descended from above. Just as the fist was about to hit the ground, Man Yuan leapt away in time, dodging the attack.
Man Yuan quickly sprang up, using his momentum to slam both hands into the vines.
His sturdy arms held extraordinary strength, clashing head-on with the enemy. Suddenly, another vine struck from behind, but Man Yuan sensed it in time. Trapped between a massive vine hand on one side and thick vines on the other,
Ling Yuan found himself in an inescapable predicament.
The muddy hand pulled back, gathering force before throwing a powerful punch at Man Yuan. Their teamwork infuriated Ling Yuan, and a glow began emanating from his mouth.
"Man Yuan. This tree is almost dead, yet it still knows how to coordinate attacks." Flame fist.
Fire seared the man's left hand. Seeming to read Ling Yuan's intentions, the tree immediately kicked hard at his lower body. The excruciating pain shot through him, making him feel as if he'd been crippled.
Agony and rage intertwined. He let out a pained cry, "Oh no! You only know how to ambush people?" Ling Yuan's body trembled from the pain as he glared at the tree and roared, "Cowardly tree! Ambushing doesn't make you brave." Soon after, both Man Yuan and Ling Yuan were tightly bound and hoisted high into the air.
Man Yuan had already lost consciousness, while Ling Yuan continued struggling.
"If you've got the guts, let me down so we can fight again." Just then, Blade Wolf Skull appeared to rescue them. "I'm here to save you." Golden Wine Slash. The tree reacted swiftly, using Ling Yuan as a shield to block Blade Wolf Skull's sword strike. This left him completely unable to blast it. It actually dared to use Ling Yuan as a meat shield. Facing him was none other than Ling Yuan. Fortunately, Blade Wolf Skull pulled back in time, or the sword would have struck him. After stopping, Blade Wolf's skull finally let out a relieved breath. That was close, good thing I held back. But the relief was short-lived. Beneath Blade Wolf's skull's feet, a hand formed from vines began to take shape. It snapped forward, sending Blade Wolf's skull flying. Though driven back, this move inadvertently helped Lin Yuan. He had already planned for this. Brother Wolf, thanks for buying me time. A radiant glow erupted from Lin Yuan's mouth as he decided it was time to strike back. Witness my crotch-piercing blast. Fierce breath. Before Lin Yuan could speak, other vines had already sealed his mouth tight, leaving him only able to make muffled sounds. Unable to use his techniques, Lin Yuan was furious, cursing inwardly. Darn it! Bound tightly, he could no longer unleash his fierce breath. Turning his head, he saw Blade Wolf and Savage Ape were also tightly restrained. If this continued, they would all perish. They were doomed. The vines around Lin Yuan's mouth tightened further, forcing him to glare helplessly as he roared in his mind. This hurts, it's unbearable. Is this monstrous tree trying to strangle us? And then turn us into its nutrients? The vines constricted, turning them into a source of nourishment. Slowly channeling it into the tree's trunk. Lin Yuan struggled to think, feeling his breath weaken as the pressure grew, refusing to accept this fate. He wouldn't go down without a fight. Realizing he could still speak a few words, Lin Yuan quickly called out to Xiao Kuan. Xiao Kuan. Quick, check how many evolution points we've accumulated. Xiao Kuan replied softly. Let me see, we currently have 2.1 million evolution points. Lin Yuan commanded loudly. Good. Allocate them all to my height. In his mind, Lin Yuan pictured a tightly bound earthworm, but if his body suddenly expanded, he could break free. With the tree binding him so tightly, a sudden expansion would surely snap the vines. The moment the thought formed, Lin Yuan's body radiated a dazzling light as he began to grow rapidly. The vines coiled around Lin Yuan stretched to their limit as his body expanded. Sure enough, they couldn't withstand the pressure and began to snap, eventually shattering completely and freeing Lin Yuan. Host Lin Yuan, of the Ghost Clan, now holds the new title of Furnace Rage Dragon Clan. Currently in a mature form with evolutionary potential. Possesses a dominant bloodline, upgradable, standing at 82 meters tall and weighing 820 tons. Attack methods include Biting, Divine Dragon Tail Sweep, and Ghost Dragon Dominance. Special abilities include S-Rank Seizure, E-Rank Night Vision, E-Rank Illumination, B-Rank Monster Compendium, and B-Rank Fierce Breath. Additionally, A-Rank Heatstorm, B-Rank Armor Piercing Thorns, A-Rank Ghost Dragon Roar, A-Rank Fierce Blast, and E-Rank Giant Lizard Whale. The system determines that your bloodline carries the essence of the ancient Ghost Dragon Dominator, a mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas. The era of the innocent disaster youth has ended, you have officially entered the turbulent mature phase. Witnessing Lin Yuan's transformation, Blade Wolf and Barbarian Ape were both stunned. Barbarian Ape exclaimed, "Whoa, Brother Dragon grew taller again." Blade Wolf muttered to himself, he got bigger. After losing support, Lin Yuan plummeted to the ground along with the severed vines. Upon landing, Lin Yuan looked up defiantly at the monstrous tree. You really went all out earlier. I thought my eyes were about to be gouged out. The monstrous tree manifested a human face and sneered mockingly. Kid, this old man hasn't lost to you yet. Now you're stuck deep in the swamp. If I don't intervene, can you even get out on your own? Lin Yuan, however, disagreed confidently. Want to get out? There are plenty of ways. Then, an idea flashed through his mind. Now that both I and Little Ape have transformed into monsters. He revealed a mysterious smile, suddenly thinking of an amusing solution. Lin Yuan immediately put his plan into action. He let out a deafening roar, unleashing the giant lizard whale ability. The sound he emitted was ear-splitting, even the most terrifying creatures in the swamp trembled in fear. Hey, I didn't even hit you. Why are you crying? Don't try to scam me. I won't fall for that. This panicked reaction was exactly what Lin Yuan had anticipated. He tilted his head to listen while commanding Barbarian Ape, they're coming. Little Ape, tie up the vines on the ground. They'll be useful later. Reinforcements are arriving soon. Barbarian Ape immediately complied, responding loudly. All right. Suddenly, a massive lizard appears, its eyes scanning the surroundings. It muses to itself, there was a sickly chicken around here recently, perfect for a meal. Where did that chicken go? Its crimson eyes sweep the area until they lock onto its target. The sick chicken this lizard is hunting is actually a barbarian soldier. Gripping a vine, his face twists into a sly grin as he readies himself to capture his prey. The barbarian's towering shadow looms over the small lizard. The moment he takes a step forward, the little creature whirls around and bolts, realizing it's no match for him. But its tail is quickly pinned under the barbarian's foot. The lizard thrashes in panic, and the barbarian smirks, asking, trying to run? Think you can get away?
The barbarian tightens his grip on the vine, his face lighting up with a cunning smile. He snarls, "Your buddy just swallowed my brother whole." With a wicked grin, the barbarian secures the lizard tightly with the vine. Meanwhile, the wolf ape pricks up his ears, catching distant sounds, and chuckles excitedly, more are coming. At the same time, a group of giant lizards lets out piercing wails.
Big monkey, stay back. In an instant, 3 more lizards are snared by vines and dragged into the swamp. Ahead, the bound lizards struggle desperately, while the wolf ape urges them on from behind. He grips the vine tightly and shouts, "Put your backs into it. Haven't you eaten today?" No sooner are the words out than the wolf ape unleashes a burst of flames. "Let me add a little fire for you." Violent Fist, Lighter Edition. The flames engulf the vines, and the lizards writhe in pain, their faces twisted with agony and fury. Then, the wolf ape leaps into the muddy bog below. From above, the blade wolf, Lingqua, praises, "That guy's got some clever tricks." The wolf ape emerges covered in mud, while the giant lizards beneath him are utterly spent, collapsing to the ground. The wolf ape smirks triumphantly at the strange, towering tree. "What kind of weird tree are you? With this fur of mine, I could have climbed out of the mud pit without your help." The tree-like creature was wiping its body with a cloth. With a face full of confusion, it asked, I didn't expect you could summon lizards." Ignoring the strange tree's remark, the spiritual ape cut straight to the point. "Hey, weird tree, I'm curious, how come you can speak human language? And why do you even look like a human? Did you eat a transformation fruit too?" The strange tree picked up a red fruit and examined it closely. Then it turned to the spiritual ape and asked, "Transformation fruit? Are you talking about this?" As the strange tree held it closer, the spiritual ape took another look and confirmed. "Yes, that's the one." The spiritual ape looked up at the strange tree and continued, "So you absorbed the fruit's flesh, which is why you can speak and turn your vines into limbs like a human's." The strange tree seemed puzzled by the spiritual ape's words and asked, "What do you mean? I don't understand." The spiritual ape waved its hand. "If you don't get it, I won't waste my breath explaining. Forget it. With a blockhead like you, it'd be pointless to explain anyway. By the way, since you're a big tree that can't move around, how did you even get the transformation fruit?" The strange tree hit its finger slightly and smiled. "Don't underestimate me just because I'm rooted here. I have my scouts." A small white bird perched on the strange tree, its messenger just mentioned. The strange tree sighed. "My scout found it in a very hidden cave long ago." Hearing this, the spiritual ape couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Ah, a cave not far from here. Perfect. That must be the place we're looking for." Having finally gotten useful information, the spiritual ape immediately made a request. "Tree brother, could you ask your scout to lead us to that cave?" The strange tree pointed behind it. "It's just ahead. Follow the swamp path, and you'll see it soon. But if you're really after the transformation fruit, I'd suggest you hurry. My scout told me a group of crabs is fighting over it in the cave right now. I was afraid you'd arrive too late, there wouldn't even be a single fruit left." Rong Yuan was still clutching the vines for the lizards when he froze after hearing the news, then quickly asked, "No way?" A group of crabs were fighting over the transformation fruits. The strange tree replied briefly, "Believe it or not." After getting the necessary information, Rong Yuan sprang into action without hesitation. He quickly turned back and urged Manhwa, "Xiaoyuan, hurry, we need to leave now. Here, take these 4 lizards. Want me to show you how to play with them?" While Manhwa and Rong Yuan were busy with the lizards, the strange tree quietly turned away, a faint smile on its face. It thought to itself, "I never expected to find someone on this bizarre island who could transform into a monster. Maybe I can ask them for a favor." Rong Yuan strapped 2 wooden planks to his feet like skates and glided across the swamp, with Manhwa following suit. Most of their momentum came from the 4 lizards they were controlling. When the shop the strange tree mentioned came into view, Rong Yuan immediately shouted, "Look! There's a hidden cave, it must be our destination." Their joy didn't last long as they froze at the sight of 2 crabs suddenly appearing before them. Each of their claws was tightly gripping a transformation fruit. By the time Rong Yuan noticed, the crabs had already bolted, leaving only a shout behind. "Darn it! Thieves, just as I thought." Watching the crabs' retreating figures, Rong Yuan realized he couldn't catch up. He turned to Manhwa and said, "They're too fast, I can't chase them. Xiaoyuan, stay here and watch the lizards. I'll check inside the cave." Manhwa worriedly called out, "Be careful, Long Ji." Rong Yuan simply replied, "Don't worry." Then he stepped into the cave. The space inside was eerily quiet, with 2 strange birds lying below. Seeing the cave was completely empty, Rong Yuan shouted, "Unbelievable! Those thieves didn't even leave a single fruit for me. The two birds lay motionless, so he called out, "Shao Koan, Koan Koan. Get me another life fruit." Following Ron Yuan's instructions, the skeletal bladeling took a life fruit and stuffed it into the bird's beak. During the process, the blade spirit couldn't help but sigh regretfully. "Such a fine fruit. Why did you have to feed it to that?" Long Yuan glanced at them and explained, "Those two must have been stationed here by that monstrous bird to guard the transformation fruit. We need to report to that bird, or the two-faced jerk will pin all the blame on me. I can't afford to take the fall for this." Outside, after tightly binding the lizards to the tree trunk, Man Yuan quickly scanned the surroundings for threats. Suddenly, something burst out of the cave, startling Man Yuan. At the same time, Long Yuan rushed out and shouted, Yuan, there's no transformation fruit left in the cave." Immediately, the two tightened their grip on the ropes, urging the lizards to keep moving. Long Yuan sprayed fire onto the ropes while urging, "We have to catch up to those crabs." Thus, Long Yuan and Man Yuan led the lizards in pursuit of the crabs that had stolen the transformation fruit. System message displayed, the driven long-clawed giant crabs. Measuring 6 meters in length and weighing 5 tons, possess an extremely powerful pair of claws. And Quang looked puzzled, his mind full of confusion. Driven long-clawed giant crabs? What does that mean? Could there be a mastermind behind these crabs stealing the monstrous bird's transformation fruit? Recalling the ugly bird's arrogant attitude, he mused, that thing must have offended others often. But what kind of creature could control these crabs? Too lazy to think further, Lin Yuan flicked his tail to shake them off. Who cares? Let's deal with the task at hand first. He quickly grabbed the transformation fruit while devouring the crab in his mouth. Such delicious seafood, can't let it go to waste. The system immediately issued a notification. You successfully seized the driven long-clawed giant crabs, earning 2,600 evolution coins. Congratulations on your first seizure of driven long-clawed giant crabs. Bonus reward, 10,000 evolution coins. Afterward, he calmly handed the spoils to Ben Koan. Little Koan Koan, help me extract the spirit core. The battle with the Supreme Overlord tree had drained all his evolution coins, so he couldn't modify the transformation fruit for now. Man Yuan pointed at the fleeing crabs and asked impatiently, Bro Long, should we keep chasing? Long Yuan answered reluctantly, yes. Even though that monster is annoying, she's still our companion. We'll help her get the transformation fruit back. With that, Long Yuan and Man Yuan immediately led the lizard pack in pursuit. His expression grave, he swung his tail forcefully, flinging the crab horde aside and sending the transformation fruit in their claws flying. Next, Long Yuan grabbed a half-dead loach spirit and crushed it in his jaws. Man Yuan followed suit, snatching another one. Meanwhile, the wolf demon thrust his sword into a crab's claw, seizing the transformation fruit. Looking up, they saw the surviving crabs rushing toward a hazy green mist. Long Yuan, leading the charge, suddenly roared in fury, Stop! Halt now! This left Man Yuan puzzled. Long, what's wrong? Watching the crabs vanish into the mist, Long Yuan said. That green miasma ahead is strange. Let's observe first. After stomping the ground a few times, he realized, we're no longer in the swamp. Finally, we can stand on solid ground. Facing the encroaching miasma, he immediately raised his guard. This isn't good, we're surrounded by the mist. Suddenly, a loach spirit burst out as if driven by something. But the transformation fruit in its claw was gone. Witnessing this, Long Yuan was stunned, muttering to himself. Why did this crab come back? Something's off about it. A ferocious-looking lizard gnashed its teeth, closing in on the crab. Suddenly, the crab exploded, taking the lizard down with it. The group was left dumbfounded, while Man Yuan was terrified out of her wits. What in the world is going on? Why would that crab explode? Before anyone could react, swarms of crabs surged forward, crawling all over the two of them. Long Yuan shouted in panic. Did all these crabs explode? A surge of blue energy enveloped them, hurling the entire crab horde into the air. The two of them still hadn't processed what was happening. They exploded at the same time. Long Yuan was furious upon learning the truth. This was clearly a trap. Were those crabs deliberately using that transformation fruit to lure us here? Then attacking with self-detonation? Just as Long Yuan was about to retreat, a sudden attack came straight for him. The strike hit a vital spot, and blood began to drip. The searing pain jolted Lin Yuan awake. Clutching his wound, he seethed. It was indeed a trap. Everyone, be careful, there's an ambush. A bizarre creature appeared, with thick, razor-sharp legs. It was called Ao Wu. The system immediately provided data. Poison Ninja Lizard King Leader. One of the 6 heirs of the Lizard King, possessing the bloodline of the ancient Lu clan beast. Worried, he shot a glance toward the distant Man Yuan. Then, escorted by a pack of long-tailed lizards, another monstrous creature emerged.
The system updated, Poison Armor Lizard King Leader. Also one of the 6 heirs of the Lizard King, bearing the bloodline of an ancient Lu clan general from the classic of mountains and seas. It measured 42 meters long and weighed 380 tons. His eyes widened in fury as he pieced it together, the Poison Ninja Lizard King Leader. Poison Armor, we've fallen into the Lizard King's scheme again. Those self-detonating crabs were their doing. They even knew how to use others as pawns. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and an earthquake erupted, startling them both. Then, a multi-headed beast lunged at them, and the system issued another alert. Lizard King Lu Jiang, possessing the bloodline of the ancient Lu clan megabeast from the classic of mountains and seas. It was 150 meters long and weighed 1,140 tons. Its massive body blotted out the sky, blocking all light. He looked up, stammering, "El Lizard King." Lu Jiang. Amidst the green mist, Lu Jiang rose like a withered tree. It unleashed its poison tongue ability, spewing a suffocating green haze in all directions. Looking around, Long Yuan urgently warned, "This is poison gas, cover your nose and mouth, everyone." Instantly, he reverted to human form, his face filled with panic and agony. His body was covered in mottled wounds, and, look, a door in the distance is slowly opening. 3 figures emerge leisurely from the mist. Their faces gradually become clear. One of them swings a baseball bat against the rock wall and roars, "If you dare tell the teacher about this, I won't let you off." Lin Yuan, covered in injuries and looking terrified, quickly raises his hands to stop them. "Stop, please stop. I beg you." "Hey, boss," Jess sneers as he leans in. "You coward, you'll always be beneath our feet." The lackey beside him smirks. "Yeah, keep going, I'll record it." He seems eager, nodding repeatedly. Yes, go on." Overwhelming fear jolts him awake, breaking free from the relentless nightmare. When he looks beside him, he sees Man Yuan standing frozen, eyes rolled back, her body ice cold. Even Ling Su has fallen into the same state. Panicked, Lin Yuan shouts, "Man Yuan! Ling! Wake up! Come on, snap out of it." Their cries jolt the two back to reality. Ling Su, confused, mutters, "The lizard zombie king and its 2 children appeared at the same time?" He nods gravely. "We were never a match for them. We have to break out. The lizard zombie king must be incredibly powerful. So our only chance is to break through its 2 children's encirclement." Suddenly, tears stream down Man Yuan's face as she whispers, "Ling, in the illusion, I saw my parents." She looks at Ling Su in anguish. Their bodies were corroded by green poison, it was horrible. Lin Yuan tries to comfort her. "That's why we need to preserve our strength. When we get stronger, we'll settle the score with them." Suddenly, Xiang Lu speaks. "Vicious vulture, you killed so many of my children with that cursed thing. Did you think you could just leave?" With that, it rolls 2 round objects toward them like balls. "I think you'll love these." Long Yuan and Man Yuan were filled with suspicion, staring intently at the rolling objects. Only when they stopped did they horrifyingly realize they were 2 heads. As if something had exploded in his mind, his eyes widened in terror, his thoughts completely shattered. The surrounding space suddenly turned gloomy and oppressive. Overcome with emotion, he collapsed to the ground, trembling as he stammered, "Father! Mother!" Before he could grieve, the willow branches sprayed a thick, corrosive liquid, instantly dissolving the 2 heads. Long Yuan quickly pulled him back, "Man Yuan, be careful." Witnessing the heads being destroyed in an instant, Man Yuan was overwhelmed with grief, tears streaming as he cried, "Father! Mother!" Then, a surge of furious flames burned within him. He pounded his chest wildly, his eyes bloodshot with rage, before roaring, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" He then lunged forward, and Long Yuan shouted desperately to stop him, "Man Yuan, don't! You're no match for it." He watched in stunned silence as Man Yuan, consumed by fury, leapt forward to attack the willow branches. He clenched his fists and struck the monster's face with all his might. Yet, it remained unharmed and retaliated instantly, slamming into Man Yuan's stomach. "Is that all you've got, savage ape?" Then, the willow branches bit into his arm, causing him to scream in agony, his face twisted in pain. It held Man Yuan firmly and declared arrogantly, "Savage ape! Now I'll send you to join your parents." Seeing this, Long Yuan charged forward in fury, with Skeleton Blade Lang quickly following to assist. In an instant, the Poison Blade and Poison Servant roared, extending their sharp claws to block them, taking him by surprise. Skeleton Blade Lang leapt up and said, "Long Yuan, you distract those 2, I'll save Man Yuan." Long Yuan tried to stop him. "Long, don't be reckless. We're no match for them. Going now would be suicide." Skeleton Blade Lang looked displeased and retorted, "What do you mean? Are you just going to stand by and do nothing? Are you scared?" Without another word, he used Long Yuan's shoulder as a pivot and leapt up.
If you won't go, then I will.
Then, he drew his blade and attacked the venomous scorpion, only to be blocked by its pincers.
Immediately after, it swung its pincers and sent Daolan's blade flying far away. Daolang tumbled through the air before steadying his twin blades and launching an attack at Willowvine. It raised its central head high, speaking in an ancient, reproachful tone, "Daolang, how dare you brandish your blades before me?" Just as Daolang leapt before it, one of its heads struck with lightning speed. The blow carried immense force, and Daolang spat blood instantly. Seizing the moment, the pain made his eyes roll back as he nearly blacked out. His body sent flying backward. Willowvine wasn't done. One of its heads clamped down on Daolang's waist, sneering, "Pathetic."
Seeing him so weakened, Lin Yuan, who had witnessed everything, burned with rage and shouted, "Alang!" Just as Willowvine had Daolang in its jaws, Lin Yuan charged forward to fight, only to be intercepted by the venomous scorpion. Furious, Lin Yuan's eyes turned red as he cleaved off one of the scorpion's pincers with a single palm strike. Before the creature could react, he lunged forward and bit into its body, flinging it high into the air. Lin Yuan whipped his head, hurling the scorpion's corpse upward. He roared in fury, "Get out of my way!" Next, Lin Yuan unleashed his raging fox breath, spewing a blast of blue energy straight at the head holding Daolang. Struck by the attack, the head released its grip, and Daolang plummeted freely. Lin Yuan continued gathering energy, his spines and mouth glowing brightly. He unleashed the stored energy forward in another devastating blast. Despite just using his technique, Lin Yuan forced himself to fire 2 more raging fox breaths in quick succession. In truth, his body had reached its limit, his energy spent. Both of Willowvine's heads were struck, the agony forcing them to release their grip, letting him fall. Lin Yuan panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Assessing his strength, he quickly decided, "No, I can't reach him. I must buy time for Xiao Yuan and the others to retreat." Lin Yuan shouted to his fallen companions, "Xiao Yuan, Alang, I'll hold it off. The 2 of you are already injured. Let's retreat first." Facing Shangliu's massive body, Lin Yuan had no choice but to leap high into the air. He roared in fury, "How dare that scoundrel try to tear Xiao Yuan to pieces?" He made up his mind, "I'll tear you apart." Amid the swirling blue poisonous mist, he charged forward. The moment the ape landed, Lin Yuan lunged and sank his teeth into one of Shangliu's heads, trying to rip it off. The agonizing bite made that head shriek to the sky, while another head twisted around and clamped down hard on Lin Yuan. Blood gushed instantly from his back. His mouth still locked onto Shangliu's head, blood pouring out with it. Seeing this, the 2 friends below panicked and screamed. The ape shouted, "Brother Long!" Daolan also cried out, "Lin Yuan!" While 2 of its heads grappled with Lin Yuan, another began gathering energy in its mouth, glowing with a dazzling emerald light. Lin Yuan sensed its target was the ape and yelled, "Watch out!" The venom sprayed out, but he leapt in time to shield his friend. Coughing up blood again. A powerful blast of venom, like a blue beam, sent Lin Yuan flying. He crashed heavily into the ground, leaving a massive crater. Blue toxic smoke continued billowing from his abdomen. The ape rushed over, carrying Daolan, calling out anxiously, "Brother Long!" Lin Yuan seemed to have fallen unconscious, unable to move at all. The ape shook him desperately, "Brother Long, wake up! Wake up!" Shangliu roared, "None of you are escaping today." The ape turned to see the emerald green beast had them completely surrounded. Suddenly, a mocking yet eerily familiar voice rang out from above, "3 losers getting beaten up again, how pathetic." Above them, the silhouette of a giant bird soared with outstretched wings. It was the monstrous bird, glaring furiously at Shangliu upon appearing. "Serpent King, stealing my things again? Unforgivable." Countless feathers, glowing with radiant light, filled the sky. The monstrous bird flapped its wings, whipping up a storm of wind, trees, and debris as it dove straight at Shangliu. It let out a long screech, summoning a flock of its minions. Amid the swirling storm, the monstrous bird clashed directly with Shangliu. Shouting down, "Get them out of here, now!" This chaotic battle was on an enormous scale. Dan Shuang transformed into a twin serpent form, diving down to attack the one-eyed and one-horned monsters, keeping them at bay. Meanwhile, the mutated blazing dragon ancient beasts charged forward, driving back the monsters attacking them before forming a protective formation around the 3 enemies. 2 of the mutated blazing dragon ancient beasts suddenly grabbed the gorilla with their claws. The 3 were carried into the sky before the creatures swiftly flapped their wings and departed. The battle on the ground raged on fiercely. Amid the swirling dust, Xiang Lu taunted the monstrous bird and its defeated followers, daring to act like heroes. The monstrous bird didn't back down, letting out a cold laugh. It shot back, mocking the so-called Serpent King for stooping to cowardly tricks like ambushes and hidden weapons. How shameful. While focused on battling the monstrous bird, it suddenly sensed something amiss. Xiang Lu lifted one of its heads and saw the blazing dragon ancient beasts carrying Lin Yuan and the others away. It cursed furiously, calling them a bunch of cowardly wretches. While two of its heads kept the monstrous bird occupied, the third began gathering energy in its mouth. It unleashed a blast of venomous breath, targeting the group flying in the sky. A streak of green poison shot straight into the clouds. The blazing dragon ancient beast at the rear of the group was struck, while the others managed to dodge in time. The gorilla gritted its teeth and twisted its body to evade the attack. The poison blazing dragon ancient beast immediately began changing color. Its body gradually hardened, turning into something like stone. Then, it plummeted to the ground, proving the terrifying destructive power of the venom. The surviving companions continued carrying them away from the battlefield. The gorilla witnessed the horrifying sight of its kin struck by the green light. They had all turned into withered corpses. She worried silently. Long had also been hit earlier.
Was he alright?
On the battlefield, the monstrous bird was still generating tornadoes, hurling debris at its opponent with ferocity.
Xianglu's three heads refused to yield, spewing poisonous gas to intercept the incoming rocks. The monstrous bird knew it couldn't win this fight.
Seeing that the group had safely escaped, it ordered the bird flock to assist the army and drive away the enemy. The shapeshifter obeyed without hesitation, immediately flying toward the strange bird.
Frost Willow refused to be humiliated. And if they dared to cause trouble, they'd pay with their life.
It unleashed a blast of deadly poisonous breath straight at the strange bird. Seeing the lethal attack coming, the strange bird panicked. This was the end. It turned to face the poisonous breath head-on.
With a cold snort, it scoffed, "Trying to ambush me? Not a chance."
In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped the strange bird. Just before the poison struck, it shifted into human form, gracefully dodging the attack. Then, in its human form, it flew down with its bird followers, landing on the back of a shapeshifter rhino. Though slightly startled, the bird maintained steady flight. The strange bird glanced at Lin Yuan's group nearby and commanded the shapeshifter rhino,
"Let's leave this bone swamp first." As the beast herd retreated, one of the secondary heads turned and asked, "Father, what should we do next?"
The main head remained silent. After a moment, Frost Willow finally spoke to its offspring. "That Qilong is unusual.
My deadly poisonous breath hit it, yet it didn't die.
But I can feel this poison has given me a new kind of power." It declared it had seized the Qilong's life energy, making its offspring turn back in awe.
Amid the swirling toxic bone mist, Frost Willow's figure blurred and vanished, its voice echoing again. "Gather your brothers and pursue those creatures.
I need quiet to digest this primal life force within me." Meanwhile, the ancient divine medicine dragon had led Lin Yuan's group far from the old battlefield. Arriving at a warm, sunlit place, the strange vulture crossed its arms and turned to Bladewolf. "What now? Where should we stop?
My territory's been overrun by those hunchbacked reptiles."
Bladewolf glanced back at the unconscious Lin Yuan and replied, "To my place."
Suddenly, the gorilla cried out in a trembling voice, "Everyone, look! Brother Dragon, he!" The other two quickly turned. The monster looked confused. "What's wrong with this dinosaur? What change?" "There's no change at all." After observing the situation, the ape immediately gave the answer, "It's the dragon." The dragon shrank.
Moments later, in a forest surrounded by mountains. Outside a cave, a group of baboons were playing and frolicking. Inside the cave, Lin Yuan suddenly woke up, raising his hand in confusion as he examined his body.
Lin Yuan looked up at the two dark shadows blocking his view.
When he focused, he saw Blade Wolf standing with his arms crossed and asked, "Blade
Wolf brother, why have you grown taller? And why do you look like a humanoid monster now?"
Blade Wolf froze, unsure how to explain. The ape had to bend down and say, "Wolf brother, it's not that we grew taller.
It's that you shrank." Lin Yuan panicked, sweating profusely, as even the ape now towered over him. Frantic, Lin Yuan touched his face with his claws and shouted, "What? How did this happen? Did I really shrink?" He quickly called out to Xiao Koan, "Are you there?"
Xiao Koan appeared and showed him the system panel. Current status, host Lin Yuan of the Ghost Clan, new titled Thunderstorm Dragon Clan, in mature form with evolution capabilities. Overlord grade bloodline upgradable.
Height, 8 meters. Weight, 80 tons.
Attack methods include Charge, Tear, and Divine Dragon Tail Whip.
Ghost Dragon Overlord Path.
Special abilities, Species Plunder, Night Vision Armor, E rank.
Light Illumination, E rank. Monster Compass, B rank. Fierce Breath, E rank. Heat Ray, A rank. Thorn Tear Armor, B rank. Ghost Dragon Roar, A rank. Fierce Blast, A rank. Giant Lizard Sting, E rank.
System Judgment, your body carries the bloodline of the ancient overlord beast, the ghost demon beast, recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. You've left behind your carefree youth and entered a troublesome mature phase.
Long Yuan looked bewildered. "What do you mean I was defeated and need to start over? Explain it clearly."
Xiao Koan calmly explained, "Based on my analysis, the Lizard King Deadly Lure's venom absorbs a creature's vital life force.
causing rapid death in the target. It points at you and explains that since your original life force was converted from evolution points, it can be concluded that the toxic breath absorbed all the evolution points you had accumulated since entering this world. This won't kill you, but Ling Su breaks into a cold sweat just thinking about how suspicious General Lu looked. However, there's one detail that demands attention. It claims the toxic breath stripped away your original life force to nourish the lizard corpse king, meaning the monster now possesses all the evolution points you've accumulated since arriving here. You blurt out in horror. Mine. It took all my original life force. Ling Su is furious, cursing loudly. Darn it. That lizard was already massive, and now it's stolen so much life force. This is defying the heavens. Yet, he quickly shifts to a serious but optimistic tone. There's always a trade-off. Now, I'm even less of a match for that lizard. Well, this is the situation for now. Ling Su silently resolves to eat and drink relentlessly to accumulate evolution points. And once he grows into a 100-meter-tall monstrous beast, he'll reclaim everything that's his. The strange bird beside him looks down at the tiny Ling Su and sighs, "You're truly one of a kind. Your energy alone could destroy the lizard corpse king, something even we couldn't kill." It seems puzzled, as the lizard corpse king's energy should have overwhelmed any living being. Yet it didn't kill you, it only shrank your body. What are you? You glare at the bird and retort, "What do you mean, what?" Watch your words. I'm the earth-shaking demon, the man who will become the king of all beasts. The bird gestures with its claws, showing a tiny gap. Smirking as it teases. Such a tiny thing, and you want to be the king of all beasts? Ling Su puffs out his chest defiantly. Who said I'm small? A real man never admits to being small. He adds, just watch. As long as I don't die, I'll outlast everyone. Soon enough, I'll grow back into a huge, handsome monster. Only then did he suddenly remember something else. Turning to Daolan, the one who had been silent all this time, he asked, "Hey, where are we?" The gorilla beside him immediately spoke up to explain. "Brother Long, this is Brother Lan's cave." Long Yuan looked around in astonishment, then stared deeply into the depths of the cave, exclaiming, "Good heavens! How can there be so many weapons here? Brother Lan, is this your armory? But why is there a grave here?" Inside stood a grave with a massive sword plunged into it. After a moment of silence, Daolan looked toward the grave and explained, "The one lying beneath is my master, a true human. These weapons belong to him as well." Long Yuan approached the swords. After examining them carefully, he said, "So, you once lived alongside humans. Did your master teach you your swordsmanship and combat skills?" He continued, puzzled, "But how could a human wield such enormous weapons?" Daolan recalled the figure from the past, a man with pale golden hair who could manipulate all kinds of weapons around him. "My master was a human with extraordinary abilities. His power was telekinesis. Because he loved cold weapons, his fighting style involved controlling various arms in battle. Even a blade over 10 meters long could be wielded with his telekinesis, making him incredibly formidable." Long Yuan began to grow curious about this person. With a face full of confusion, he pressed, "Huh? A human with extraordinary abilities? Do people like that still exist in this world? Daolan, tell me more." He mused to himself, "It seems the world I'd been reborn into isn't Earth. Here, monsters and humans with extraordinary abilities coexist. I wonder if there are other natural beings here too." Daolan sank into his memories, the man wielding a long sword, cutting down the monsters surrounding him, their blood scattering everywhere. Blood was spilled across the ground. In the scene, a wolf Daolan at the time stood before the man. He continued, 20 years ago, I happened to meet my master. At the time, he accidentally. I ended up on this island to escape my enemy's pursuit. He saved me from the blades at Sword Lake." He recalled the grueling days of practicing his blade by the wooden post. Because the master was particularly interested in the giant creatures here, even venturing underground to explore the cause of their mutations. He also taught me blade techniques, swordsmanship, and how to use other weapons. Unfortunately, I was just a wolf and lacked spiritual power, so I couldn't fully grasp the essence of his martial arts. Daolan chimed in, saying, "The master once told me that in the human world, there are many people with extraordinary abilities. Some can control lightning, while others can release poisonous mist. Some possess immense strength, and others can summon terrifying creatures from other realms. These people are a mix of good and evil, divided into two distinct factions. The master was forced into hiding on this island after being hunted by the evil faction. Those dark forces, whether human or demonic, lurk in every corner of human society. The two of us relied on each other for a long time. He began to learn the origins of those blades. His master loved collecting weapons of all sizes. He owned a spatial ring forged by someone with spatial abilities, which could store all his weapons and be carried with him." At this, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, imagining a massive diamond ring. Excitedly, he asked, "There's really a ring that can store items? That's incredible. Where is that ring now?"
Dao Lang didn't answer the question and continued, "I lived with my master for 10 years until one day, his enemies suddenly invaded this island.
To avoid dragging me into danger, he left me behind and went to face them alone.
Later, I found him barely alive in the ruins of the forest.
He had defeated his enemies. But he was gravely injured.
He remembered how helpless he felt, watching the man collapse, covered in wounds, beneath a tree. Then he looked up at the other and said, "For the past 10 years, I've led my people to guard this place day and night. To protect the master and everything he held dear." After listening, the strange bird spoke coldly.
"So it was all because of some runaway guy in this massacre?
You actually agreed to a non-aggression pact with that decaying lizard king,
letting those despicable lizards wreck this island every day. What's the point of clinging to these ruins when our home is gone?"
Big Blade Lang raised his blade and slashed down, glaring at the strange bird as he roared. "Shut up, strange bird.
I won't allow you to insult my master." Unfazed by his fury, the strange bird remained calm. "I'm just stating facts, Weapon Officer Lang.
Even though you're not in wolf form now, that decaying lizard king seems to have recognized you. You broke the pact by drawing your blade and attacking him.
Do you really think you'll get away with it?"
Suddenly, he remembered the moment he swung his blade at General Liu, only to be sharply scolded by that old man. "Weapon Officer Lang, you're bold, daring to brandish your weapon in front of me." Seeing the tension rise, Yu Yuan quickly intervened.
"All right, can you two keep it down?"
He immediately threw out a question to distract them.
"Weapon Officer Lang, is there a safe hiding place here? Those lizards shouldn't know about this place, right?" Still fuming, Blade Lang coldly replied, "I don't know."
Worried about his attitude, Yu Yuan excitedly patted his belly.
"That's great. The most important thing right now is finding enough food." Yu Yuan expressed his desire for a big feast. Hearing this, the strange bird and Blade Lang both frowned and scolded him in unison. "How can you think about eating at a time like this?"
Yu Yuan scratched his head awkwardly.
"It's not like that, I just want to grow stronger faster."
Outside the cave, the corpses of imperial crocodiles and giant lake river swords lay piled up in a chaotic heap.
In the corner, the gorilla was enthusiastically roasting the meat of their enemies.
Chunks of imperial crocodile meat were arranged in a circle around a blazing blue flame. Yu Yuan held a large tube, gazing at the wolves and the pile of monster corpses beneath them, deeply moved. Seeing so much prey brought back, he couldn't help but exclaim,
"You guys are amazing."
As he approached, the gorilla called out, "Big bro, it's your turn." Yu Yuan hugged his jar and bounced around the roasting meat in circles.
"He just sprinkled something on it. All right, look over here.
Get ready to enjoy this delicious barbecue.
The aroma is mouth-watering."
He raised the seasoned skewer high, and the wolf pack immediately gathered around, drooling, their tails wagging non-stop. Nearby monsters also caught the scent, looking puzzled.
"What's in that jar? Why does it smell so good? I can smell star anise and cinnamon in it."
The wolves howled excitedly.
"It smells amazing." The gorilla carried over a large piece of meat and placed it in front of the razorback wolves.
He told them, "Take it easy, everyone.
There's enough for all."
Everyone sat together, enjoying the barbecue, and couldn't stop praising how great it was. After a while, Lin Yuan patted his full belly and let out a satisfied burp.
This was his first time stepping into the wolf pack's territory. He wondered what would happen on this first visit. Would he get something good?
He immediately called out, "Little Kunkin, I want to mark this place." Feng Kuan appeared and displayed the system panel, marking the location as Ling Lin Chin Lin. The marking reward was an A-rank skill, Ferocious Claw Beast Edition. This was a smaller version of the Ferocious Claw skill, suitable for humanoid forms.
Featuring extremely sharp teeth.
With incredible bite force and astonishing speed, this skill lets you easily tear apart monsters larger than yourself. After reading the info, Lin Yuan felt like he'd been hit over the head.
He jumped up in shock and yelled, "Beast Edition? System, you're really phoning it in, aren't you?" He demanded, "And this Beast Edition, why does it feel like it's mocking my height?"
Mr. Cohen calmly explained, "This is the most suitable skill Cohen tailored for your current state." It drew parallels to various animals to further explain.
As long as your stamina holds, you can tear into prey like a piranha,
drill through trees like a woodpecker, or tunnel nimbly like a mole. After hearing this, Lin Yuan could only groan.
Piranha is fine, but woodpecker and mole? No thanks. He added, "I only eat meat, not dirt."
A few days later, still in the wolf pack's den, Lin Yuan finished another hearty meal. Lying comfortably on his side, his belly round and full, he turned his head and called out, "Wolf! Ling Su, here, take this.
Eat it.
You can revert to your former werewolf form and switch freely between human and wolf shapes from now on." Saying this, he handed the transformation fruit to Dao Lang.
Dao Lang took it without hesitation and took a bite.
The strange bird stood nearby, watching the werewolf eat with a skeptical look.
Lin Yuan sat up abruptly, wiping his hands as he began explaining.
Brother Wolf, now you need to focus and sense the crystal core inside you. He added, just shatter the crystal core with your mind. Then guide its energy throughout your body to restore your original beast form. Later, shatter the crystal core with your mind and channel its energy through your body to shift back into your beast form.
But this process isn't easy. It'll probably take you a day or two to master it. Dao Lang sat cross-legged, quietly sensing his body.
But before Lin Yuan finished speaking, a radiant light enveloped Dao Lang, revealing the silhouette of a massive wolf howling to the sky, startling him. Clearly, Dao Lang had already reverted to his corpse wolf form, leaving Lin Yuan stunned.
Alright, you're both geniuses.
The strange bird beside them was equally stunned, marveling inwardly, it really worked.
Can my transformation fruit be used like that? What method did Lin Yuan use? Meanwhile, the gorilla and the thornback wolf were playing happily.
Lin Yuan made up his mind.
Alright, Lance's problem is solved. Now, it's time to witness a miracle.
Excited, he commanded the system, allocate 200,000 evolution points to height. Filled with hope, he thought, with over 200,000 evolution points.
Growing to 20 meters tall shouldn't be a problem.
In the vast forest, a dazzling beam of light shot into the sky as the system notified the host that 201,002 evolution points had been spent to increase body size. The regulator stood across from him, arms crossed, and announced the final number, 2 meters.
Lin Yuan looked utterly bewildered and asked in confusion. System stick, are you messing with me? I've been reset to factory settings. It'll take 200,000 evolution points to grow 2 more meters. Little Stick shrugs and explains, come on, wasn't it you who wiped all the data and started over? Fine, your current state can be understood as losing all your reputation.
What's frozen are your skills, but your level remains. It gives the final verdict, so even though you're only 8 meters tall now, the evolution points needed to grow taller are the same as when you were 15 meters tall?
After hearing this, Lin Yuan completely breaks down.
He braces himself on the ground, tears streaming like rain, huge droplets rolling off.
How long do I have to eat to get back to my original height? Lin Yuan gives Little Stick a pitiful look. System Stick, you won't stop until you've pushed your host to the limit, will you? Little Stick doesn't bother responding.
It just waves a hand, and Lin Yuan's body is instantly enveloped in a green glow.
He looks down at himself in horror. What's going on? What's happening? The green light is. Little Stick scratches its head and explains helplessly. It's the lingering effect of the Lizard King's toxic breath. And it can keep draining your life essence in exchange for your evolution points.
Lin Yuan freezes upon hearing this.
So, what does that mean? Am I never going to grow taller? In another realm, a dark cave is filled with winding paths and jagged rocks. Xiang Lu lifts its head, having just felt the surge of the viper dragon's life essence flowing into its body. It's baffled.
What method did that guy use to gain life essence so quickly in just a few days? Then, it gazes up at the clear blue sky outside the cave, smirking.
But I've already sensed your location. This time, I'll wipe you all out in one go.
The scene shifts back to the cave of the Bingqi wolf. Lin Yuan hangs his head in despair, his figure obscured by the monsters in front of him.
One of them remarks, that green glow earlier. It's definitely the Lizard King's toxic breath.
The strange bird adds calmly, I didn't expect the Lizard King could leave a mark inside Lin Yuan.
It sounds skeptical. This is like the poison.
Lurking inside him from start to finish, no.
Stop plundering his primordial life force.
The monstrous birds, gorillas, and Jiling at his sides all turned their gazes toward Lin Yuan. While the bird began analyzing, he could strengthen his physique by seizing power. Yet the earth chi toxin in his body now acted like a shackle, stunting his growth. The gorilla cried out in panic, quick, we need to save Brother Long. The monstrous bird lifted its wing to stroke its chin, deep in thought. If we defeat the purple viper lizard king, the toxin will naturally disperse. But with our current strength, that's impossible.
Our only option is to find an antidote. Jiling eyed it skeptically. Can you even cure this poison?
The monstrous bird glanced back, shook its head, then began describing a majestic, noble spiritual beast perched atop the summit of seasons. The only one on Bridge Island capable of neutralizing Earth Chi toxin is the beast lord Bai Chi, who dwells in seclusion on the summit of seasons.
Hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder, the sage of the summit of seasons. Beast lord Bai Chi, who exactly is this? Sounds impressive, though I don't really get it.
Recalling the beast lord's appearance, the monstrous bird explained. Legend says Bai Chi possesses eternal life, having existed on Bridge Island for 10,000 years. It's the closest being to the divine beast realm. Many demonic beasts have long knelt at the summit to pray, but it continued, yet it has never cared about anything happening on Bridge Island. Since it has secluded itself on the summit of seasons year-round, the biting cold of the 4 seasons makes it nearly impossible for even the strongest beasts to approach. It added, however, if one has enough determination and courage to scale the Sage's Peak, they may offer a fitting price to request the Beast Lord's aid. The toad voiced its agreement with the request. Lin Yuan found the whole thing as fantastical as a fairy tale and asked, what kind of price would it take for it to agree to help? The monstrous bird leaned in, the atmosphere growing somber. You must sacrifice what you hold most dear, be it health, freedom, dignity, or even family. Hearing this, Lin Yuan rubbed his hands together skeptically, muttering that it sounded no different from a scammer's trick. The gorilla disagreed with his reaction and hurriedly spoke up. Brother Long, the things about Bai Chi are true. I've heard my parents mention it before. The little girl suggested we all give it a try. Peng Jiling also asked Long Yuan to confirm. Long Yuan, the death oath is real. My master once visited the snow peak to seek out Bai Zhe. Long Yuan hesitated for a moment but, with no other options, reluctantly agreed. Fine, let's go find Bai Zhe. We don't have any other choice anyway. He turned to the strange bird and asked, where is the snow peak, little sister? Could you have your subordinates take us there? If we fly, we won't have to take a detour. The strange bird replied calmly, I already told you. That mountain is extremely tall and constantly surrounded by blizzards, making it impossible for birds to reach the summit. It added, my subordinates can take you, but they can only go as far as the mountainside. Suddenly, a violent earthquake shook the area they were in, and water began bubbling up from the ground. Long Yuan shouted in alarm, what's happening? An earthquake? In the distance, the ground where a pack of thornback wolves had gathered suddenly collapsed. Jiling quickly warned his companions, a huge pit just opened up, everyone, be careful. From the newly exposed abyss, a swarm of purple venom lizards began crawling to the surface. The group immediately took defensive stances, and Long Yuan swiftly identified the threat. The creatures emerging were indeed purple venom lizards. Long Yuan was confused, unsure how they had found this place. Then, it suddenly dawned on him, the reason might be his recent advancement in physical form while in the blue state. Could it be because of the poison earth essence inside me? He gasped in shock. The purple venom lizard king can track my location through the poison earth essence. As several purple venom lizards advanced, Toxic Blade also made its appearance. It let out a deafening roar. On the other side, Toxic Rage emerged, surrounded by thick poisonous fumes. The thornback wolves immediately formed a battle formation, ready to face the purple venom lizards. Both sides were on high alert, poised to strike at any moment. From Toxic Rage's body, the poisonous mist intensified. The fresh air from earlier had completely vanished. In its place, a plume of deadly blue smoke billowed into the air. The Thornfang wolves watched their opponent with intense focus, staying on high alert. The lone wolf shouted urgently, don't rush in. Fall back to the cover over here. Seeing several Thornfang wolves injured and fallen, he immediately led the entire pack to retreat deeper into the cave. The water on the ground continued to spread, and the surrounding trees withered under the corrosive poison. The leaves had all fallen, leaving only bare, withered branches. Lin Yuan looked down at the ground and cursed under his breath. Just when things couldn't get worse, now we have corpse lizard wraiths to deal with. A sense of unease crept over him, could this be the corpse lizard king? However, what crawled out of the pit was a grotesquely bloated monster. Viperous was one of the 6 offspring of the corpse lizard wraith king. She had inherited the bloodline of Lu Jiang, an ancient mythical beast recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Measuring 48 meters in length and weighing a staggering 430 tons. She was encircled by long, tubular appendages. When she raised them, the entire area was instantly enveloped in a thick cloud of toxic blue mist. The two sides stood in clear opposition, Lin Yuan's group on one side, the corpse lizard wraiths on the other. The monsters roared in excitement as they charged forward, while Lin Yuan's allies quickly formed ranks, shielding him behind them. In his current frail state, a single swipe of their claws could easily take him down. Suddenly, from behind Lin Yuan, more precisely, from deep within the cave, a dazzling golden light shot straight into the horde of monsters. He stared in shock as the radiance streaked past him. Dianling leapt from the cave, blade clenched in his jaws, his entire body radiating overwhelming power as he charged into the corpse lizard wraiths, cutting them down. Wherever Dianling passed, the monster's limbs were severed in a single strike. Though the corpse lizard wraiths surrounded him, he remained composed, slashing through them one by one. He cut down every enemy in his path, sending them flying. Viperous seemed unable to tolerate this any longer and lunged at him with her pincers. Dianling swiftly blocked with his blade. The clash of pincers and steel erupted in a shower of sparks, showcasing the astonishing speed of both combatants.
Excited, Xingshan pounds his fist into Mosey and shouts, "Yes! We absolutely won't let those lizard corpses invade Ling's territory. Brother Long, let's join in too."
The barbarian soldiers charge forward to attack the toxic spider, which immediately spews clouds of blue smoke. Just as a barbarian swings his fist, the toxic spider darts away in time, startling him. In the blink of an eye, the toxic spider reappears behind the barbarian, but luckily, there's a warning.
Lin Yuan, Ayuan, watch out. It's behind you.
The toxic spider stabs fiercely with its sharp claws.
And the barbarian, unable to dodge, is wounded in the leg.
He falls to the ground, and just then, a swarm of toxic spiders appears. They attack all at once, and the barbarian shouts in terror, "Oh no!" A loud explosion erupts, and Lin Yuan calls out anxiously, "Ayuan." A toxic spider suddenly climbs onto the barbarian's shoulder, but Lin Yuan saves him in time and warns, "Xiao Yuan, be careful."
Mid-battle, the toxic spider suddenly explodes, startling him into falling to the ground. He clutches his mouth and cries, "Oh no, my teeth!"
He then commands his spirit bird, a bird, blow away the smoke. He mutters under his breath, "This toxic beast is despicable." These creatures, capable of making enemies self-destruct, are both cruel and unpredictable. When hidden in the smoke, there's no way to tell where they're lurking. Seeing this, the spirit bird immediately flaps its wings to disperse the mist. Lin Yuan praises, "Well done." As the smoke clears, the toxic beast's figure is revealed, and he says, "I see you now." He then unleashes a powerful blast of his violent breath, striking the target directly, sending the toxic beast flying into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Faced with Lin Yuan's overwhelming presence, the toxic beast trembles at the intimidating aura he emits. Lin Yuan uses his violent craft beast to directly attack the opponent's tentacles. The system announces, "You have successfully seized the toxic beast, leader of the lizard corpses. Evolution points increased by 10,000. You have successfully seized the toxic beast, leader of the lizard corpses. Evolution points increased by 9,000. Congratulations on successfully taming the toxic beast, leader of the lizard corpses."
This is the first time the Violent Shot skill has been upgraded from A rank to S rank. Violent Shot S rank is a condensed version of Violent Breath, with a charging time.
The energy is brief but can be cast continuously, delivering devastating destructive effects and causing violent explosions.
This technique can ricochet multiple times across surfaces and will only explode under the user's control. Note that it will never detonate without your permission.
Suddenly, a glow emerged from the Venom Servant's tongue, startling Lin Yuan.
"Oh no, this thing can regenerate on its own." An explosion sent him flying backward. Lin Yuan concluded that while he couldn't completely destroy it, he had dealt it a severe blow. Plus, he could learn new skills by seizing the Venom Servant. Dale Lang appeared to handle the Toxin Blade summon.
"Lin Yuan, you and the strange bird go first."
"You two go ahead. I'll cover your retreat." Lin Yuan immediately objected.
"No way, we leave together or not at all.
There are 3 of them. You can't handle them alone." Dale Lang urged, "Hurry and go.
If the brutal Corpse King catches up, none of us will escape." Just then, the strange bird spotted bullets firing from the pit and dodged swiftly. System announcement, Toxin Shadow, leader of the brutal Corpse King. This is one of the brutal Corpse King's 6 heirs, carrying the bloodline of the ancient great beast Willow General, as recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. 43 meters long and weighing 390 tons, Lin Yuan shouted, "Another brutal Corpse King leader. It can also change colors to turn invisible. That green-skinned monster is lurking for another ambush." Seeing this despicable act, Dale Lang snapped, "You see? The brutal corpse horde is going all out. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. I have a way to escape. Don't worry about me, just go." With that, Dale Lang charged straight into the brutal corpse horde. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. "Fine, but be careful." Then, Lin Yuan began moving with Man Yuan and the strange bird. "Man Yuan. Little bird, let's go." Toxin Shadow emerged from the green mist, and countless boulders exploded on impact. Lin Yuan hastily warned Man Yuan, "Watch out. That color-shifting monster is catching up." Lin Yuan burned with fury. "Perfect timing. Let it taste my upgraded explosive shot. This should help ease the pressure on Dale Lang." Immediately after, he fired a barrage of intense bullets, densely targeting the approaching poison shadow. The bullets grazed the poison shadow, striking the poison blade, making him wonder in surprise. "What kind of junk is this? It doesn't even hurt when it hits." Lin Yuan said smugly, "I just thought of a super cool move to detonate the explosive rounds." As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, causing the space around the poison shadow to erupt in a violent explosion. The surrounding debris was obliterated in the blast. Lin Yuan cheered excitedly, "Wow, this effect is as powerful as a cluster munition."
Then, he retreated with Man Yuan and the strange bird, but not without turning back to remind, Brother Lingsu, this is as far as we can go. Hope you can escape soon. Meanwhile, the poison blade had his limbs severed by the blade wolf, letting out agonized screams. Eventually, he collapsed into the swirling green smoke. Seeing Lin Yuan and the others leave and the tribesmen retreat, he pondered to himself. The Lizard King's target is us, even the Master's tomb and weapons couldn't stop him. I'm sorry, Master. I'll return at once. After planning, he led his subordinates into the shop. Suddenly, a scream from behind startled him. No. No. In the distance, green smoke billowed, the earth split open, and despairing wails filled the air. Master. Now, all that remained was a deep crater shrouded in dust. The appearance of another lizard shocked the blade wolf. It was the poisoned body, glaring at him with fierce eyes. The blade wolf charged forward in fury. Scoundrel! Dare to destroy the Master's tomb? You'll pay for this. At the peak of the snowy mountain, the strange bird reported mid-flight, this is as far as my feathers can carry us. From here on, we'll have to walk on foot. The other birds dropped Man Yuan, causing him to slip on the thick snow. It quickly warned Lin Yuan, the snow is deep, brotherling, so should be careful. He replied confidently, no problem. It's just some snow. Before Man Yuan could react, he had already leapt down only to vanish instantly into the deep snow. Man Yuan rushed to the edge of the pit, calling out, Brother Ling So, are you alright? Suddenly, a beam of thermal radiation shot up from the pit, startling him. Lin Yuan was launched into the air along with the bedboard, damn it. The snow here was over 10 meters deep. He shouted loudly. By now, the strange bird had transformed into human form and lazily scolded him. Idiot, you don't know your limits. Lin Yuan snapped back impatiently, hey, why did you turn back into human form? Aren't you supposed to climb the snowy mountain? She replied, with such a heavy snowstorm, I can't fly. Miss Ban isn't some caged bird. I refuse to walk. The strange bird immediately ordered the blazing heart ancient deity, bring that thing to me. The dragon promptly fetched a bamboo basket. Lin Yuan asked in confusion, what are you planning to do with this? She hopped down and said, for a pleasant journey, of course. Lin Yuan stared at the basket in shock before exclaiming, you're really treating me like a tour bus. The strange bird retorted, stop complaining. Do you want to get in or not? Having a bamboo basket on your back will make moving easier. He couldn't help but think of a mother monkey carrying her baby and muttered, why do I suddenly feel like your child? Moments later, Lin Yuan climbed into the bamboo basket, chiding himself, I'm overthinking things. The spiritual bird had thought this through, it really was more convenient. Suddenly, a loud crash made him jump. What was that? Then, the bottom of the basket gave way, sending them both tumbling to the ground. He yelled. Seriously? This basket's quality is terrible, it's falling apart. Lin Yuan landed in the soft snow, while the strange bird grumbled, stupid dinosaur. Could you eat less this time? How can someone so small be this heavy? He shot back, I eat this much for everyone's sake. Long Yuan quietly calculated he couldn't use evolution points to upgrade right now. He had to keep saving them to exchange for useful items in the shop when needed. Frustrated, he asked the small system, check if the shop has something that can fit me in this basket. The system immediately began searching, initiating search for the host. The system displayed the product info, bamboo basket, specially designed for pet monsters. From the adorable world of monster moms and their babies. Price, 10,000 evolution points. Dong Yuan gasped, what does this even mean? Pet monsters? Small system? The shop's merchandise. Does everything in this shop have to be so bizarre? Can this thing even support my weight? Doesn't look too reliable, though. Little Bug chimed in to reassure him, it's okay. This was specially made for your weight. It will definitely hold your weight. Ling Su asked again before deciding on the item. Made specifically for my weight? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? He sighed. Fine, I'll take it. The strange bird changed the subject. You've got so many secrets, don't you? Those massive legs, where were you hiding them before? After climbing inside, Ling Su tapped the outer shell of the leg. That's my secret. Want to come in? Then, the mighty ape hoisted the leg onto his shoulder. Long Song, keep the scent steady. He shouted, alright, spirit bird, let's go. We're going to conquer the Sage Snow Peak together. The mighty ape struggled through the dense mountain range. Ling Su and the strange bird shivered. What kind of awful weather is this? So annoying. Good thing dinosaurs have a special body structure, or I'd be frozen stiff by now. The strange bird trembled as it complained, so cold, too cold. The mighty ape didn't notice anything odd until its nose started running from the cold. What appeared before it was a sheer cliff, blocking all paths forward. There's no way ahead. Ling Su asked, Little Ape, are you sure you can handle this? This cliff is incredibly steep. It replied somewhat uncertainly, don't worry. Long Son, climbing is my specialty. He sighed. How come you're not cold? All that fur must be nice. The mighty ape gripped the cliff tightly, not forgetting to remind its friends, Brother Long. Sister Spirit Bird, hold on tight. Then, it began climbing the towering cliff with effort. But the mighty ape stepped on a loose rock and slipped. All three tumbled down. Oh no, this isn't good. Yet the mighty ape stayed calm. This kind of thing won't stop me. It quickly grabbed a protruding rock, though its limbs still slid against the cliff. The mighty ape showed determination. This time, I will make it up. Finally, the mighty ape's hand reached the top, and the group successfully scaled the cliff. Lin Yuan gasped in awe, we finally made it to the mountaintop, Ayuan. You did great. When we get back, I'll make you the best grilled skewers ever, it replied cheerfully. It was nothing at all. Thanks, Brother Long. No sooner had he spoken than the sight before them left everyone stunned, a lake this vast at the summit? Manhwa slowly stepped onto the frozen lake. The strange bird warned, be careful. This ice looks thick enough. I think we can cross it. Let's go for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Manhwa leaped onto the ice and began moving cautiously. Suddenly, a massive fish shadow appeared beneath the ice. Lin Yuan shouted a warning, there's something huge under the ice. The moment Manhwa took a step, a deafening splash erupted. He urged, it's breaking through. Run! Manhwa bolted, the ice cracking beneath his feet with every stride. The fractures spread rapidly, forcing him to sprint for his life. Crossing the vast expanse of floating ice on the lake was already treacherous. But then a monster erupted from beneath Manhwa, hurling him into the air. Moments later, all three plunged into the depths of the lake. Lin Yuan opened his eyes to see a colossal sea beast, an ancient sea elephant. The creature measured 55 meters in length, weighed 80 tons, and had a pair of massive tusks. Lin Yuan seethed with anger, so it was this wretched thing ambushing us. The sea elephant charged at them. Lin Yuan quickly warned, Ayuan, watch out. Though Manhwa dodged the tusks, he couldn't evade the sea elephant's swift tail strike. The blow sent him reeling, dazed and disoriented. Seeing this, Lin Yuan asked with concern, Ayuan, are you alright? Despite his dizziness, Manhwa managed to reassure him, don't worry about me. Save the strange bird first. Only then did Lin Yuan notice the strange bird had fallen unconscious. Seeing it struggle, Lin Yuan sneered, so this arrogant monster is just a clumsy duck. Meanwhile, Manhwa was desperately trying to restrain the sea elephant. After saving the strange bird, Lin Yuan warned, Xiaoyan. I'll take your bird to shore first, then come back for you. He swam toward the bank, but by then, the lake had completely frozen over. Darn it, how did this lake freeze so fast? His body was too small to break through the ice. He immediately tried using flames to melt it. Scorching wind line. But the technique was useless underwater. He cursed under his breath. Scorching wind line goes out in water. Looking toward Xiaoyan, he worried the boy wouldn't last much longer underwater and had to get to shore quickly. Lin Yuan turned and shouted, Xiaoyan, get out of the way, let me handle this. He wasn't sure if violent earth breath would go out underwater, but he had to try. Xiaoyan quickly pushed the sea loach away. The creature circled Lin Yuan before he maneuvered behind it. Lin Yuan immediately unleashed violent earth breath. The terrifying force caught the monster off guard, flinging it onto the ice. Finally, the three of them climbed onto the ice. The sea loach was now unconscious. Lin Yuan sneered, kid, you were all high and mighty in the water. But on land, you're nothing but a salted fish. The mutated sea elephant soon woke up and used its sharp tusks to smash the ice, carving out a small hole. It struggled to lift its heavy body, glancing at the approaching humans and beasts with a sinking feeling of dread. Carrying the strange bird on his back, Lin Yuan glared at the sea elephant with a fierce grin. Fatso, be a good boy and jump into my bowl. And Yen chimed in, clenching her fists. All that meat roasted, it'd be delicious. Just then, the strange bird suddenly woke up. It fiercely punched Lin Yuan's head and roared, don't move. Every spiritual beast of the Sage of Snow Peak could be a servant of the White Flood Dragon. Ignoring the scuffle between Lin Yuan and the bird, the sea elephant rammed its tusks into the earlier hole, shattering the ice instantly. The water resurfaced, and it dove in to escape. Seeing their prey flee, Lin Yuan sighed. Fine, Xiaoyan, let's give it a break. I'll spare its life. And Yen huffed softly beside him. Sitting in the bamboo basket, Lin Yuan grumbled, I got hit and can't even fight back. This is so heartwarming. And calmly explained that many creatures adapted to the ice and snow lived on the Sage Snow Mountain. Basically, they are all servants of Bays. If you kill these creatures, it means you won't get to see Bays. The snow on the mountain grew thicker, and the wind howled even fiercer. Manhwa trudged forward through the biting cold, moving tirelessly from night to dawn. Finally, they spotted a cave surrounded by ice. Lin Yuan stood up from the bamboo basket and pointed toward the cave. He said, "Look. That must be Bays' cave, right? It's huge." And Diao stood beside them, scratching his head lightly. "That should be it." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, startling the three of them into turning around and stopping in their tracks. In the distance, a massive, ferocious polar bear charged forward, blocking their path. It roared, "This is sacred ground. Not another step." This was an ancient snow bear, standing 60 meters tall and weighing 180 tons, with immense strength. A single punch could crush an opponent's skull. Then, from the cave emerged a beast with enormous paws and thick fur. It glared at them and asked suspiciously, "Why did you, a hairy monkey, bring humans here?" It bellowed again, "This is no place for humans." Before them stood a giant black ape, the legendary Snow Bigfoot. 70 meters tall and weighing 210 tons. The legendary Snow Bigfoot was known for its violent temper and rough behavior. Lin Yuan gasped, "Wow, a polar bear and a Bigfoot that can talk. But it looks like only these two bosses are guarding the place." And Diao snapped angrily, "Open your eyes. Is our young lady even human?" As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly shook her body and instantly transformed into a fierce monstrous bird, spreading her wings and letting out an enraged screech. Our young lady just didn't want to climb the snowy mountain in that form. The Bigfoot waved a hand in response. Being able to transform into human form means you're connected to humans. Nothing connected to humans is allowed in the Beast Lord's sanctuary. The snow bear seemed to recall something and walked up to Lin Yuan, asking, "Was it you who defeated the giant walrus?" Lin Yuan isn't one to back down either. He swiftly retaliates, "TSK news sure travels fast. I was the one who took down that giant walrus." "What of it? It attacked us first, what was I supposed to do? And for the record, I'm no small fry. Back in the day, guys like you would have been my underlings." Then he turns to the giant foot beast. He says, "No humans or their associates are allowed in here." He recalls that someone else had come here before, a blade wolf, who had told Lin Yuan about it. It said, "My former master once came here to pay respects to the sages Jiefeng and Bays." He snaps at the giant foot beast, "Then why did I hear that just a few days ago, humans with abilities came here to visit?" The giant foot beast just waves its hands in response, "That was before my time. Not my problem. But now, it's not allowed. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude." Perched on the ape's back, Lin Yuan shouts, "We climbed all the way to the top. You think you can just kick us out with one word? Not a chance. Want a fight? 2 against 2, bring it on." Just as a fight seems inevitable, a voice echoes from inside the cave, "Big Bear. Giant Foot, let them in." Hearing that familiar voice, the Big Bear and Giant Foot beast immediately turn and obey. They bow respectfully and reply, "Yes, as you command, Lord Bays." The Giant Foot beast eyes Lin Yuan's group and says, "Lord Bays has spoken. Go on in. Don't try anything funny, I'll be watching you." The group slowly enters the cave. As they pass the Big Bear and Giant Foot beast, the spirit bird mutters under its breath about them throwing their weight around. The deeper they go, the more they see massive, razor-sharp ice formations tightly packed together. At the end of the cave, a massive white creature sits majestically on an icy platform in the center, appearing before them. It asks, "So, what brings you here?" This is Bays, a being with ancient divine beast bloodline, once mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas. Weighing 180 tons, it is the most enigmatic presence on Abyss Island, a propitious spirit beast capable of turning misfortune into fortune. Ling Yao bows respectfully and calmly explains their purpose. "My friend here has been poisoned by the earth breath toxin of the leopard-killing Fox King, damaging his life essence, which is why his body looks like this now. I hope you can help him purge the remaining earth breath toxin energy from his body." After hearing this, Bays widened his eyes in surprise. "You went and provoked the leopard-killing Fox King again?" It continued, "This little dinosaur has been poisoned by the leopard-killing Fox King's earth breath toxin. Though his body has shrunk, it's not life-threatening." When its gaze fell on Lin Yuan, Bays immediately sensed he was actually human. Discovering a human soul hidden beneath a beast's exterior, it wondered how a human could exist in a demonic beast's form. Beyond the leopard-killing Fox King's toxin, his body also contains an unseen power. Could it be energy from beyond the Abyssal Isle? The two-spirit bird bowed respectfully as Bays asked, "Have you truly decided to ask for my help?" Then, it turned its gaze toward Lin Yuan. It thought to itself, "This guy is quite interesting." Hearing the question, the spirit bird lifted its head and replied, "Yes, I have made my decision. I hope you can help my friend purge the remaining earth breath toxin energy from his body." Lin Yuan, standing nearby and only half understanding, couldn't help but wonder, what are they talking about? What decision? Why can't I understand any of this? Baze responded, very well.
Immediately after, a dazzling light appeared, enveloping Lin Yuan's entire body,
making him gasp in surprise. Good heavens, this light!
The beam wrapped around him, lifting him into the air as it began to thoroughly purify the toxins within.
He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Ah, this feels so good. My whole body feels lighter.
As the light faded, he stood firmly on the ground, examining himself before asking,
"Is that it? All done?" He looked up and muttered, "Little Kong Kong, can you scan me to see if there's any earth breath toxin energy left?" Hearing his call, Little Kong appeared and pointed at its electronic screen.
"After my scan, the traces of earth breath toxin energy in your body have indeed vanished. I never expected Baze to be exactly like the legends said.
According to the classic of mountains and seas, there is an ability to describe evening scenery." Lin Yuan laughed heartily. Perfect. What are we waiting for?
On the way to the snowy mountains, I've already consumed so much.
I should have over 300,000 evolution points by now, right? Oh, little Kuan.
Quick, use 200,000 evolution points to increase your height. Let's see you grow 2 meters taller.
Little Kuan immediately followed the command. In an instant, Lin Yuan's form changed. He grew taller in a peculiar way. Witnessing this, Baze beside him couldn't help but gape in astonishment, marveling inwardly. This furry creature suddenly grew so tall. Could it be due to the mysterious energy within? Meanwhile, the spirit bird can convert its life essence into hidden magic within its feathers.
This creature can use its internal mysterious energy to enlarge its own body.
How fascinating.
By now, Lin Yuan had returned to his towering stature. He jumped up and down with a goofy grin. Perfect.
No more shrinking back to a smaller size.
Then, seeing Baze, he respectfully cupped his hands in thanks.
Thank you, great Baze.
The elder glanced at Lin Yuan, then turned to the spirit bird and spoke slowly. You need not thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, you should thank your spirit bird friend.
Ah, so that's it. He was taken aback, asking in confusion, thank the little bird?
He turned to the spirit bird beside him and muttered under his breath, why thank the little bird? Memories of his earlier conversation with the spirit bird flashed through his mind. It seemed they had discussed this. Back then, he had said it sounded like a fairy tale. What price would it take for it to grant a request? He suddenly realized it was the spirit bird who had made the request. And Baze had immediately healed him afterward. Yet at the time, he hadn't asked the spirit bird to pay the price right away. He recalled her answer that day, one must surrender what they hold most precious. Things like health, freedom, honor, or loved ones, for example. Seeming to grasp the issue, Lin Yuan immediately turned to question the spirit bird. Little bird, what treasure did you give up for me? When did you agree to this? How come I didn't know anything about it? Faced with Lin Yuan's aggressive questioning, Baze spoke unhurriedly from above. Every spirit beast on Abyssal Island knows that to come before me and request my consent, the price is surrendering their life essence. Life essence? Did she give up her own life essence? Baze's words struck like a bolt from the blue, jolting him fully awake. After losing her life essence, her body had already shrunk. Even the divine dragon herbs would turn into empty husks without that thing. Lin Yuan hastily asked Baze. What will happen to her after she surrenders her life essence to you? Will she shrink like me? Baze answered calmly, she doesn't have your abilities. Losing life essence leads to rapid aging or even immediate death. Hearing this, Lin Yuan reacted violently, his eyes widening in shock. Aging, dying? No, absolutely not. Dang, he turned to the spirit bird, scolding loudly, damn it, you're usually so clever. Why act so foolish now? Why use your life essence as payment? The spirit bird turned her face away. I'll use whomever's life essence I please. It's none of your business. He insisted firmly, this is my matter. I'll pay the price. The spirit bird replied, the Tao heart isn't that terrifying. Not like what Lord Baze says. At most, I'll just become more mature and charming. Lin Yuan pleaded earnestly with Baze, Lord Baze. Please revoke your deal with her. You detoxified me. Logically, my life essence should repay the debt. Baze immediately refused. No. Because you're human, and as Beast Lord, I don't make deals with humans. Nor do I grant any human requests. He pondered inwardly, stroking his chin. He could tell I was human? He shouted, Lord Baze, I'm no longer human. He continued, now I'm a spirit beast, the Abyssal Island's ferocious wolf. The spirit bird stood behind him, watching his figure intently. That figure of Lin Yuan, is he really human? I once heard Commander Ling mention that he was human. But didn't he only take human form after eating his own transformation fruit? Still, this scoundrel's behavior does show human traits, which is why Commander Ling was willing to get close to him. Your attitude is so sincere, and you've even bowed in respect. I won't sacrifice your life for my own gain.
Bai Zai, I hope you'll reconsider.
Amid the heated debate between the two factions, he gently closed his weary eyes, let out a long sigh, and pointed at Ling Ke and Lin Yuan.
Very well, you and Ling Ke.
Having such consideration for others is truly rare among the beast clans. Even the master of this garden shares the same will to send you to the mountaintop.
I agree to your request and will void the deal with Ling Ke.
Lin Yuan was overjoyed upon hearing this.
Alright, thank you, Bai Zai.
You may take my primordial life essence now.
Ling Ke immediately objected.
Bai Zai, please don't cancel our deal.
I can bear this cost. Bai Zai spoke.
I won't take your primordial life essence. As long as you complete the trial I set forth, the deal will still stand. The three of them were filled with doubt upon hearing the word trial. Bai Zai left his seat and strolled toward the cave entrance, saying as he walked, "That's right, a trial.
Follow me here."
After stepping out of the cave, they were surrounded by towering rocks and thick layers of ice.
Lang Yuan looked uneasy and asked, "Bai Zai, what are we doing here? Earlier, we seemed to understand your intentions, Bai Jinan. Rest assured. The walruses won't disturb you again. And I've reinforced the ice on the lake, it won't crack."
As he cast his spell, he said sternly, "Lang Yuan, if you're truly human now,
then we'll conduct this trial in a human way."
No sooner had he spoken than Lang Yuan's mind filled with an image of himself wearing protective gear, ice skates, gloves, and holding a professional hockey stick.
Bai Zai continued, "Let's have a friendly ice hockey match."
The three of them were stunned by the news.
"A friendly ice hockey match?" Lang Yuan asked. "You even know about ice hockey, how dare you say?" Claiming to have never interacted with humans before, Bai Zai answered calmly, "Because I understand all things."
It further explained, "To accommodate your forms, I've designed the arena to be very spacious.
The match doesn't need to follow human rules.
You don't need skates or hockey sticks. You can use any skills, as long as you get the ball into the goal."
A hourglass suddenly appeared in the air as it declared, "The only rule is this: if you've agreed to become a beast and have your own team, then you must compete in your beast form. Use this hourglass to keep time.
The side that scores the most goals wins." Bai Zai turned its gaze to the goal and continued. "However, since we're using a human-style trial but not following human rules, the goal and hockey equipment are made to human standards.
Let's make it slightly bigger." After hearing the explanation, Ling Su looked down at the small ball at his feet and said in surprise, "How are we supposed to play with such a tiny ball and no hockey sticks? This feels like an unfair challenge."
But Bai Zai simply replied, "Since this is a trial, it must be difficult." Recalling the tabletop hockey and the two goalkeepers, Ling Su could only sigh in resignation. "Fine, your turf, your rules. We have 3 people on our side, so we're still missing 2 spots, those 2 big white bears and the big-footed bear," he mused. Though he'd never played this physical version in his past life, he had experience with the tabletop version.
The ultimate goal is still to get the ball into the opponent's goal. Bai Zai denied it. "No. It's 2 against 2.
It pointed at the savage ape and announced, "You and Ling Tiao are a team. And I'll team up with this little savage ape girl."
Ling Su asked in surprise, "What did you just say?" "I'm teaming up with the little ape." 2 against 2. After approaching, Bai Zai confirmed again, "Yes, you heard right. This little savage ape girl, come stand on my side." The little girl scratched her head and looked at Ling Su with a confused expression. "Big brother Long, it's me."
Lin Yuan waved to reassure her, "It's okay, Xiao Yuan.
Just do as Lord Bai Zai said."
As the little girl walked toward them, he smirked to himself.
"Humph, Xiao Yuan is on our side.
If they sent a spy, I could win this challenge with my eyes closed." Though reluctant, she followed Lin Yuan's instructions. Her eyes betrayed unease as she glanced at Lin Yuan and her younger brother.
Seeing Man Yuan approach, Bai Zai shot her a threatening glare.
"In the upcoming match, you must do everything to stop the spirit beast from scoring.
Lin Yuan told me to handle this. If you hold back, I'll void our previous deal.
Your body will be corrupted by the remnants of the poisoned Earth's energy.
Or you can watch the spirit beast lose its life essence and become a feeble, aging bird."
Man Yuan was furious, clenching her teeth but unable to speak. Seeing her rage, Bai Zai lowered his voice and threatened,
"You don't need to say anything. Just nod if you agree. Otherwise, our earlier agreement is null and void."
Though she vehemently opposed it, Man Yuan had no choice but to nod hastily under Bai Zai's pressure. Satisfied with her compliance, he raised his voice and announced, "Good, the match is about to begin." No sooner had he spoken than he slowly stepped out of the competition area. Seeing him leave, Long Wei immediately asked,
"Hey, didn't you say you'd team up with Man Yuan? Why are you leaving now?"
In an instant, he had taken a seat high up in the stands, where he could oversee the entire match.
He strode onto the floor with an imposing air. The gap between our strengths is too vast. If I went up there myself, it'd be like bullying you. So I'll send a representative in my place." Just as he finished speaking, a cheerful laugh rang out. "Am I late?" A little girl with white hair, small and adorable, appeared before everyone. Bai Zhe immediately introduced her. "This is the representative I've chosen. A frail little girl with barely any fighting ability. Judging by size, you guys already have the advantage." Looking at the little girl's tiny frame, Ling Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, her height's about the same as a rookie in the barracks. What kind of little lowly is 2 meters tall? I'd say she's more like a Barbie monster." The little girl looked a bit shy, gripping her stick tightly with trembling hands as she spoke timidly. "Big brother, don't bully me during the match, okay?" Ling Yuan could only let out an awkward chuckle. Both sides had now lined up, separated by a center line. It seemed both teams were ready for the showdown. A sharp whistle blew, and the match began. The little lowly was unusually excited, swinging her stick to strike the puck. The puck was hit dead on, flying right over Ling Yuan's head. After a quick dash, the little girl glided gracefully across the ice. With skilled movements, she quickly left Ling Yuan behind and surged forward. Only when his opponent had vanished from sight did Ling Yuan snap back to reality. He turned to chase after her, but, the moment he pushed off, the ice beneath him slipped, sending him crashing onto his back. Seeing the little girl pull farther ahead, Ling Yuan shouted urgently, "Xiao Niao, stop her!" Hearing his teammates' call, Xiao Niao took flight at once, spreading her broad wings and diving straight for the little girl. Unfortunately, a large furry hand grabbed her just in time. With incredible strength, the hand gripped her leg, preventing her from taking off. Not only that, she was slammed hard onto the ice. Seizing the opportunity, the little lowly swiftly overtook everyone. She sprinted like the wind, sending the puck straight into the goal. A clear whistle blew, announcing the White Marsh team's temporary lead. Ling Yuan and his teammates could only stare in shock as Xiao Niao picked herself up, turning to glare at the clumsy ape. "Acting like that, please, stop causing trouble." The little ape scratched his head in confusion, stammering an apology. Sorry, Sister Ling Miao." The second half was about to begin, with Ling Yuan and Bai Sidang both poised, their eyes locked on the puck. A sharp whistle sounded. "Face off." Ling Yuan's tail and the little lowly's stick were both ready to fight for the puck. Bai Sidang reacted faster, snatching control and striking hard, sending the puck flying. Seeing the opponent steal the puck, Ling Yuan cursed under his breath. "Darn it. The stick is so small. Hitting such a tiny target isn't easy." But the little girl has already glided ahead. She turns back to look at Long Yuan, flashing a teasing smile. "Come on, catch up, you clumsy dinosaur." Long Yuan drags by in pursuit, but the ice is too slippery, keeping his balance is nearly impossible. He groans softly, nearly falling. Good thing he's agile. Bai Sidang moves effortlessly on the ice, scoring one goal after another, pushing the score to 2-0, then 3-0. She delivers a powerful strike, sending the ball straight into the goal. The score jumps to 4-0. With her exceptional skill, Bai Sidang scores again. The score quickly rises to 5-0. After a while, as sunlight begins to spill onto the rink, a clear shout rings out, followed by a loud thwack. Noticing Ling Yuan right behind her, Bai Sidang smirks. "Not bad. You've gotten fast enough to keep up with me already." From above, the little bird suddenly appears, glaring fiercely at Bai Sidang, trying to block her view. It spreads its massive wings and flaps them hard, instantly stirring up a fierce gust. The strong wind forces Bai Sidang to stop and steady herself to avoid being blown away. Seeing his opponent held back, Ling Yuan grins and cheers. "Nice one, little bird." No sooner has he spoken than he dashes forward, snatching the ball from Bai Sidang's grip, ignoring her furious glare. After securing the ball, Ling Yuan starts swinging his tail. He chases relentlessly, eyes locked on the ball, declaring, "It's our turn to strike back." Seizing the moment, he winds up his massive tail and strikes with full force. But he swings too hard, the ball misses the goal and soars into the sky instead. The little bird appears behind Ling Yuan out of nowhere and pecks his head angrily. "You silly dinosaur. Why did you have to hit it so hard? You wasted such a great opportunity." Seeing the little bird upset, he rubs his head and gives it an apologetic look. "Confidence and peace of mind, don't worry. If it happened once, it'll happen again. Next time, I'll definitely score." The familiar sound of the opening whistle rings out as a new round begins. Ling Yuan shouts, "This ball is mine." The moment he speaks, he and Bai Sidang rush forward to fight for the ball. Everyone's face shows determination. Seeing little bird flying behind, Ling Yuan immediately yells, "Little bird, catch the ball." Then, he swings his tail hard, sending the ball flying far away. Receiving the signal, little bird dashes forward to intercept and kicks the ball with all his might.
Just as his foot is about to touch the ball, a sudden shout startles him. It's Xiao Yuan. She charges at Little Bird with clenched fists, full of aggression. Xiao Yuan throws a punch at her opponent, but Little Bird dodges effortlessly by leaping to the side. He taunts, "You silly monkey. All that effort, and it's just the same old tricks I saw through them ages ago." With that, he turns and lands beside the ball, flapping his massive wings to sweep it toward Lin Yuan. Seeing the ball hurtling straight toward him, Lin Yuan smirks. "Finally, I get to touch the ball. Ha! This time, I'm scoring for sure." Just as he's about to strike the ball with his tail, a hockey stick suddenly blocks his foot. Bai Sidong had quietly approached from behind and grabbed the stick, yanking it hard. Lin Yuan tumbles forward, crashing onto the ice with a heavy thud. The ice is too slippery, he can't control his speed and slides straight into the goal, dazed. Furious, he shouts, "That was a foul. Referee. Barbie Gang Gang hit me with her hockey stick, she fouled." The referee responds directly, "This match has only one rule. You must compete in beast form. Anything else doesn't count as a foul." Bai Sidong pulls down her eyelid and teases. Little girl stuck out her tongue. "Along with dumb dragon, I call this a fair collision." Lin Yuan snaps back, "Fine. If that's how it is, let this dragon show you what a real fair collision looks like." Seeing Lin Yuan and his sister both burning with anger, the little girl spoke softly. "Our clan's barbarian warriors are not weak in speed or strength, but they only know brute force. Besides, look at this clumsy dinosaur, he's already skating smoothly, while I'm still flailing around." She continued, "Do you think my balance is good? Only with skilled combat can you glide freely on the ice." The barbarian warrior nodded in agreement. "Little girl in white, you're wrong. On the surface, I'm just skating. But in truth, I treat it as a form of cultivation. When my body loses balance and I'm about to fall, I adjust my posture to dissipate the falling force, learning to redirect and borrow momentum. You can spin like a top at high speed, you won't lose your balance. Focus and feel this power." Hearing this, the barbarian warrior thought to himself, "Is this little girl teaching me a cultivation method? All this time, my strength has been nothing compared to Ling and Lingjun, always holding them back." With this in mind, the little girl smiled firmly and said, "All right. I'll treat this competition as a form of cultivation. I must catch up to Ling and Lingjun." The barbarian warrior suddenly accelerated, quickly closing in beside the girl in white as if to protect her. She spread her arms wide. She closed her eyes, fully focused, whispering to herself, "Redirect the force, redirect the force." The little girl yelped in pain, "Ouch." Seeing the barbarian warrior fall flat on her back, Lingjun seized the moment, stepping on her to launch herself into the air. Then, she turned back and taunted, "You fool, so careless. Serves you right." The barbarian warrior was furious but told herself to stay calm. "I must improve my strength. I can't keep being a burden to Ling." The barbarian warrior staggered to her feet, staring ahead and muttering, "Stay calm, stay calm." Once steady on the ice, the little girl smirked. "Ah, I think I've got the hang of it. Yes, that's definitely it." Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and the little girl were fiercely fighting over the ice ball. He laughed, "Ha! Take this." Lingjun dove from the air toward the ice ball's location. She planned to snatch it with her sharp claws. By then, the barbarian warrior had caught up to Lingjun and charged at her with full force. Sensing a threat, I quickly turned around and saw the little ape charging toward her. Lingyu exclaimed in surprise, "How is this dumb ape chasing so fast?" I hastily lifted her foot, causing the little ape to lose balance and nearly faceplant. The little girl muttered to herself, "Oh no, I've lost my balance." The little ape's actions were truly baffling. She pushed herself up with her hands and said, "I can do this too." With a light chuckle, she flipped a few times and landed steadily on her feet. Watching the little ape's series of training moves, Lingyu observed from a distance, her face filled with astonishment. The little ape grinned foolishly and cheered excitedly, "Wow, I did it." Seeing the impressive display just now, Lingyu was stunned. Good heavens! When did she become so agile and quick? Noticing the ball right in front of her, the little ape cheered happily. "It's a hockey ball." She quickly crouched beside it and aimed at the ball with 2 fingers. With a powerful flick, the little ape successfully sent the ball into the goal. A loud shout rang out, "Score!" Baisita flashed an extremely goofy smile. "Ah, the little ape scored." Lin Yuan and Lingyu stared in disbelief as she made the winning play. He clasped his hands together and pointed at the little ape, shouting, "Little ape, oh little ape! Whose side are you even on? You traitor!" Hearing this, the little ape could only offer an awkward apology, "Sorry, brother Long, my bad." Ha ha! Lin Yuan gripped his hockey stick, pondering, why would the little ape help Bai Su and that Lu Li? Was she threatened? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Brother Long won't forgive this.
Ignoring honor is one thing, but threatening someone as innocent as the little ape? I'll make sure you lose all face. Lin Yuan quickly returned to the game. He locked eyes on Lu Li and charged forward, using his tail to blot Bai Situ's path as he practiced dribbling. He flashed a meaningful smile. Oops, I might have used a bit too much force. Bai Situ leaped effortlessly, with ease. She dodged Lin Yuan's tail attack. The little girl laughed triumphantly. Ha, I saw through this little trick ages ago. Lin Yuan turned his head, locking eyes with the girl with a dangerous smile. You fell for it, Thorn Barbie. Upon hearing that, he immediately waved his hand in the air. An invisible wall appeared, sending the little girl flying back. The sudden impact left her no time to react, and she stumbled to the ground with a hard crash. The little girl scrambled to her feet, wailing in distress. Elder Wabei's, he bullied me, wah. Lin Yuan watched the stumbling girl, his face filled with smug satisfaction. He said leisurely, see that? This is what a proper collision looks like. The little girl's face darkened with anger as she slowly stood up. A murderous aura radiated from her as she gritted her teeth. Fine, you stupid dinosaur. You forced my hand. Don't blame me. Suddenly, the little girl shouted to summon her allies, and a row of identical stumbling clones appeared. She pointed at Lin Yuan and commanded. See that ugly dinosaur? He's the one who bullied me. Tiaoha and Yuan were stunned. Lin Yuan said in a worried tone. Thorn Barbie can summon backup? He turned his head to the right and saw one of the clones carrying a massive hammer, which made his face turn pale instantly. He protested loudly, Elder Baze. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one fight? What's with this little troublemaker calling in reinforcements? And what's with that hammer-wielding brute? Baze replied calmly, this is her clone ability. It doesn't count as breaking the rules. The match continues. Lin Yuan was furious, seething with rage. Oh, so you like showing off abilities, huh? I've got plenty of tricks too. Hurry up, bird, use your skill and let out a roar at them. The bird immediately complied. The monstrous bird spread its massive wings and flapped them hard, sending the clones flying. Debris scattered everywhere, and Long Yuan stood by, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha! Let these girls fly straight into the sky. The relentless wind spirit continued its assault, blurring the figures of the little Rakshases until they vanished into the endless snow. Witnessing this, Long Yuan was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't help but curse, where did they go? Examining the ice where the little Rakshases had stood, Long Yuan soon realized only layers of snow and a few of their clones remained. He glanced at the snow pile and muttered, ha! So these clones are made of ice and snow. Perfect. My heat ray should counter them just fine. Studying the fallen clones, he realized, right, one clone is still missing. Where's the one with the hammer? He looked around, searching. From above, the hammer-wielding little Rakshasa silently appeared behind him, gripping the hammer tightly and striking Ling Yuan, while Bai Sitang swung his staff, landing a brutal hit on Longa's head. The blow made him cry out in pain. The little girl kept attacking, moving swiftly, leaving him no chance to defend himself. Soon, he collapsed onto the ice, his skull shattered by the girl's relentless strikes, lying motionless. Seizing the moment, the little Rakshasa scored a point for the White Marsh team, bringing the score to 10. Longa muttered angrily, what happened to fair play? They're actually hitting people. Is this even hockey anymore? I'm done with this. He yelled at the little girl while expressing his extreme dissatisfaction with the old man. He demanded the old man return the purified energy he had taken from him earlier. He declared firmly, I'd rather die than beg you. Standing on the city wall, Baze smirked as he spoke, can't handle a little challenge? Without hardship, how can it be called a trial? The master's condition was simple, if he could get the ball into the goal, he'd pass the test. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, am I getting the better end of the deal? You're not tricking me, are you? Despite some doubts, he quickly accepted the agreement. To ensure nothing went wrong, he discussed the details carefully with the mediator. As the match began, Long Gu immediately converted all his energy into a cyan glow, fighting for the ball. The little girl reacted swiftly, snatching the ball and calling her teammates to respond. Seeing this, Long Gu scoffed at the little girl's skills, boasting that he had plenty more deep-sea techniques up his sleeve. No sooner had he spoken than he charged toward the goal with the ball. The little girl stood her ground, rallying her team to intercept the dinosaur. Enraged by the little girl's midfield interception, he snapped, don't think I won't do anything just because you're a girl. Despite his threats, he was repeatedly struck and forced back, his scales battered. Meanwhile, the little girl continued dribbling toward the goal. Long Gu felt this wasn't enough. Overcome with frustration, he unleashed his heat ray ability, trying to scorch his opponents. The searing flames engulfed the little girl before she could react, catching her completely off guard as the fire erupted behind her. Flames blazed at her back.
Longa smirked in triumph, confirming her position.
Bai Sidong confidently retorted, so what if you found me? You can't stop me, you've already lost this match.
The little girl charged toward the ball to end the game, but Longa swiftly countered with a flame burst, knocking her down.
Observing closely, the little girl noticed his attacks were incredibly precise,
especially when paired with the strange bird, amplifying their power. The mediator leaped onto Long Ji's shoulder, and together they unleashed a massive surge of energy, trapping the little girl in a sea of fire and melting the ice beneath Bai Sitong's feet.
Seizing the moment, he calmly guided the ball into the net.
But when he turned around, he saw the child melting the ice from the lake's depths with alarming speed, making him realize her actions were unpredictable. He scanned his surroundings, focusing intently to pinpoint the child's location. Longa sensed he was being targeted, but by the time the ice beneath him melted, he was already a step too late.
In a desperate move, he used his flame ability to send the ball into the net. With this, Team Lin Yuan scored, and that ball. The witch, Xiaomei, and Longa all collapsed onto the ice. He felt brilliant for scoring the winning goal at the crucial moment. We won.
The little girl was thrilled with the result, leaping up from the melting ice and standing proudly in front of Longa.
Xie and his companions were frozen stiff and unable to move. The child's face showed clear frustration, while Longa also looked displeased at the little troublemaker. Even though they lost, the little troublemaker wasn't about to let them off easy.
The little girl smugly crossed her arms, acting as if scoring one goal was nothing to brag about. There were still 10 whole balls left in the ice pool. Nian Yu immediately approached the 4 of them and announced, according to the competition's agreement,
"You all had emerged victorious. You have successfully passed my trial." Longa's face showed relief and joy. In contrast, Xiaomei and Yuanmei were surprised but happy with the outcome. And anyone's primordial life essence.
They regained their freedom on the ice, no longer bound. All 3 sincerely expressed their gratitude to Elder Nian Yu.
But the story didn't end there.
The Beast Lord turned his gaze to Yuanmei. Feeling guilty for forcing her and her team into the challenge, he decided to offer her a compensatory reward. A small jade stone glowing with golden light was placed in Yuanmei's hands. When she touched it, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. Nian Yu explained that this was her parents' primordial life essence.
Yuanmei asked sadly, "Did my parents come here to ask for your help? What wish did they exchange their primordial life essence for?"
He replied, "They asked me to protect you and ensure you grew up safely."
Tears streamed down Yuanmei's face as she listened.
She clasped her hands together, expressing gratitude for her parents' love and care. He returned this primordial life essence to her, helping her absorb it to strengthen her power. A golden light swirled around her, making her feel her power awakening. The energy within her grew stronger, and her body became much tougher than before. Longa and Xiaomei looked up, closely watching every change in Yuanmei. They noticed she seemed taller and much stronger. Not knowing how to repay him, Yuanmei could only bow her head in thanks to Elder Nian Yu. After bidding farewell to the Beast Lord, the 3 continued their journey. They thought everything was over, but Longa suddenly said something that left everyone stunned.
"Great Bai Zhe, would you be willing to travel with us?"
Tiao Mu and Yuan Mu were dumbfounded, wondering if his brain had frozen over. Great Bai Zhe is a deity of the Abyssal Beast Island.
How could he join us to deal with that filthy worm?
As Yuan Mu spoke, he scolded Longu for his foolishness.
Longu argued back fiercely, asking why it wasn't possible. Since he's a deity of the Abyssal Beast Island, shouldn't he protect and oppose the Worm King? The Beast Lord, feeling his age, said, "I'm too old to keep running through the mountains and forests. Besides, even if I offered my life, I wouldn't be of much help." However, he planned to send Bai Si Tang in his place to accompany them. Hearing the suggestion of bringing the girl along, Longu was displeased, believing she couldn't be trusted. The little imp wasn't one to be trifled with, she had already given him a beating. Afterward, his 2 companions agreed to let Bai Si Tang join, hoping it would help the team and build trust. He gave Bai Si Tang his own primordial power, greatly boosting her strength. Tiamu was deeply grateful for his kindness, while Longu remained cold. Despite his dissatisfaction with traveling with the girl, the journey continued. Yuan Mu was towering and far larger than his brothers, carrying a large basket on his back with his companions inside. Everything proceeded calmly until Yuan Man spoke up. "Tiao Mu, can you go any faster? I want to hurry up and punch that Worm King."
Longu sighed, this was a battle, not a game.
He couldn't understand what the little imp was so excited about.
Bai Si Tang hopped onto Yuan Mu's shoulder, saying she knew the fastest way down the mountain. With a smile, she said the best way was to slide down on skis. With a snap of her fingers, Yuan Mu stood on a snowboard and shot down the slope at breakneck speed. Everyone thought they should slow down to avoid danger. But the little girl was actually enjoying the sensation.
"Watch out. You're about to hit a tree, slow down."
The skateboard spun out of control, racing straight down the path. A large lake appeared in the forest, surrounded by sprawled corpses of thornback wolves and zombie lizards, with trees toppled in every direction. When Longu, Tongue Man, the strange bird, and Bai Si Tang's group returned, they witnessed the scene. The little girl frowned in confusion. Why was everything such a mess? Perhaps because she had just come down the mountain, she didn't yet understand what had happened. Longu saw it all at a glance. Those zombie lizards really left destruction wherever they went. After getting closer, he realized the cave where he had hidden his master's remains and weapons had vanished. Looking at the scattered zombie lizard corpses, it was likely they had broken through the cave floor, causing a collapse and sending the remains and weapons into a deep pit. Near the edge of the pit, Longu spotted a long streak of blood, but zombie lizard blood was supposed to be green. This red blood meant Brother Wolf was badly injured. Were there any other traces? A few thornback wolves, Brother Wolf's kin, approached them. Longu stepped forward anxiously. Do you know where Brother Wolf went? They responded, but he couldn't understand a word. Longu turned to Tang Man for help. Tongue, what are they saying? After hearing the answer, Tang Man's face paled. This is bad, Brother Wolf. The thornback wolf said Brother Wolf had been captured by the zombie lizard leader. Longu lost his composure. What? Didn't he say he had a way to escape? According to the description, Brother Wolf was enraged when his master's burial cave was destroyed and fought the zombie lizard leader to the death. Just then, other zombie lizard leaders took advantage of his vulnerability and struck him down. Poisoned and gravely wounded, he was too weak to resist. After collapsing from his injuries, Brother Wolf was taken away by the zombie lizard leader. Staring into the bottomless pit, Longu clenched his fists. Those zombie lizards are despicable. Brother Wolf is in danger, we can't wait any longer. We're going to save him now. The strange bird immediately flew ahead to block Longu, stopping him from jumping into the pit. No way, the dinosaurs will riot. With our current strength, going down there is like courting death. What's more, so much time has passed, Bing Jilang's life might already be in danger. But Longu immediately dismissed such negative thoughts. Nothing will happen. The Lizard King's target is you. He took Wolf Brother to lure you there. So he won't kill him before he kills you. The opportunity is still there, but Guanyao thinks it's extremely risky because they can't estimate how many rotten corpse lizards are lurking underground. We should unite all the monsters on Abyssal Island to fight together. Right now, you have the residual energy of Venom Hand Puppet inside you. First, you need to restore your strength by eating. Longu has no patience for that. Relying on eating to recover his strength and original size could take forever. But every minute wasted puts Wolf Brother in greater danger, so they must act immediately. Instead of wasting time eating, Longu decides on a faster solution. Shao Kunken helps allocate all 500,000 evolution points to increasing his height. Watching his body grow taller, Si Tang's eyes widened in shock at the bizarre transformation. This dragon guy is really something, he shot up in height in no time. Guanyao says seriously, this height is still nowhere near enough to take on the rotten corpse lizard king. Longu kicks a lizard at his feet and realizes his points are still insufficient, so he decides to keep eating. Without hesitation, he shoves it into his mouth and takes a big bite. Guanyao, didn't you say there are plenty of rotten corpse lizards underground? I'll just eat as I go. Seeing this, the little lowly sister quickly covers her mouth, feeling sick. This dragon guy is eating raw meat again even as a fellow beast, it's hard not to feel grossed out. These live lizards taste awful. They were just corpses a moment ago. Longu, you're really going all out. While stuffing food into his mouth, Longu has to admit. Guanyao, earlier you suggested teaming up with all the abyssal beast on the island is a great idea. How many followers can you still gather in your territory? After some calculations, the monstrous bird said it could mobilize around 1 to 200 beasts in its territory. We must hurry to prepare and gather more forces, so the monstrous bird decides to go and summon them. Longu immediately turns to Xingxing and a Yuan, asking them to check how many companions the Grey Wolf clan can still gather. After the little girl sits down and communicates in wolf language, Xingxing replies that the Grey Wolf and other wolf clans can gather over 100. Longu clenches his fist, brimming with confidence, they now control around 300 beasts. Next, they need to gather the other races on Abyssal Island. After completing the initial preparations, Longu starts assigning tasks. He plans to scout with a Yuan first, while the monstrous bird and Si Tang will go together to summon the beasts. The little girl points at herself, asking in confusion, is this arrangement correct? Why should I take on this task? The monstrous bird shares the same doubt, finding Long Ji's plan completely unreasonable. His reasoning is simple, a Yuan's flight speed is extremely fast, so he can follow by Si Tang, while the little girl was originally a subordinate of the White Snake Leader and must have the authority to rally the beasts. This arrangement would make everything smoother, but everyone disagrees with Long Ji's idea. The monstrous bird speaks up first, saying that sending the two of them to scout is practically a death sentence. The little girl shakes her head, believing that since she just came down the mountain, no one knows her. So how could she possibly persuade them? If no one agrees, the plan to gather forces will stall.
Long-gu thinks they have a point.
Just as he's at a loss, a sudden squeaking sound is heard.
Somehow, the prehistoric little mouse has found its way here. Upon seeing the tiny figure, Long-gu asks, "When did you get here?" Though he doesn't understand wolf language, he can somehow understand the mouse. Xiaogan plans to rally all kinds of beasts. That's impossible. Who would listen to someone as small as you?
You'd only be putting yourself in danger. Despite his small size, he has an unshakable will. Xiaogan refused to be discouraged and kept persuading Long-gu, insisting that despite his small size, he would prove he wasn't useless. Seeing such unwavering determination, Long-gu finally relented.
Fine, if you're this persistent and brave.
Long-gu turned to look at the others behind him.
See this? The situation with Hai Chen.
For Ling's sake, even someone as weak as this little guy stepped up to convince a monster 100 times his size.
What does it matter if you're 20 meters tall? Are you really worse than a tiny mouse?
The monster was moved by their sincerity and nodded in agreement. But I can't just stand by and watch you and that monkey go on a suicide mission.
If you're going to be reckless, then I'll join you.
With their decision made, everyone leaped into the deep pit one by one, beginning their journey to defeat the enemy and rescue Lingsu. As the vanguard, Long-gu free fell for a while before
landing safely first.
However, before he could steady himself, the little girl didn't land properly. Instead, she crashed right onto his head.
Fortunately, she was small and didn't cause serious harm.
Even so, the impact left him in quite a bit of pain. I'll never understand why this kid always likes to step on people's heads. The little girl hopped off Long Ji's head. If I were you, I'd have left already instead of standing there arguing.
Long-gu hadn't even had a chance to retort when
another object plummeted from above, startling him into a yelp.
It wasn't anyone else, it was the gorilla's massive foot.
Its landing shook the ground like an earthquake, sending Long-gu flying. Luckily, it didn't land directly on him, or Long-gu might have been in real trouble.
Last to arrive was the monstrous bird.
The gorilla scratched its head and awkwardly apologized to Long-gu.
Sorry, I couldn't control my speed. Look at this bunch, they're no better than a pack of idiots. How did I end up mixed up with them? They're dragging my intelligence down.
The underground scenery left everyone in awe, with countless intricate tunnels and branching paths crisscrossing. An underground river flowed through the dense mist, revealing a breathtaking cavern hidden deep within the island. The group steadied themselves, with Long-gu leading the way and the little girl perched on the gorilla's shoulder.
Send the monstrous birds to flank from the rear. Let's go rescue Lingsu.
As they advanced, they encountered countless piles of white, swollen masses. The deeper they went, the more lizard corpses appeared among the palm leaves, though they were still few in number. The group hid behind a pile of the swollen masses, quietly observing.
It seemed they had already trespassed into their territory. Long-gu pointed ahead while warning them. This is the nest of the lizard corpses. Their exact numbers are still unknown. It's best not to alert them.
Sneak in, find Captain Lingsu, and get him out. A lizard lay lazily on the ground, suddenly sensing something amiss.
It was about to cry out in warning.
But before it could act, the ape stomped it into a pulp, leaving it like a squashed mess. Meanwhile, I swiftly crushed another lizard's head with my massive hammer. At the same time, Long-gu remained focused on devouring everything in sight to restore his strength, wasting nothing. He was determined to consume it all. At least check what you're eating, that one was just stomped by the ape.
This guy is hopeless.
Seeing this, the monstrous bird and Bai Sitang were both disgusted. The ape remained single-mindedly eliminating lizards, whether on the ground or crawling on the walls, crushing them effortlessly. Meanwhile, Long-gu just kept eating. Bai Sitang also actively cleared enemies, her small frame belying her incredible strength. One strike, and they fell. Long-gu, however, just kept eating, taking whatever was in front of him without hesitation. The monstrous bird couldn't stand the stench either, using its massive size to effortlessly crush the lizards, like swatting ants, providing Long-gu with even more food.
After a while, the little girl couldn't help but frown with concern. Was this really okay? If he keeps eating like this, his stomach will burst.
After stuffing himself, he even picked his teeth with a toothpick.
As a man, he'd never admit defeat, he'd be fine. Even if he ate 100 more, it wouldn't be a problem. Though he talked tough, he was already struggling to move. Just as he finished speaking, Long-gu had to cover his mouth to stifle a burp. Right then, a massive head emerged from the cave wall, leaving the two of them staring at each other in shock for several seconds. It must have heard Long Ji's noise and came out of curiosity. What kind of monster was this? Ah, it's you, One Eye, the son of the Regicide King.
It seemed their whereabouts had already been exposed.
Strangely, just as their master lunged to attack, it turned and fled. Why was it so terrified of us? Could it be because we outnumbered it? How could we let it escape? I really wanted to devour it. The little girl wouldn't allow it to leave and raised her hand to cast a spell. Escaping wouldn't be that easy. Standing on the gorilla's shoulders, Situang fired a beam of light. The little one's attack alone was enough. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome. The light chased after One Eye as it tried to dive into a tunnel. It thought its speed would save it, but the light transformed into Situang's clones, surrounding it from all directions. The battle ended in an instant. After a brutal strike to One Eye, it vanished. The monster barely had time to react before collapsing to the ground. That was brilliantly done. We were all stunned. Now it was the gorilla's turn to show off. With a powerful punch, One Eye stood no chance against it. Cornered, it had no choice but to stand and fight. One Eye didn't wait for the gorilla to strike first, it decided to take the initiative. Its first move was to slash at the gorilla's abdomen with its sharp claws, but the gorilla dodged nimbly. Seizing the momentum of its attack, the gorilla slipped behind it. And a strange formation appeared beneath its feet. This must be the gorilla's ultimate technique, the fetal energy fist. At the perfect moment, the gorilla landed a direct punch to One Eye's head, leaving it unrecognizable. In the distance, Longu cheered enthusiastically. The remaining parts of the spoils would belong to Longu, and he wouldn't waste a single piece of it. Meanwhile, the system kept sending notifications. With all four attacking together, One Eye was now like a fish on a chopping block, at their mercy. When it finally managed to escape, its body was already covered in wounds, having lost chunks of flesh and blood. Despite its battered state, it only cared about fleeing as fast as it could. After venting their anger and giving it a good thrashing, the four felt incredibly satisfied. Since it had fully deserved it, the rush of ganging up on it was just too good. Just then, the announcement board reappeared. Congratulations to Little Dragon for successfully claiming the title of Poison-Eyed Corrosive Lizard Chieftain. And for obtaining the A-rank skill Dragon Fin Saw. When activated, the user raises its dorsal fin, curls its body, and moves at extreme speeds, slicing through obstacles like a chainsaw. Note that this chainsaw has no physical connection to the user. With that, Little Dragon had gained another new skill. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from deep within the cave, drawing everyone's attention. Danger was closing in. Everyone tensed up. That sounded like the corrosive lizard king's roar. Had they been discovered? Countless blue dots of light began appearing in every corner of the cave. Those had to be the lizard swarm. The four were completely surrounded, with no way out. Every escape route was sealed off. This was bad. They'd really been found out. Was it because they'd killed the corrosive lizard king's son, triggering some kind of bloodline mechanism? This whole situation was just too bizarre. The first to appear was the toxic-bodied corrosive lizard chieftain, one of the corrosive lizard king's 6 sons. Its veins carried the bloodline of the ancient beast Lu Jiangjun, recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, stretching 89 meters long and weighing 806 tons. Its size dwarfed the 4 of them combined. And now the last prince had finally made his move. What on earth did that thing eat to get so huge? It was ridiculously tall. A hazy mist spread through the air, enveloping their feet. Little Dragon immediately sensed the presence of whoever was controlling the toxic bones. It seemed they weren't acting alone. 2 of the 6 princes had already been taken out by them. Had the remaining 4 all shown up? Brothers, form up for battle. The strange bird and the ape had faced them before and knew the enemy well. Though they hadn't fought head-on, the fox spirit was confident in her own strength. They didn't let their guard down for a second, staying highly alert. Meanwhile, the poisonous entity was closing in step by step. When the enemy was nearly upon them and stealth rescue was no longer an option, they had no choice but to face it head-on. The poisonous entity sent its strongest fighter first. The gorilla kept striking the ink fruit decisively. Longu, I'll handle this big guy. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the two charged at each other like raging bulls. Both the gorilla and the poisonous entity were powerhouses, evenly matched in strength. The creature flapped its wings and flew off, but not without a parting taunt. That wretched dinosaur. Bone toxin is nothing like me. You'll have to go out there and deal with those 2 cowards hiding inside the bones and ambushing you. This was well within Long Ge's capabilities. Now, only Longu and Si Tang remained on the scene. He warned Barbie, the little steel sister, to be extra careful since she had never faced these things before. Amid the thickening bone toxin, a swarm of putrid reptiles burst from the ground, lunging at Longu in overwhelming numbers. Longu swung his tail in a powerful sweep, clearing away several of the creatures. These crawling pests are so annoying, they just won't die. After training with the little skeleton, his tail strikes had become far more precise. The little girl looked puzzled. You just swallowed those reptiles earlier, why aren't you eating them now? Did you see how the ones I flung away exploded like fireworks? In the distance, a blurred figure appeared once more. How could they be the same? Emerging from the bone toxin, Longu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. They brought this on themselves. The poison's corruption had turned them into living bomb pests. Eating them would be a terrible idea. Suddenly, the little skeleton was ambushed. Two agile figures pierced straight through her body. Longu shouted Barbie's name in panic. He quickly turned to check on the little girl, who had been knocked away. The little skeleton couldn't have been taken out that easily, right? She couldn't die. She was the Beast Lord's subordinate and the Peace God's messenger. Just as Longu trembled with worry, a familiar pair of feet appeared behind him. The little skeleton wasn't so easy to defeat. Longu couldn't help but stare in shock when he saw her. It turned out they had been fighting the Hallmaster's avatars all this time, while her true self had been hiding in the back. The little girl called this cautious defense. Another beam of light shot toward the girl, but she vanished before Long Ji's eyes. It was just another avatar. After several feints, the enemy exposed a weakness, and the little girl seized the opportunity. You're about to get what's coming to you. She instantly created countless avatars, each wielding 5 massive hammers, ready to pay them back for what they'd done. Seeing this familiar scene, Longu sighed to himself. No one who crossed the Barbie Sage ever got off lightly. After some fighting, the monstrous bird spotted the opponent's weakness and immediately alerted Longu. What a sneaky move. When this thing turned into bone energy to escape, it stopped emitting any energy. Atta spread his massive wings and launched a relentless barrage of attacks. The monstrous bird followed closely, teaming up with Bai Sidong to deal with Poison Burst and Poison Shadow. Though Poison Burst had one of its skills sealed and wouldn't drop any rewards, just one bite would earn him extra peace points. Poison Burst, Long Ji's here. When it opened its jaws, flames swirled around it. Despite its dinosaur-like form, it preferred to attack by tearing into its foes. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the atmosphere was much calmer, with none of the intense battles raging underground. Little Guozi's journey seemed full of hardships, his tiny frame trembling under the looming shadows. How could such a small creature rally others to stand against the lizard Death King? Using its keen sense of smell, the leopard pack leader detected traces of the two great monstrous birds and Ling Su on Little Gon. Still, that wasn't enough to confirm they'd actually show up here. It struck Little Guozi hard, sending him flying, then drove Little Gon away. If not for his small size, it would have swallowed him whole. The blow left Little Gon badly hurt and in pain. This was the third group of monsters to reject Little Guozi's plea. Was it really just because of his tiny frame? Thinking of Ling Su, Little Gon couldn't help but wonder what to do next. No turning back, Little Guozi pressed on once more. Just as Commander Ling Su's forces were fighting with all their might to defend Abyss Island against the Lizard King, Xiao Gan refused to give up either. Xiao Gan, Guozi must tame a beast no matter what. Xiao Gan swiftly moved through the forest, urging himself to go even faster. Meanwhile, the scouts sent to search found Guozi and excitedly shouted that they had finally found him. Observing Xiao Gan's direction, Yao Long guessed his destination, but that place was extremely dangerous. Yao Long immediately turned back at full speed to report, for that was the territory of the ancient schemer beast, Guozi's natural enemy. It flew back to the rally point with all its might, landing on an open grassy field. Looking panicked, something was terribly wrong. Frenzied wolf leader, I found Guozi. But Xiao Gan is heading straight for the ancient schemer beast's territory. Hearing the grim news, the frenzied wolf leader couldn't believe Guozi would dare enter the ancient schemer beast's domain. According to Yao Long's report, Xiao Gan hadn't tamed any beast yet. The frenzied wolf leader let out a long howl. Even little Guozi was risking his life for Abyss Island and Commander Bing Wei. So what were they waiting for? All brothers, move out. The frenzied wolves, bloodthirsty foxwolves, blazing dragons, dual-form boars, and heavy bronze beasts roared in unison, marching toward the ancient schemer beast's territory. If anyone so much as harms a hair on Guozi, I'll wipe them out. At the same time, Guozi was running for his life but realized something was chasing him. Xiao Gan was nearly exhausted and couldn't go on. An ancient schemer beast pounced, its sharp claws seizing Guozi in an instant. Thinking of escaping my territory? It pinned Xiao Gan's head down with its claws, making it impossible for the little mouse to struggle free. This cunning little rat was trying to lure us into provoking the Lizard King again. Despite being pinned, Guozi pleaded desperately. Even if the ancient schemer beast wouldn't help, could it at least let him go so he could tame another beast? The ancient schemer beast let out a scornful laugh. Tame another beast? You? A worthless little rat, not even as useful as grass. Just as it was fully focused on bullying Xiao Gan, a pair of white talons suddenly appeared. A powerful eagle claw sent the ancient schemer beast tumbling backward. The arm was even larger than its entire body. Knocked several meters away, it snarled in pain and fury. This was its own territory. Who dares to be so bold as to attack the ancient strategist beast in public? It never moves alone, it always has companions. Below are the wolf clan. And in the sky, the blazing dragon blots out the sun. Terrified, the ancient strategist beast stammered, W Wolf. Wolf Lord, blazing dragon, What do you want? The wolf clan leader didn't even glance at it, merely bowing respectfully to the leader of the Zyagwozi. Leader of the Zyagwozi, please take us to meet the Ghost Dragon King. Only after a rat leaped onto its head did the wolf lord lower its gaze to the ancient strategist beasts. You have two choices: fight alongside us, his eyes filled with dominance and sharpness, or be killed. The ancient strategist beasts had no choice but to kneel in submission, though they did so unwillingly. Back in the eerie cave, Poison Body, exhausted from battling the gorilla, refused to give up. It lunged at the little girl. The gorilla moved swiftly, dodging the attack and sending Poison Body stumbling forward from momentum. The gorilla adjusted its stance with precise footwork. A strange circle appeared, and the little girl struck from behind with another palm. Poison Body took the hit head-on, slamming into the stone wall and losing the ability to fight back. For now, victory belonged to the gorilla. Icy swung her chain hammers in rapid succession, leaving Poison Shadow no chance to dodge. Meanwhile, the strange bird effortlessly dealt with Poison Duckweed. The gusts it created were the natural bane of Poison Bone, leaving Poison Duckweed completely defenseless. Big Brother wasn't about to fall behind. He fired off a barrage of explosive shots. Seeing everyone else putting in the effort, he didn't want to hold them back. The explosive shots swirled around Poison Rage, but their chaotic trajectory failed to land a hit, and Poison Rage remained unfazed. Did it see through Feng Ge's plan? A calculating glint flashed in Feng Ge's eyes as he flicked his fingers. Don't think you're the only one who can cause explosions. So can I. When the explosive shots collided with the assassins circling Poison Rage, they detonated simultaneously, the blast echoing through the cave. The monsters were torn apart, and Poison Rage was sent flying. It's still too inexperienced to challenge Feng Gu. When it lost its weapon and tried to flee, Feng Gu taunted it. The assassins around you are already taken care of. What could this ferocious beast use as explosive ammunition? Or is it planning to detonate its own body? This is exactly the hint the beast needed. If it dared to say it, it must be ready to face the consequences. Now it has nothing left to lose. A desperate last stand to take them down with it is entirely possible. The beast turns around, opens its massive jaws, and roars loudly as its body begins to swell. Yuga once said it would make you taste suffering. Could that be true? Yuga was only joking, but the beast took it seriously. Wouldn't it be better to live peacefully? Why choose this path of self-destruction? It charges forward and leaps high into the air. Since the beast doesn't value its life, I'll grant its wish. Yu Yuan curls his body into a massive gear-like shape. The chi-slash technique is unleashed for the first time. It seems he's gained much from this. Cornered and hopeless, the beast stares at the sight before it in despair. It had never seen anything so bizarre. Yuga's transformation was beyond its imagination. With a flap of his wings, Yuga tears through the beast's body, ending the life of the venomous lizard. After landing safely, Yuga smirks and says he's nothing more than a bloodthirsty swordsman. The gorilla gazes at him with admiration and awe, never expecting Yuga to possess such a powerful technique. The other monsters are equally stunned. Even when badly injured in previous battles, Yuga had never used this move. Could this be a newly learned skill? The little girl beside them is overjoyed, thrilled that consuming food has granted her a new feather technique. The cave echoes with eerie sounds as the thick toxic mist lingers. Lunga panics, complaining that it's happening again, just like the last time he was poisoned. It seems the Venom Lizard King sensed its son's death. This time, it appears even more enraged. Will it lose control and strike directly? The Venom Lizard King's form flickers in the darkness of the cave before a massive head rises from the ground. Its true form is revealed. Countless lizard heads ride like snakes, swaying ominously. Consumed by hatred for the enemies who killed his child, General Lu vowed to annihilate them completely, crushing and devouring them without mercy. General Lu's fury erupted violently as his head lunged straight at the enemy, tearing and biting to vent his rage. He roared, "How dare these wretched pests invade my territory!" As he spewed toxic mist and curses, he snarled a threat. "You will meet the same fate as that old wolf, perishing here in agony." When Bai Jiling's name was mentioned, Longo was stunned and quickly pressed. "What did you say?" "Brother Ling, he..." Time seemed to freeze as Jing Gong and Xiao Ke stood frozen in shock. Xiao Lupang was equally paralyzed by the revelation. "Don't move," she muttered, forgetting what she had wanted to say or do amid the swirling mist. Longo looked around in confusion, disoriented and unsure of where he was. Through the toxic haze, he glimpsed a gleaming blade. As the mist cleared, Bai Jiling's figure appeared on the ground, a knife buried deep in his chest. Longo screamed, "Bai Jiling! No, no!" The surroundings began to crumble, the blade fading away, before a voice called out, "Guiling, wake up!" He was shocked to find the person before him was not Bai Jiling. Yui cried out, "Lord Bai Zhe!" Longo still didn't understand what was happening as he looked down to see everyone frozen like statues. He wondered, why am I the only one who woke from the illusion? Xiao Lupeng explained, "I bear Lord Bai Zhe's purifying power, which can dispel the toxic curse." She warned, don't move. Keep pretending you're still trapped in the illusion.
We'll turn the tables and strike when the Lizard King least expects it. Jing Gong and Xiao Ke still appeared dazed and confused.
Long Gu asked, have those two also broken free from the illusion? Xiao Ke's acting looked convincing.
After this, I owe them each a golden statue.
Xiao Lu Peng glanced over and replied, I only purified you. They're still under its effect.
Hearing this, he turned his face away in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Chang Li, convinced everyone was poisoned, let out a mocking laugh, telling them to enjoy their terrifying illusions. Then, it grabbed Long Jia, tears streaming down, and took out a rare book to summon the ghost dragon. Xiao Luo immediately sprang into action, donning his dust-covered, thorny armor that radiated a dazzling light. Overcome by excruciating pain, Chang Li flung Long Jia far away. It was stunned, never expecting the ghost dragon to break free from the illusion so quickly. As he was thrown, he managed to land on the toxic shaman and toxic shadow. At the same time, Jing Kong and Xiao Niao also snapped out of their hallucinations. Rushing forward to assist Long Jia in a fierce assault on the toxic shaman and toxic shadow.
Chang Li couldn't believe it. Had they all regained their senses?
His eyes widened in fury as he roared, since you're weak now, I'll take your life. Long Jia charged straight at it, letting out a thunderous roar.
I'll cut you down with one strike.
He unleashed the dragon banner slash, severing one of Chang Li's heads. While another was cleanly sliced off, blood spraying everywhere.
Chang Li howled in rage, threatening, damn ghost dragon. You've killed 4 of my sons, I'll make sure you die a slow, agonizing death.
Chang Li lunged at Long Jia repeatedly but was dodged each time. Losing his composure, it lashed out wildly, missing every strike, and screamed, just die already. Noticing Xiao Loli, Jing Kong, and Xiao Niao below, Chang Li immediately shifted his focus. It spewed a mass of purple venom straight at Xiao Niao.
Xiao Niao dodged frantically as someone shouted, Xiao Niao, watch out. Gritting his teeth, Long Jia rushed forward to intercept the incoming venom. He finally understood why this creature was called Terror Dragon's Breath. The venom's power was overwhelming, he couldn't withstand it and was sent flying, even grazing past Xiao Niao. Long Jia crashed heavily to the ground, skidding far away. Struggling to his feet, he turned back and called, Jing Kong, Bobby. Can you purify this?
Xiao Loli stepped in to help purify it, much to his relief.
Great! You can purify the venom too.
After checking himself and finding no injuries, Long Jia let out a sigh of relief. Muttering, good thing we purified it in time. I haven't returned to my original size yet, probably only shrunk by about 6 to 10 feet. Lu Su observed for a moment before quietly calculating she hadn't expected Xiao Loli to have detoxification abilities, meaning she must have neutralized the earlier poison as well. The little girl stood her ground, flashing a defiant smile. He looked up at her. Facing the overwhelming presence of the 6-headed beast, he frowned and declared he would collect a debt. If you want to take my life essence, then I'll take it back from your son. The moment he finished speaking, Long Pao lunged forward, tearing into the beast's body. The system continuously notified, you have successfully seized the leader of the corrupt poison lizard king. Evolution points increased by 1500. You have successfully seized the leader of the corrupt poison lizard king. Evolution points increased by 1800. After a prolonged assault, tearing into the 6-headed beast's flesh, the system excitedly announced, congratulations on your first seizure of the corrupt poison lizard king's leader. Obtained S-rank skill, Ghost Dragon's Wrath. Long Pao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he cheered. Wow, the corrupt poison lizard king's offspring are so tasty, and they even dropped a new skill. Kid, hand over the rewards. Since Ghost Dragon's Wrath is an S-rank skill, the Surge of Fury boosts your strength. In a state of rage, both your defense and attack power are significantly enhanced. When activated, all attack power will increase. Can be used once every 3 days. Each rage state lasts for 1 minute. After the rage ends, you will enter a weakened state for 1 hour. Eating can speed up recovery. Come on, don't deny it, men's 1 minute is exactly what this is about. Long Pao looked annoyed. What's this 1 minute nonsense? He scoffed arrogantly, complaining that the side effects were too harsh, an entire hour of weakness. If you can't defeat your enemy during the rage, it's practically a death sentence. He roared angrily, kid, aren't you already making things hard enough for me? The system replied dismissively, don't underestimate that 1 minute. If used properly, it can produce unexpected results, a guaranteed one-hit kill. This is a wolf in sheep's clothing skill, tailor-made for your usual weak appearance by Tang Ni. Long Pao sighed in exasperation at the kid's joke. When have I ever looked weak? Explain yourself. Forget it, never mind. Now I have 1 million evolution points, right? Give me incendiary ammunition. I need to scare that lizard king to death. Then shout with all your might, make me grow taller. System notification, 1 million evolution points consumed. Physical attributes increased by 10 meters.
The collar around its neck slips off, glowing brightly as it roars in agony. You wretched fool! What have you done? Seeing it struggle in pain, Long Gu asks in surprise, "What's wrong with you? Already scared of me, huh?" After some investigation, Xiao Koan says, "I checked, there's some of your primordial life force in the Lizard King's neck. The primordial life force it stole from you might still be stored inside it." Hearing the system question why it hadn't absorbed your life force, you can't help but feel startled. Additionally, using evolution points to enhance your physique resonates with the energy inside you. Is that why it's in pain? Discovering this weakness, you're thrilled. If I bite through that spot, can I reclaim my primordial life force? Xiao Jun replies gravely, "We can try." Long Gu immediately notifies the team, "Everyone, the Lizard King hasn't fully consumed the primordial life force it took from me. I can take it back and restore my strength." Jing Gong looks overjoyed. Really? Long Gu can recover his strength? That's amazing. You start delegating tasks. You all distract the other two heads. I'll attack the middle head. Xiao Luhui quickly responds, "My clones and I will lure the left head." Jing Gong suggests, "Ling Tiao, let's help Long Gu distract the right head." Ling Tiao nods in agreement, adding, "Alright, you evil dinosaur. Be careful." Xiang Lu roars furiously, "You brats. I'll make sure you're all corroded to nothing." Long Gu and the others charge forward in unison, shouting, "Everyone, attack!" Xiao Lu Hui and her clones swing their hammers repeatedly. Meanwhile, one of Xiang Lu's heads thrashes wildly. "Wu, sisters, let's smash that worm to pieces." Meanwhile, Ling Tiao and Jing Gong take turns attacking, pounding, and striking the right head. Long Jia, on the other hand, faces off against the middle head. Dodging a fierce collision, he swiftly lunges forward with a brutal skill, clamping down on the creature's neck while muttering, "You dare bite me? I'm the master of biting here." After sinking his teeth into the monster's body, Long Jia's fangs are drenched in blood. And the pain brings tears to his eyes as he jumps around, crying out, "Darn it, this thing's hide is too thick, my teeth are about to break." Sang Lu glares at Long Jia, who's groaning on the ground. The monster flings Long Jia into the air with a toss of its head. On the other side, the little girl is running out of strength, snapping in frustration, "Stupid dinosaur, are you done yet? I can't hold on much longer." Ling Tiao is also exhausted, urging impatiently, "That blasted dinosaur. What are you waiting for? Get over here." He quickly adjusts his teeth and calls out to reassure his companions. "Jiang, just hang on a little longer, I'm almost ready." Suddenly, several golden beams shoot out from the dust, striking Long Jia's body. He screams in agony. Before he can react, the poison axe appears from behind, delivering a devastating slash that leaves him gravely wounded. Ling Tiao shouts instinctively in terror, "That wretched dinosaur!" Jing Gong panics and yells, "Brother Long!" The little girl freezes as she watches Long Jia get hit. He's trapped, with Sang Lu in front. And the poison axe closing in from behind. The monster opens its jaws wide and lunges, biting down hard on the injured Long Jia. The excruciating pain from his wounds forces him to spit up blood. Jing Gong rushes forward to save him, "Brother Long! You filthy worm king, release Brother Long at once." After luring one of the heads away, that guy ran toward the cave where the little fox and her clones were gathering. Huan Ling unleashed a golden wine slash, striking the only scale on Xiang Lu's body. The monstrous crane let out a confused cry, "Huh?" It was drenched in sweat but still refused to let go of Long Gu. The scales on its body began to ripple before shattering, revealing a binding glow. The Lizard King roared in agony. Just then, Long Gu finally reclaimed his primal life force. His body radiated a dazzling light. Long Gu raised his sharp claws high, letting out a furious roar. "How much longer are you going to cling to me like this?" With all his strength, he pried open Xian Lu's jaws. Long Gu immediately launched a direct assault on the Lizard King, tearing into one of its heads with his bare hands. After delivering his punishment, he leapt back as a dense wall of bone enclosed the Lizard King. Before them appeared a group of seemingly weak yet extremely dangerous creatures. Tiao Mu was overjoyed to see Long Gu regain his strength. "Brother Ling!" Long Gu scanned the area, searching for his whereabouts. From atop a high rock, Ling Se staggered toward his junior brothers, a sword held in his mouth. Upon approaching, he asked, "Since you've already found Elder Baizhe, why are you still here?" Tiao Mu was clearly displeased. She hadn't wanted to come, and if not for that dinosaur, she wouldn't have cared about his fate. Tiao Mu put on a haughty expression before excitedly telling Ling So they had found reinforcements. It was Bai Si Tang, now perched on Tiao Mu's shoulder. Tiao Luli found Ling So to be quite an interesting creature. Long Gu had assumed Ling Gu had perished, just as the Lizard King had claimed. Ling Su began recounting what happened. "I was badly injured and fell unconscious, then they dragged me into that disgusting cave. When I woke up, I seized the chance to escape while they weren't paying attention. The cave was filled with thick blue mist, surrounded by the Lizard King's minions. I desperately searched for my master's remains. people, but in the end, all they found was this knife. After hearing this, Long Ji's expression darkened. He said, "Since everyone is here, let's take care of these pests while we're at it." Mei Yang and Tian Yang also adopted a serious attitude, ready to support Ling Su at any moment. The battle neared its end as the four charged toward the monster horde and wiped them out. According to the plan, Long Go would handle the leader and its swarm. Meanwhile, the rest of you would keep the three-headed serpent king's heads occupied. He glared at them and roared, "Witness the full extent of my power." He immediately grabbed a smaller one and devoured it in one bite, while the rest of the swarm continued lunging at him. Each time he consumed one, the system notified him of claiming a death arc, earning 800 evolution points. As for the little girl, she cast a spell to fly toward the Serpent King's first head, relentlessly hammering it from the side. At the same time, Long Go lunged at the second head, clutching his sword in his mouth while attacking with his feet. Mei Yang transformed into a massive, dazzling rainbow form and leapt onto the last head. She wrapped her arms tightly around it, immobilizing the beast. The four struck simultaneously, each giving their all to take down the Serpent King. The monster was left defenseless, unable to fight back. Long Go sneered at them, thinking these pests' flesh was more valuable. He then unleashed his ferocious ability, leaping into the air and tearing into the massive beast, leaving it helpless. In the end, he successfully seized the venom shadow of the swarm leader. The system displayed his current evolution points at 12,700, with an additional 21,800 earned. The three-headed beast was still locked in combat with the other three. Mei Yang and Tian Yang attacked together, stomping hard on its heads. The Serpent King noticed the dragon wasn't attacking it directly but was instead devouring its own kin. It wondered to itself, could this creature grow stronger by consuming its own kind? Long Go was too busy eliminating the smaller monsters to notice an enemy lurking behind him. Sensing danger, Mei Yang immediately shouted, "Long Go, watch your back." The Serpent King swiftly charged forward, overtaking the dragon before swallowing its own minions. Witnessing the brutal act of it devouring its own, the matchmaker and the little matchmaker were shocked by such a cruel act. During the absorption, he sensed the monster trying to stop him from growing stronger. The Lizard King's offspring quickly retreated to avoid making the dragon ghost even stronger, but he still absorbed a considerable amount of evolution points in time. So there's no need to worry, especially with his dragon brothers by his side. He immediately rallied everyone to combine their strength and eliminate the Lizard King. The left squad scattered in all directions, launching continuous attacks. The first head was severed by his sharp blade, while the second was pierced by Long Ji's energy beam. The matchmaker and the little fox also fought fiercely, tearing the monster to shreds and leaving it at Long Ji's feet. Looking down at his fallen enemies, he felt this was their just deserts. For the matchmaker's parents and the innocent souls slaughtered on the Abyssal Isle, may they face their reckoning. As soon as he spoke, he unleashed his power to obliterate them completely, showing no mercy to these unforgivable creatures. Just when they thought it was over, more massive lizards began emerging from a small cave. All four were stunned, wondering if defeating one powerful enemy had only summoned something even more terrifying. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind them, and rolling dust obscured their vision. Long reacted sharply, "What in the world was that?" The matchmaker spotted a monster lunging at him and shouted for him to dodge while desperately trying to block its attack. As the smoke cleared, she gasped. Before them stood a colossal creature with piercing blue eyes locked onto them. This was the true form of the Lizard King's wrath, its body carrying the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast Lu Jiang, as recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Measuring 150 meters in length and weighing 1,140 tons. Lu Jiang had a majestic, enormous face. It flicked its long tongue as if ready to devour everything around it. Seeing its massive form, Long realized this was the Lizard King's true body. No wonder he had been confused earlier, the heads didn't seem to belong to a 150-meter-long creature at all. This monster had only used its tail to breathe fire, making the four of them fight with all their might, thinking it was over. Indeed, different perspectives can lead to completely different thoughts. The maid was furious at that cunning scoundrel who always hid his true strength. At this moment, General Lu, the Lizard King, finally spoke to announce something. "For centuries, I have never revealed my true form to anyone. Dying by my hand is your honor." As soon as he finished speaking, the monster unleashed its power, deathly poison. With a roar, a hazy blue mist began spreading toward them. The little girl struggled to fend off the terrifying force with her hands. Suddenly, she realized it was an illusion. It was truly horrifying. The power was so immense that even she felt distorted by it. Facing the monster's massive true form, the little girl couldn't help but show fear. She was at a loss, unsure how to break the illusion. The situation grew dire as the monster pressed closer, forcing her to reveal her true identity to fight back. A dazzling light enveloped the little girl. Then, she transformed into a majestic dragon, her eyes gleaming and scales razor-sharp. Seeing this, the Monster King was stunned and shocked. It turned out the two had known each other for a long time. Seeing Baze, the Lizard King's true form spoke, "After 1,000 years, have you finally decided to strike me?" Baze had no intention of fighting, but he had once promised that Elder he wouldn't personally destroy him. That was why he had been able to occupy the Elder's secret realm for 1,000 years. "Unfortunately, I found those worthy of inheriting the Elder's legacy." Standing atop a high rock, Baze looked down at the Lizard King with a mocking expression. While the four below were still in shock, Baze had already unleashed the sacred purification spear, forcing the Monster King to counter with his deathly breath. Unyielding, he continued wielding the sacred defense. As his companions stood bewildered, Longa noticed the surrounding blue mist and realized he had once again fallen into that dreadful illusion. He turned and shouted, "Elder Baze!" Lon looked up, seeing Elder Baze appear, but no matter where he looked, Baze was nowhere to be found. Amid the fierce battle above, Baze attacked while preventing the situation from worsening. As they walked, he urged, "Everyone, think of a way to deal with this guy. This Lizard King's true form is incredibly powerful." Remembering the trust placed in him, Longo focused his mind to find a solution, determined not to let everyone down. The four of them charged forward to attack the monster, but its true form smirked confidently, looking down on these kids with disdain. "Just you four? Payze, I'll make sure they dissolve into nothing right before your eyes." It roared and unleashed its decaying limb toxic mist, releasing a dark force that surged toward them. This blue haze was eerily strange. Yuan Mao recognized it as a deadly bone poison. Meanwhile, Niao Mao began to feel numb all over. And Lang couldn't even lift his sword, his body showing signs of corrosion. Seeing their companions weakening, Longo grew frantic. "If things continued like this, we'd all perish here." Refusing to give up, Niao Mao rushed toward Longo, trying to blow away the toxic bone mist. She activated her 9 winds form, dispersing the blue haze and rescuing the others. No sooner had they escaped the monster's attack than the four launched another assault. The Lizard King's true form was thoroughly annoyed by these pesky kids. It unleashed a technique, intending to wipe them all out in one strike, sending the entire team flying in agony. The Lizard King's true form was a massive and ferocious being. It couldn't believe it had to use its strongest form against a group of kids it had once dismissed. Fury ignited within it, its power erupting like an unstoppable storm. Seeing the Lizard King's terrifying true form, Longo, Yuan Mao, Niao Mao, and Bai Zhe were all struck with shock and fear. It swung its powerful tail, engulfing everything around it. Witnessing this horrifying scene, everyone was stunned except Longu, who watched its strange behavior with deep concern. A massive blade, radiating a chilling toxic aura, emerged from its mouth. Longu quickly warned, "Everyone, be careful, this blade is definitely poisoned." The Lizard King swung a thunderous strike toward Longu and Yuan Mao, shattering the ground and sending them flying. It pressed the attack relentlessly, keeping them off balance. In this critical moment, Niao Mao sprang into action. "I'll use my blade to distract him. You focus on his head, and I'll handle his body." He dashes forward like lightning to bait the enemy. With a running start, he swings his radiant greatsword, cleaving straight toward the foe. The strike forces the Lizard King to turn, creating an opening for me to land a crushing blow. To our shock, the seemingly devastating attack didn't even scratch him. The Lizard King smirks. "You fool, did you really think you could harm me?" In 2 breaths, Longo charges forward, unleashing a ferocious breath of fury straight at the Lizard King. But he counters with his forgotten defense technique, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Longo can't believe his eyes. How did he block my breath of fury? Meanwhile, on another front, a group of beasts led by Wolfpack Lai Long and the young monarch is closing in. As they move, the young monarch scans the area and realizes this was once an entrance, now completely buried by the lizard horde. Everyone begins to worry about the safety of the noble Dragon King below. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupts from the ground, piercing the sky. The young monarch recognizes it as the noble Dragon King's signature technique, Breath of Fury. He shouts, "The king must be right beneath us." Deep underground, the battle rages on. Wielding his greatsword, he presses the attack against the Lizard King. But every strike is blocked by the enemy's massive wings. The Lizard King flaps his wings with tremendous force, sending him and Genie flying, triggering a chain of explosions. Debris rains down, crashing onto the beasts above. Seeing this, Wolfpack Lai Long and the others realize the nobles are locked in a fierce battle below. Without hesitation, they begin digging downward to reinforce them. Below, the Lizard King merges his forgotten poison chant with the mist of clouded venom. The combination forces Bai Chan to cough up blood, barely holding on. The Lizard King is weakening. How is he still unleashing his poison words? Don't you ever get tired? I can barely hold on any longer. Even Ning Tiao at the high ground has to admit he's reaching his limit too. Just how much toxic gas does this guy have in him? On the other side, the Lizard King swiftly flaps his wings, sending a Yuan and Longjia flying. Then, the White Snake speaks up,
warning that Ning Tiao and I can't endure his toxic words and poisonous mist much longer. We need to end this fight soon. Long Jia is already gasping for breath. After all this time, he's still this strong. Doesn't he ever get exhausted? A Yuan is completely drained too. Ugh, I can't keep this up. Fighting is so tiring. Long Jia sees Ling Su get knocked away by the Lizard King. He says Ling Su is also nearing his limit. If this keeps up, none of us will make it out alive. Then Long Jia says, Ling Su, let's lure him into spreading his wings. I have a way to strike his weak point. You take the left, and you take the right. Ling Su immediately agrees. All right. Seeing this, a Yuan asks Long Jia what her task is. Ling Su, what about me? Long Jia turns to her and asks, a Yuan, do you remember that lacrosse game we played at Jia Mountain? She nods. I remember. What about it? Long Jia smiles at a Yuan and says, use your batting skills in a moment. With that, he turns and immediately unleashes his violent breath technique. Several projectiles streak toward the Lizard King, flying straight at one of his wings. But he had already sensed the ambush. He turns his head, effortlessly swatting away all the projectiles, sneering, your tricks will work on me. Seizing the chance, Ling Su charges forward, thrusting his golden spike at the Lizard King, but he just smirks. Useless. On the other side, Long Jia keeps firing his violent breath, but the attacks do nothing, only provoking mocking laughter. Still useless, huh? Ha ha ha. Seeing the bullets bounce off, Long Jia commands, a Yuan, attack now. The next moment, a Yuan appears in position and responds, alright. I'll hit it. Let me hit it. She continuously struck the fierce bullets with both hands, scattering them in all directions before redirecting them straight at the Lizard King. Just as he was still in awe, Long's eye immediately flashed a smug grin, focused the energy in his mouth, and let out a powerful roar to launch a fierce attack. The recently unleashed Earth Energy Blast instantly struck the Lizard King, detonating violently. Enraged by the pain, he cursed furiously, calling them despicable cowards. Next, the Lizard King swung his sword, slashing a venomous strike toward Long's eye's abdomen, causing him excruciating pain. With a furious roar, he spewed flames. Then he unleashed an overwhelming energy wave, blasting it head-on at his opponent. The attack pierced straight through the Lizard King's body, causing blood to spray out. Having poured all his strength into this ultimate strike, Long's eye began to feel utterly drained. Suddenly, a glow from the Lizard King's abdomen surged upward, aiming straight for his head. The strike cleaved the Lizard King's head from his body. His face twisted in agony. The moment Long's eye collapsed from exhaustion, the Lizard King's body crumpled to the ground. Gasping for breath, utterly spent, Long's eye wondered, was it finally over? His entire body felt weak, the venomous wound on his chest still throbbing painfully. The others couldn't believe their eyes. Was the Lizard King really dead? Was it even possible? We actually killed the Lizard King. Completely drained, Long's eye slumped to the ground, murmuring, it's finally over. Seeing this, everyone rushed forward to check on him. Bao-Chi stepped on Long's eye, warning him, stay still. Your wound is deep, and you've been poisoned by a hidden weapon. But I can heal you, just give me a little time. Just then, the Lizard King's body twitched slightly. Suddenly, a sword energy shot from his hand, hurtling straight toward the group. Caught off guard, Bing Jilang sensed the danger behind them and immediately shielded everyone. After taking the hit for the group, Yuan and Z's spirit hurried to help Bing Jilang up, asking anxiously, "Hey Lang, are you okay?" Turning back, the group was stunned. The Lizard King's wounds were healing at an alarming rate. No one understood what was happening. How was he alive again? The Death Spirit Mink could no longer contain its fury toward the Lizard King and roared loudly. That damn Lizard King! Ajia did everything he could to launch an attack, but the opponent responded with disdain, overestimating his own strength. Then effortlessly deflected the Death Spirit Mink's Cyclone Storm. The Death Spirit Mink was shocked to find its attack reflected back at itself. In utter disbelief, it was struck by its own Cyclone Storm and sent crashing violently into the wall. The Death Spirit Mink lay on the ground, buried under rubble and debris, looking utterly miserable. Seeing this, Yuan couldn't help but cry out in worry, "Mink!" She immediately turned, ready to charge forward and take down the opponent. "You useless Lizard King, just die already!" "Die!" The Lizard King then spread its wings, issuing a warning. "Brat, go down there and keep your mother company." Sensing the Lizard King's wing attack incoming, Yuan quickly pivoted to dodge. Filled with rage, she lunged straight at the useless Lizard King, using all her strength to overpower it. Yuan immediately seized the monster's head and roared, "You belong down there." She still struggled to lift the Lizard King's massive body high into the air. Her legs bulged with veins, firmly rooted to the ground. Completely unmoving. With bloodshot eyes, Yuan let out a furious scream, channeling all her strength into one strike. On the other side, the useless Lizard King refused to back down.
The monster gritted its teeth, using every ounce of its strength. Its eyes, burning with eerie blue flames, locked onto Yuan Yuan, revealing a look of sheer terror. At that moment, the wounds on the Lizard King's face suddenly split open, and toxic fluids gushed out. Noticing the abnormality, the White Snake exclaimed, "The Lizard King's wounds have split open again." The Lizard King glared at Yuan Yuan, eyes wide with fury. "You're asking for it. I'll make your whole body rot. You little brat." It swung its sharp blade fiercely toward her. The sword struck Yuan Yuan's back, and she cried out in pain before being sent flying. Bai Shi immediately rushed to her side in a panic, using both hands to heal her wounds. Her body gradually became enveloped in the emerald glow emanating from Bai Shi. However, her breathing grew increasingly ragged, and her eyes seemed on the verge of losing focus. As Bai Shi struggled to revive her, he noticed the Lizard King's wounds healing as the corpse energy dissipated, making him ponder in secret. Could it be because of this barren, lifeless land? Bai Shi stared at the Lizard King, who radiated a chilling energy, as if this deathly place could heal him. Suddenly, the Lizard King let out a mocking laugh. "Bai Shi, over the centuries, you must have taken countless primordial lives. Too bad you still can't stand against me, who has absorbed the power of this secret realm. The three of you have been gravely wounded by my corpse corrosion power. There's no escape. You've been resisting my venomous words all this time, you must be exhausted. You can't save them. Why not leave your remaining primordial power to my children instead?" He burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha." The Lizard King pointed at Bai Shi and commanded his newly hatched young children, "Bite him." Hearing the order, all the hatchlings immediately lunged at Bai Shi. Just then, Longu groggily woke up and asked, Is it almost over? Let's try." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from above. "Why not leave your remaining primordial power to my children? Ha ha ha. Children, bite him." After laughing, the Lizard King ordered his young to attack Bai Shi. Just as Longu regained consciousness, still dazed, he asked, Is it almost over? Let's try." The violent tremors from above sent debris crashing down. Witnessing this, the Lizard King showed clear signs of anxiety and fear. The falling boulders crushed the crawling corpse beasts beneath them. A massive opening appeared in the cave ceiling, letting in a beam of outside light. In the dim cave, a horde of monsters leaped down from above, ready to plunge into a large-scale battle. This sight filled Longu with renewed strength and hope. He exclaimed, It's those monsters. Did Xiaoguozi succeed?" At this moment, Xiaoguozi rides atop a giant terror wolf, leading the army forward. Xiaoguozi immediately raises his hand to command their lizardfolk monsters. 500 brothers and sisters, charge! The terror wolves roar in support. The entire beast horde charges fiercely, driving the lizardfolk monsters to the sides. Wherever the monster army passes, the lizardfolk are thrown into chaos, many torn apart. Seeing this, the Lizard King flies into a rage, declaring these brats must pay. "I'll make sure you don't leave here alive." Just then, Baze straightens up, preparing to unleash a powerful technique. It spreads its arms, gathering energy into 4 glowing orbs of lightning. Unexpectedly, one of the energy orbs strikes Longjia square in the chest. Feeling the power, he realizes in shock that this energy is primordial life force. Everyone present rises, realizing this is the primordial life force of Lord Baze. Lord Baze has gifted us his primordial life force. Baze's entire body transforms into energy, enveloping the 4 present. After transferring all his primordial life force to the 4, Baze vanishes. They cry out in panic, "Lord Baze! Buck and Ling, don't show yourself, Baizi!" She lets out a light laugh and declares, "Alright, no more pretending, I'm showing my hand. This young lady is Baze. I've already given you all my primordial life force. I can only exist in this minimal form now." The group gathers around Baizi, all 4 focusing their attention on her. Baizi immediately raises her hand, pointing at the Lizard King. She says sharply, "Everyone, it's time to counterattack. I just noticed the Lizard King must be drawing power from the dead land beneath him. We must find a way to cut him off from the dead land to defeat him completely." Ahead, a massive phantom beast army charges forward, clashing head-on with the lizard folk instead of retreating. Seeing this, the Lizard King flies into a rage again, shouting, "These brats deserve to die, perish." It gathers power and exhales 3 streams of deathly breath. The Lizard King directly attacks the beast horde, and the deathly energy strikes a wild ox. Xiaoguozi watched the beast with concern right away. Overcome by excruciating pain, it collapsed to the ground. Another surge of vengeful energy rushed straight at Xiaoguozi and the terror wolf, forcing it to retreat. Above, Xiaoguozi looked around, searching for Longa's whereabouts. Longa's sudden appearance filled Xiaoguozi with joy. "Ah, it's Big Brother Long." Big Brother Long had already recovered. The moment he did, Longa shielded both of them with his body. choosing to attack a surge of vengeful energy in the beast pack on the left. However, the outcome was beyond Longa's expectations. He checked his body in delight, finding himself completely unharmed. The life essence of Lord Baze allowed him to resist the venom of the vengeful energy. At this moment, Longa didn't forget to praise him. Zyagwozi, you did an amazing job. You accomplished something no one else could. You've created a miracle. Zyagwozi's eyes sparkled with joy, and he grew even prouder after the compliment. He puffed out his chest with confidence and squeaked. Looking at the monster and his companions, Longa realized that though they seemed insignificant compared to the Lizard King, it was these underdogs who dared to challenge its might and create miracles. Above, the Death Vulture seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, flapping its wings furiously, and sending two powerful gusts of wind toward the Lizard King. Yet, the Lizard King merely flapped its wings once, sending the Death Vulture flying and causing it to spit blood. From afar, seeing their leader in such a sorry state, the flock of birds could no longer hold back and rushed to its aid. Your Majesty, we're here to help. A large number of the Death Vulture's followers charged forward, resolutely surrounding the Lizard King. The Lizard King immediately flew into a rage, flapping its wings violently. Back off! From a distance, other monsters also rushed to join the battle. We're here too. Let's fight together. The Zithertooth sword is closing in on the Lizard King. And so are we. Finish off this wretched Lizard King. And him. Witnessing this, Ling Su couldn't help but be moved. Everyone was fighting for the creatures on the Abyssal Isle too? Now, for the sake of the Abyssal Isle, they fear neither life nor death, disregarding themselves entirely. Meanwhile, Longa curled his body, unleashing the Ghost Dragon's Supreme Path technique, sharpening the spikes on his back to a razor's edge. After emitting light, he suddenly rushed towards the Lizard King and stabbed him continuously. Ling Su realized it was all because of Longa, despite his monstrous appearance. Inside, he was clearly a small human soul. This reminded Ling Su of a question his master, Xiaolan, had once asked him. Do you know what makes a swordsman the strongest? His master later revealed that a swordsman's greatest strength is wielding his blade for others. At this moment, Ling Su finally understood his master's teachings, truly grasping their meaning. Ling Su rushed forward and declared loudly, from this day on, I will use this blade in my mouth to protect the Abyssal Isle. Then, Ling Su leapt high, unleashing the Golden Fong Slash. The blade bursting into a dazzling radiance. The slash deeply carved into one of the Lizard King's wings. Just then, the Lizard King noticed Ling Su's ambush and glared at him in fury. The Lizard King immediately flapped his wings fiercely toward Ling Su, thinking to himself that the boy's swordplay was useless against him. Yet Ling Su stood firm, responding resolutely, so what if it's useless? Poof. If one slash doesn't work, I'll just strike again. Ling Su unleashed the Golden Fong Slash repeatedly. The blade clashed violently against the Lizard King's rock-hard flesh, causing his gums to bleed. Suddenly, the blade emitted a mysterious energy, startling Ling Su. No one could have predicted that his master's soul would manifest from the blade, merging with his spilled blood. This fusion created a miracle. In that instant, Ling Su's master spoke, greeting him. Little Su, we meet again at last. I've asked the White Serpent Lord to seal half of my life essence into this cleaver sickle. Only when you grasp the true essence of a blade wielder can you unlock the seal and inherit my power. It seems I've succeeded. My master looked utterly pleased, and Ling Su was so moved he nearly shed tears. In an instant, my master's soul flew straight into Ling Su's body, merging with it completely. As a disciple, how could I forget my master's last words? Ling Su, I never truly left you. Because your master will always be by your side. Go now, use your blade to cut through every obstacle in your path. In a flash, Ling Su's body radiated light from merging with his master, then charged toward the Tyrant of Slaughter. At that moment, the technique Unseen Golden Slash was unleashed once more. Ling Su stood below, while his master's soul hovered above him. This strike severed one of the tyrant's wings, sending him into agonized howls. Overcome with excitement, Ling Su could hardly contain himself. He had finally cut off the tyrant's wing. But soon after, Ling Su staggered, his strength spent. His steps grew slower, exhaustion taking over, until he could no longer hold his blade. Pushing beyond his limits, Ling Su collapsed to the ground. Unexpectedly, the tyrant's remaining wing and the severed one on the ground began oozing venom, as if trying to reattach and regenerate. Yuan noticed the danger ahead and quickly warned everyone. This isn't good, his wings are regenerating. Seeing how fast he was recovering, she rushed forward, throwing herself at the tyrant's head and locking him in a tight embrace. I won't let you regrow your wings. With all her might, Yuan lifted the tyrant's entire body into the air and roared, up. This enraged the tyrant. Meanwhile, his tail had already snatched a sword. As the tail swung the blade toward her, she cried out in alarm, I'm done for. Just as the sword was about to strike, Longu arrived in a whirlwind with his Dragon Rider's Touch technique. He successfully severed the tail gripping the sword. The King Venom Serpent is flung aside, venom gushing from its wound. At this moment, Yuan Yuan lifts the King Venom Serpent high, keeping it off the ground. Longu immediately turns and roars at her, using the throwing technique he taught her to hurl the beast away. Yuan Yuan tightens her grip with all her strength, choking the King Venom Serpent's head until its veins bulge. With just her hands, she swings its massive body in a wide arc. Just then, Longu rapidly channels his energy, declaring he's entering rage mode. I must finish him with a single fatal strike. Then unleash the full power of Ghost Dragon Finger Rage. Spikes on Long Ji's head and back erupt, and a glowing orb forms in his mouth. Ahead, Yuan Yuan doesn't let up, spinning the King Venom Serpent until it's dazed. When the moment is right, she releases her grip, tossing the King Venom Serpent like a ball. Longu seizes the chance, combining Ghost Dragon Finger Rage with a fierce breath to deliver his strongest attack. In the end, he successfully drives the strike through the King Venom Serpent's body, tearing it into countless fragments. The pieces explode and scatter across the ground. Longu is utterly exhausted, his face gaunt as he thinks to himself. It's shattered like this, it shouldn't be able to come back, right? Unable to bear the sight, Yuan Yuan bursts into tears, crying out, Dad! Mom, did you see that? Your daughter has finally avenged you. Behind them, the other monsters can't contain their emotions, embracing and cheering. Weeping as they shout, we've won. The King Venom Serpent is finally dead. Suddenly, Bai Sidong points at the creature, and everyone turns in horror. It's not dead yet. It's reviving. The King Venom Serpent's body still writhes as the fragments slowly reconnect. She immediately orders everyone to gather the King Venom Serpent's fragments. Don't let it touch the Death Electric Core. The group springs into action. But before they can get close, Bai Sidong and the others sense something wrong and look down in terror. Ping Jiling also looked around and noticed Yu Yu's movements had vanished, replaced by a lush green meadow beginning to appear. The grass sprouted from beneath the Lizard King's fragmented remains, which still twitched slightly. Witnessing this, Longu couldn't help but feel puzzled. While the grass posed no threat to the Lizard King's corpse, such vibrant growth shouldn't exist in this underground space. When he turned around, he saw something behind him. It was the divine tree. Wasn't it buried deep underground? He never expected it could follow those monsters here. Then slam its hand into the ground, creating a vast expanse of grass. This very grass prevented the Lizard King's fragments from reassembling. Afterward, the divine tree collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. This was it, it might truly be the end this time. Seeing this, Longu smiled and waved in gratitude, thanking the tree. I didn't expect you to come too. Ha, it's nothing. Bro, you're part of Absolute Island too, after all. Longu then walked toward the Lizard King's remains. He mused that if he could bite off a piece of the Lizard King's flesh, he'd gain a massive amount of evolution points, maybe even unlock a stronger skill. But the moment he saw its face, he felt sick to his stomach and couldn't bring himself to do it. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, yet one glance at that face made him gag. No way he could eat it. What a waste. After all that effort, he'd gained nothing. All that work for nothing. Suddenly, Bai Sidong appeared, startling him. She asked why he wasn't consuming it to gain power. She pressed further, asking if it was the grotesque face that repulsed him. Deep down, you still refuse to eat human flesh. Or anything resembling it. Though you're a monster yourself, you possess a self-sacrificing spirit monsters lack. And you still hold on to your principles and nature. Impressive. I admire that. No sooner had she spoken than Bai Sidong reached out her hand. A beam of light emanated from it, striking the Lizard King's body. And she began converting and absorbing its energy onto his face. In an instant, his primal life force. It has condensed into a dazzling orb of light. Bai Sidong said, you saved the Abyssal Isle. Xian is the Beast Lord. I won't waste everything you've sacrificed. This is your reward. The Lizard King's life essence hasn't completely dissipated yet. Then, she directed the Lizard King's life essence toward Long Jia. The boy quickly absorbed the energy and received a system notification. Ding! You successfully seized the Lizard King's life essence, gaining 100 million evolution points. Hearing this, Long Jia couldn't help but gasp in shock. Wow, 100 million evolution points. This is insane, I have to use them all at once. After absorbing it, two strange tufts of hair suddenly sprouted on his chest. Not only that, but his legs developed an incredibly tough layer of armor. Witnessing his full body evolution, Long Jia was thrilled and immediately shouted. Little B, check this out. Besides evolution points, did we get any top-tier skills? Little B puffed out smoke rings as it scanned. Let me see. A dropped S-rank skill. The safety system popped up a notification, congratulations on your first seizure of the Lizard King's life crystal. You've obtained the S-rank skill 9 Dragon's Offspring. S-rank 9 Dragon's Offspring, you can summon 9 vengeful spirits identical to yourself to lock onto enemies and fight. Note, congratulations, you've successfully turned into a shell. Hearing this, Long Jia immediately felt something was off. What kind of skill is this? Do I have to spit out my 3 souls and 7 spirits? And what's with successfully turned into a shell? Can't you give me a normal skill? Seeing his reaction, Littleby quickly reassured him, think of it as a cloning technique. They even have infrared scanning, thermal sensing, and other features. It's powerful. Long Jia could only sigh in resignation. Fine. Do whatever you want. I see now, you're a really dumb system. But the moment he turned around, Long Jia let out a startled cry. Ha! He saw several saber-toothed tigers preparing to pounce. Seeing the Lizard King's aura, he quickly stopped them. Hey, you guys! You saw how toxic that venom lizard corpse adder was just now, you still dare to eat its meat? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? His face showed clear concern. Right, the Lizard King already drove away all the venom lizard corpse adders, that group was massive. If we let them escape like this, they'll definitely become a future threat. Since we have the numbers now, I propose we launch a large-scale hunt and wipe out these venom lizards for good. After hearing Long Ji's words, Bai Sidong fully agreed. Yes, we must cut the problem at its root. Commander Ling and the Purple Wraithbird, you two lead your respective clans. Xiao Yuan and I. Long Gu and the other demonic beasts will split into 3 groups to encircle and eliminate them. After receiving the orders, the 3 of them showed determination and resolve. Yes, Bai Zhe. Afterward, everyone scattered to search the cave's corners for the venom lizard corpse adders but found no trace of them. Long Gu found it strange, how could there be no sign of the venom lizard corpse adders on this path? All he saw was a large amount of viscous liquid. Logically, so many venom lizards should have appeared by now. Just then, Bai Sidong jumped down to inspect the liquid left behind by the venom lizard corpse adders. She deduced that if her guess was correct, this green liquid was exactly what they were looking for. Looking down at the liquid, Long Gu wore an expression of disbelief. Ha! This is the venom lizard corpse adder? Seeing his reaction, Bai Sidong began to explain. Over the years, the venom lizard corpse adders have plagued many demonic beast tribes on the Abyssal Isle. They've been hunted by demonic beasts several times before. But their numbers only grew instead of decreasing. That's why I suspect the venom lizard corpse adders, including their leader, were all formed from the Lizard King's blood. So now that the Lizard King has been slain by us, all the venom lizards have dissolved into liquid and vanished. He laughed heartily. Ah, that's great. Now we don't have to lift a finger. Just then, Xiaguozi seemed to call out to everyone, squeaking. Along. Xiaguozi sat atop the terror scale, drawing closer, and announced, along. Lord Ling's weapons and remains have been found. That's why he sent me here to notify everyone. Longo was overjoyed. That's great. Let's go take a look. When everyone gathered, they were all shocked by the mountain of weapons piled here. On top of that, there were countless treasures stacked like mountains. Lunga couldn't help but wonder, how did this place end up with so many weapons? And so much gold and jewelry. He picked up a crown and examined it, muttering, where did the Lizard King get all these treasures? Even a crown, did he defeat a king at some point? Then, Bai Sidong began to explain. 2,000 years ago, on the Abyssal Isle, human cultivators with strange abilities often invaded the island to hunt exotic beasts. These treasures must have been brought by those people. Later, a supreme being intervened and wiped out all the humans on the island. The figure radiated golden light as they descended from the sky. They set up a barrier around the surrounding seas, and the Abyssal Isle finally found peace. At that moment, Bing Silong finally stood before his master's remains, his voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry, master. I was too weak. I couldn't even protect the Sea Kingdom. Bing Silong knelt and vowed never to let such a thing happen again. I swear it. However, Longa still had doubts. Why would the Lizard King keep Lord Ling's remains here? After hearing this, Bing Silong concluded that the one called T must still be using his master's remains to threaten him. Suddenly, Yuan seemed to spot something that caught her attention. Seeing her walk forward, Longa quickly called out, Where are you going, Yuan? Yuan ignored the calls and kept walking. It turned out she was heading toward a golden ring lying among the treasures. She bent down to pick it up, utterly astonished. This is Father's Power King Copper Ring. No sooner had she spoken than she slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. With the King Copper Ring equipped, the power of her fist techniques will surge dramatically. Years ago, her father wore this very bracelet, standing alongside her mother and a group of senior demonic beasts to fight the Slaughter King. Just then, her father's spirit suddenly appeared, praising his daughter. Child, I never imagined you'd truly accomplish this. You've already found this power. The King Copper Ring proves you've defeated the Slaughter King. Wonderful. Your mother and I are so proud of you. Your father entrusted the last of his primordial essence into this bracelet, waiting only for this day. Before fading away, he didn't forget to remind her. This is the last happiness your mother and I can leave you. Now that you've claimed the bracelet and your own primordial essence, you must keep growing stronger. For the road ahead remains treacherous. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan burst into tears, crying out, "Dad! Mom!" This was the last time she would ever see her parents in the flesh. Long Gu felt a weight lift from his heart. Thank goodness he'd finally helped Xiao Yuan fulfill her wish. Suddenly, Bai Sitan's voice rang out. Kuei Long and Xiao Yuan led us in vanquishing the Slaughter King. Thus, all of Bing Zhilang's possessions aside from his weapons now belong to Long Gu. Does anyone have any objections? The surrounding demonic beasts all voiced their agreement in unison. Yes, yes. We agree. Bai Sidong continued. For the past 500 years, I've guarded the wise as Snow Peak, originally refusing to interfere in the affairs of the Abyssal Isle. But this land now needs a leader who can unite the island's forces in times of crisis. Therefore, I nominate Kuei Long Gu as the new king of the Abyssal Isle. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone raised their hands in approval. The White Marshal is right. We have no objections. I agree. Well, that kid just got lucky. With Brother Long's strength, he's long been the true leader of the Abyssal Isle. No objections here. None at all. Immediately after, everyone bowed deeply and cheered, "Long live the king!" Long Gu turned around, spreading his arms to steady the crowd. After restoring order, the Wind Youth began, "Everyone. This island once had an extremely responsible king. Long ago, to free Abyssal Island from the shadow of the reptilian race. He fearlessly chose to oppose the Reptile King, even at the cost of his own precious life. The late king's only descendant inherited her parents' legacy. She grew up and fought alone. But today, she finally succeeded. She risked her life to create this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me to defeat the Reptile King." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Gu handed the delicate crown to a Yuan. He declared, "Therefore, a Yuan, you are the true ruler of Abyssal Island." However, a Yuan froze, pointing at herself and frantically shaking her head in refusal. No, Brother Long, in both strength and wisdom, you are far more suited to be the king of Abyssal Island." Hearing this, Long Gu blushed awkwardly but remained firm in his refusal. No, I'm a man destined to be the monster king. Abyssal Island is too small for someone as great as me. Long Ji's overconfidence made everyone around him roll their eyes. However, Bai Sitang then spoke up in support of his proposal. Alright, I agree with Long Ji's suggestion. Little Yuan is also a perfect fit. I nominate her to be the ruler of Abyssal Island. As soon as he finished, the beasts roared excitedly, "We agree." Roar. Agreed. Seeing this, Long Gu handed the crown to a Yuan and said, "Life should have a little sense of ceremony. Since this is a coronation, how can we do without a crown? A Yuan, here, put this on." A Yuan took the crown, hesitating as she replied, "Brother Long, this crown is way too small. How am I supposed to wear it?" Hearing this, Long Gu facepalmed in exasperation and reminded her, "You idiot. Why don't you shift back to human form? You're hopeless." Only then did a Yuan suddenly remember she could freely switch between beast and human forms. Oh right, how could I forget? In an instant, their bodies glowed as they transformed back into human shapes. Then, a Yuan took the crown and placed it on her head. Seeing this, Bing Wei Lang and the purple spirit weasel couldn't help but exchange glances. What are they doing? Why are they turning back into human form? Spirit Bird squinted and immediately judged this is just another one of those human tricks. How troublesome. The other monsters whispered among themselves, why would the two kings transform into such a form? They look so weak. A saber-toothed tiger nearby quickly guessed this must be how the kings hunt. By appearing weak, they lure prey into attacking them first. That's exactly how my two cubs fell for it. And even ambushed King Yen. The saber-toothed tiger sighed, clicking its tongue. What a clever method. If I could transform like that, prey would come right to me, I wouldn't have to hunt anymore. Another saber-toothed tiger chimed in, I want to transform too. I'll tell you a good way, go to Spirit Bird Peak. There's a kind of fruit there that can turn you into that form. Really? Hearing this, everyone immediately agreed, leaving Blazing Dragon, who was watching nearby, speechless. Finally, she spoke up to warn them idiots, don't listen to him. If you steal Spirit Bird's fruit, you'll end up as her meal. Just then, Fear Wolf and Little Gua loudly hushed everyone, quiet. Silence, silence. Above them, Man Ape was expressing his gratitude, thank you all. I will protect our Abyssal Isle.
Suddenly, a black bear roared in protest. Bear Xiong, refused to accept this.
It was Ghost Wolf who killed the tyrant. Why should she be the king?
She's only temporarily filling the tyrant's position.
Bear Xiong, could do the same. An ape wasn't about to back down either, shouting, Bear Xiong, what's your point? Meanwhile, Dragon Song watched with amusement. Even at the Monster King's coronation, they dare cause trouble. This will be fun.
From below, the black bear swam over. Bear Xiong, refused to accept this.
I challenge you to a duel.
Instantly, the savage ape left its position, transforming into a massive, ferocious form.
Very well, I accept your challenge.
Then, the savage ape swung a crushing punch from above, determined to overpower Bear Might from the very start. Meanwhile, Bai Sidang stood above, voicing her displeasure. This Bear Might, the coronation ceremony was going so well, and now he's turned it into chaos.
Hearing this, Longu couldn't help but burst into laughter. No matter. If you're not convinced, fight. This is the true spirit of demonic beasts.
How refreshing. Yet, before he could finish, the Bear Might below had already submitted completely.
Great King Savage Ape, I yield. Please spare me. Witnessing this, the savage ape pounded its chest and let out a deafening roar. Anyone else who dares to challenge me? Step forward and fight.
In an instant, all the demonic beasts prostrated themselves, shouting in unison.
We submit. Long live the great king. After assessing the situation, Bai Sidang gave her command. Alright, enough fighting and chaos. Let these beasts disperse.
Then, she turned to instruct the Deathly Rock.
Ling Diao, this cave is deep. Some of these beasts might not be able to climb up. Let my blaze dragons help them ascend. The Deathly Rock did not object, simply bowing his head in acknowledgement. Yes, Bai Zhe.
Once everything was settled, Bai Sidang reverted to her original form as Bai Zhe and gestured to the group. Let's go check out the corrosive greatsword used by the Lizard King.
However, just before leaving, Bai Sidang turned back and asked. Bing Ji Lang, you favor icy energy, are you interested in this blade? Bing Ji Lang quickly explained.
This blade has been soaked in the Lizard King's body for too long, filled with corrosive poison.
It's not suitable for me. But Bai Sidang offered a suggestion. What if I could purify the corrosive poison on the blade? Bing Ji Lang immediately responded. Really? Thank you, Bai Zhe.
Bai Zhe lifted the greatsword into the air with a wave of her hand. After her purification, the weapon gradually turned into a brilliant, radiant red. The moment Bing Ji Lang took the greatsword, he swung it experimentally, and its power was truly astonishing. Seeing such a divine weapon, he couldn't bear to let it go. Attack praised the new weapon, calling it a truly fine blade.
It really is a fine blade. I've seen this blade before. It's called Blood Ring, left behind by a human superhuman 1,000 years ago. Its first owner used it to take many lives. Filling the blade with a deathly aura perfect for you. Ping Zhirong expressed his gratitude to Bai Zhe. Longo watched in secret, realizing it was the first time he'd seen the young master so visibly delighted. No wonder he loved cold weapons so much. Wan Diao also chimed in with her opinion.
This fool can't take a single step once he sees a cold weapon. Moments later, the entire cave of the Lizard King exploded violently, leveling the surrounding area. Below, Death Spirit Diao's subordinates were assisting members of the Hujiang Sword sect in their ascension but were blocked and unable to proceed. The sudden situation made everyone uneasy. Long Go looked panicked. What's with the earthquake? It's likely that ancient beasts are about to appear. Just then, a fire dragon flew in frantically to deliver news. My lord, it's terrible, terrible. The fire dragon collapsed to the ground, exhausted, struggling to report. The Spirit Diao peak has collapsed. Hearing this, Death Spirit Diao couldn't hide his shock. Collapsed? What exactly happened? Explain clearly. The fire dragon recounted the events. Spirit Diao peak had collapsed. The ground had caved in, and many of their people had already perished. After listening, Longo suggested, Wan Diao, his explanation is unclear. We should go out and see for ourselves. Death Spirit Diao immediately nodded in agreement. All right. Then, Spirit Diao grabbed Longo, while his subordinates helped Wan Yuan, Ping Zhirong, and Bai Sidang rise to the surface. By now, Spirit Diao peak had been completely submerged beneath an unfamiliar vast ocean. The turbulent waves rolled, erasing all traces of the previous caves. Zhu Ji complained, those fools from North America, just for a few giant fire dragons. They collapsed the entire island. Beside him, Long Zhen sipped his drink, chuckling in amusement. Haven't had a drink in months, I'd missed this. Then, he too began to complain. Those bastards from the Lester family really have it coming. I was wondering if it took this long because the old man grew attached to this island after staying here so long.
Uncle Jen nodded in confirmation. Heh, you guessed it. The monsters here are actually quite easy to get along with. I even made friends with a bunch of interesting ones. If it weren't for them defeating that giant lizard, you'd still be stranded outside the island, left to fend for yourselves. Uncle Jen took a sip of his drink. You've worked hard these past few months. Shuji agreed. Beyond the sea, there's nothing but storms and torrential rain, plus some mysterious energy that messes with electronic devices. Only someone like the old man, a plant-based ability user, could make it in here. He sounded puzzled. Still, even now, I don't get it. Why would that mysterious energy disrupt electronics, and what does it have to do with that dead giant lizard? Uncle Jen replied, why overthink it? Once we're inside the secret realm, we'll find out. Zhu began explaining. After receiving his signal, I rushed here by boat. We have to enter the secret realm before the people on the ship notice me. Those guys have numbers on their side. And they'll stop at nothing. I don't want unnecessary trouble. Seeing his concern, Uncle Jen reassured him. Relax. They're just small clans. They won't cause much trouble. Even the Sacred Hall of Sin wouldn't dare tarnish the face of our celestial Marshal China. Just then, Long Gu and his group descended from the sky. The death spirit bird shrieked in panic. My spirit bird peak. What happened to it? Long Gu pondered silently. Even my most destructive Earth escape technique couldn't have done this to the whole island. What kind of power could this be? Then he recalled Long Lai's earlier report. A massive black crow flew in, crashed into Spirit Bird Peak, and then fire and explosions. He suddenly realized, could it have been a rocket? Only something like a human-made missile could cause this level of destruction. But the sheer force actually formed such a smooth, deep crater. Just then, the younger brother quickly called out to Long Gu to look below. Long Gu, look over there, it seems like there are two people. Long Gu looked shocked, suspecting whether they were humans or monsters that had devoured spiritual fruit and transformed. Then, he asked, Little Koan Koan, can you scan them? Little Koan Koan replied, no problem. The analysis showed that the burly young man was named Zhu Ji, possessing a strength-based ability. The elderly man traveling with him was named Lin Zhen, belonging to the plant system. Long Gu muttered in confusion, so they are humans and experienced ability users at that. Did they destroy Spirit Bird Peak? After a moment of thought, Little Koan Koan responded, yes, that old man called Lin Zhen. When he's angry, he emits a very familiar aura. The undead bird immediately gritted its teeth and dove down furiously, shouting, humans are despicable. I'll tear you apart. The two on the ground heard the commotion and looked up in unison. Long Gu transformed into a massive sea dragon and landed, kicking up a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. The beasts glared at the two strangers with eyes full of hatred, making Zhu Ji gasp in disbelief. There's another giant monster, and they even use pterosaurs to fly? Then, Long Gu pointed directly at them and demanded, humans, was it you who ruined this island? Hearing this, Zhu Ji was stunned again. What? This giant dragon can actually speak human language. Behind it stood a giant ape with large rings and a wolf carrying a massive sword on its back. What, in the world are these creatures? Suddenly, the undead bird snapped, Long Chou-xia. Enough talking, destroying Spirit Bird Peak means death. Zhu Ji was shocked to realize even the bird spoke human language. But the opponent gave him no time to process it. It spread its wings in fury, summoning a tornado that rushed straight at him. Die. Get out of the way. How interesting, it even uses wind-based abilities, he mused to himself. Floating in the air, he immediately summoned his flying sword to his side. With just a flick of his finger, the long sword slashed horizontally through the death spirit bird's body. Seeing this, Long Gu couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the true power of a human with supernatural abilities? Facing a beast dozens of times larger than himself, he could still handle it with ease, even controlling his swordplay with telekinesis. Impressive. Below, Long Gu quickly stepped forward to mediate and ease the tension. Ugh, why did they start fighting before I could even say anything? Stop fighting. We're all on the same side, friends here. However, the Lingsa soldiers charged forward, shouting, who's making all this noise? Who said we're on the same side? Long Gu hastily retreated, pleading, Great Wolf, don't attack me. I already said we're on the same side. But the Lingsa soldiers showed no intention of holding back. From the sidelines, Shu Ji noticed that though the giant wolf held a blade in its mouth, every move was executed with masterful precision, like a martial arts expert. He glanced at Long Gu and wondered, do all the creatures on this mysterious island possess human-like intelligence? He stared at the dragon, musing that it gave him the same impression as a human. He quickly dismissed the thought, how ridiculous. Why would he even think that? Even if they had some intelligence, they were still just monsters. How could they compare to humans, who possess advanced technology and supernatural abilities?
With that mindset, he immediately unleashed his radiant gale palm,
striking directly at the Death Spirit bird. The Death Spirit bird was taken aback by its opponent's strength. Unexpectedly, Long Gu rushed forward to shield her, shouting, "Little bird, watch out." All of Shu Ji's attacks pierced straight into Long Ji's body. From behind, the spirit bird couldn't help but curse, "You reckless lizard, brother." Once the attack stopped, he reassured her, "It's okay. I can see your feathers are already damaged, you can't take any more hits." Hearing this, the spirit bird grew even angrier. "Shut up. My feathers are none of your business." Below, Shu Ji's eyes widened as Long Gu used his body to shield his companion from the attack. Could monsters really act with such chivalry? Long Gu immediately charged at Shu Ji, scolding, "What kind of man picks on a girl? I'll send you on your way right now." Thanks to those words, Shoji finally realized. Darn it, that ugly bird was actually female. But by the time he regained his senses, it was already too late. Long Cha's powerful tail whip struck him hard. Seizing the moment while Shoji was still dazed, Long Cha unleashed the Ghost Dragon Dominance technique, ramming his shoulder into his opponent. Only then did Shoji understand Long Cha's plan was to lure him into jumping high, then strike when he least expected it. No wonder he's a monster with such sharp instincts. The moment he grasped this, he was sent flying through the air, blood spraying everywhere. Even as he fell freely, Shoji waved his hand and taunted, "Don't think this is the end of me." Immediately after, Shoji unleashed his Petal Gale Slash, aiming straight for Long Cha. In response, Long Cha fired 3 explosive shots, knocking the opponent's sword away and ricocheting it back. Though 2 bullets closed in on his sides, Shoji didn't sense the danger, instead muttering, "What's the point of this? Is your aim really that bad?" At the same time, Long Cha snapped his fingers and commanded the explosive shots, "Detonate." In an instant, Shoji was engulfed in a chain of fiery explosions. He crashed to the ground, his body charred black, while Lin Jian cried out in panic, "You're on fire. Are you okay?" Lin Jian rushed over, trying to stop the fight. "I'm the mighty sovereign tree. The same one who helped you against the Slaughter King." Before he could finish, Ling Se suddenly lunged, striking at Lin Jian's head and sneering, "You don't look like a tree, more like a water lily." But just as the blade was about to reach Lin Jian's head, he activated his ability in time. Lin Jian summoned 2 rows of towering trees, weaving them into arms to block the sword. The other 3 were stunned. Is he really the sovereign tree? How could he be human? Then, Lin Jian declared loudly, "Spores are human, of course. I'm a plant-type ability user, I can control trees and even merge with them." He closed his eyes, thinking, "This way, I don't seem so human." But Lin Jian challenged him, "So it was you who brought this guy here. This destruction is your fault." Lin Jian sensed the mocking tone in his voice. It really does sound like something Uncle Ba would say. Across from him, Zhu Ji coldly explained that what was happening here had nothing to do with him. "I wasn't the only one who set foot on this island, many other forces did too. Those guys are ruthless, stopping at nothing to get what they want." But Long Gu snapped back, "Do you really expect me to believe you?" Instead, Zhu Ji shot back with another sarcastic remark. "With that thick-headed monster brain of yours, not believing me is perfectly understandable. But if you keep wasting time here, the rest of the island might fall before you know it." Suddenly, Lin Jian spoke up in their defense. "Qilong, we're not your enemies. What he's saying is true. 60 kilometers off the coast, a warship full of ability users is anchored. It was that ship's gravity pull that flooded this place." Hearing this, Long Gu couldn't hide his shock. "A gravity bomb? There's such a thing?" Long Jian replied calmly, "You just didn't know about it." He went on to explain that the weapon was created by the ability user system, harnessing the power of those with gravity-based abilities. It generates a terrifying gravitational field that destroys everything around it. Only then did Long Gu realize that, aside from monsters and people with special abilities, even technology had advanced this far. Meanwhile, in another location, the fearless wolf was being torn apart by a mechanical arm. Not only that, but the tiger and wolf packs had been completely wiped out, none survived. It turned out another group had already breached this area. The leader, Aoid, smirked arrogantly. What a bunch of pathetic beasts. He thought he had grown to such an enormous size. But no sooner had he spoken than another horde of monsters appeared in the distance, ready to attack. Seeing this, Aoid immediately drew his gun and took aim, full of confidence. "How long do I have to keep killing these things?" He barked decisively. "Why not just drop a gravity bomb on them?" The warhead soared into the sky, hovering roughly. Though incredibly distant, it illuminated the entire sky. Meanwhile, a massive mechanical warship was steadily approaching Abyssal Island from the sea. Inside, advanced computer equipment was monitored by a group of black-clad operatives and technicians. Just then, a subordinate approached. Aishin relayed an order from Lord Lester.
Young Master Ovid had once again commanded an attack on specific coordinates.
Should we proceed with the strike? Without hesitation, Lester immediately gave the order, fire.
He stated bluntly, we've been stuck in these waters for over a month just to land on this island.
Ovid must be growing impatient, whatever pleases him is fine.
Turning to the black-clad group, he asked, the esteemed lords of the Sin of Light Sanctuary won't object, right? Upon hearing this, they quickly assured him that since the worship was funded by the Lester family, the sanctuary's leader and 6 elders would not interfere with young Master Ovid's decisions. Immediately after, a missile loaded with a gravity warhead was launched, soaring into the sky. Suddenly, the missile changed course, heading straight for Abyssal Island. It flew directly toward the location Ovid had previously marked with artillery fire. Its speed was astonishing. At that moment, Bai Sidong happened to be directly in the missile's path. Startled by the unidentified object hurtling toward her, she gasped in alarm. She shouted urgently, Shilong, look up. Something's flying this way. Hearing her cry, Shilong immediately summoned his death spirit bird.
What's coming?
Spirit bird, take me up to sea. Within seconds, the death spirit bird lifted him into the air to inspect the incoming object. As they moved over the sea, Shilong quickly identified the approaching projectile.
Blast it! It's a rocket.
At this scale, part of Abyssal Island was sure to be destroyed. Without delay, he called out to the death spirit bird. Steady now, I need to shoot that rocket down. The bird stabilized in midair, gripping his shoulders tightly as he focused his power in his mouth.
A fierce breath blast shot toward the missile. The recoil from the attack sent the spirit bird hurtling backward, absorbing the intense force. The strike detonated the missile, causing it to explode midair. Shattered into countless pieces, vanishing in the firestorm.
Meanwhile, the crew on the battleship began sending out alarm signals.
On Abyssal Island, a beam of light suddenly appeared and destroyed the gravity bomb.
The source of the beam could not be detected, and its destructive level was rated as S-Class.
This level of destruction left Lester stunned. S-Class destructive power? Could there be an S-Class light affinity Esper on the island?
Immediately, he ordered his subordinates to send a message, urgently summoning the Lester squad to investigate. In the central area of Abyssal Island, Orvis and his men also witnessed the missile being struck down by a beam of light. Orvis looked curious, what on earth was that colorful beam?
How could it destroy a gravity bomb so easily?
Ha concluded that there was still an S-Class Esper on the island, and it seemed to be an extremely rare light affinity Esper.
Hearing this, Orvis was full of suspicion, could it be the Chinese kid causing trouble? However, Han disagreed, the Chinese kid wasn't a light affinity Esper.
Besides, he should still be on the battleship right now. Just then, a soldier reported, Elder Oat, Lester has received orders to take us to inspect the area where the beam originated.
Before setting off, Oat ordered, let's deal with these pests blocking our way first.
Everyone stared wide-eyed at the massive creatures before them.
It was Mulan and the great mountain whale, both enraged by the intruder's presence.
Oat drew his sword and charged forward, his men following with grim expressions, declaring,
if the gravity bomb won't kill these beasts, then we'll just have to get our hands dirty. At Spirit Bird Peak, the group had just witnessed the missile's appearance. Juji asked, do you believe me now?
He warned further, if we don't stop them in time, more missiles will keep falling.
Silently, he assessed that this displayed power was undoubtedly S-Class.
That beam of light earlier, even if the old man and I joined forces, we probably couldn't have stopped it. After hearing this, Longa landed on the ground and said, for now, I'll trust you once. But he didn't forget to warn, remember, this is our island.
You'd better not overstep your bounds. Tan turned to Spirit Bird for help. Let's go, little bird. Lead us to the village with the red smoke.
The spiritual bird responds quickly.
Is that okay?
Before setting off, Bai Si Tang reminds Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, since everyone has chosen you as the queen of Abyssal Island, matters like this should be handled by you and the Ghost Dragon group. Those little dragon beasts with eerie smiles are charging at us.
Fight! Fight! The squad scatters, fleeing in different directions to escape the gravity zone. One is approaching Babylon.
The old man immediately raises his gun, ready for battle. Just as he locks onto the target in his scope, Babylon mutters, I've seen these things before.
They caused the explosion that took young Ovis' life. The bullets the old man fires have no effect on the little dragon beasts. They dodge the attacks effortlessly. All three entities grin menacingly, their eyes glowing as they reach out for Babylon. The old man is stunned, shouting in disbelief, oh no! They're completely unaffected.
Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy surges toward the old man in the cowboy hat, roaring, accept the guidance of our father's heavenly fire. The old man quickly leans back, bracing himself on the ground as he yells, I dodge. The spiritual energy strikes again, and he leaps away, kicking off the ground as he shouts, I dodge.
When it attacks once more, he swiftly reaches behind his neck, twisting to evade. I dodge again. But the strain of these movements leaves his back aching, and he collapses to the ground, trembling. He thinks to himself, as long as they don't touch me, I won't explode. Seeing the three entities suddenly change direction and charge at him, the old man curses in shock. Oh no! They can change direction too? Do they have tracking abilities? Suddenly, a small hand taps his shoulder. Hey, what are you looking at? The old man turns around in confusion. Seeing the spiritual energy covering its mouth, stifling a laugh, he gasps in terror, mouth agape. Oh no! Why is there another one here? The old man points at it in disbelief. Why are you here? Didn't we agree each group would have 3 and attack separately? The spiritual energy crosses its arms, replying impatiently, you've been tricked. We said that on purpose. It's called all's fair in war. Meanwhile, another surge of spiritual energy from above watched the argument below and angrily pointed at the laser, cursing, that coward. Back in our era. Weren't we supposed to attack that lightning guy together? It forced a smile, which made the elder's face darken with fear. Fine, then. Actually, it's mostly because you're the weakest. Immediately, it unleashed its power, declaring, so we have to take you out first. Boom! A deafening blast sent the elder flying before he could react. As the crushing gravity vanished from Lin Yuan, he cheered excitedly. Well done, kids. He stood up, taking a light breath. Finally free from that wretched gravity. If I'd stayed under that pressure any longer, I'd have ended up flattened. Meanwhile, the group attacking the elder realized their target had been stolen and cursed furiously. That coward has no honor at all. Exactly. That was clearly our target. The two immediately charged forward. Brothers! Since it stole our target, let's go after that lightning guy instead. Another tried to stop them. Are we really doing this? That guy looks strong. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed his full soul chains, which stretched out to bind the spiritual energy, but failed. The elder's face twisted in terror and rage as he roared, damn it! These full soul chains can restrain both soul and body. But aren't these all souls? They clearly have spiritual forms, why aren't they souls? Did I do something wrong? Then, the three charged together, triggering a massive explosion that sent the elder crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. On the other side, Les, surrounded by lightning, said in shock. Sanchu? No way. Sanchu is an S-rank ability user, he can't be taken out that easily. Hanhao's face burned with fury as he lashed out, useless. Are all soul-based ability users this fragile? Han Fom unleashed a bolt of lightning from his palm, obliterating one of the spiritual energies. Les laughed triumphantly. Can my lightning destroy these souls? Then, Han Fom struck again, wiping out another surge of spiritual energy. The remaining 3 spiritual energies were terrified, crying as they searched for an escape route. Oh no, this guy is way too strong. We stand no chance against him. I finally got out for once, I can't let myself be scattered like this. Witnessing this, Long Yuan roared in fury. You 3 cowards are a disgrace to your father. We can't let them escape. Lysite immediately unleashed 3 bolts of lightning, wiping them all out. After the matter was settled, the arrogant man threw his head back and laughed mockingly, dealing with trash like you isn't even worth my time. Suddenly, the man sensed something behind him and quickly turned around, alert. Lin Yuan stormed forward in a rage and shouted, Nan Leidian, you're finished. He then executed a slashing technique from the ghost dragon scripture, forming a massive vortex in the air before striking down with a thunderous blow, sending the man crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the ground was left riddled with cracks. Lysite, battered and tattered, struggled to his feet and cursed angrily, damn it! No one has ever beaten me this badly before. You will pay for this 100-fold. The man snapped, his eyes gleaming with malice, vowing to fight to the death. And turn everyone to dust. Lysite immediately soared into the air, unleashing bolts of lightning that shook the ground and sent rocks flying. The lightning grew more intense as he stood at the forefront, observing, with the wild ape and strange mink close behind. The man released the might of his lightning, firing electric arrows straight at him. Lysite then countered with a powerful eye-refining spear attack. Seeing this, Long Yuan impatiently said, Ugh, is this guy seriously fighting back even while half dead? The wild ape asked anxiously, what do we do? There are too many, we can't hold them off. The strange mink spread its wings and snapped, even at death's door, he's still like this? I refuse to accept this. Chai Daolang glanced up and remarked, this is the power of an S-rank expert. He steeled himself, took a deep breath, and said, I'm nearly done for 2, might as well fight back. Then, he unleashed the violent blast technique. A blue orb of light erupted, colliding with and neutralizing the enemy's attacks. But Lester's arrows were simply too numerous, his spear couldn't block them all. Damn it, there are still so many. Panting heavily, he trembled with fear. This wasn't looking good, he was in real trouble.
Lin Yuan cursed angrily.
Idiot. How could a man admit defeat? Little Kuan, trade your life for mine. The more, the better, I can't hold on much longer. What's the point of saving up all those evolution points? Little Kuan appeared and did as told.
Lin Yuan hastily stuffed the life fruit into his mouth and swallowed quickly.
I'm going all out.
Immediately after, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Before long, Dowling grew serious, drew his blade, and shouted, I'm going all out. Then, he executed a rapid series of slashes with his golden needle technique. The strange bird joined in, casting wind blades to seal off the area.
We have to block these spears. Meanwhile, the wild ape lifted a massive boulder, roaring as he hurled it like a bowling ball.
The sphere, boulder, slashes, and whirlwind all collided with the hail of arrows.
Smoke rose from Lin Yuan's mouth as he gasped, I can't hold on much longer. Even after consuming the life fruit, the energy it restored wasn't enough to cover the loss.
Watching the arrows rain down, he said, at least we blocked more than half of the spears. Brother, he turned and said firmly, I'll have to tough it out.
Seeing Lin Yuan reach out to detonate all his runes, the strange bird scolded loudly, Stupid dragon, what are you doing? He replied resolutely, Stay back. I'll take the hits head on, I can still hold. He braced himself against the onslaught of arrows, roaring in agony. Witnessing this, Dowling shouted in horror, Lin Yuan.
The strange bird cried out in shock, Stupid dragon?
The wild ape panicked, yelling, Dragon brother. The force of the arrows sent Lin Yuan flying backward.
The searing arrows engulfed him, shrinking his form. You shifted back from your dinosaur form, but the static electricity is still so strong that your hair is standing on end. Seeing him collapse in pain, Man Yuan asked with concern, Brother Long,
why did you turn back into human form again? The strange bird shook its head repeatedly, insisting it must be because he exhausted too much energy and was forced to revert. I remember the White Marsh Elder also faced this issue before. Lester laughed triumphantly, forced back into human form, huh? Your luck has run out. Victory is mine.
Unable to endure any longer, Blade Wolf immediately drew his blade and taunted.
That last strike must have drained you completely, right? He arrogantly raised his syringe in response, I've got life essence here. I can recover instantly.
I said I'd turn you all to dust. Yu Yuan let out a cold laugh and slowly pushed himself up.
The fight isn't over yet. Excitedly shouldering his massive firearm, he asked, You really think I reverted because of you? I just find this form more convenient for operating the gravity gun. With that, Yu Yuan immediately opened fire, shooting a massive white orb. This toy weapon? I want to play too.
The orb shot straight toward the white barrier above, sending Lester into a panic. In an instant, he was yanked from the sky and sent crashing down.
Damn it! Damn it!
The crushing gravity slammed Lester into the ground, sending his syringe flying. He taunted with a laugh, continuing to fire.
My big lucky cannon really packs a punch.
His eyes burned with fury. Struggling out of the crater, he cursed, You despicable scoundrel!
You lowlife!
Unable to hold back any longer, he unleashed an astonishing surge of power.
Slamming his hands into the ground, he roared in rage, Want to die? I won't let you. I'll make sure you all die.
The group watched in horror as he released a thunderous force, trying to overpower the gravity.
Zwair gasped in shock.
The strange bird realized Lester's intent and shouted, Oh no!
He's going to self-destruct.
Suddenly sensing movement behind him, it came from the undead. He looked away from Lester and turned to observe. What came into view was Lin Yuan, now restored to his monstrous form, his entire body covered in blue electric currents. Even the iron fins and spikes on his back had completely turned a light blue. He confidently reassured them, Don't worry, I won't let him succeed. Lin Yuan opened his mouth wide, and a dazzling surge of energy welled up from deep in his throat. He unleashed a fierce breath attack with all his might.
A massive surge of energy, crackling with purple electricity, shot out from Lin Yuan and hurtled toward Lester.
A colossal energy orb descended from the sky, blocking all escape routes, leaving him no choice but to stand still and face his impending doom.
A blood-curdling scream echoed as his upper body was obliterated by the energy surge.
Lin Yuan's attack pierced through Lester and slammed into the ground behind him, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. As the dust settled, only Lester's lower half remained in the crater, twitching.
As Lin Yuan exhaled wisps of white smoke, Man Yuan excitedly bounded over from the front. Tao Yu! We won!
After steadying his breath, he immediately tossed a life fruit into his mouth and warned Man Yuan not to celebrate too soon.
There's still a ship on the sea carrying many ability users.
Lin Yuan casually handed out life fruits to Man Yuan, the strange bird, and the Blade Wolf as they gathered around. He reminded his teammates that if their opponents were as strong as this group, they'd be in serious trouble.
Hurry up and eat the life fruits to recover your strength as quickly as possible. Nana's mechanical body and Lester's remaining lower half were neatly placed on the ground.
Their bodies emitted a faint golden glow, and several small energy orbs drifted out.
The bodies of aging, Babylon, and a masked individual were in the same state.
Energy continued to seep from their remains. The little girl, holding a staff-like rod and dressed in a long sorcerer's robe, was wiping her face with a towel. She smiled contentedly as she manipulated the small energy orbs, gathering them together. "All right, useless master, the primordial life energy is cooked and ready.
Time to dig in."
Long Yuan stood aside, keeping his distance from the odd group of misfits, grotesque creatures, savage apes, and blade wolves all sitting around with thoughtful expressions.
He observed the orbs of life energy and curiously asked Shao Kuan, "Shao Kunkan, why are there 9 bodies but only 8 orbs of primordial life energy?" Shao Kunkan shrugged and replied, "I don't know. I can't find the primordial energy of that 3-character named human. Did you obliterate them so thoroughly that even their body and soul vanished?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan could only give Shao Kuan a speechless look. With a sarcastic tone, he said, "Shao Kunkan, who got their body and soul destroyed, you should read fewer fantasy novels." Though he said that, he didn't really care. He quickly gathered the life energy orbs into his palm and swallowed them one by one. "Forget it, let's see if I can get a new skill first." As the first energy orb entered his stomach, the system immediately chimed in. "Ding! You have successfully absorbed the primordial life energy of a human crystal system S-rank ability user. Armor and dorsal fin defense have been enhanced." While Lin Yuan checked his status panel, the V-shaped area on his back radiated a dazzling light, undergoing multiple transformations. Feeling like his efforts weren't properly rewarded, he grew annoyed. Ugh, all this hard work for such meager gains? Unwilling to accept it, he continued devouring the remaining life energy orbs. With each orb he swallowed, the system displayed a notification. Evolution points increased by 290,000 times 2. Lin Yuan was so disappointed he nearly cried, forced to abandon the cool image of a black dragon with sleek wings in his mind. Why is it all just evolution points? I thought I'd get scorching cosmic system wings. How awesome would that be? Just as Lin Yuan hit rock bottom, the system chimed again with a new notification. You have successfully absorbed the primordial life energy of a human lightning system S-rank ability user. Special skill reward acquired, Lightning Cannon. Shao Kuan waved the stick in his hand, cheerfully congratulating his master on the new skill. Lin Yuan clenched his fists in excitement, his gloomy eyes instantly lighting up. Ah, finally a reward. Kuan immediately projected a large screen, showing Lin Yuan releasing an extremely powerful energy stream from the spike armor on his back. Accompanied by text, Downward Ion Cannon accelerates charged particles and releases them outward. This technique can destroy anything in its path. Lin Yuan watched the demonstration, speechless, and reluctantly gave his feedback. Kuan, can you tone down the descriptions a bit? Then, Lin Yuan reached down and picked up the gun he had just used. Recalling how difficult it had been to lift it earlier, he slightly bent over and asked Kuan, who was floating in front of him. Kuan, what if I swallowed this gravity gun? Would I gain gravity powers? Kuan was utterly speechless and could only give a helpless chuckle. You must be starving to even consider something so reckless. Be careful, you might get an upset stomach. However, Lin Yuan didn't care at all about not being able to swallow the gun. He covered his mouth, revealing a sly grin. He thought of the savage ape and the strange bird, who struggled even to lift homemade dumbbells during training, and turned to Kuan. Store this in the system space. I'll study it later. I just came up with a great training method. Lin Yuan stood aside, smirking at his own clever plan. At that moment, a thick black smoke enveloped the dragon-shaped beast's corpse. The once limp body slowly sat up. As the soul of the fierce boar had taken control of it, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness I have the ability to project my soul and possess other creatures. Or I would have been done for this time. After a long while, he barely managed to steady the beast on its trembling legs. His heart pounded with fear even lest had been killed. He had to report this to his superior immediately. The beast's corpse wobbled into the air, gradually accelerating out of sight. As he flew, he fumed, unable to possess a human body. For now, he'd have to make do with this monster until he returned to the battleship to find another host. He still gritted his teeth in hatred toward Lin Yuan and his group. Just you wait. Those wretched creatures, I'll make sure my superior levels this place to the ground. Lin Yuan noticed someone fleeing but remained remarkably calm. He even raised his hand to point it out to the monstrous bird, adding sarcastically, Look, your underling is playing dead again. Either way, it's none of his concern until the match ends. The monstrous bird shot him a cold glance and confirmed, I don't have that kind of underling. The skeletal wolf also lifted its head to look at the fleeing bird, voicing its doubts. This dual-form fangworm is really odd. She was so badly injured, yet she somehow survived. A sharp, murderous intent rang out beside him. Could it be his master?
Lin Yuan quickly regained his serious expression, raised his hand to signal, and said calmly, "Ignore it.
Let's keep moving. We should find our other companions." He pressed his lips together, his expression growing grave. He immediately shifted into a defensive stance. Behind him, Manhwa, the monstrous bird, and Dowling all assumed battle-ready positions. The entire group was on high alert, eyes locked ahead. Lin Yuan spoke for everyone. "I'll ask you too, how much longer are you going to hide? Stop hiding. I've already spotted you."
From behind the ancient tree, the two venerables, Mu Lao and Zhu Ji, stepped out. Mu Lao, cradling a large gourd, laughed as he explained to Lin Yuan.
"Ha, we just wanted to see if we could lend a hand. Never thought you'd be this capable, even taking down an S-rank opponent."
In response, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, his gaze sharp as he locked onto the two. Manhwa and the monstrous bird behind him also kept their eyes fixed on them.
"Wasn't this your doing? Forget it. You didn't lift a finger to help those fools anyway. So I won't treat you as enemies."
Then, he descended from the high ground, staring them down as he voiced his doubts and a subtle threat.
"But I'm curious, why would humans suddenly appear on Abyssal Island?
I hope you two can give me a satisfactory answer." Hearing his question, Zhu Ji stepped forward to speak on their behalf. But he also furrowed his brow with a demand.
"Given your connection with Mu Lao, I'll share what I know. But first, I need to confirm you're not human espers in disguise." All four members of Lin Yuan's team remained silent, eyeing Uncle Ji with confusion.
Some even pointed at their own heads, as if questioning whether he was in his right mind. Lin Yuan, still acting as the team's representative, engaged with Uncle Ji, looking puzzled.
He waved his hand and asked, "Why do you think we're awakened humans with abilities? We're all pure-blooded demonic beasts born and raised on this Abyssal Island." Uncle Ji stood his ground, looking up to counter. "Then why can you take human form? And possess such high intelligence?"
Lin Yuan began muttering to himself, convinced the other was judging them by his own standards. Smugly pointing at Uncle Ji, he answered without hesitation.
"Are you complimenting our intelligence? Ha!
On this feng shui treasure of an island, the Abyssal Island,
where the land breeds genius, isn't intelligence our basic standard?"
Hearing such self-absorbed words, Uncle Ji was left speechless. But Lin Yuan didn't care about his reaction, still pointing at the two of them, leaning in slightly like a rogue as he observed them.
He boldly retorted, "Besides, if you can turn into demonic beasts, why can't we take the form of weak humans?"
Recalling Elder Mu and Uncle Ji's beast forms, Lin Yuan seriously confirmed to them, "You're awakened humans with abilities."
"And we're awakened demonic beasts with abilities."
Uncle Ji stroked his chin, pondering the words.
That does make sense."
Seeing the other seemed convinced, Lin Yuan seized the moment.
Raising his voice, he lowered his head and asked, "Now can you tell me why you're on Abyssal Island?" The doubts in his mind finally dissipated.
Images of human society with awakened individuals wielding abilities like fossil manipulation, flight, and fire and water control flashed in his mind. He began explaining to Lin Yuan that 200 years ago, many people on Blue Star suddenly awakened with supernatural powers. In the vast sea, jagged reefs jutted out. Surrounded by the wreckage of sunken ships and crashed aircraft, the scene suddenly shifts to a desolate, vast wilderness, barren and bleak, where colossal statues stand in eerie formation across the expansive plains. With the rise of superhumans, humanity has begun to explore the once forbidden mysterious restricted zones. Inside a peculiar stone chamber, someone sits in silent meditation, causing ancient inscriptions on the ground to glow brightly. Deep within these restricted zones, people have discovered hidden realms brimming with immense energy, capable of greatly accelerating cultivation progress in a short time. In a dimly lit cave, a group of people excitedly takes photos beside the remains of a massive beast.
Moreover, these hidden realms serve as habitats for many colossal beasts
and strange creatures, while also concealing weapons and treasures of extraordinary power. The next scene shows a spacious underground chamber filled with gold, silver, and jewels, leaving everyone present overjoyed and cheering. As a result, global superhuman organizations fiercely compete to seize control of unclaimed hidden realms.
Finally, Zhu Ji mentioned the Abyssal Island.
According to him, a sea appears before them, the sky split in two, one side bright, the other dark. Storm clouds roll in, bolts of lightning striking the turbulent waves, creating massive whirlpools. Your Abyssal Island is precisely the place recently discovered by human superhumans.
The waters surrounding Abyssal Island are rich in underground water veins and dense fog, perfectly matching the characteristics of a hidden realm. Here, all human technology fails, making detection nearly impossible.
Mentioning the forces coveting this island, Zhu Ji furrows his brow, his expression turning grave. Thus, the Lester family from North America has gone all out to take action. They organized an expedition to explore the hidden realm of Abyssal Island. In Zhu Ji's mind, a superhuman of unparalleled power appears, standing at the pinnacle of authority. Golden energy radiates around his body. Behind him looms a massive figure with crimson eyes and a sinister smile. At his feet gather a large number of superhumans. His words carry a veiled threat toward Lin Yuan's group, while also inviting top-tier forces from North America, the Sanctuary, to assist. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the recently fallen ability user's body and pointed, asking, "Ji Gu, is the big shot you mentioned hiding here too?" Observing the corpses, Zhu Ji began revealing their identities to Lin Yuan. That lightning-type guy was the current head of the North American Lester family, and the one in the black robe was a special envoy from the Confession Sanctuary's Sin envoy. Then, he looked up, his expression grave as he warned, "If that big shot really is here, this fight won't be so simple." Lin Yuan understood Zhu Ji's implication and couldn't help but ask in surprise. "You mean there's someone even stronger than Lester on that ship?" The strange bird and the savage ape stood on either side, their expressions turning solemn. In Zhu Ji's mind, a pristine white room in the sanctuary appeared, with several figures gathered around a dignified man seated on a high chair. He continued explaining to Lin Yuan and the others, "The Confession Sanctuary has one sanctuary master and 6 grand elders, each named after the 7 deadly sins. This time, the Lester family invited Envy. She is one of the 6 grand elders of the Confession Sanctuary, an SS-rank female superpower." From Zhu Ji's description, a towering female figure materialized in their minds, her height even surpassing the skyscrapers of the human world. Her body was encased in metallic armor. Initially, this woman was just an ordinary A-rank metal-type ability user in the sanctuary. However, during a secret exploration, she discovered a mysterious supermetal substance and successfully fused with it, ascending to SS rank. From then on, she officially became the 6th Grand Elder of the Confession Sanctuary. Based on Zhu Ji's description, Long Yuan couldn't help but imagine a muscular, towering female demon with hair longer than a high-rise building. Seeing her excitedly display her power, he gulped. Good heavens, this is a true terror of a demon. Meanwhile, Tu Dao Lang remained utterly calm. From his vantage point, he looked down at Zhu Ji and asked, "What are her combat style and techniques like? Does she have any special abilities? Do you know anything about this?" Zhu Ji closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly, replying, "Since Envy became a Grand Elder, she rarely takes action. The intel I have is only. All of this happened before her upgrade, it's not very useful for reference." Lin Yuan turned his gaze back to the coastline and pressed Zhu Ji further. "Then do you know how many ability users are still on the battleship? And how many gravity bombs capable of destroying this island?" Though he acted calm on the surface, his mind was full of complaints. This workload was exhausting. And now they had to fight overtime. When would this end? At this rate, he'd collapse from overwork sooner or later. Zhu Ji furrowed his brow, resting his chin on his hand as he recalled all the intel he had. Han Shang told Lin Yuan honestly that most of the people on the battleship were ordinary or rank B ability users, posing no real threat. However, the Lester family and the Sacred Sin Temple must still have rank A or even rank S experts. Hearing this, Xening couldn't help but look uneasy and immediately turned to Lin Yuan. "And that dragon jerk, if those people land on the island, will be in big trouble." Lin Yuan frowned again, another worry surfacing as he pictured the gravity bombs in his mind. Like massive bolts of lightning raining down, relentlessly striking the island. He said flatly to the strange voice, "If they're just landing, we don't need to worry too much. What I'm really afraid of is that when they find out Lester and the Purge Lady died here, they'll fly into a rage and flatten this place with gravity bombs." Then he suddenly remembered something Zhu Ji had just mentioned. Curious, Lin Yuan turned to ask him, "By the way, you said this island disables all tech. So why are they able to land with landing craft now? Even drones and bombs can get in." Zhu Ji couldn't help but recall the scene beyond the sea, dark clouds churning, waves surging. All drones entering this area crashed into the sea. The battleship arrived a month ago to search the area. We discovered a mysterious energy field around the island. That disables all electronic devices. No matter how many drones or reconnaissance planes we sent into the abyssal sea, they'd fail. But today, that mysterious energy suddenly vanished. Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately connected it to his recent battle with the Lizard King, thinking to himself, "Today was the day we fought the Lizard King. Could that mysterious energy be related to him?" Across from him, Zhu Ji began to recount his origins. From a city steeped in ancient Chinese architectural style. The structure resembled a towering Great Wall, complete with a massive red gate bearing a plaque that read State of Bushenwu Huaxia. Me and an elder from the state of Bushenwu Huaxia. This mysterious island was very close to Huaxia. Thus, Bushenwu discovered the island's peculiarities earlier than other forces. He turned his head slightly, observing an old man leaning against an ancient tree, who took a swig from his gourd before continuing. After all technological devices failed to detect anything, Bushenwu sent a first-rank energy user disguised as an ordinary person to investigate. They successfully landed on the island and began their investigation.
Upon learning the origins of the two extremists, Long Yuan was shocked to discover that the state of Bushin Huaxia were fellow countrymen from a parallel universe. No wonder you felt a natural kinship with them. The elder set down his wine gourd and, after recalling the Lizard King's past, picked up where the extremists left off. After exploring the Abyssal Island for half a year, they finally discovered that the source of the island's mysterious energy was the Lizard King. Long Yuan was stunned, blurting out in disbelief, "What did you say? From the Lizard King? You mean that by killing the Lizard King and causing the mysterious energy to vanish, we gave the superhumans an opening to invade humanity?" As he spoke, Man Yuan, standing nearby, wore the same shocked expression. The purple undead beast angrily cut in, his words sharp. The Lizard King and his sons have always been a threat to this island. How could he have been protecting it with his energy? Dao Lang, standing nearby, shared the same look of disbelief as the others. The elder remained calm, standing in the shade of the tree as he affirmed to Long Yuan and his group that, though aged, he was not speaking without basis. The Lizard King was likely a creature from the Abyssal Island's secret realm. Thus, it carried mysterious energy that interfered with electronic devices. Hearing this, Long Yuan could only clutch his head, feeling as if he had been swept into a desperate vortex, screaming silently. Good heavens, I really am a cursed dinosaur. I killed the Lizard King and removed the hidden threat on Abyssal Island. Little did I know it would invite an external danger. High above, the sky is clear and bright, sunlight spilling everywhere, making the air feel incredibly fresh. Long Yuan clenched his fists, making a silent decision. No, I must deal with these people quickly so I can focus on finding the secret realm. See if I can release that kind of energy again to protect the Abyssal Island. Dao Lang looked at him and suggested, Long Yuan. We should take the initiative and attack their warships before they react. The strange bird suddenly flapped its wings, pressing down on Long Yuan's head as it scolded angrily, "Idiot! The waters around Abyssal Island have undercurrents, and the sky is filled with seaweed clouds. With your skills and that, kids, you won't make it across." It flapped its wings, indicating, "If you're only relying on me to fly you over. Using that girl's ability. We could easily fly out of the seaweed clouds but would become a sitting duck." Long Yuan looked at the strange bird, smiled slightly, and gave a thumbs up, saying firmly, "I was born in the deep sea and am an expert at diving." The young man laid out the plan. He would go into the sea first, slowly approach the warships, and seize the chance to attack and cause chaos. Long Yuan gestured as he continued, "Then you take Ling Su and that kid to dive from the sky and attack the warships." Dao Lang shouted, "Stupid bird." He turned to the strange bird and asked, "Can your subordinates fly out of the seaweed clouds?" Hearing this, the bird immediately huffed in anger, "Dumb wolf. Watch your mouth." It snorted coldly before answering, "My subordinates can mostly fly through the seaweed clouds, but they're not suited for long flights. Otherwise, I would have taken them away from this wretched place long ago." Dao Lang ignored the insult and continued discussing. "Alright, if it's just you in the air, you'll be too obvious a target. If there are many fire feathers, they can confuse the enemy's vision. Plus, these fire feathers can boost my mobility, making it easier to support you from outside." Jishu, standing not far away, listened to the discussion with his mouth agape. He stammered and asked the old man beside him, who was leisurely drinking, "Master Mumu, have the monsters around here started studying military strategy?" The elder, used to their peculiarities, replied calmly, "They're quite clever, especially that feathered creature. It's full of tricks, both cunning and scheming." Jishu rubbed his forehead and sighed in exasperation, "I give up. I'm not afraid of powerful monsters. I'm afraid this demonic beast has some culture." Meanwhile, far out at sea, a massive metal warship was slowly approaching the small island. A winged monstrosity soared across the sky. On the deck, a long-haired young man raised his sniper rifle and shouted excitedly, "Look! There's a brightly feathered freak in the sky." A man in a fitted red robe hesitated before commenting, "That feathered creature looks extremely eerie." Ignoring the warning, the young man adjusted his scope and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the flying monster's head with precision. Blood sprayed, and the creature plummeted instantly. Watching his prey fall, the sniper laughed triumphantly, "Ha! That was too easy." Just as the feathered beast's body sank into the sea, a dark shadow with glowing eyes suddenly appeared over it. The youth, still basking in his victory, noticed nothing unusual. "If you dare taunt me after I shoot, you're next." The shadow swiftly glided toward the deck, leaving a long trail across the water. A face suddenly materialized in front of the young man, startling him into wide-eyed terror. His face turned pale instantly, frozen in speechless horror. What is this thing? A ghost? Help! Yet the shadow had already closed in behind him, its grotesque face curling into a cold smirk. The rifle clattered to the deck, and the young man suddenly clutched his own throat. His features twisted in agony as the shadow watched with amusement. No matter how much he screamed, it showed no intention of letting go.
Moments later, his muscles relaxed, but his face had transformed completely, his eyes now black and unnatural.
This shadow was none other than Bachu.
He flicked his wrist and sighed in disappointment. The soul of an ability user is truly unpalatable. With that, he turned and left, hurrying to report the island's situation to Elder Lu. The surroundings fell silent again, as if nothing had happened except for a lone rifle lying on the deck. At the entrance, the great elder of the Lester family was explaining something to two robed guards. He reported that the master had taken people to the island an hour ago, but now all contact has been lost. He fears they may have met with misfortune. He earnestly requested everyone to report this matter to Elder Ling. He hoped to obtain permission for other members of the Lester family to go to the island and investigate. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing everyone to turn around in surprise. There's no need to go.
Everyone who went to the island is already dead. The Lester family's grand elder eyed the young man before him with suspicion. He hesitated and asked, "You are?" He recognized the boy's face and the dark aura surrounding him. The grand elder blurted out in shock, "You're Baksu." He stammered, "Are you here to save the Lester family?" Baksu nodded calmly, then asked with a contemptuous smile, Was this soldier one of your Lester family's men? Just a low-tier C-rank nobody. Killing him was no big deal. Frowning, the Grand Elder demanded, "Why are you the only one who came back? Where's Jiachu Lester? Where's Aixing?" Baksu waved his hand and replied, "As you can see, they're all dead. Slaughtered by the island's giant beasts." The Grand Elder staggered back in disbelief, shaking his head. This can't be true. Jiachu was a peak S-rank ability user, and Aixing had unmatched defensive power. How could such a powerful group be wiped out so easily? He eyed Baksu suspiciously. "If they're all dead, why are you still alive?" Baksu sneered, his gaze dripping with mockery as he looked at the Lester family's Grand Elder. The great Grand Elder of the Lester family. "Is this really the best your intelligence can do?" He declared firmly, "I died too. That's why I'm here to guide others. Don't you know it's nearly impossible to kill a soul-based ability user?" Seething with anger, the Grand Elder stepped closer, demanding, "Everyone else perished, yet you survived. I say you're nothing but a coward." He insisted Baksu should have fought to the death alongside them instead of abandoning his comrades to save himself. He should have died a hero, not clung to life by guiding others. Baksu merely smiled faintly, as if, why bother caring about those criticisms? A man in white robes steps forward from behind, loudly warning him to mind his tone. "You're speaking to the emissary of the Hall of Illustrious Saints." Meanwhile, the remaining men in white appear to be contacting someone. Before the Grand Elder could speak again, the man turned to Bachu and said, "Bachu, Elder Ling wants to see you inside." Bachu walks toward the gate, leaving behind a parting remark, "I suggest you think carefully about the future of the Leslie family. This time, your losses are devastating, even your family head is gone." With that, he lets out a long, mocking laugh. Grand Elder Lester clenches his fists in fury. He glares at the man's retreating back, muttering under his breath, "Sanshu, you scoundrel." Back on the Abyssal Isle, the situation unfolds. The atmosphere grows tense as Guai Diao immediately objects to their proposed plan. "No way. I won't agree to letting you take on the Vanguard alone. If we're launching a surprise attack, we must commit all our strength, no holding back." Lin Yuan props up his chin and looks up at them, explaining, "Yen Yuan and I aren't good at swimming. Besides, this mission requires stealthily infiltrating from underwater, we can't do that." Guai Diao recalls the moment when Blade Wolf lunged from Lin Yuan's mouth to attack it. It then suggests, "Yen Yuan and I can transform into human form and hide inside your mouth. As long as you keep your mouth shut, we'll be fine." It adds, "I remember you and that foolish wolf pulling this trick on me before. Don't worry, we won't complain about your breath." Hearing Guai Dao's jab at his dental hygiene, Lin Yuan immediately opens his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and points at it with a stick, insisting, "I brush morning and night, my mouth isn't smelly at all." He muses inwardly, so she still holds a grudge about me and Bing Wei Ling teaming up to attack her. Women sure do hold grudges for a long time. Old Man Mu, his face flushed from drinking, strokes his beard and grins at them. Hiding in someone's mouth, who cares if it smells? Lin Yuan continues pointing at his mouth, insisting, "Duan, you sound all nice, but don't have any bad intentions, do you?" Mu Lao didn't bother responding and continued discussing the plan to dive deeper into the sea. "The water pressure is also a problem. I have a better way to help you descend. I successfully used this method to reach the Abyssal Island." Lin Yuan looked at the elder in surprise and let go of his grip. "You have a better way?" The monster widened its eyes at the elder, asking eagerly, "What method? Tell us. I am a strange tree myself, so I thought of making a floating sphere from wood that can withstand water pressure." Mu Lao smiled and said, "I can make a sealed balloon for you."
One that can also withstand water pressure. The air inside will be enough for you to breathe for 2 hours. Attach the sealed balloon to Lin Yuan, and it will look good, have no odor, and won't hinder your movements.
The monster clapped its hands in approval. That's a great idea.
But then it gave the elder a suspicious look.
Why are you helping us? I bet you're also after the secret realm, aren't you? Hearing Lin Yuan's accusation, one of the elders grew furious.
He slapped his inkwell and cursed.
Damn it! Aren't we comrades? Shouldn't we help each other with such a small favor?
I don't have such malicious intentions. Zhu Ji also chimed in to reassure them, don't worry. We're only interested in unclaimed secret realms. You've already proven yourselves as the owners of this island with your actions.
So the Huaxiao Martial Department won't compete with you for it.
Lin Yuan remained expressionless but scoffed inwardly, full of disdain. You were beaten so badly you had no choice but to submit, and now you're putting on this fake act. Thanks to the cooks, servers, and laborers on the ship. Zhu Ji said, if possible, I hope you can spare the ordinary people on the warship. It's the superhumans trying to take over the abyssal island who are despicable.
Those ordinary people are just doing their jobs. Lin Yuan asked with a puzzled look. Let them go so they can bring more superhumans back to kill us? He then replied, I just hope you can. Just go easy on the ordinary people. Even if they know the location here, they won't be able to persuade those arrogant superhumans to come.
Uncle clenched his fists even tighter, his eyes filled with resolute seriousness.
Besides, I have a way to make them forget everything about Abyss Island.
Ling Su glanced away, not answering immediately, and simply replied, I'll consider it.
Then he added,
but once the battle starts, I won't hold back just because I'm worried about them. Fate will decide who lives or dies then. After a moment, an old man finished weaving a sphere made of vines for them. The old man's sturdy hands lifted the perfectly round sphere as he called out. Hey, you two little ones, this sealed sphere I made is ready.
Come on in.
A dazzling light radiated from the strange bird and the ape, and their forms began to restore. The two regained their human forms, one stern, the other refined, and exchanged a knowing smile. Swallow this pill first. The strange bird gently touched the outer shell of the sphere. The moment the two sat down, the entrance quickly sealed shut.
The door closed tightly, plunging the inside into complete darkness. Old Man Mu lifted the sphere containing the two and said, Here, Ling Su, put this on.
He obediently hung the sphere around his neck, involuntarily comparing it to a maneki Nico. He sighed inwardly, feeling like a pet wearing a bell. Ling Su walked toward the shore and said, Alright, everyone, we're heading out first.
He waved to Dao Lang and Wolf Brother, signaling, You leave in 10 minutes.
Ling Su stood on a towering reef, gazing out at the vast sea. Looking down, he swiftly leaped into the ocean with the strange bird and the ape, saying, Come on, let's stop him together. In a room on the battleship, a voice spoke, Even Lester is dead. I never expected that island to have such a hidden trump card. Madame Zhu reported to a man, Those beasts are not only terrifyingly powerful but also cunning, and they possess human-like intelligence.
They can even speak human language and transform into human form.
The man's eyes turned bloodshot as he scoffed after listening, They can speak human language.
And transform into human form? Have they become spirits? Are you sure he isn't a superhuman disguised as a human enemy? That is the Hall Master. Madame Zhu quickly confirmed, My lord, I have fought them before. I can confirm they are not superhumans disguised as monsters.
The old man pleaded in panic, My lord, please intervene. The Hall Master remained seated, unruffled. Madame Zhu continued, the old man forcing a grim smile. He was determined to raise that island and seize the secret realm.
The Hall Master glanced at him coldly and asked, Are you trying to instruct me?
The old man dropped to his knees in terror.
No, I would never dare.
He waved his hand dismissively.
I understand. You may leave. Madame Zhu promptly replied, Yes, my lord.
The old man slowly backed toward the door. The Hall Master watched Madame Zhu until the door fully closed. He sighed softly. I had hoped to sit back and reap the rewards. But it seems I'll have to take matters into my own hands. He studied the data panel before him. As the data stream enveloped his body, a young girl materialized in his place. She mused, It's been so long since I last took this form. Her gaze icy, she declared, Let those so-called mystic turtles and beasts perish. This was Do Chi, one of the 7 sins of the sinful sanctuary.
In the battleship's control room, an announcement blared, ordering everyone to abandon their posts. From this moment on, I will take direct control of the vessel.
The crew stared in shock toward the source of the voice.
The entire control system flickered with electric arcs.
A notification from the armory continued, All personnel, evacuate the control consoles. From this moment on, I will personally take command of the battleship. In the control sector, everyone hastily evacuated.
Repeated alerts demanded, all personnel, leave the control consoles immediately.
From now on, I will assume direct control of this vessel. Everyone, clear the control consoles at once.
From this moment, I will operate the battleship myself.
A white-haired elder frowned skeptically.
Is the super AI taking over the battleship?
A figure clad in armor, their mask marked with golden stars, assessed.
This island mission appears extremely perilous. Even Lord Du Chi is taking charge personally.
The character with a red ring behind him speaks in confusion, wondering if activating the superbrain is related to what happened to the master later. I heard he also perished on that island.
The man with a golden star pattern on his face grows impatient and yells at the crew moving around the ship, "Hey, what are you all doing? Aren't you going to set sail?" He looks puzzled. Superbrain takeover of the battleship restrictions? What does that mean? Explain clearly. This is one of the crew members, wearing a pair of sunglasses.
He happily explains, "Esteemed guests, this battleship has a superbrain that can control the entire ship.
However, running the superbrain consumes a lot of energy. So we usually operate it manually."
Suddenly, the ship lurches forward at full speed, throwing everyone off balance.
The crew panics, "Oh no!"
The ship continues to accelerate.
Another person is stunned by the incredible speed, stammering in shock. He smirks, "See?
If we were just controlling it manually, we'd never accelerate this fast in such a short time." Unexpectedly, someone looks at the radar screen and frantically reports, "There's a creature rapidly approaching us."
He can't believe his eyes, trembling as he says, "Oh my."
The radar detected something nearly 10 meters long underwater.
The white-haired elder suggests, "Could those giant beasts have killed Master Lester?"
The man with the golden star pattern on his face frowns.
"They can leave land and go into the sea, and swim this fast?" He looks worried. "Are they here for revenge?"
Outside the ship, deep in the sea, Lin Yuan opens his mouth to devour a massive surge of energy. Then, he unleashes a furious breath attack, striking the ship, but the assault is blocked by a golden energy barrier. The violent impact sends everyone inside the ship stumbling and struggling to stay upright. They stagger and collide with each other.
A red-haired man stammers in panic, "What's going on?"
The blue-haired man beside him answers, "The giant beast is attacking us."
The red-haired man shouts excitedly, "Look outside. The battleship's shields have been activated."
A green-haired man turns to reassure the ability users.
"Don't worry, everyone. This ship's defensive shields can withstand attacks from a 2S rank ability user."
A man with a golden star-shaped mark on his face looks shocked.
"It can withstand a 2S rank attack?" He doubts it. "This battleship is that powerful?"
At the location of the super AI, a chief furiously scolds, "How dare those wretches attack me first?" Seething with rage, she snarls, "Don't think hiding in the deep sea will save you. Taste my torpedoes."
The bottom of the ship opens, revealing 3 torpedoes ready underwater.
After casting his technique, Lin Yuan still feels the lingering energy in his mouth.
He's surprised. He didn't expect the ship's defenses to be this strong.
The power of his violent earth-based ability is halved underwater, making it ineffective against the shield.
Seeing the 3 torpedoes fired by the battleship, Lin Yuan scoffs, "Is this the best you've got?"
Lin Yuan immediately fires 3 violent energy blasts, blue cyclones roaring forward to intercept the torpedoes.
The 2 forces collide, triggering a massive explosion as flames rage across the sea.
Lin Yuan grins excitedly, deciding to change tactics. His body enveloped in a layer of energy, he unleashes the Ghost Wolf Supreme Blast, his skin and spikes hardening further. He charges at the battleship but is still blocked by the defensive barrier. The repeated impacts shake the ship violently, and Elder Lysite roars in fury, "Damn beast! We can't let this underwater monster keep attacking the shield." He commands, "Water ability users, stop standing around.
Get in the water and surround that beast."
A man wearing a shark helmet speaks up, "No, Elder.
With this defensive shield in the way, we can't get out either."
Before them, the battleship's sturdy golden shield remains intact. Lin Yuan flicks his tail hard, propelling himself out of the water, his icy gaze locked onto the battleship. The people on the ship look up, horrified by his massive size.
The green-haired man shouts in panic, "Oh no, isn't that the giant beast?"
The blonde boy beside him was also shocked. This was way too massive, truly terrifying.
Lin Yuan's enormous shadow engulfed the entire battleship. He curled his body, the spikes on his spine crackling with electricity.
Then, Lin Yuan struck the defensive barrier with his reinforced tail. The strange sword energy caused the shield to tremble violently.
The spikes on his back stood erect, unleashing sharp bolts of lightning.
The people inside panicked as they saw cracks forming in the protective layer.
The green-haired man couldn't believe his eyes, yelling, "Oh no!"
It had transformed into a blade, slashing at the defense shield again. The blonde man beside him looked utterly confused.
"Isn't this shield supposed to withstand level 2S attacks? This is ridiculous." Lin Yuan was pleased with the effect of his attack. He submerged into the water, muttering to himself, "One more strike, and I might break through this defense." Lin Yuan's figure darted swiftly through the depths of the sea. He turned and swam toward the enemy ship, leaping out of the water once more. The people inside screamed in panic, "Oh no! It was using that move again." Du Qi, seeing the danger, cursed angrily, "Darn it! I'm not just going to sit here and wait for trouble." The battleship suddenly accelerated at full speed. The people inside lost their balance, tumbling and crying out. Lin Yuan spun and unleashed a strange sword energy, while Du Qi refused to back down, snarling, "I'm an experienced racer." The battleship sharply tilted upward to dodge his attack. Lin Yuan was stunned. Whoa, the battleship just pulled adrift? Who's this expert racer? Du Qi gloated from inside, "Don't rush, I've got more surprises for you." A barrage of missiles shot from the ship, and Lin Yuan exclaimed, "What?" The people on the ship cheered, "Missiles! Gravity missiles!" The man with a golden star-shaped mark on his face laughed heartily, "Yes. Let's blow that island to pieces." The person beside him clenched their fist in admiration, a feint attack brilliant, just like a master strategist. Those missiles weren't actually aimed at Lin Yuan. Their target was the abyssal island behind him. Watching them about to crash into the island, he was stunned in disbelief. Good heavens! This is downright shameless, daring to attack my home. Lin Yuan activated the Fierce Blast technique, unleashing a barrage of blue fireballs toward the missiles. The impact of these fireballs detonated the rockets. However, there were too many missiles, and a few still pressed forward. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed. At this point, he had no choice but to use this move. From his mouth, he spat out countless tiny feather clones, identical to himself. Executing the Featherborn art, Clone Feathers technique. Lin Yuan immediately commanded, "Quick! Intercept those missiles." In an instant, the feather clones transformed into fierce archers and appeared all at once. They burst from the water, charging straight at the hovering missiles. Understood. Brothers, go! The man in the shark hat couldn't believe his eyes. What in the world is that? His companion in the orange shark hat guessed. Could that giant beast actually fire missiles? And it looks like they even have a tracking system. The blonde man beside them seemed more grounded. What the hell is this thing? Who's ever seen missiles shaped like vengeful spirits with such grotesque faces? Behind the missiles, a swarm of little dragon ghosts trailed, resembling twinkling stars from afar. They quickly caught up, causing 2 missiles to explode on impact, but one still remained. The remaining dragon ghosts accelerated with all their might to chase the last missile. Below, Lin Yuan watched tensely. That missile can't be allowed to damage the abyssal island. Uncle, come on, kids. You have to catch up. Amid the dark clouds, several streaks of light suddenly flashed. The beam shot downward, striking the flying missile. The missile split in two and exploded in midair. As the flames faded, a figure gradually emerged. The fire dissipated, revealing a blade wolf with dragon patterns on its back, holding a long blade in its mouth, appearing majestic. A pack of dragon-patterned blade wolves dove down from the black clouds, led by the first. The people on the warship began to panic, with the shark-hatted man losing his composure. Oh no, all the missiles have been destroyed. The man in the orange shark hat couldn't believe it. That wolfman who only knows how to swing a blade can actually summon dragons? Another female ability user looked on in shock and embarrassment, her face full of admiration. He's clearly an enemy, so why do I find him so handsome? Daolang assumed a battle stance. Behind him, a massive golden figure materialized, drawing a long sword. The moment Daolang swung his blade, the golden entity unleashed a powerful slash that struck the battleship's shield. Lin Yuan immediately received the signal. He swiftly charged toward the ship. Now was the time. Lin Yuan leapt into the air, spun around, and whipped his tail with full force, unleashing his ultimate technique, Lin's rapid assault. Twin streaks of blue and gold light simultaneously bombarded the defensive barrier. Overloaded, the shield began to crack before shattering into golden fragments. Panic gripped everyone on the ship. All eyes turned upward as cold sweat dripped down their faces, screams erupting in chaos. This was the end. The defensive shield had been breached. Those nearby were equally terrified. Oh no, I don't want to face such a terrifying ancient beast. They seemed utterly hopeless, convinced they were all about to be devoured. Yu Qi was furious, roaring in outrage. How shameless! Ganging up 2 against 1 like this. Axa scoffed and commanded, "Don't think getting close will save you. You're finished." As the blazing dragons charged forward, the ship's guns lifted in unison, raining bullets down on Daolang. Lin Yuan shouted anxiously from below, "Daolang, watch out!" Daolang, riding atop a blazing dragon, calmly signaled downward. "Now dive!" Looking back,
he saw several blazing dragons struck by bullets and plummeting.
Dowling immediately barked orders. Dodge, move, now. At the new command, the blazing dragons flapped their wings, evading the incoming barrage.
Above the battleship, Elder Lysite raised his hand and pointed at the sky, shouting fiercely.
Everyone, these monsters killed our patriarch. Since they've delivered themselves to us, let's join forces and wipe them out. The crowd responded in unison, avenge the patriarch. Exterminate these beasts.
Next, he began organizing the fake ability users into several independent groups. First, the fake ability users who could fly would attack the blazing dragons and werewolves in the air. The water-based fake ability users would target the ancient dragons underwater. Everyone else, unleash your strongest long-range attacks to support them. The fake ability users on the scene quickly sprang into action according to his commands. Each carried out their duties, and with the warship's firepower, the flying fake ability users soared into the sky. They launched simultaneous attacks on the blazing dragons, forcing them into frantic evasive maneuvers. The water-based fake ability users also submerged to carry out their mission. They formed teams, constantly observing and searching in the deep water.
Weapons and ammunition were prepared for use.
Explosions erupted in rapid succession, each impact flashing with firelight, while the flying fake ability users filled the sky. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth as he observed the formation the enemy had just set up. He muttered to himself, these fake ability users really love ganging up on people.
With so many attacks raining down, even the toughest would be in bad shape. He shouted, I can dodge too.
Lin Yuan weaved through arrows and spikes underwater before speeding upward.
The moment the ancient dragon's head broke the surface, a powerful collision sent the warship rocking violently.
People on the ship stumbled, hastily assuming defensive stances. Lin Yuan excitedly snatched a green crystal orb hanging from an elder's neck. He gripped the crystal orb tightly. He leapt out of the water and shouted, Pikachu, I choose you.
Maybe it was just a childhood fantasy resurfacing.
He tossed the crystal orb onto the warship, leaving the crew staring at it in confusion.
Someone asked, what is that thing? It looks like a ball. Another person foolishly asked, is the ancient dragon inviting us to play shuttlecock? Someone else chimed in, it looks like an exercise ball tied with a rope. The crystal orb slowly dispersed, revealing a siren, a demonic ape, and a monstrous bird. Two figures emerged from the orb, their bodies wrapped in dazzling golden light. The monstrous bird spread its massive wings and sharp fangs, revealing its true beastly form. With a loud cry, it flaps its wings, stirring up gusts of fierce wind. Those ability users. Thanks to the circling ability users being thrown off balance by the monstrous bird's gales, they lose their footing.
Sharp wind blades streak past, instantly slicing those ability users in two.
They plummet one after another, sinking into the depths of the sea. The wild ape reverts to its sea monster form and charges straight at the warship. Seawater sprays as the giant ape lands on the deck.
Its massive weight forces one end of the ship underwater, tilting the entire vessel to one side.
It lets out a deafening roar, glaring menacingly at everyone on board.
Elder Lysite can hardly believe his eyes, stammering in shock, while those around him are terrified.
The giant ape grabs the cannon barrel and, with a slight effort, snaps it in two.
It rips the entire cannon mount from the deck and hurls it at the ship's other machinery. The violent impact triggers an explosion in the equipment.
A blond man trembles as he watches the ape's movements, stuttering, how? How did a monster crawl out of that vine ball?
The crew scatters in panic, one of them cursing furiously, idiot.
It thinks it's invincible. Blast it, two more giants have appeared. That giant bird and the giant ape.
Someone shouts a warning over the chaos as they run forward, everyone, watch out.
Dodge. Get out of the way. Watching the ability users thrown into chaos by the attacks of the monstrous bird and ape.
Lin Yuan cheers excitedly underwater, little bird, little ape, you're amazing.
So powerful.
Elder Lysite angrily points ahead, struggling to maintain command of the ability users, stay calm, everyone. This giant ape is right on the deck, perfect for us to surround and take down.
He orders, focus all firepower. Take down this giant ape first.
The ability users rally, unleashing dazzling bursts of power as they shout in unison, attack.
Attack. Attack.
They charge toward the giant ape.
Du Ji stands aside, seething with rage, cursing, that wretched ape.
How dare you step on my face with your filthy feet? I'll make sure you regret this. Just as the ability users were about to launch another attack, Superbrain suddenly issued a command and repeated it.
Listen up, everyone.
The lifeboats are ready, get off this ship, now.
Everyone, off the ship.
Upon hearing the order, the crowd on the ship scowled in anger. Elder Lysite looked confused and turned to ask those beside him, get off the ship? What do we need lifeboats for? A man wearing a shark hat beside him was equally baffled, wondering if Superbrain circuits had fried.
What's going on? We haven't even started fighting, and they're already abandoning ship? We haven't lost yet, why are we leaving?
Someone in the crowd gritted their teeth in frustration. A blond man grabbed someone trying to leave and demanded, "Hey!
Who said you could go? We haven't lost, why are you running?" The man stammered, "Super brain never makes mistakes. If she says we leave, we have to leave."
Enraged by such cowardice, the blond man roared, pressing a blade to the other's nose.
"I said, nobody leaves. All of you, stay put." Terrified, the other begged, Please, let me go." Disobeying Super Brain's orders will make her furious. The battleship's cannons suddenly swiveled in their direction.
Before the blond man could retract his threat, a cannonball struck him right between the eyes. He let out a pained scream as the person he'd grabbed scrambled back in horror. Blood sprayed everywhere as those facing him stood frozen in shock. Super Brain's voice rang out again, sharp and commanding, "Those who disobey me, die. Those who block my retreat, die. Those who refuse to leave, die."
Her ruthless tone and the punishment just dealt left everyone trembling.
Another blond man muttered, "She's lost it.
Completely lost it. Elder, let's retreat first." Elder Lysite signaled his agreement, cursing under his breath. Damn it, what's gotten into Super Brain? Even killing their own people. Retreat, retreat now. Just then, the Super Brain announced again the lifeboat had been launched. Everyone immediately leaped off the ship. The Grand Elder and the guy in the shark hat were stunned. What's going on? The announcement blared again, jump off the ship at once. Explosions erupted across the deck, forcing everyone to dive into the water. Damn it! Not even sparing the lifeboat? They must be out of their minds. Darn it, I can't swim. Hurry, jump. Jump off the ship. Curses and shouts of urgency filled the air. The strange fish stared blankly at their bizarre actions, making Ling Yuan furrow his brow. What on earth? I haven't even fought properly yet. Why would they abandon ship and flee on their own? The gorilla looked bewildered. What's happening? What's going on? Suddenly, the ship beneath them shuddered violently, accompanied by an enraged roar. Damn monkey, how long do you plan to stomp on my face? The gorilla had no idea what was happening. The ship tilted sharply, trying to fling him into the water. Get off me! The gorilla struggled desperately to keep his balance. But the ship capsized completely, tossing him into the sea. From a distance, Ling Yuan watched as the ship rolled over and began to sink. I haven't even punctured this warship yet. The ship had already sunk deep underwater. The moment he hit the water, the gorilla barely had time to react before the ship activated some mechanism. He thought to himself the warship was trying to escape. He charged toward the hull, gripping the metal tightly. Trying to run? Not on my watch. I'll push you back to the surface. Suddenly, he forced the ship to transform. The gorilla looked up in shock, staring at. The metal is automatically reconnecting. A sharp spike pierced him, wounding him, and his bright red blood quickly dissolved into the seawater. Unable to make a sound due to the deep dive, he endured the pain. Confused, he wondered what on earth was happening. Could these metal blocks still be alive? Staring at the intertwined iron bars, he thought their size was too large, making them easy to get impaled on. He decided to shift back to human form first. A golden light enveloped his body. The moment he regained his human form, he looked up only to be shocked by the truth. The metal bars were tightening shut. This wasn't good, he was completely restrained. The other monsters turned their attention to the pink glow still emanating from the sunken ship. A massive whirlpool formed, and Ling Su observed in confusion, what was this pink glow, so full of vigor? Deep beneath the sea, a pair of glowing eyes slowly opened on a face. The body had a human-like shape and hands but was mechanical in appearance. Wielding a massive sword with a brown teddy bear padlock. The mechanical girl, with her dazzling red hair, rose to the surface. Ling Su stared in disbelief, what the heck? This battleship was a metal-type ability user, rank 2S0. He recalled a Gundam warrior with a charming smile, now it had turned into a female Gundam. Ling Su blushed, realizing everyone had just been standing on her body. He couldn't help but wonder, didn't she mind having all those creatures crawling on her? He personally hated the feeling of bugs on his skin. On the other side, the other ability users were equally stunned. A winged man stammered, the battleship turned into a mech. They cheered excitedly. Could the Super AI control the transforming battleship again? Another chimed in, now we can finally give those beasts a good thrashing. A woman sitting on a lifeboat crossed her arms, a mocking smirk on her lips. Still don't get it? That was never the Super AI. This ship is the jealous one herself. She's a rank 2S metal-type ability user, capable of transforming into any metal form. That woman started singing opera and hurling insults, calling people ugly freaks, bald monks, and vultures. Get ready to face my wrath. Her words instantly enraged the monsters.
Long Yuan, now in the form of a giant lizard, sighed in exasperation and tried to intervene.
Come on, can we be serious for once?
I've never seen anyone address their opponents with such unique names. Dao Lang, originally an opera singer, simply retorted, idiot. The monstrous bird, the one called a vulture, was so furious its lungs nearly burst.
It shot back, you're the bald one. Your whole family's bald.
Then, Long Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked,
Where's Xiao Yuan?
The monstrous bird immediately answered. That little girl was thrown off the warship into the sea earlier.
Long Yuan dove in right away. Xiao Yuan isn't a strong swimmer. She hasn't resurfaced after all this time. She might be in danger. I'll go check on her.
You all be careful too. Seeing him swim away, Duig flew into a rage, raised her longsword, and shouted, Chase him!
Get back here!
Dao Lang leaped from the back of the blazing dragon and skimmed over the water, saying, I'll go get her.
Just as Duig's sword swung down, Dao Lang instantly vaulted into the air. He blocked with his blade.
He never expected the machine's power to be so overwhelming, it sent him flying right off the blazing dragon's back.
Dao Lang cried out in pain.
A blazing dragon caught him just in time. Leaning on his sword and clutching his chest, he gasped, her strength is too much, I'm completely overpowered. The monstrous bird beside him unleashed wind blade technique, redirecting the attack toward Duig, creating two razor-sharp whirlwinds that surged forward.
Dao Lang cheered in admiration. How's that move?
He swung his blade, cleaving a dazzling golden arc golden forecast slash. Duig stretched out her hand with a scornful smirk.
Is that all you've got? It's not even enough to tickle me.
Energy began gathering in her palm. Just as the twin whirlwinds and the blade strike closed in, Duig instantly raised a pink barrier, flawlessly deflecting both attacks.
Boom! The sea surface trembles violently, water spraying everywhere. The mechanical eyes gleam with an eerie light.
She suddenly raises her longsword and shouts, take this next strike. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly leaps out from beneath the water.
Long Yuan unleashes the submerged dragon dominance way.
He rams his body into jealousy, forcing her to raise her arms in defense. Before she can steady herself, she takes his full force blow. Her body is sent flying hundreds of meters away, creating massive waves on the sea.
The strange bird flies to Long Yuan's side and asks, Did you find Xiaoyu? He answers dejectedly. No sign of her.
How could she just vanish like that?
It's driving me crazy.
Dao Ling speaks, her eyes firm. We must take her down as soon as possible. He adds, then we'll go find Xiaoyu together.
Facing the defiantly standing jealousy, she snaps in frustration, that blasted scoundrel. No honor in battle, and now a sneak attack? The three beasts, eager to act, ignore her words.
They unleash their techniques simultaneously, golden saw slash, wind blade barrage, and violent explosive shot.
The attacks shake the heavens, forcing jealousy
to raise her shield in defense. Inside the mech, the gorilla presses his hand against the metal wall, feeling the intense vibrations of the battle outside.
What should I do? I have to get out there and help.
Then, the gorilla starts kicking the metal shell furiously, let me out.
Let me out.
Behind her protective barrier, jealousy watches the incoming attacks, her lips curled in mockery.
Is this really all you've got?
Pathetic. Seeing their attacks fail, the three pause momentarily.
Lin Yuan curses angrily, this blasted shield, it's unbreakable. She raises her sword and shouts, then die.
Jealousy swings her sword, the strange bird soars upward, and Lin Yuan dodges like a blade slicing through the air.
What, you think running will save you from my attacks? The cannon barrel lifts, charging with a glowing red energy.
From jealousy, a barrage of cannon fire rapidly closes in. It hurtled straight toward them, shocking Lin Yuan.
He looked up and warned, everyone, be careful.
These shells track heat sources. He immediately used explosive orbs to intercept the incoming shells. The blue fireballs Lin Yuan unleashed collided violently with the shells, exploding in midair. But since there were far more shells than his blue flames, despite destroying some, several still struck Lin Yuan.
The blast's force sent Lin Yuan skidding backward before flinging him away.
The monstrous bird above had no time to dodge and was hit by several shells. Meanwhile, Blade Wolf kept unleashing his golden face slash technique, detonating the shells before they could hit him. But there were still too many incoming shells. The strongest knight praised, that kid's blade skills are truly impressive. She began focusing energy in her palm, as if manipulating something.
In other words, any metal must obey me. Blade Wolf panicked as his blade vibrated violently, being yanked forward.
He could only grip it tightly with his other hand.
He gritted his teeth, digging his feet into the ground, veins bulging on his back. This suction force, it's pulling my blade's essence away. Damn it, this is my sword. Ling Yuan glanced at Blade Wolf on the monstrous bird's back, seeing his struggle, and asked, "Blade Wolf, what's wrong?" After observing for a moment, he quickly realized it was magnetic force and recalled seeing such mechanical beings in the city. He gasped in shock. She was a metal-type ability user. She could control all metal. At the same time, Blade Wolf was still desperately clinging to his blade. Hearing Ling Yuan shout, "Blade Wolf, she can control metal." "Let go." He refused outright. "No. I'd rather die than let go, this was my master's legacy." Across from him, the knight raised her massive gun and sneered, "Foolish black lion, die with your blade." She immediately opened fire, all shells targeting Blade Wolf. Just as the shells were about to strike, a figure leapt in front of him. Ling Yuan took all the hits for Blade Wolf. He screamed in agony, "Ling Yuan!" The monstrous bird shrieked, "Abyssal dragon!" The strange bird turned its head to scold Dowling, "This stubborn fool, it's just a blade, after all. Do you want to get us all killed?" But he remained silent. The superhumans on the other side, seeing the battle turn in their favor, grew excited. A winged man praised, as expected of Lord Envy, completely overpowering those three beasts. The people on the lifeboat burst into laughter, reveling in their joy. "This feels amazing." A man in red armor shouted, "Lord Envy! Finish them off for us." Witnessing this, Elder Lyside let out a cold snort before asking, "Can't you all see? Lord Envy can't kill these beasts in a short time." Then, he urged everyone, "So, let's assist Lord Envy and take them down together." "What do you say?" The group exchanged uneasy glances, their faces pale and voices trembling. One of them asked, "Elder, those are immortals fighting. What good would we do?" The man in red armor guessed, "Those beasts could probably kill us in one move." The blonde man nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We'd only get in the way. We might even anger Lord Envy." Elder Lyside was displeased, his body crackling with lightning as he berated them. "Cowards! The Lysite family has wasted its efforts raising you lot." He stood abruptly, spreading his arms wide as he shouted, "Our patriarch was murdered. As the Lysite family's elder, how can I stand by and let others avenge me?" He unleashed lightning from his body, striking at Lin Yuan while he was weakened. Elder Lysite's lightning bolt surged toward Lin Yuan. "Let me avenge our patriarch, personally sever the enemy's head." Lin Yuan saw the dazzling golden lightning approaching. He tried to dodge, "Watch out, the lightning." But the lightning still struck him head-on. Lin Yuan was hit, his body charred black as if thrown into a furnace. The lightning continued coursing through him. He groaned inwardly. He'd forgotten he was still in the water, there was no way to dodge. As Lin Yuan turned his head, he suddenly noticed the envy mechanism. "The one riding in front isn't looking any better than me after getting burned." You burst into laughter, and I suddenly remembered she was in the water too. Looks like she got zapped by that old guy as well. Hearing your laughter, she bites her lip in frustration. Envy's rage powers up her cannon to the next level. She shouts, "A bunch of useless idiots. Good for nothing but causing trouble. Just die already, you wretch." This time, the cannonball is aimed straight at the enemy ability users. The group panics, with someone screaming, "Run!" Envy's lost it again, she's going to kill her own people. The man in the shark hat begs, "Spare us, my lady. This has nothing to do with us. It's all that old man's fault." Another shouts angrily, "I told you blindly following would anger her." Help! The lifeboat explodes. Flames erupt into the sky, casting a crimson glow everywhere. Seeing this, Lin Yuan breaks into a cold sweat, scratching his face nervously. Ugh, this wind ability user's gone nuts again. Might as well kill them all. Saves me the trouble. Daolang rides in on his fiery dragon and speaks. Her barrier seems weaker now. This is the perfect chance to strike. Lin Yuan grins eagerly at the suggestion. Since she's afraid of lightning, today's lunch is served. Blue-green lightning crackles across his body. Sharp spikes erupt from Lin Yuan's back. He unleashes the Ghost Dragon Supreme Path, donning the lightning thorn armor as electricity envelopes him. Envy sneers, "Trying to ambush me, are you?" Just as the ability users lift off the water, the lifeboat is hoisted up with them. Elder Lyside of the pass gapes at the incoming lifeboat. What? A deafening explosion rocks the sky, sending everyone flying amid blood-curdling screams. Several bodies hurtle toward Lin Yuan, who swiftly slashes them apart to clear his path. Using this thing against them is exhausting me to death. You were so terrified that your soul nearly left your body. The thorns on your armor pierced several people, electrocuting them to death. Among them was the past elder of the Lester family, impaled by the thorns on Ling Yuan's back. The sustained electric current was something ordinary people couldn't withstand. He never expected that after controlling electricity for so many years, he'd die from being shocked. The initial target wasn't them, the wretched robot was just too quick to react. After the destruction at the chimpanzee's position,
the thick smoke and dust began to clear.
It discovered something fascinating. The circuits in the wall ahead were gradually exposed, and the fierce ape's attack sent sparks flying, proving its strikes were effective. The beast's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was exactly what it loved. It rubbed its fists together, ready to unleash all its strength to destroy the room. Full of energy, the ape charged forward, tearing the wall panels to shreds. Its work ethic was truly admirable. Duji was being ravaged from within by the black chimpanzee. Her face twisted in agony from the severe abdominal pain, making her wonder if any crew members were still trapped inside her. With a blood-curdling scream, she cried, "Let me out!" Yet those punches did nothing to harm it. Wang Long continued to gnaw at Lin Yuan's body without a care, even as she struck at it from his back. Just then, Man Yuan threw a punch straight at Wang Long's eye, roaring as she landed a lucky hit. The blow left it disoriented, causing it to instinctively release Lin Yuan. Blood streamed from Wang Long's eye, and the pain only fueled its rage. It realized its enemy was still clinging to its back. Immediately, it roared and charged forward. Seeing this, Lin Yuan shouted her name, Man Yuan. Spotting the boulder ahead, Man Yuan panicked. Behind her, his urgent shouts echoed, "Man Yuan, quick! Jump down, jump!" But it was too late. The creature was too massive, and Man Yuan slammed hard into the boulder. Crushed beneath its weight, she coughed up blood under the unbearable pressure, splattering Wang Long's fur. The scene made Lin Yuan feel as if his heart was being torn apart. He roared her name, Man Yuan. By the time Wang Long straightened up, she was already completely exhausted. In the end, she collapsed to the ground, covered in blood, looking utterly devastated, yet Wang Long still refused to stop. It lowered its head, trying to bite Man Yuan, but she was already helpless, unable to move at all. "Damn it!" Lin Yuan shouted her name from behind Man Yuan. Immediately after, he unleashed a furious breath attack, attempting to stop Wang Long. This move possessed astonishing power. The strike was enough to send Wang Long flying. He quickly ran over to help Man Yuan up, asking worriedly, "Man Yuan, are you alright?" He hadn't expected Wang Long to be this relentless. Man Yuan struggled to speak, asking, "Big brother Long, did we win?" He frowned and replied, "No, it's not over yet. Even though we used the furious breath attack, it wasn't injured, just knocked back." Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar, startling the birds in the sky into scattering. All the strange beasts in the forest turned their attention in that direction. As if sensing Wang Long's brutal presence, trees were uprooted and hurled into the air. And 3 large trees in a row were smashed toward their opponent. Long Yuan quickly pushed Man Yuan away, moving her out of the danger zone. When the attack missed, Wang Long bit into another tree and flung it at the two of them. Just after helping his sister steady herself, Long Yuan had to face another giant tree hurtling toward them, nearly knocking them both over. This thing even knew how to use tree branches as weapons. Without giving Long Yuan a chance to catch his breath, Wang Long lunged forward, trying to bite Man Yuan. Long Yuan immediately unleashed the Thunder Ghost Dragon Dominance technique, striking its face head-on, roaring, "I'll take you down with me." The attack successfully grabbed its attention, and he then turned around, using the spikes on his back to endure Wang Long's assault. Yet, it remained unharmed, while he was sent flying. His lightning spikes had no effect on it. This thing was truly relentless. Wang Long was still full of energy, pouncing forward and biting down hard on Long Yuan's shoulder. As it bit him, Long Yuan retaliated fiercely, sinking his teeth into Wang Long's shoulder, snarling, "I'll bite you to death." The pain seemed to spread through his entire body, and Wang Long let out a piercing howl. The roar shook the heavens, scattering the birds in all directions. The roars of the harvest season grew fiercer, echoing through the entire mountain forest and drawing the attention of other ferocious beasts. After a fierce battle, something unexpected happened. Lin Yuan was overpowered by Wang Long and slammed heavily to the ground. The monster pinned him down with its foot. In the distance, a barbarian warrior charged toward them along a giant tree. What a nuisance. Yet, Wang Long was even more frenzied than before. It immediately crushed the giant tree. This wasn't good. She tried to flee in panic, but it was too late. Wang Long pounced, spinning around to bite. Another bite landed on the barbarian warrior. Not only that, it lifted her high and began tearing at her relentlessly. The barbarian's eyes were bloodshot and rolling back, her consciousness fading. Sensing the urgency, he barely mustered his strength, suddenly rising to drain its power. He clamped down hard on Wang Long's limb, forcing it to release the barbarian to face its fate. Explode! Explode! Meanwhile, Lin Yuan clawed at its face, inflicting more damage. Seeing the monster still refusing to let go, Lin Yuan flew into a rage. "Let go! Let go now!" His entire body began transforming into a scorching molten lava form. Though he had just activated this state, the effects were immediate. A vast area of trees around them was reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, the barbarian warrior was stunned.
She recalled how Lin Yuan had devoured the envious one's fireball earlier, trembling as she asked.
Brother Long, how did you end up like this?
On the other side, Wang Long noticed the change too, though its jaws remained clamped on the barbarian's arm. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan unleashed his molten claws, extending the razor-sharp talons on his hands. In a blind fury, he charged at Wang Long with overwhelming force. Closing in, Lin Yuan slashed with his claws, cleanly severing one of its limbs. Only then did Wang Long truly feel fear, staring in horror at Lin Yuan as he gathered power in his molten form.
A moment later, a surging inferno of flames, like a sea of fire, engulfed Wang Long. In an instant, it was consumed by
a sea of flames. The destructive power is astonishing. As for Wang Long, its head had long since separated from its body. This scene left Man Yuan stunned.
It had melted away. That move at noon was really something else.
Long Yuan immediately turned to check on her.
Man Yuan, are you alright? How's your arm?
Long Yuan reached out to touch her, wanting to take a look. She suddenly shrieked, "Ah, it's burning!" Her arm felt like it was being roasted, and she panicked, backing away and waving her hands.
Big brother Long, don't come closer. Your temperature is too high. Only then did he suddenly remember.
Oh, my bad, I forgot I was in my molten form.
I'll revert now.
A murderous aura gradually reappeared on Long Yuan's face and body. However, after returning to normal, he felt utterly exhausted. There, back to normal. But man, I'm so tired, I can't even lift my legs. What a shame, he thought, glancing at the corpse of the Wang Long he'd just defeated.
He clicked his tongue.
Such immense power, but it's a bit of a waste of ingredients. Then, Long Yuan handed Man Yuan a few transformation fruits, urging her to recover her strength quickly. Given the commotion from the battle, he worried it might attract other large creatures in the secret realm.
While wolfing down the fruit, Man Yuan asked curiously, "Big brother Long, was that a new technique?"
He grinned proudly.
"Yep, how was it?" "Pretty amazing, right?"
"Amazing, amazing." The Wang Long had completely stopped breathing. Yet, a flicker of sadness crossed her face. "You, Sister Ling Niao, and Brother Ling all have so many techniques.
All I have is brute strength. I can't do anything else."
Seeing her self-doubt, Lin Yuan quickly reassured her. There's a saying, one force subdues 10 skills. It means someone with great strength can defeat 10 martial artists. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are useless.
Brute strength is an advantage.
He firmly comforted her, "Don't worry, Man Yuan. I'll help you find a suitable technique to make the most of your strength."
With this steadfast promise, Man Yuan's smile returned.
"Thank you, Big Brother Long." Then, he turned to Xiao Kuan for help.
"Little Kunken, what skills in your shop would suit Ayuan?"
After a moment of thought, Kunken realized that Man Yuan was completely different from him. She had more human-like traits, unlike the others. Lin Yuan pointed at himself, looking utterly unconvinced.
"Why am I not human? Are you trying to insult me?"
In response to Lin Yuan, Kunken spoke up. "Man Yuan has hands and feet, but you have way too many legs.
Most deathlings don't even have forelimbs. Their forms resemble the old wolf shape of the battle-wise wolf.
Only 4 legs, no dexterous fingers." After hearing this, Lin Yuan's forehead creased with dark lines, looking exasperated.
"Like you even have hands." Ignoring Lin Yuan's sarcasm, Kunken continued his analysis.
"Therefore, only Man Yuan can use various tools and weapons. You're massive, you could easily wield heavy weapons."
Imagining the scene, Lin Yuan's face twisted in disbelief. "Are you trying to turn her into some kind of giant ape version of the 100-cloth maiden? That doesn't sound like a great idea." Kunken answered confidently. "Alright, leave it to me. I'll find Man Yuan a weapon she'll love."
Just as they were talking, a sudden deafening crash shook the entire space.
"What's happening? Another giant beast coming to challenge us?"
The moment they turned around, they saw a horde of massive beasts charging toward them.
Lin Yuan rolled up his sleeves, flashing a calculating grin.
Perfect, dinner's delivering itself. Observing the beast horde, he couldn't help but be surprised. Even a sword-mane beast is here.
Then, countless ancient creatures surged from all directions, stampeding toward them.
The monsters thundered toward their target, crushing trees in their path. Witnessing the terrifying sight, both of them were stunned.
"Whoa, why are there so many?
And that giant thing in the back is..." Looking ahead, they saw a king-mane beast twice the size of the others. It swung its claws, its crimson eyes seeming to devour them whole. Lin Yuan never expected the enemy forces to be so massive. It was like a tidal wave of giant beasts. Facing this situation, Man Yuan quickly asked for advice.
"Lin, what should we do now? Should we just charge in and fight?"
Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. There are so many of these beasts, like ants. Even if we called Xiao Ke and Ling over, it wouldn't make a difference.
Better to retreat now than suffer a needless loss. But no matter how hard Man Yuan and Lin Yuan fled, the monsters kept chasing them relentlessly. These brutes really pick on the weak. Suddenly, a saber-toothed beast appeared at the cave entrance, blocking their path. Lin Yuan realized there was no way out and decided to go all in. You dare block my path? Yuan. Let's break through together. He immediately unleashed Ghost Tooth Triple Path, using his draining technique to strike the beast's vital spot. A fatal blow landed right on its neck, and the creature collapsed instantly. Got you. Seeing the horde of beasts surging forward, Lin Yuan made a quick decision. Yuan, you go first, I'll hold them off. Man Yuan retreated without hesitation but still called back. Big brother, you must take care. Trust me, I'll catch up soon. He immediately focused his energy to condense a violent burst pill, trying to stall the monsters. A series of earth-shaking explosions instantly cleared the beast horde. Afterward, Lin Yuan quickly made his escape. Alright, let's go, Yuan. After being chased relentlessly by the beast horde, Lin Yuan and Man Yuan were utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Wheeze, I'm dying here. He shouted angrily, what's wrong with these things? We've taken over a dozen different paths, and they still won't give up. This is outrageous. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of his companions. Picking on us because we're outnumbered? Just wait until I gather all the beasts on this island. The abyssal realm is here again. I must regain my honor. Before he could complain, Man Yuan already screamed in panic. Brother Long, there are more giant beasts blocking the way ahead. Seeing the pack of giant beasts, Lin Yuan smirked in disdain. How many waves of blind fools dare block my path? With full confidence, he pointed forward and ordered, minions, blast them away. Yes, little goat. The newly appeared giant beasts were instantly shattered by Lin Yuan, some flung far away. He immediately lunged forward, biting into their necks, displaying his usual frugal nature, never wanting to waste anything. Long Yuan tossed the giant beasts toward the system. Little bug, catch. Seeing this, Little Bug quickly asked, are they dead? Just stored them away. Lin Yuan replied, don't worry, they're dead. The two continued their escape. While moving, Man Yuan glanced back and suggested, Brother Long, why don't we turn around and fight them head-on? Lin Yuan cursed, fight my foot. Haven't you seen how many there are? One spit from each of them would drown us both. Man Yuan suggested again, Brother Long, can't you use your transformation technique like before? Lin Yuan, dragging his legs weakened from excessive running, replied, the lava form drains too much energy, and I already used it once earlier. There's no way I can use it now. Hearing this, Man Yuan sighed, but if we keep running like this, when will we ever get there? If we hit a dead end, we're done for. Speed up. Lin Yuan suddenly slammed the brakes. Damn it! The cliff's too high. Jumping down would leave us in bad shape, even if we survived. Sweat dripping from his forehead, Lin Yuan glanced at Man Yuan and said, you and your big mouth. Man Yuan avoided his gaze. I was just saying. Lin Yuan turned to look at the distant cliff below. Whoa, that's a red palace. Never thought there'd be a palace in this secret realm. Man Yuan pointed behind them, calling out to Lin Yuan, Brother Long, look. They've stopped. Lin Yuan turned back and saw the entire pack of giant beasts had halted. They trembled all over, as if facing something utterly terrifying. Man Yuan immediately guessed they seemed to be afraid of something. Just as Lin Yuan was still puzzled, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the Red Palace, shaking the entire space. The beast horde that had been chasing them relentlessly instantly turned and scattered in all directions. Lin Yuan watched them flee and muttered, they just ran away like that? What could make these massive beasts so terrified? What exactly is hidden inside that Red Palace? Judging by that roar, the beast inside must be enormous. Floating in midair, a Kuan, holding a measuring device, spoke up. I've detected an extremely high concentration of secret realm energy coming from the Red Palace. Based on my analysis, that must be the energy source of the entire secret realm. Lin Yuan pondered, if that's the energy source of the secret realm, why would there be such a powerful guardian beast? If we go back the way we came, those beasts might still be nearby. We'll have to take a detour. Man Yuan, let's see if we can find a way down this cliff together. Man Yuan nodded in agreement. Okay, Brother Yuan. The two searched for a way down before hiding in the nearby bushes. Lin Yuan glanced at the red structure, the commotion seemed to have quieted down. That red palace gave him an overwhelming sense of danger. Let's observe it from a distance first. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from the sky, startling both of them. What the heck was that? They looked up to see a massive monstrous bird in the sky. Lin Yuan stared in shock at the colossal creature. Fengshen Qilong is way too big, another giant beast. What does it want? The creature flapped its wings straight toward the Red Palace. Was it charging at the energy source? Before Fengshen Qilong could land, a dark shadow shot out from somewhere at lightning speed and tore it apart with a single claw. In an instant, Fengshen Qilong was ripped to shreds by the monster. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Lin Yuan let out a shocked cry. Whoa, a 100-meter giant beast was taken out in the blink of an eye. Standing beside him, Man Yuan couldn't hide her fear. What in the world is that spinning top-like creature? After defeating the heaven-sealing blazing dragon, the monster turned its gaze toward Lin Yuan's hiding spot and the two young barbarian apes. Hearing this, the two young barbarian apes immediately turned and fled. Dang, we've been spotted. This thing can even talk. Barbarian apes, run! We're no match for it. Seeing its prey trying to escape, the monster immediately gave chase. It had been discovered, no way it was letting them get away. Intruders of the Forbidden Hall shall perish. Lin Yuan decided to stay behind and block the monster, buying time for the barbarian apes to escape. You two run first, I'll hold it off. He began channeling his power, his mouth glowing with a dazzling blue light. Violent breath. However, Lin Yuan's attack barely grazed the target before being deflected in another direction. Witnessing this, he stood dumbfounded. Again, it blocked violent breath like it was nothing. The monster continued its unhurried advance, its tentacles twitching. Lin Yuan taunted the beast while firing a barrage of energy orbs. Come on, come on, come on. These tricks won't work on me. Yet, every single energy orb was swatted away by the monster. Lin Yuan immediately detonated them. The explosions rocked the air, erupting around the monster. Smoke and dust filled the space, with faint blue sparks flickering intermittently. Lin Yuan glanced back in confusion. Is it over? Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the tentacles clashed. The monster spun, scattering the smoke and dust in all directions. Revealed was the monster, completely unharmed. Lin Yuan shouted in terror. Run, now! But it was too late, the monster lunged at Lin Yuan. Its claw plunged deep into his chest, and blood gushed out. The barbarian apes rushed toward Lin Yuan in panic, screaming. Brother Long! He quickly turned and urged them. Go, keep running, don't stop. The barbarian apes immediately helped the badly injured Lin Yuan escape the monster's pursuit. Heavy, frantic footsteps echoed through the forest. They were putting more and more distance between themselves and the Crimson Palace. As they passed the stone pillars inscribed with strange red runes, Lin Yuan glanced back and saw the monster had been blocked there. Man Yuan was also surprised, it clearly hadn't pursued them. Observing this, Lin Yuan concluded it seemed unable to leave the range of the red pillars. This was probably the Guardian's duty. The illusion could only move within the bounds of the Scarlet Palace and couldn't break free. Seeing the situation stabilize, Man Yuan quickly turned to check on Lin Yuan. Big Brother Long, are you alright? Man Yuan pressed worriedly. Lin Yuan pressed a hand to his wound, replying with lingering relief. I'm fine. If I hadn't reacted fast and stepped back, I'd have been split in two. Even now, the memory sends a chill down your spine. He urged Man Yuan, that thing is terrifying. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's leave quickly. Blood dripped from Lin Yuan's wound, staining the ground red. Deep within the Scarlet Palace, the bizarre creature seemed to catch the scent of Lin Yuan's blood. Its yellow-brown pupils widened in shock. It's her. It's her. The one I've been searching for. Her essence lingers in his blood. It writhed in excitement, as if discovering something priceless. Its tone was thick with uncontainable thrill. Ha ha ha. With this blood, I can break free of my chains. The creature roared, rallying its minions. Get up, all of you. Now. Its roar echoed through the palace grounds. The hunt begins. Ha ha ha. At its call, hordes of massive beasts emerged around the Scarlet Palace, their wings blotting out the sky. Some perched atop the domed roofs. After some time, in a vast cavern, beasts from the Abyssal all gathered, buzzing with excitement. Suddenly, a young disciple waved toward the entrance, cheering, Big Brother Long. Sister Man Yuan. Lin Yuan and Man Yuan stepped through the purple barrier, just entering. Upon arriving, Yu Yuan cheerfully greeted everyone. Alan, Adu, and Xiao Guizi had also arrived. Seeing him return, the beasts in the cave bowed in respect and roared, Great King! Great King! After accepting his subordinates' greetings, Yu Yuan looked around and spoke. Quite a few beasts from Abyssal Island have gathered here, but I don't see any herbivores. Hearing this, Ping Jiling immediately responded, with so many carnivorous giants here, how could herbivores dare to approach? Yu Yuan scratched his chin, giving an awkward smile. You're right. The secret realm is very dangerous. The herbivores aren't in a hurry to enter. We'll bring them in after clearing the threats at the exit.
Noticing the deep wounds on Yu Yuan's body, Peng Zhiling couldn't hide his surprise.
You're injured, and badly at that.
After assessing the severity of the wounds, he concluded, it seems you encountered a formidable opponent in the secret realm.
Yu Yuan confirmed, yes, Yuan and I ran into a powerful enemy.
And there was also a strange creature.
I can't defeat them with my current strength.
Peng Zhiling stroked his chin, shaking his head in doubt.
You can't defeat them? Could their strength surpass even the Lizard King? If that's the case, aren't we walking into a death trap by going in now? Yu Yuan explained further, it's fine.
That creature seems bound by something and can't leave its area. Otherwise, Yuan and I would have been finished this time.
So as long as we don't enter its range, we'll be safe.
Then, he raised his arm and called out loudly to the beasts of Abyssal Island.
Come on, brothers. Time to eat.
Xiao Jun began activating his storage space. Countless slain beasts and large chunks of meat from Lin Yuan's group's hunts poured out, piling into a small mountain behind him.
Everyone eagerly began the feast.
Passing through the colored barrier requires the secret realm's energy in one's body to reach a certain threshold. Seeing such a massive amount of meat, the beasts of Abyssal Island grew visibly excited, their eyes gleaming with joy.
Ah, the two great kings have brought back so much prey. These beasts are huge, must have been tough to take down. Another giant beast immediately corrected, there are now 4 kings. It'll only take a few minutes for them to settle everything. The leopard standing beside them paid no mind, asking eagerly, is all this food for us?
Long live the kings. Finally, a massive creature crashed down from the sky, making everyone cry out in shock, whoa, there's something this huge? Peng Zhiling examined the beast's corpse and teased Lin Yuan.
This body looks just like you. Are you distant relatives or something? Lin Yuan immediately shot back, where do you see the resemblance? And what are you still doing here?
Hurry up and shift back to your old Ling form to eat. Peng Zhiling frowned, finding the old beast's way of eating completely unappetizing. Lin Yuan called him out, yeah, I can see why you'd lose your appetite.
Can't handle raw food anymore, huh? If you want it cooked, do it yourself.
Watching the old beasts crowd around the food pile, he asked, by the way, where's Shin Dio and her followers? Peng Zhiling replied, she took all the flying followers to find the carnivorous old beasts who agreed to come here. After all, the Abyssal Island is just too vast. Flying is much more efficient. Also, she went to ask Sage Xuefeng and the White Marsh Lord if they and their followers would join the secret realm.
Lin Yuan nodded, oh, I see. That girl with the bow really came through when it mattered. She's more thorough than I am.
After a while, all the old beasts on the Abyssal Island were stuffed, their bellies swollen like balloons. They collapsed onto the ground, groaning.
No more. I can't eat another bite. Ugh, I'm going to burst.
Lin Yuan ordered them to stand up, 500 brothers, don't just lie there after eating. Come over and see if you can pass through this purple barrier. The old beasts, dragging their round bellies, easily crossed the purple barrier.
Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, go back and wait. There's a steep uphill path ahead. You won't be able to climb it. Wait for my blazing dragon followers to return. They'll take you up.
After adjusting his state, he turned around and roared in exasperation. He urged Peng Zhiling's group, Alan, Xiaguozi, stop dawdling and eat up. Peng Zhiling looked helpless but complied, reverting to his former wolf chief demeanor.
Wolf 2, Xiaguozi, let's eat together.
Xiaogan and Wolf 2 responded in unison, yes, your majesty.
Yes, brother wolf.
After a while, the winged creatures began gathering to process the food Lin Yuan had brought. Watching their appetites, he couldn't help but sigh, you guys eat like it's nobody's business.
We've hunted 5 times already, haven't we? Since when does the king do the hunting while his subjects just sit back and enjoy the spoils?
The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his fury burning hotter. Lin Yuan barked, I said eat faster. Once you're full, get to work. Then he pointed at the overstuffed, bloated beasts. Get these useless things out of here.
Go hunt for yourselves. I'm not your babysitter. Why should I feed you?
Lin Yuan began herding them like livestock, move it.
Go on, scram. The giant beasts jostled on the branches, some even yelling, whoa. Stop pushing. I'm about to throw up. Hey, whose belly is jabbing me?
Bro, that's not a belly. After feasting to their heart's content, the winged giants followed their kin from the Abyssal Isle and took flight from the treetops.
Lin Yuan laughed heartily, ha ha. The beasts of the secret realm. I've brought 500 brothers to settle the score.
The scene shifted to the secret realm, where the beast's first steps were met with awe.
Unbelievable. Even Blade Wolf was utterly stunned.
Never would I have imagined such a bizarre world beneath the Abyssal Isle.
Xiaogan was brimming with excitement. Brother Long, is this our new territory?
Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Yes,
The entrance is beneath the Abyssal Isle. So this must be our domain. But conquering this secret realm won't be easy. Go on, there's something else.
First, we must crush those neighbors who bully newcomers just because they're close to home, using our claws and fangs.
Then, Ling Yuan turned to Blade Wolf.
Brother Wolf, before you mobilize everyone, we need to devise a battle plan for the days ahead. As he explained, he sketched a rough map of the secret realm on the ground.
This ravine is our entry point and our retreat route.
Therefore, someone must guard this position and establish a stronghold here.
We will scout outward from here and eliminate all surrounding threats.
Currently, there are about 70 or 80 old beasts, which can be divided into 2 groups. Brother Wolf and I will each lead a group in different directions. All members listened attentively, committing the plan to memory.
We must stand united and not fight among ourselves over racial differences or territory. Only by securing this land can we find a better place to settle. Watching this, Blade Wolf silently admired the wisdom of humans.
If this were just an ordinary beast pack, they would have torn each other apart over territory by now. Only Ling Yuan has the ability to gather different species together and guide them so patiently.
This palace is the territory of the giant serpent beast, and there are many other dangers.
We must not go near it, we're not its match yet. Also, you might encounter beasts 100 meters tall.
Their strength is immense, so don't act recklessly.
If you can't win, don't force a fight, retreat immediately.
After laying out the plan, Ling Yuan turned to Blade Wolf. Brother Wolf, have you noticed anything special about this secret realm? It's brimming with energy. Even without doing anything, you can feel it surging into your body. Blade Wolf clenched his fists, feeling the power gathering within him.
Yes, I noticed it as soon as I entered. The energy is pooling inside me, and my strength is gradually increasing. Ling Yuan also clenched his hands, thinking of the giant serpent beast and the sinful sanctuary. He said confidently that soon, our strength would greatly increase.
By then, neither the giant serpent beast nor the sinful sanctuary would stand a chance against us. After the discussion, the beasts prepared to set out.
At that moment, Ling Yuan noticed something unusual. All the blazing dragons had been ordered to stay and guard the stronghold.
You asked Dowling. Aren't you going to rally the blazing dragons to join the fight?
Scouting from the sky would be great for spotting enemies or relaying messages.
Dowling answers calmly, saying there are too few blazing dragons. Besides, flying in the air makes it easier to attract the attention of the secret realm's giant beasts.
Wait until you've gathered all your forces, then provide support from above.
With that, Dowling leaps onto the back of a direwolf that just finished stretching and says, "Alright, I'll take a squad of bloodthirsty old wolves and direwolves. The rest of the giant beasts can follow the savage ape. Let's see how many strikes of mine the secret realm's beasts can withstand." Meanwhile, the savage ape is equally fired up.
He roars confidently and sets off.
Let those bullies taste my deadly fists.
Watching the 2 ferocious beast squads depart with a thunderous roar, Xiaoguozi lets out an uneasy cry, worried for his companions. No one can predict the hidden dangers lurking in this secret realm.
Lin Yuan notices this and asks softly if he's worried about them. To be honest, I'm worried too. The monsters in this secret realm are incredibly powerful. But if a large number of humans invade the Abyssal Isle, I won't be able to protect everyone all the time.
Me, the savage ape, Bing Qilan, and the purple wraith can't look after everyone. So, each of them must become stronger.
And the fastest way to grow stronger is to fight powerful enemies in life and death battles.
His words carry weight, as giant beasts living in harsh environments must improve their strength to survive. These words greatly inspire Xiaoguozi, igniting a fire in his heart.
Grow stronger, I must become stronger too.
Seeing the little one so excited, Lin Yuan gently taps its head in encouragement. Xiaoguozi is already very strong. Ever since you decided to rally the giant beasts of the Abyssal Isle against the Lizard Death Emperor,
you've become the strongest beast on the Abyssal Isle. He takes a deep breath but still feels it's not enough. Xiaoguozi, we must seize this secret realm and continue growing stronger here. Time flies. After spending a week in the secret realm, Lin Yuan's team has hunted an ever-growing number of giant beasts, piling them up like a mountain. The pack of blazing dragons is now resting atop the bone pile.
They feast on their prey, while Lin Yuan and little Guozi, having eaten too much, now look as round as balls, panting and burping non-stop. It's amazing that we can eat our fill every day without needing to hunt just to level up.
Plus, the energy in this realm boosts our strength without even spending evolution points. This is practically a free ride.
Just then, Man Yuan returned from hunting, carrying a stegosaurus on his back.
Brother Long, we're back from hunting.
Today's haul was great. Man Yuan set the stegosaurus down and said to Brother Long, "I feel so much stronger after this week." As he spoke, he flexed his muscular arm.
Now I can take down a secret realm stegosaurus with a single punch. Long Yuan burst into laughter. Ha, Xiao Yuan.
You're becoming more and more like the king of Gun Island. He watched as the mutated blazing dragons took flight, one following the Stegosaurus toward the secret realm's exit, and continued. Beyond the purple barrier, many giant beasts from Gun Island had gathered.
Most of the blazing dragons have already returned. Let's bring these supplies over. Just then, Ling Jun landed as well.
Lin Yuan spoke up, "Hey, Xiao Jun is finally back." Man Yuan's face lit up with joy as he called out, "Sister Ling Jun."
Like the others, Ling Jun couldn't hide her astonishment at the secret realm sights.
Wow, I never imagined there was such a magical place beneath Gun Island. She turned to Man Yuan and Lin Yuan, sensing the noticeable changes in them over the past few days.
Ah, I can feel the energy of the Lizard King within you growing stronger. And your physical forms seem to have strengthened quite a bit too. Man Yuan immediately responded, "Yeah, Sister Ling Jun. I feel so much stronger now."
Lin Yuan crossed his arms and said smugly, "Of course."
Then he asked, "Didn't you go to invite Baze? Where is he?"
Ling Xian's eyes looked somewhat downcast as she replied. "The White Marsh said his subordinates are all ice and snow creatures,
accustomed to living on the sage peaks, so they refuse to come here."
After hearing this, Lin Yuan could only sigh.
So that's how it is?
But for those guys, the climate here really isn't suitable. Ling Xian's death spirit bird landed on the summit of Frost Peak Mountain. Despite the Frost Sage's ice creatures opposing it, White Marsh still agreed to accompany it.
Lin Yuan stared at her intently and asked, "What about the other person?"
Ling Xian recalled the brief wait at the White Thought Hall.
From observation, it was clear this was breathing rapidly and sweating profusely.
"We originally came here together, but for some reason, White Marsh suddenly fell ill."
From Ling Xian's description, she appeared extremely weak, as if gravely ill.
The strange bird suddenly remembered the girl's condition. White Marsh's illness worsened the closer they got to this area. That day, she eventually collapsed, so I had no choice but to take White Marsh back to the Frost Sage. Once back at the Frost Sage's peak, White Marsh's symptoms mysteriously vanished. But she was still too weak to return here for now. After listening, Lin Yuan's expression turned grave.
"This is too strange. How could this happen?"
Long Xiong privately suspected the other party was making excuses to avoid coming, given how cunning that guy usually is. Lin Yuan gestured to the strange bird.
"Forget it for now. Let's focus on securing our footing here first. We can invite her again later."
Death Spirit Bird, once you and your kin arrive, we can begin aerial reconnaissance to expand our search range. Long Xiong pointed to a circle drawn on the ground, marking the area with toxic plants.
"This area is now our territory.
Beyond here lies a forest and mountain range, which we'll need to scout from the air.
Once it's safe, we'll explore further." The Death Spirit Bird listened attentively.
For now, the giant carnivorous beasts from the abyssal all have nearly all gathered. Next, we'll need to enter this forest to gather leaves, herbs, and fruits for the herbivores.
Suddenly, a loud shout from behind made the entire squad turn around in unison.
A lizard covered in spikes on its back came running in panic, tears streaming down its face, stammering as it tried to deliver news it was in bad shape. "My king, something terrible has happened.
On our way back from hunting, we were ambushed by giant beasts from the secret realm.
They were led by two creatures, each over 100 meters long.
Many of our people have already fallen.
The king is fighting two at once and is in grave danger." Lin Yuan listened, his fury boiling over as disgust twisted his face. "I was wondering why no matter how much we hunted, those ferocious beasts in the secret realm stayed quiet. Turns out they were planning a decisive strike."
Long immediately gave orders, Yuan, you stay here and hold the fort.
Birdie, have your men fly us there for aerial support as fast as possible." The strange bird and Yuan responded in unison, understood.
"Yes, Brother Long."
But before the two could set off, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Long Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Before them surged countless monsters of all shapes, sizes, and strengths. This was a beast tide. Brother Long forced himself to stay calm. It seemed there was no need to rush to their aid. This beast tide was clearly targeting this stronghold. Taking advantage of the others still being stunned, Long Yuan suddenly grinned slyly.
"Last time, we were chased like stray dogs.
This time, I'll lead 500 brothers to settle the score."
Without hesitation, Brother Long raised his arm and roared, "500 brothers, this is our final battle. There's no turning back."
Long's forces showed unmatched bravery, rallying only the most elite, eager to prove themselves here. Long Yuan's spirit soared as he commanded, "Bare your fangs and claws.
Take them down." The enemy was led by Commander Wolf, who barked orders, "Spread out. Flank them on both sides." All troops immediately split to the left and right. Neither side backed down, charging wildly toward each other. Across from them, the massive spiked dragon began taunting.
Leading the charge, Long Yuan rushed forward fearlessly, attack. Their carriage.
Long Yuan took a deep breath to gather power, then unleashed a thunderous sonic attack called Qilin War Roar. Faced with the sudden assault, the enemy troops froze in shock, standing helplessly as the sound waves struck before they could react. Long Yuan continued with the skilled Qilin thunder-spiked armor, then charged forward at lightning speed. He carved a straight path, flinging monsters aside and breaking through their tight encirclement. 8 monsters convulsed from the electric shock, collapsing like fallen straw. With a single move, Long Yuan wiped out countless enemies. Meanwhile, the battle in the nearby area raged on fiercely. The wolf pack transformed into fiery dragons, tearing into foes, while Xiong-san and his group unsheathed their sharp claws, cutting down approaching enemies. Long Yuan wasn't done yet. Excitedly, he spat out a fireball called Violent Blast from his mouth. Waiting for the right moment, he launched his attack, charging forward. A deafening crash echoed as another wave of monsters was swept away. Exhilarating. So exhilarating. I've really grown much stronger, ha. Suddenly, a flock of red birds dove from the sky, snatching away several panthers. In the air, a monstrous bird commander took charge, while the female general unleashed a powerful wind-blade cyclone. The red birds were immediately scattered upon appearing, and the rescued people cheered gratefully, praising their king for his might. She descended to a lower altitude and commanded her subordinates, "All of you." Guided by the monstrous birds, the flying dragon group confidently finished the battle. She plunged downward, roaring, "Kill them all for me. Kill. Flying dragon leader, attack," it bellowed, "kill." It clamped its jaws around a flying dragon in front, then slashed downward with a mighty golden needle strike, cleaving the monster in two. Witnessing this, Man Yuan thought to himself, "And Long, Ling Su, and Ling Gu are all this strong, I can't fall behind." The young boy let out a roar, charging forward to unleash Diamond Fist, a thunderous punch that smashed into the flying dragon's face, making it howl in pain. Man Yuan effortlessly grabbed the opponent's leg and let out a fierce shout. He spun the flying dragon in the air, drawing excited cheers from the spirit beasts behind him, praising their king's might. The king is so powerful. Facing the Triceratops, Man Yuan shows a belligerent grin. Bring it on. After gathering his strength, Man Yuan charges at his opponent to see who's stronger. No sooner said than done, he grabs the blue dinosaur's horns and starts pushing it back. Man Yuan roars, pouring more strength into the struggle as neither side gives an inch. As his muscles bulge with explosive power, he shouts, "Push harder." In an instant, he flips the blue dinosaur and slams the Triceratops hard into the ground. Seeing this, Ling Yuan cheers immediately. Her little brother is amazing. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoes from afar as a massive Tyrannosaurus appears, reminding Ling Yuan of what Cici Hulang had said. "Your Majesty, we have a problem. On our way back from the hunt, we were ambushed by beasts from the Hidden Realm. The group was led by 2 creatures over 100 meters tall, causing many casualties among our people. The king is fighting the 2 giant beasts alone and is in grave danger." Ling Yuan grits her teeth in frustration. Those 200-meter beasts Cici Hulang mentioned must be the Triceratops in this thing. The massive Tyrannosaurus lets out a fierce roar. Ling Yuan locks eyes on it and says, "You had fun chasing me last time, didn't you?" She immediately unleashes the ghost dragon overwhelming path, dashing forward to land a devastating blow on the giant dragon. "Let's see how I deal with you this time." Her strike sends it flying, and Ling Yuan laughs triumphantly. "Ha! My strength has clearly grown. Last time, Wang Long was only pushed back a few steps by me." With a faint smile, she continues using the Violent Tide Absolute technique, summoning dozens of clones to swarm the Tyrannosaurus, making it howl in agony. Ling Yuan steps back, wiping her face as she sizes up her opponent. "Hey, don't leave just yet." She and Man Yuan shout in unison, "Game over." Then Ling Yuan leaps high into the air. She whips her tail with full force, unleashing the Ghost Dragon Slash. At the same time, Man Yuan channels his spiritual energy into his fists, delivering the mighty Unyielding Fist. The two finish off their opponent in an instant. Ling Yuan and Man Yuan roar in unison as the spirit beasts behind them cheer wildly. Were those 200-meter-tall beasts really taken down that easily? Black Bear laughed loudly. "Great Ghost Dragon King is mighty." White Bear chimed in. "Great Savage Ape King is mighty." Blade Wolf glanced at the 2 brothers and thought to himself, "They really have gotten stronger. Looks like I need to boost my strength as soon as possible." A nearby bird overheard this and immediately looked furious. "TCH, they're getting cocky over a little power. How arrogant." The lesser beasts turned tail and fled in terror. "Those annoying pests. Can't beat them, run." Rhesus Ape watched their retreating backs and shouted, "You think you can just run away? Did I say you could leave? Everyone, focus your attacks. Knock those dogs into the water." Meanwhile, the defeated beasts were sitting down to enjoy a feast. Rhesus Ape tore into a chunk of meat, laughing. "We crushed them this time. Everyone, eat up without worry." Savage Ape glanced at him and spoke. Brother Rhesus, can we roast this? Eating it raw for days is getting old. Rhesus Ape sighed and looked at him. Sigh, I've spoiled your tastes. He gestured toward the other beasts in the distance. Look, everyone's eating it like this. We can't make exceptions. If everyone wanted special treatment, we'd be roasting until the end of time. Savage Ape could only sulk and eat his portion. Alright, Brother Rhesus, my bad. Blade Wolf watched from afar, musing to himself. This must be what human leadership wisdom looks like. No special treatment, equality for all. The beast pack led by Forest Ape was approaching. He suddenly shouted, our dog-beating squad is back. Forest Ape turned to the spirit bird and asked, how did it go? How far did you chase those cowards? She quickly grabbed a large piece of meat and replied, we chased them far away. The spirit bird lowered her head and took a big bite of roasted meat, adding, this land is completely ours now. Lin Yuan said softly, alright, little sister, starting tomorrow, you continue leading our people to explore the farther outer regions. Be careful and keep an eye on the movements of the secret realm's giant beasts. Lin Yuan happily concluded, after this battle, the giant beasts in the secret realm won't be able to form a large-scale beast tide for now. This is our perfect chance to establish a foothold. A week later, Man Yuan was happily munching on a delicious piece of meat. Heh, the other tribes have all left. Now we can finally enjoy some skewers in peace. At that moment, Lin Yuan looked at her with a tired expression. Can you all eat a little less? I've already grilled 500 skewers. I haven't even had a single bite myself. Man Yuan quickly ran over to take his place. Heh, Brother Lin, I'm full now. Let me help you grill. You go eat. Lin Yuan held up the skewer in his hand and said, it's not about helping me grill, it's about serving the people. Ling Tiao glanced at him before speaking. After a week of scouting, our territory has doubled in size. This is enough to attract those giant beasts from the Polar Circle Island to migrate and settle here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. However, even if we split up, we must stay in contact. After all, this isn't truly our territory yet. Ling Tiao looked at him and said, my subordinates conduct aerial reconnaissance every day. If anything unusual happens, they'll report to me immediately. Lin Yuan responded in a low voice. Actually, the ideal place is still that valley in the Red Palace. The energy there is incredibly abundant, it can rapidly boost our strength. Plus, it's a forbidden zone for the secret realms creatures. They won't dare set foot there. He added, unfortunately, with our current strength, even with noticeable improvements, we're still no match for those shadow-horned beasts. From below, Yao Long flew up and announced loudly, esteemed human kings, humans have arrived. Hearing this, Lin Yuan was taken aback. Humans? The surrounding demonic beasts roared in fury. Humans? How dare they come here? Lin Yuan immediately stopped them. Man Yuan, Dao Lang, don't act rashly. The ones coming aren't from the Hall of Clear Sins. If they were, they'd probably have blown this island to pieces by now. You turn your gaze to Yao Long and press him for details. Tell me clearly, who was that person, and what did they look like? After a moment of recollection, he answers, those two have been here before. One rode a flying sword, and the other was mounted on a wine jar. They wanted to request an audience with the esteemed elders. Hearing this, Dao Lang and Man Yuan asked curiously, a flying sword? A wine jar. Lin Yuan quickly searches his memory. Could it be 2G and Elder Mu? What are they doing here? Yao Long glances at him and replies softly, they also brought a severely wounded beast, a great white bear. The group is stunned. What? A great white bear? Lin Yuan looks at the spirit bird and deduces, a great white bear, the shores of the abyssal island. Only the sage Snowpeak has great white bears. Could they be from the Hall of the Plague Deity? Everyone rushes to investigate. Come on, let's go see. Before long, they arrive at the barrier zone. The great white bear lies on the ground, barely clinging to life, its body covered in blood. The beast turns its head and asks Elder Mu, how is it? Can this beast still be saved? The old man feels the bear's body and sighs. Alas, there's nothing I can do. This beast sustained severe injuries and traveled for days to get here. It's lost too much blood. A loud shout comes from behind. Great Bear! Ling Tiao gasps upon seeing them. It really is Great Bear. Before the beast can explain, Dao Lang presses his blade to its neck. Did you do this to it? The old man waves his hands frantically. No, it wasn't us. This is a misunderstanding. Dao Lang steps closer to the old man, his voice seething with anger. Do you think I can't tell? The bear's body is covered in blade wounds, who else could have done this? Lin Yuan glances at Dao Lang and says in a low voice to calm him. A Lang, a Yuan, everyone, let's stay calm. This beast and the Elder already proved their stance during the battle at Abyssal Island. They even showed us the entrance to the secret realm, saving us so much trouble. You turn and instruct Man Yuan, who's standing beside you, Xiao Yuan, quickly feed these life fruits to the big bear. The little girl reaches out to take them. Yes, Long Yuan Ji. Long Yuan glances at Uncle Ji before asking, what exactly is going on? Hurry up and tell me. Han immediately draws his sword, leaps up, and flies to Ling Yuan's side. You're too tall. This way, talking is easier. Han lowers his head and says earnestly, we came here to report the latest movements of the Sinful Sanctum. Curious about why the giant beasts on Jiyuan Island had suddenly vanished without a trace, we patrolled the skies nearby. Uncle Ji recalls the scene. You asked me to describe what happened. Afterward, we found this big white bear still alive. Though Mu Lao possesses wood-based abilities with healing powers, its injuries were far too severe. With such a massive body, Mu Lao's healing could only delay its death. That's when Man Yuan fed the life fruits to the white bear. After a quick observation, Uncle Ji concluded, this bear was badly wounded days ago and struggled here after days of agony. It had lost a tremendous amount of blood. I'm not sure if it was intentionally looking for you. Regardless, since it's a giant beast from Jiyuan Island, I couldn't just ignore it. That's why I brought it here to find you. Meanwhile, Mu Lao continued doing everything possible to save the white bear. Seeing Man Yuan bring over a few strange fruits, he immediately asked, what kind of fruit is this? How is its effect so potent? After eating the fruit, though the giant beast hadn't awakened yet, its life was no longer in danger. Man Yuan, standing beside them, cheered excitedly, that's great. Long Yuan glances at Uncle Ji and says, he is an extremely important ally to us. Thank you for bringing him here. Has the Sinful Sanctum already started moving? He furrows his brow but still answers, yes. May I ask where all the giant beasts from Jiyuan Island have gone? Did you all enter a secret realm? Long Yuan points toward the direction of the purple space and replies, of course. The secret realm has now become the second base for Jiyuan Island. We owe this to you and Mu Lao for showing us the entrance to the secret realm. Just as we suspected, thanks to the energy the Lizard King absorbed from the hunchback, we weren't repelled by that purple barrier. After looking around, Zhu Ji commented, never thought you'd actually make it into the secret realm. I see. Aside from you, the other giant beasts avoided rejection by consuming creatures from the secret realm for energy. That's actually a clever approach. He continued, noting that though only half a month had passed, he could already sense a significant boost in your strength. But Xiao Ji suddenly grew cautious, this still isn't enough. The Hall of Sins is mobilizing forces and gathering resources at an alarming pace. It won't be long before they launch an assault on Abyss Island. He calmly recapped, the Hall of Sins has summoned all its elders and is collecting intelligence on Abyss Island from all sources. The survivors from the last battle were detained under the pretense of medical treatment. But jealousy managed to escape. He may have already leaked information about you. Mentioning jealousy, he went on. His failure infuriated the Hall Master of the Hall of Sins. The Hall Master stripped him of his elder title and is even seeking a way to remove the super metal from his body. If that happens, jealousy will meet a terrible fate. Hearing this, Long Yuan spoke up. Poof. A defeated general isn't worth worrying about. Can you tell me about the Hall Master and the other elders of the Hall of Sins? Zhu Ji explained gravely, the Hall of Sins is led by one Hall Master and 6 Grand Elders, each named after one of the 7 deadly sins. The Hall Master is called Wrath. He's an SS rank pseudo-ability user who always operates from the shadows, rarely showing himself, so we know little about him. The first Grand Elder, Arrogance, is an SS rank wind ability user with ice powers, capable of freezing thousands of times over. The second Grand Elder is Greed. An S-rank speedster, his movements are lightning fast, and he possesses the ability to teleport instantly. The third Grand Elder, Desire, is a woman. She's S-rank with psychic abilities. Her charm and petrification powers are exceptionally potent. Elder C is a lazy member of the S-rank gravity system, renowned for possessing the strongest support and wide area control abilities. Finally, there's 5th Elder Tanchi. He's a guy with an S-rank power system ability, infamous for his brutality. He can devour his opponent's flesh to strengthen himself or heal his wounds. After listening, Ling Yuan began to ponder, realizing an intense battle was imminent. This Tanchi guy is quite interesting. 5th Elder enhances his power or heals by consuming his enemy's flesh. Isn't that exactly what we beasts are known for? Zhu Ji spread his hands and explained that aside from the elders, the Sinful Sanctum also has deep potential and many talents. If these forces unite, they shouldn't be underestimated. Ling Yuan glanced at him and replied, since we've already made enemies, fear won't help. If we can't win, I'll just take all the giant beasts into the secret realm to grow stronger in secret.
I frowned, looking troubled, and handed you this satellite phone to see if it might help.
But with your current size, you definitely won't be able to use it. Use it after shifting into human form. The battery is the latest energy type and can last a year.
I'll keep you updated on the Sinful Sanctum's movements.
I'll notify you immediately. Ling Yuan looked at Zhu Ji and replied cheerfully, thanks a lot. Give it to Ling Su first, he prefers staying in human form anyway. This little gadget is perfect for him. Aren't you afraid of offending the Sinful Sanctum by helping us like this? If they really wanted to deal with us, wouldn't they have already sent people to scout around Ji Yuan Island?
He quickly explained, a small faction like the Sinful Sanctum isn't enough to worry the Heavenly Martial Department.
We're concerned about other national forces stepping in. Zhu Ji continued in a low voice, Ji Yuan Island is located between China and the British-Chinese alliance. According to our intel, the British-Chinese alliance has already set their sights on Ji Yuan Island.
We don't want the island's secret realm falling into their hands. Though I don't think they can defeat you if they team up with the Sinful Sanctum.
Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately shouted excitedly, oh, those little troublemakers? Ha! Let them come. If you dare come, I won't mind letting the island's giant beasts turn you into kebabs. Mu Lao laughed heartily, then asked, what did you call Inghua Nation again? Dead hot, we call it that too. Never thought a monster would call it the same way we do. Ha ha, I'm really starting to like you, kid. Uncle C immediately spoke up.
Your companion should be fine now, nothing to worry about.
We said what we needed to, so we'll take our leave.
Lin Yuan gestured invitingly.
Would you like to take a look inside the secret realm?
Uncle C waved his hand in refusal.
No, thank you. I'm curious too, but now isn't the time.
Once the crisis on Abyss Island is resolved,
we can visit the secret realm then. Mu Lao and Uncle C said their goodbyes in unison. Lin Yuan and his group watched them leave before turning back. Alright, until we meet again.
Huan Yuan turned to his leader and asked,
Brother Long, the enemy is almost here. What should we do? Lin Yuan let out a long breath and said, we're running out of time. I wonder what's happening with Xian Zhijiafeng.
Just then, the great white bear suddenly woke up.
He cried out in panic. Why am I sleeping here? Lin Yuan looked at the bear with relief. Ah, the bear's awake.
Bai Dishiong struggled to stand up.
Lin Yuan, is that you? It really is you. Thank goodness, thank goodness.
He sobbed as he spoke.
Quick, go save Lady Baze. The group of demons and Lin Yuan's party gasped. Lady Baze? What happened to her? Bai Delong furrowed his brow. He sighed deeply, his body trembling. Lord Baze, she's been taken away. Dong Yuan pressed for details. Taken away? By whom? What exactly happened?
Bai Dalong slowly rose to his feet, speaking weakly.
This matter goes back to after Lord Baze left with the corpse of Ling Miaozi. She turned back halfway. He recounted with effort.
Ever since her return, Lord Baze's body has been frail, as if stricken by a grave illness.
And that's not all.
Sensing an impending crisis, she ordered the ice beasts of Sage Snowpeak to descend the mountain and hide with her. Bai Daxiong recalled the scene. The snow monster and I, along with a few other guards, chose to stay behind to protect Lord Baze. Days ago, a massive, blood-red spectral gate suddenly appeared on Sage Snowpeak. Beyond the gate lay a crimson world, valleys, forests, and a magnificent palace, all bathed in red.
Dong Yuan gasped. A red palace?
Bai Daxiong continued. Around a dozen grotesque, massive creatures burst out from the blood-red gate, their bodies covered in feathers. These beings were incredibly vicious. The ice beasts and I were immediately locked in a desperate battle. The leader of these monsters was a black creature, resembling a whale.
Its true form impossible to discern.
It spun at high speed, effortlessly crushing even the hardest ice. Despite her grave injuries, Lord Baze led us in a fierce battle against the black creature and its minions. At the most critical moment, to protect us all, Lord Baze held off the black creature and plunged with it into the blood-red gate. Then, from within the gate, she unleashed her power, destroying it completely. Bai Daxiong choked back tears. We fought with all our strength and managed to slay the remaining invaders, but every one of us was gravely wounded. But the great Bai Zhe is imprisoned within that crimson illusionary gate.
His fate remains unknown.
He looked at Lin Yuan, then tightly embraced him and pleaded, we don't know how to save the great Bai Zhe. He had no idea where to go to rescue him.
Bai Daxiong firmly declared, that's why I came here to ask for your help. Lin Yuan, you must save the great Bai Zhe.
Beside them, Man Yuan spoke up, the black vortex spins. The Crimson Dragon Palace is a monster within the secret realm.
Bai Daxiong's eyes flashed with surprise. Wait, you know about the Crimson Palace? And that black and red spinning creature?
Lin Yuan replied in a low voice, we encountered that monster in a cave's secret realm. It nearly killed us. He furrowed his brow, rubbed his face, and continued. But it shouldn't have been able to leave the Crimson Palace's territory. Otherwise, we would have died that time. Why did it appear at the Mystic Snow Peak to attack Bai Zhe? And why did it use a strange spatial gate? Could the Crimson Palace have a passage leading straight to the Sage's land? The bearded man snapped out of his shock. Great! Then let's go save the great Bai Zhe together. Man Yuan eagerly agreed. Yes. Let's enter the secret realm now to save the great Bai Zhe. Lin Yuan glanced at everyone and said gravely. But with our current strength, we're no match for that black vortex monster. Even though Man Yuan and I have grown stronger, it's still not enough. And that black vortex monster seems able to command the ancient beasts in the secret realm. Bai Daxiong immediately shouted, are you just going to abandon him? The great Bai Zhe has always protected the polar island. Now it's our turn to repay her, even if it costs us our lives. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Man Yuan chimed in, right, Brother Lone? The great Bai Zhe has done so much for us. We have to save her. Tao Lan joined in, shouting, for the great Bai Zhe, I'm ready to face any danger. Meanwhile, Ling Tiao listened quietly from the side. Lin Yuan quickly made his final decision. We must save the great Bai Zhe. The final battle with the Crimson Palace is inevitable. Given the enemy's strength and our weakness, we must devise a strategy and prepare for battle. Xiang turned his gaze to Ling Diao and tentatively asked, Diao, arrange for the mortals to bring a few life fruits to the sage's sealed domain to heal the frostbitten ancient ice beasts. If they agree to come here, have the mortals escort them to meet up with us. After checking the life fruits he had just received, Ling Diao nodded lightly. All right. Lin Yuan gestured toward the direction of the Savage Garden to assign a task. Yuan, enter the secret realm and feed the giant bear so it can recover its strength as soon as possible. Once it has accumulated enough energy, enter the Purple Dawn Vale and gather all the ancient beasts on the island to await my next instructions. Man Yuan responded with a determined expression. Lin Yuan turned to Dao Lang and reminded him, the White Snake Elder has been trapped inside the Red Spatial Gate for 3 days now. We have no idea how he's doing. Dao Lang, take a team and scout near the Red Valley. Remember to stay hidden under no circumstances should you be discovered. He replied steadily, understood. Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn as he declared. First, everyone will act separately. Tonight, we'll gather in the secret realm cave to discuss our battle plan. Tomorrow, the decisive battle will begin. After everyone dispersed to carry out their tasks, Lin Yuan frowned as he looked around and said, Koan system, the power gap between us and that black top is too great. If we're not careful, the entire team could be wiped out. Do you have any solutions? You're not just going to stand by and watch your host die, are you? Xiao Koan let out a soft sigh and replied, what can I do? Your strength can improve drastically in such a short time. He glanced at it and answered, over the past half-month, I've accumulated quite a few evolution points. But if I only enhance my own power, it won't be enough to protect everyone. Do you have anything in your shop that can immediately boost our combat strength? I remember asking you to find a suitable skill for Yuan earlier. The system suddenly realized, I almost forgot about that. I've thought of a weapon that would be perfect for the barbarian soldiers. You sound surprised. Oh, really? Show it to me now. Xiao Koan replied excitedly. It's not far, right before your eyes. The weapon is in this cave. Let me take you there. Xiao Koan led him to an area piled with bones. Over here, this is it. Seeing the skeletal remains, Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, seriously? This dead lizard king's skull is the powerful weapon you're talking about? Xiao Koan fluttered around excitedly. I already have a plan to modify this skull. With my skills, it'll be transformed beyond recognition. It'll become an incredibly powerful weapon. Lin Yuan looked at the system skeptically. But what kind of powerful weapon can you make from this? Xiao Koan continued explaining. Do you remember the 8 abilities of the dead lizard king and its minions? Lin Yuan quickly recalled. Of course I do. We suffered enough because of those abilities. You're not planning to replicate all 8 abilities onto this skull, are you? Xiao Koan chuckled. Aren't I brilliant? But time is short, and your evolution points are needed for other items, so I can only replicate 2 or 3 abilities for now. Lin Yuan looked at Xiao Koan with excitement. Now that you mention it, I'm actually looking forward to it. Xiao Koan replied, just wait and see. Behind the red door, Bai Chao was bound in chains, screaming in despair. Something above was draining her energy. Witnessing this, Dao Lang thought to himself, Lady Bai Chao. So you really were here. It seems she's in a bad situation. A booming laugh echoed from the center of the red vortex.
Ha ha ha. Bai Chao, your power now belongs to me.
The being in the vortex continued, laughing. Once I absorb all your power and that of those weaklings, I will become. It's already flawless, without any imperfections. He watches the gradually exhausted white snake, letting out a strange laugh. White snake, you possess such immense power, yet you willingly guard this decaying island. What a waste. I will take your place and leave this abyssal island, slay all the guardian beasts in the secret realm, and seize their power. He begins frantically draining energy from her, declaring, I will become the true ruler of the ancient primordial beasts in this world.
Dao Long observes in the darkness, sensing something off about the dark spinning top. Its power is overwhelming. Secret realm guardians, ancient primordial beasts, what exactly are these things? He rushes out immediately to inform Lin Yuan of everything.
At that moment, White Bear and Blazing Dragon leap forward together. Lin Yuan turns around, flashing a bright smile.
Bear, are you alright now? White Bear replies, full of energy and vitality, I'm fine now.
Thanks to those fruits of yours.
Any news about the white snake?
Lin Yuan glances at Dao Long and says gravely, Ling Su just returned from scouting the Red Palace.
We're discussing the situation right now. Our earlier suspicions were correct, the white snake is indeed inside the Red Palace. Hearing this, White Bear can't hide his joy. Really? That's great. Then let's go rescue the white snake right now. Dao Long, standing below, speaks up.
We're still discussing the rescue plan. White Bear grows restless and impatient.
What's there to discuss?
With so many spirit beasts, we should just charge in and save her. Dao Long gives him a stern look and explains. That dark spinning top is draining the white snake's life energy.
Though her life isn't in immediate danger, she won't last much longer.
That creature is incredibly powerful. If we rush in like this, we'll be wiped out. Lin Yuan also looks at White Bear and says slowly, we've come up with a rescue plan.
We'd like to confirm it with you. Since the dark spinner is extremely powerful, we can't afford to get bogged down in this fight. Our top priority is to rescue Elder Baiji.
A concrete plan immediately formed in his mind. Alon, and I will be responsible for drawing the dark spinner's attention and redirecting its hostility. Lin Yuan turned to the spirit bird and assigned the task, we will do everything we can to hold back the dark spinner. You are to rescue Elder Baiji and get him out of this red valley as quickly as possible. He added softly, I'm not sure. Is the dark spinner still restricted from leaving the valley like before? Last time, it was directly teleported to the Sage of Snow Peak. Since it didn't go through the purple barrier, I believe it still can't leave on its own. Everyone listened carefully to his analysis. If it truly can't leave the valley, that would be ideal. But if it can, we'll use the vast terrain to surround it. However, we will undoubtedly suffer losses. Hearing this, Bai Dexiong couldn't hold back his emotions and shouted loudly. Elder Baiji gave me my life. I'm willing to lay it down for him at any time. Don't even think about making me sit this out. Lin Yuan remained calm as he replied, if the dark spinner can already command the boundary beasts to invade the Sage of Wind's domain, then in the coming battle, it will surely summon those beasts to attack us. Therefore, I need you to lead the beasts of Abyssal Island. And block any reinforcements from the boundary beasts. Bai Dexiong immediately agreed. Understood. I'll make sure they won't return. Lin Yuan turned to the Terror Wolf and began giving instructions. Terror Wolf Chieftain, take Dexiong to meet the leaders of the beast clans on Abyssal Island. Explain the situation to each other, then wait for the order to move out. The Terror Wolf bowed his head in acknowledgement. Yes, King Lin Yuan. He watched them with satisfaction. Lin Yuan then turned his gaze to the Spirit Bird, Blade Wolf, and Savage Ape, saying, Elang, Anyao, Awan, to improve our odds. I've found some items that can enhance everyone's strength. The Savage Ape was overjoyed, excitedly asking, that's great. What kind of treasures are they? He took out a bracelet and said with a smile, hold on, let me introduce it as I hand it over. Dao Lang, this is prepared for you. Hearing this, Dao Lang immediately thought of a dog collar, and the spiritual bird beside him couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasing him. Ha, this is hilarious, perfect for that ugliest wolf. Lin Yuan held the item, scratching his chin in thought. Oh dear, its appearance really does invite misunderstandings. But actually, this is an item with built-in storage space. Though the internal area isn't huge, it can easily hold dozens of weapons. He hurriedly explained, this is the Lizard King's green blood ring blade. I've already upgraded it for you. And this Crane Clan blade is also for you. It adjusts to your wrist size, made from an extremely durable metal, and boosts your defense. Dao Lang instantly lost his composure, staring at the items in shock. Whoa, are these all for me? The spiritual bird shook its head in exasperation. TSK, what a melee weapon maniac. Lin Yuan handed the weapons to Dao Lang.
With this mobile armory, you won't have to run back to your den every time you need a weapon. He lowered his voice and explained in detail, this bracelet can flexibly change size, so you can use it whether you're in wolf or human form. Pretty convenient, right? Lin Yuan observed Dao Lang with a smile. It fits you perfectly, Dao Lang. He gripped the weapons tightly, excitement bubbling over. Ha, this is so handy. The spiritual bird chimed in sarcastically. Yeah, now you look even more like a dog. Dao Lang glared, his tone sharp. You ugly bird, wanna fight? The spiritual bird shot back. I'm just stating facts. Lin Yuan forced an awkward laugh. Bird, relax. It's your turn next. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a small vial. Bird, this is for you, a magic feather growth potion. The spiritual bird exploded in fury, shouting, you dinosaur. That sneaky guy, are you deliberately messing with me? Where exactly did I look like I was being teased? I don't need this for growing potion. Dao Lang couldn't help but burst into laughter. This thing was practically made for you. Ling Se sprayed a bit on Ling Miao's wrist and explained, this is a magical fur growth potion. Just one drop on your skin, and you'll instantly grow a new layer of feathers. Best of all, these new feathers contain magical energy, making it easier for you to use your skills. After a careful look, Ling Se frowned in confusion. Why hasn't your head grown any fur yet? It's still so bare. How odd. He quickly sprayed a few more times, then turned to check, still no effect? Maybe try spraying here instead. Ling Miao angrily scolded, you're the one who loves to mess with people, your whole family does. Right where the potion had been sprayed, feathers began sprouting, making Ling Su exclaim in surprise, look. The feathers grew out, looking quite beautiful. She turned to inspect them and found the new feathers indeed carried magical energy. Fine, your master put in the effort, so I won't hold a grudge over what just happened. Ling Su watched her and suggested, let's spray a little more and see. He tied the potion bottle to Ling Miao's ankle and muttered to himself. This magical fur growth potion has a wide spray range. Just keep it strapped to your ankle normally. A light tap with your mouth, and it'll activate. From behind, Manhwa waved while grinning foolishly. Along, where's my stuff? Where did you put my things? Ling Se glanced at the little girl and spoke. Xinqing, you're definitely going to love this. The boy took out a white bone rod. Look, the lovesick bone flute. Manhwa couldn't help but gasp. This is the skull of the putrid lizard king. Standing nearby, Ling Miao looked surprised. You're actually giving this to Manhwa as a weapon? Ling Se picked up the item and explained, this is called making use of waste. While alive, the putrid lizard king brought so much disaster to the Abyssal Isle. Now that it's dead, it's only fair for its skull to do some good here. Manhwa asked curiously, Along, how do I use this? He handed the bone to the little girl and said, it's simple. It's like wearing a glove. Given its weight, you should wear it on your right hand and pair it with a power bracer. Long Yuan continued, does everyone remember the 8 abilities of the Lizard King's corpse puppet? Since poison-based abilities aren't suitable for Manhwa, I've made adjustments. But due to time constraints, I've only developed 2 abilities so far. The first is the dominant body ability derived from the Lizard King's poison clam, which I've named Dragon Dominance. When combined with Lu's Dragon Fist, it becomes extremely fierce, able to withstand all attacks and crush enemies into ruins. The second is the Tearing Bite ability from the Lizard King's poison blade clam, which I call Dragon Claw. Combined with the immense biting force of Lu's Dragon Fist, it will tear opponents apart. Though it lacks strong poison, it causes continuous bleeding. After hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Manhwa looked thrilled. Ha. Thanks, Brother Long. This is practically tailor-made for me. Hey, give me the elixir of immortality. First, you gave me a dog collar, and now you're giving me such a great treasure. You're not messing with me, are you? Seeing his icy expression, she pouted. Fine, I won't talk to you anymore. This guy starts flattering me the moment he sees cold weapons. Just then, Lin Yuan looked up at the sky and murmured, it's already dark. We can start moving now. After surveying the beast horde, he commanded, bird demons, you and your kin will take Ping, Jiling, and Manhwa to approach the Red Palace from the air. Lin Yuan turned to Bai Dexiong and instructed, Dexiong, Wolf King. Lead the remaining giant beasts toward the Red Valley by land. If you encounter any secret realm beasts, don't engage, prioritize marching speed. The two responded in unison, understood. Yes, King Lin Yuan. The beast horde began deploying their plan. Lin Yuan took the lead, shouting, move out. Go save Elder Bai Zhe. The wolf pack roared into action. Move out. Go save Elder Bai Zhe. Move out. A crimson palace now looms before us. Lin Yuan immediately gives the order, Spirit Bird, full speed ahead. Before those black crows notice,
fly straight over the palace and drop us on the rooftop. The spirit bird nods in acknowledgement.
Understood. Everyone moves according to the plan.
Lin Yuan is thrilled. This is a surprise attack from above. The moment they land, Lin Yuan channels his demonic energy, overcome with excitement. He roars, unleashing a surge of dark power as he begins his fierce breath attack.
A blinding radiance erupts from Lin Yuan's position, illuminating the entire sky.
Enraged, the dark spinner charges forward, while the swarm of ants falls into chaos.
Yet Lin Yuan is utterly baffled. What the? His fierce breath only scorched a corner of the gate?
The surrounding demonic beasts are completely unharmed.
What kind of divine sect is this?
Sensing the killing intent, Tao Ling immediately looks up.
They're here. The dark spinner roars in fury. You again?
How dare you defile this sacred hall? Perish! With those words, she unleashes her serpent spear slash. Tao Ling's eyes widen in shock. Her speed is too fast. He tries to block with his blade, but both charge forward at the same time.
Overwhelmed by sheer force, the dark spinner sends Tao Ling flying backward.
The impact knocks him back, and he spits out blood.
Her eyes gleam sharply. How dare mere insects stand in my way? Man Yuan rushes forward to aid his companion. Brother Ling, watch out.
The girl pants as she watches the dark spinner. Without hesitation, the opponent charges straight at her. The force of the collision sends Man Yuan stumbling back a great distance.
She narrows her eyes, wondering, is the Willow Dragon Fist's defense really this strong? The dark spinner roars in fury. Insolent insects, how dare you block my path?
Hearing the disturbance, she quickly turns to look. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan keeps firing fierce shots at his opponent.
He shouts, you freaks, do you think I'm invisible? Lin Yuan snaps his fingers, detonate. Explosions rang out one after another.
The eerie spinning top cunningly deployed its floral shield to block Lin Yuan's attack. After careful observation, he concluded its rotation speed was simply too fast. The violent shots were deflected before they could even get close. It had to be slowed down.
An idea flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. What if he tried a mental attack?
No sooner said than done. He opened his mouth and unleashed the mighty dragon roar soundwave. Seizing the moment the dark spinning top was distracted, the earth wolf pounced.
Perfect timing. Man Yuan simultaneously struck with her dragon dominance technique.
She managed to block the opponent's counterattack just in time. Lin Yuan shouted excitedly. The mental attack worked.
One more hit.
Immediately after, he released a massive surge of demonic energy, unleashing a violent breath. The dark spinning top retaliated swiftly. Realizing his previous attack had no effect, Lin Yuan began to think. The thing never stopped spinning, making it impossible to see what it used to block the attacks. Perhaps it was a shield, an incredibly hard shield with razor-sharp edges. This was the weapon hidden in the shadows of its high-speed rotation. The opponent intensified its assault, pressing forward with the floral shield. The Earth Wolf swung his blade to defend while shouting a warning, watch out. Neither Man Yuan nor Lin Yuan could dodge the arrows. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the arrow from his body and muttered, does this thing have a bow too? Lin Yuan dodged quickly, careful. The dark spinning top relentlessly pressed them with its spinning assault. A volley of arrows flew straight toward Lin Yuan's position. Man Yuan rushed forward to shield him, shouting, watch out. Through the pain, he couldn't help but exclaim in confusion, now it has a spear too? How is it using so many weapons at once? Does it have multiple arms or something? The dark spinning top roared repeatedly, kill. 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 It was even wielding 3 techniques at once, floral shield slash, floral shield arrows, and floral shield spear. The spirit bird had successfully entered the area controlled by Bai Chan. She approached him, saying, Master Bai Chan, you've suffered so much. Let me take you away from here. The spirit bird kept a close watch on their surroundings. Suddenly, a group of specters closed in on the woman. You wicked woman, do you really intend to insult my father? It roared furiously, howl, and then immediately exploded. Witnessing this, Wrath quickly warned everyone that these spirits would self-destruct. Be careful. They scurried around everywhere before exploding. It was even worse than smashing a clay pot. The relentless explosions sent Pride flying into the distance again. Gluttony and Wrath were both affected. He cursed, those bastards. Meanwhile, the male lead spat out the lazy token from his mouth. I spit it out. It tasted disgusting. Desire had already fallen into a deep coma. Everywhere, superhumans lay collapsed. The teleportation formation had already dissolved. We can't go back. These beasts are too powerful. We're no match for them. Stop fighting. Run. Yet, a terrifying killing intent suddenly struck him from behind. Behind him stood a bizarre beast, wearing a cunning grin. Today, none of you will leave here alive. He wept and begged, pleading for mercy. I surrender. Please spare me.
A sharp flash of a sword sliced through the air, and his head fell to the ground. Wrath's face twisted in fury. No mercy for those who flee or surrender. He roared madly, "You filthy creatures! Don't think killing a few people and destroying a few bases will put me at a disadvantage. I've prepared a grand feast just for you." Wrath's eyes were bloodshot. "Let me show you my third ability." Longu was shocked, gritted his teeth, and vanished. He suddenly appeared behind Longu, startling him into spinning around. Wrath advanced, wielding the purification sword. Longu recalled everything that had just happened. Wrath sneered, "Humph, I thought it was some powerful skill. It's just instant teleportation." Longu gritted his teeth. That guy who oversaw instant teleportation was already burned to ashes. Wrath kept a close watch on his every move, then. He laughed, realizing this third ability was utterly useless. It might be useful in battle, but once I fuse with the super metal, everything changes. A surge of immense energy radiated from his body across the land. At the same time, Pride sensed something amiss and immediately raised his hand, calling everyone to protect the Hall Master. The crowd quickly gathered around, forming a solid circle to shield Fury, who was focusing his power, and guard the Hall Master. Under the crushing pressure of this overwhelming force, the ground began to crack. Now, I can unleash the full potential of my third ability. He was enveloped in a powerful surge of energy. Fury roared and activated it. After observing carefully, Dragon Song sneered. "It's just opening another teleportation gate again. So full of yourself. Are you planning to send your army through to their doom?" Xiao Jifan clenched his fists. His third ability was spatial manipulation. By fusing with metal, he could combine these two forces to create massive wormholes without needing a formation. He could manipulate it freely at will. His power surged, and Fury grinned maniacally, his eyes bloodshot. "Hoof. The pillar of the heavenly martial sect from Huaxia, always hiding behind beasts. I've long since seen through you daring to collude with demonic beasts against our sacred hall of bright sin." The pillar frowned as he scanned the area. At the same time, an elderly man who looked identical to him studied Fury. "The sacred hall of bright sin means nothing to Huaxia. Xuanzang, the strongest of Huaxia and the nation's guardian, naturally draws attention. And the protector of Huaxia." Fury constructed a massive cannon, as if he had become someone else. Completely consumed by madness, merging with his obsession. "If you're after the secret realm too, then I'll destroy it." On the enormous barrel of the cannon, the pillar furrowed his brow in terror, stammering, "That's a super metal cannon." Dragon Song instantly appeared beside the pillar and asked, "What's a super metal cannon?" The pillar quickly explained. "The secret realm controlled by the sacred hall of bright righteousness is called the mechanical realm. It's filled with rare metals and bizarre mechanical creatures. Fury has constructed a cannon of monstrous size. Hidden within this secret realm lies a grand mechanical palace, sealing within it crystals that radiate a dazzling golden light. Guarding this palace is a colossal mobile cannon forged from super metal. Driven by the energy of rage, countless metal fragments fly in from all directions, assembling onto him. He lets out a manic laugh as his hair and everything around him is swept back by the howling wind. That much is true. The mobile cannon, powered by the golden crystals, fires energy beams carrying devastating force. After defeating it, the Saint of Lightning seized the super metal and rebuilt this new fortress. His eyes burn with fury, veins bulging on his face as his grin stretches from ear to ear. "This is my secret weapon, using the ability to open wormholes to connect two hidden realms. Then, with the mechanical realm's energy cannon, I'll level this place to the ground." Ha ha ha. Fury spins the cannon's barrel, making it glow golden, as if ready to erupt and destroy everything. "If I can't have it, neither will you." Across from him, Longu, Juji, and the skybound dragonbird all show looks of shock. That guy seems to have torn open the sky, letting a massive cannon peek through from another dimension. Despite being separated by the wormhole, the terrifying pressure from the other side is still palpable. Juji and an elder glance at Longu, warning, "This power is too overwhelming. Fall back, don't take it head on." Longu begins focusing all his strength. Fury's head transforms into blue flames as he points directly at the cannon's spectral form, his gaze sharp. Behind him, the cannon prepares to fire. The cannon fires, unleashing a devastating blast forward. Super metal, violet light. Longu immediately counters, erupting with explosive energy. Golden and blue light collide violently, shaking the heavens with a deafening roar. Though evenly matched, the super metal cannon's power is clearly superior, nearly twice as strong as Longji's. The cannon's power is overwhelming, and Longu begins to lose ground. He strains with all his might, veins bulging, eyes wide with fury. "This is too much, I can't hold on much longer." The cannon's beam pierces through, sending Longu flying backward. A dazzling vortex of light engulfs him, hurling him far away. From a distance, a deafening explosion roars, and little Long sees a massive golden blaze burning fiercely in the sky. The boy's eyes widen in shock. That energy was way too strong. What the heck is Long Ge and his idiots up to?
Long Ji is battered beyond recognition, blood gushing from his eyes and mouth, his body covered in wounds.
Everyone rushes forward, their faces filled with concern. Long Ge, are you okay?
Despite his severe injuries and constant bleeding, Long Ji gathers a green energy orb and curses furiously, "Damn it, that shorty's power is insane. Good thing my boss was drunk at the time, or we'd have been done for."
Long Ge swallows the green bubble, healing the wounds from the super cannon.
Then, someone in the group suddenly remembers the massive energy Little Long unleashed earlier. It's clear that power is identical to the energy Little Long released in the secret realm before.
On the other side, Fury sees Long Ge's miserable state and sneers in delight. Ha ha ha. Here we go again, let's do it one more time. Fury raises his finger, forming a cannon barrel, charging up energy to fire another hypermetal death ray. The super cannon's muzzle points directly at the crowd.
But fortunately, everyone manages to dodge in time. The hypermetal cannon's power is terrifying, causing devastating destruction. This level of destruction is too much, we have to stop him. Suddenly, everyone looks up at the sky in unison. A group of wind spirit healing dragons flies over to report, "Your Majesty, it's terrible. Abyssal Island is under missile attack." Hearing the grim news, Long Ji roars in fury, his gaze icy, while Ling Su grips his sword hilt and looks up.
Man Yuan asks in panic, "What did you say? Missile attack?" One of the wind spirit healing dragons immediately lands.
Minutes ago, several missiles were fired from the sea toward Abyssal Island.
Now the entire island is engulfed in flames, and many ancient herbivores have perished.
Long Ji and Man Yuan exchange a glance, filled with righteous indignation.
Damn it!
You're not just trying to destroy this place from within, you won't even spare Abyssal Island.
Fury smirks, imagining the horrors unfolding on the island. If Uncle G were here. I trust you now understand the consequences. Our ship is currently near the Abyssal Island. Before departure, I ordered that if communications were cut, we must immediately launch missiles to raise the Abyssal Island to the ground. As he spoke these threats, he reminded them that the first wave was only the beginning. There would be a second wave, and a third. This is the price for daring to oppose the sanctuary. Ha ha ha.
The crowd seethed with rage, shouting curses at the scoundrels. "I'll tear you to shreds."
Long Jia and Tiao Long exchanged a glance.
"Little Tiao, lead our people out of the secret realm at once and destroy that ship outside."
Understood.
Mu Lao and Zhu Ji were already preparing to depart. "Lin Yuan, Mu Lao, and I will also go. We must destroy that ship quickly to stop them from bombarding the Abyssal Island."
"Very well. Thank you both.
Little Long, take the lead."
"Everyone, follow me." The man sneered angrily, pointing at them. "Even now, you dare split your forces to save the Abyssal Island? A bunch of fools.
Stay here and face your end." Next, the super metal cannon fired its deadly beam again. Long Jia channeled his energy, enveloping himself in flames as he soared into the air. In his molten form, he opened his jaws to gather power, then unleashed a torrent of lava straight at the super metal cannon. The violent breath clashed head-on with the cannon's blast, initially evenly matched. But gradually, the cannon began to overpower him. Long Jia realized his current attack couldn't stop the cannon's deadly beam.
Damn it! Even in molten form, his violent breath couldn't match it?
Bing Jiling immediately slashed at the cannon to support him. Meanwhile, Man Yuan gathered energy in his hands and struck with all his might.
Charge! Despite their combined efforts, they couldn't turn the tide. The super metal cannon's blast sent Long Jia flying.
Man Yuan was thrown back by the shockwave, and Bing Jiling suffered the same fate under the cannon's devastating power. The impact sent debris flying everywhere.
The attack left all three severely wounded. Watching this, Fury sneered in contempt, pathetic.
"I powered the death ray using crystals from the mechanical secret realm.
You never stood a chance of stopping it."
The three struggled to their feet.
"You're finished. Hypermetal death ray." Fury commanded the cannon to fire again, targeting the trio.
Just as they braced for the inevitable strike, a red barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the blast. Xiao Long appeared, shielding the three with his barrier, much to their relief.
"Son, did you teleport here yourself?"
Seeing Xiao Long, he turned to scold his father, "Useless.
Slowpoke dad. If you hadn't come, we'd all be defeated." Fury stared in disbelief. "How is this possible? Why can it block my death ray? Who is this little dragon?" With just a barrier, Xiao Long neutralized the cannon's attack. "How can the energy from a secret realm block my death ray?"
Fury's veins bulged with rage, living up to his name.
"You brat! No matter who you are, you won't stop my plans." Fury struck again, the cannon firing once more. "Die!"
Xiao Long gathered energy in his mouth, his eyes glowing brightly. Facing the hypermetal death ray, Xiaolong counterattacked. Firing a crimson beam, his signature Crimson Star Burst Breath. The hypermetal cannon's power clashed with the Crimson Star Burst Breath, creating a stalemate. Blocked. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. That's my son, amazing. The two forces cancelled each other out, vanishing completely. Xiaolong appeared exhausted after the attack. This is bad. The power gap is too wide. Though this kit absorbed energy from the red crystal, the enemy has the cannon directly linked to the secret realm's core. In Long Ji's mind, visions of the unfolding events began to take shape. So compared to that cannon, your power is like a phone charger going up against a nuclear power plant. On the other side, Fury burst into manic laughter. I thought you were some big shot, but you're nothing special after all. Fury activated the hypermetal death ray cannon once again. Meanwhile, Xiao Dalong was gathering energy. Dad, Uncle Long, let me block his death ray. Everyone, go attack his main body. Shiming, Xiao Dalong retaliated with a Crimson Star Fierce Breath. Don't underestimate your young master. The two massive forces collided, sending out a shockwave of energy. Bing Silong charged straight at Fury's main body. He leapt into the air and threw a punch directly at his opponent. In that dimension, Fury merely smirked in contempt. Bing Silong was seething with rage, while Long Ji's eyes widened in shock. He was pierced through again. Fury stood on the other side, laughing wildly. After opening the wormhole for teleportation, I no longer have a physical form. Your attacks are useless against me. Long Gu, filled with fury, roared as he began gathering his technique. If the death ray can attack us through the wormhole, then we must be able to strike back through it too. Long Gu unleashed his fierce breath. If I can't kill you, then I'll destroy the hypermetal cannon. The fierce breath arced through the air, heading straight for the hypermetal cannon. Realizing this, Fury panicked. This isn't good. The wormhole immediately shifted. The fierce breath pierced through the defensive perimeter. The attack passed straight through to the other side, diving into the wormhole. Man Yuan watched in shock, while Long Gu furrowed his brow. It went into the wormhole. How frustrating, he adjusted the wormhole's position just in time. At that moment, Long Gu recalled Uncle Ji's earlier warning. This wormhole teleportation can change based on the controller's will. And its power becomes even stronger. Uncle Ji said the wormhole could shift with Fury's intentions, this must be what he meant. He can move the wormhole's position at will. Though the fierce breath had entered it, the teleportation point was shifted. This strike failed to hit the super metal cannon. With a cold, angry sneer, his face filled with disdain. You're clever, actually thinking to use a wormhole to attack the cannon inside. But this wormhole was opened by me using my spatial abilities. I can move the teleportation point at will, your attacks are ultimately futile. He raises his hand again, and the super metal cannon continues firing with terrifying power. Let's see if your attacks are faster or if my wormhole moves faster. Ha ha ha. Super metal death ray. Zi Dalong creates a shield to block the super metal cannon's assault. Dad, Uncle Long, we need to do something fast. The red crystal energy in my body won't last much longer. Long Gu is discussing the next plan with Mianwu and Bingqi Lang. I've got an idea, we can use the wormhole to teleport ourselves over. Locate the super metal cannon, and destroy it. Bingqi Lang and Nan Mian both look shocked, as if they can't believe what they're hearing. No way. That secret realm is the territory of the Sinsei Palace. Who knows how many dangers are waiting for you there. Yeah, brother Long, that's way too risky. Long Gu flexes his muscles, grinning determinedly. No time for hesitation, we'll charge through hell if we have to. If we don't act, both the Supreme Mystery Island and this secret realm will be destroyed. Meanwhile, Xiao Dalong is gritting his teeth, holding off the super metal cannon's attacks. He clenches his jaw, glancing over at them. Dad's so big, how's he supposed to fit through that wormhole? Long Gu chuckles playfully, while Mianwu watches him intently. Xiao Dalong clenches his teeth, shooting his father a look. Dad can shrink and hide on the violent blast. Let the violent blast push him in. Long Gu presses his lips together, his body radiating a dazzling light. Suddenly, his three heads appear, the two side heads casting techniques. While the center head fires countless blue beams, violent blasts. The blue beams fly toward them, leaving everyone wide-eyed in shock. Alright, everyone, time to play ball. Suddenly, a cap appears on Xiao Dalong's head, and he grips a massive bat. The boy grinned excitedly, getting into position. I know this move like the back of my hand. Though I've never played with a baseball this big before. Long seemed a bit impatient, muttering, son, can you take this seriously when you play? What's the meaning of bringing out this bat? Countless blue spikes suddenly erupted behind Long, while someone stared at the super metal cannon with concern. A dazzling beam shot straight toward little Long, who was preparing to pitch. Watch out, Dad. I'm going to swing. Little Long's eyes lit up as the beam was instantly deflected back.
Check out this flashy counterattack.
With a single precise strike, the beam was sent flying forward.
Above was a shield, below was fury. And blue beams kept raining down.
Seeing this, Fury smirked dismissively.
Pathetic. Attacking the black hole from the outside would never hit the cannon inside.
Little Long adjusted his cap, looking even more dashing, and spoke from inside the black hole.
Fury began scanning the area for Long. Where did that giant dragon go? The boy arrogantly pointed upward at the black hole. That giant dragon just shrank and flew into the black hole.
Fury's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat dripping.
That dragon is way too cunning. But Fury quickly regained composure and started calculating. Do you really think entering the black hole will destroy the cannon? You've attacked secret realms before, don't you know? That every secret realm has an incredibly powerful guardian?
A tire monster suddenly appeared, accompanied by a vortex, as Bing Wei Ling glanced at it.
Fury solemnly assessed the cannon's massive and sturdy structure. Your expressions tell me I'm absolutely right.
We once faced an incredibly powerful guardian in the mechanical realm and suffered heavy losses before defeating it. Yet, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes could be faintly seen on the imposing machine.
Every secret realm must have a guardian. That's the rule of secret realms, but back then, we had no idea.
As soon as we entered the mechanical palace, the master of the sinful Saint Hall,
an SFS-level superpower suddenly transforms into a new guardian with a half-human, half-mechanical body.
From within the wormhole, Nu still observes the full view of the super metal block. Since none of the guards can leave the palace grounds, and he still retains a trace of the former palace master's original consciousness. That's why we've been able to enter and exit the mechanical secret realm so often. So long as we don't get too close to the mechanical palace, we're safe. Bing Jiling and Xiao Dalong are already preparing for a counterattack, which has created the conditions for you to become the new palace master of the sinful Saint Palace.
Fury recalls the scene of Long Gu being tormented to death and lets out a sinister laugh. Ha. Are you really that clueless, or just playing dumb?
That's the new guardian formed from a mutated version of the former palace master, stronger than me, also known as the Old Dragon.
Going in there would be suicide.
Following Fury's orders, the cannon base opens fire as he cackles maniacally. Ha! The monstrous birds, the Old Dragon, and the extreme beasts aren't here. This is our chance to take you down. Countless super metal machines appear inside the red hole.
After landing, Long Gu quickly surveys his surroundings and spots these bizarre creatures. Another secret realm, the mechanical secret realm. It seems the mechanical beings here don't reject newcomers.
Long Gu recalls the earlier biological battles.
Is every secret realm different, like different themes in an amusement park? The theme of the abyssal secret realm is red.
Suddenly, Long Gu notices a beam of light shooting from ahead, startling him into widening his eyes and gaping. The golden light comes from the barrel of a metal cannon. A creature has just been struck by a blue beam and is on the verge of death. Long Gu dashes toward it with mechanical speed.
Piles of metal form a mountain, surrounding a glowing blue ring.
As Long Gu digs through and dismantles the metal debris, he recalls a large structure in the palace square. This must be the secret realm's prototype.
Is there still an overwhelmingly powerful giant guardian here?
Long Gu thinks back to the scenes involving Xiao Dalong and the Lin Tai monster. The sinful Saint Palace has already defeated the guardian.
But will new guardians like Hei and Bai Bai, Si Tang, and Xiao Long Gui appear? Cannons extend from the blue opening and begin firing.
Filled with rage, Long Gu charges forward at an astonishing speed.
He lunges at the cannon like a ferocious beast.
The ferocious beast grins menacingly, radiating murderous intent.
How infuriating. Let me tear that cannon apart.
Lan Yin opens his massive jaws, as if trying to swallow the entire cannon whole, but his bites are blocked by a protective barrier. Despite straining with all his might, veins bulging, he still can't break through the shield. Enraged, Lan Yin pounds relentlessly against the barrier. Never expecting the enemy to have such a sturdy defense. Suddenly realizing something, he glares at the cannon's muzzle, gritting his teeth as he presses forward. As the cannon shifts, Lan Yin is shocked to see Jidu wrapped tightly by tendril-like appendages, already unconscious.
Jidu? What is she doing here? Lan Yin's eyes widen in disbelief.
He remembers Fendu saying he had extracted half of Jidu's hypermetal for the fusion process. While Fendu continues fighting inside the protective circle, Jidu slowly begins to wake. Lan Yin immediately notices the change. Fendu had left half of the hypermetal with Jidu so she could control the cannon. This way, they could coordinate seamlessly, using the hypermetal cannon for cross-dimensional attacks. Lan Yin quickly waves his hand in front of the cannon to get her attention.
Jidu, it's me. I'm Lin Yuan from the Abyssal Isle. Wake up. If he could wake her and turn her against Fendu, he might strip him of control over the cannon. Fendu forcibly extracted her hypermetal ability. It must have been agonizing. She must hate him deeply. The moment Ji-do sees Lan-yin, her eyes widen, veins bulging on her forehead.
She immediately orders the cannon to fire, kill him.
The cannon obeys, firing at Lan-yin, but he dodges swiftly. Ji-do, I'm not your enemy.
Fendu doesn't care if she lives or dies. He's the one who forcibly took her hypermetal ability, he's the real enemy. Ji-do's expression darkens as she clutches her head, crying out in pain.
Fendu. Fendu. It hurts so much. Kill them all. Wipe them out.
Under Ji-do's command, the twin barrels continue firing relentlessly. Night, countless golden beams surge toward Longu.
Jealousy, wake up. I can help you destroy Wrath.
Longu blocks the immortal energy fired from the cannon with his hands, while still focusing in his mouth to charge his next move.
It seems she's lost consciousness. Is this some kind of ability?
The spirit of Wrath appears to have hit an obstacle. Longu retaliates with an attack from his mouth, trying to destroy the cannon before saving her. Following the blue glow, Longu charges straight at the cannon, dragging countless metal fragments with him. He watches as the super metal cannon is violently struck, billowing thick black smoke.
I actually destroyed it just like that.
Long Ji's expression darkens, his eyes showing only slivers of white through the dense smoke.
That was way too easy. Where did that golden shield go? He excitedly flies toward the cannon. Nice job. Now that it's vulnerable, I'll finish it off while it's down. Longu chews on the fragments of the super metal cannon. Ha! After being beaten down earlier, this counterattack feels amazing. Outside the cave entrance, Shinju and Bing Jiling have been knocked down.
Wrath points in their direction, his eyes and smile full of arrogance.
Super metal.
His eyes gleam as he shouts, purple light. Yet the cannon doesn't fire golden beams, only a fruit flies past, noticed by everyone. Little Lone sneers, what's wrong? Where's your purple light?
Looks like Dad's plan worked. True to his name, Wrath roars in fury. You little brat, how dare you underestimate me? He keeps bellowing, super metal purple light. But there's no response from the cave entrance, only a deathly silence that fuels his rage even more. He begins examining the cave entrance closely.
After seeing something, his eyes widen in shock, his mouth hanging open.
Damn! The little fake dragon couldn't help but burst into laughter at that expression. Ha ha ha! Now you're done for. How are you gonna shoot your death ray? So that's why Wrath looked so shocked when the wormhole disappeared. He regained his stern and arrogant demeanor. You're celebrating too soon.
With the wormhole closed, that old dragon can't come back either. Hearing this, the old woman panicked and dropped to her knees, turning to the little fake dragon, but the kid remained calm.
That's right, little dragon. The wormhole's closed, your dragon father can't return. Don't worry, old lady.
That dumb dragon dad of his is the former Beast King. Even a nuke wouldn't kill him.
He'll be fine.
The little fake dragon narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. If father really can't find his way back, he can just wait 24 hours for his skill cooldown and teleport back.
Wrath raised his sword, stepping closer. Looks like you have a lot of faith in that old dragon. He just emerged from the mechanical realm into a densely populated city.
The moment he appears, powerful superhumans will lock onto him.
Sundara, Wrath, and Glutton formed their lineup, ready to strike.
Even if he does come back, he'll just be here to collect your remains. Meanwhile, the little fake dragon stood with one hand on his hip, tossing his hat with the other, while Ling Su and the old woman supported him like bodyguards.
3 against 3. Interesting. Who ends up as the corpse? We'll find out after the fight. Both sides charged into the fray. Let the battle begin. Fight. At the same time, in the ruins of the Rainbow Hole, Longu found Jealousy on top of a cannon. Jealousy, wake up. I'm here to save you. Don't sleep, wake up.
Longu scratched his face, looking troubled as he thought it over.
With all this metal, how do I know which part is you? If you don't wake up, what if I dismantle the wrong thing?
A roar echoed from above, and Longu immediately looked up.
What was that sound?
Right behind him, a red cross-shaped glow suddenly appeared. He aimed a direct hit at Long Jia, but Long Jia dodged it with agility.
That's all.
After Long Jia dodged that beam, countless red rays began raining down on him.
Long Jia weaved through the dense beams with lightning speed and agility. TCH. Without these skills, what kind of sneak attack would that even be? If you've got the guts, face me head on. As the guardian of the secret realm, the father of envy, Guikan, appeared.
A massive azure dragon mark suddenly emerged on Long Jia's body, radiating dazzling light. Filled with rage, he began gathering power, his eyes locked onto his opponent.
Phantom Dragon Triple Path.
Both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. Long Jia was struck by a mass of dark energy, clutching his chest in pain.
The father of envy's relentless assault left him stunned. his mouth agape in agony. In a fit of fury, Long Jia stomped his foot and counterattacked. But an unexpected scene unfolded, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. Too strong. What kind of divine technique is this?
Long Jia's ultimate skill had no effect, failing to inflict even the slightest damage on the Father of Envy's gear. The Father of Envy stood majestically atop a super metal block, glaring down with gritted teeth. In Long Jia's eyes, his opponent was like an unbreakable statue, impossibly sturdy.
What in the world is this thing? A mechanical spider?
The Father of Envy quietly smoked, his heart aching as he looked at his still unconscious daughter.
He clenched his teeth, letting out an enraged roar as his eyes glowed red. He growled under his breath while beginning to channel his energy. Charge into the plaza. Die. With a loud shout, the muzzles activated simultaneously, firing deadly red beams.
The Father of Envy's face twisted with hatred as a hail of gunfire rained down below, threatening to bury Long Jia.
Relentless beams poured down, and Long Jia gritted his teeth, enduring the fury. The guardian of this secret realm.
The secret realm's defenders continued firing countless lightning beams at him.
Long Yuan keeps moving to dodge the guard's shots.
He's starting to feel exhausted. This guard won't let up.
Terrifying. Is this secret realm guardian really this relentless?
The guardian silently puffs on his cigar as Long Yuan watches him, thinking to himself,
I can't afford to drag this out.
I just need to escape the mechanical plaza. Watching the lightning cultivator under siege, he quickly devises a plan. But first, he has to rescue Envy. Long Yuan suddenly leaps up and clamps his jaws onto the guard's weapon, startling him so much his cigar falls.
Damn intruder.
He draws a long sword from his body and slashes it where Long Yuan had just attacked, shattering the spot instantly. But Long Yuan had already darted away, still gripping the stolen weapon in his mouth as he charges toward the guardian. His body crackles with a powerful electric current as he channels his energy. Kid, don't underestimate me. Diving from above, he unleashes a Dragon Rider slash straight at his opponent. The guard raises his sword to block the overwhelming strike. The two forces collide violently, creating a deadlock. A deafening boom shakes the entire space. Lin Yuan is blasted back, shouting in surprise. Whoa! The guard isn't unscathed either, he coughs repeatedly. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan steadies himself and immediately dashes toward the imprisoned Envy, the guard's eyes gleaming with fury. He swiftly lifts the boulder restraining her. Lin Yuan hoists the boulder with a triumphant laugh. Later, loser. Realizing he's been tricked, the guardian roars in rage. Leave her behind. Lin Yuan, mid-movement, is forced to halt as a blue barrier blocks his path. With no way out, he charges straight into the barrier as if it weren't even there unharmed. He exclaims in shock. What the? Lin Yuan studies the barrier, searching for a way out, only to find it seals off the entire area from the outside world. Lin Yuan turns to the guardian and roars, if you don't let me leave, I'll have no choice but to take you down. Then, he lets out a thunderous battle cry. The guardian assumes a fighting stance, and the two immediately clash in fierce combat. The sky was now fully bright, and a flock of birds soared under the lead of their head bird. Yantiao led the flock, accompanied by Zhuji and Elder Mu. Yantiao said angrily, finally found you guys. Checking the positioning screen, a crew member reported, Captain, we've detected a large number of flying beasts near the Abyssal Island. He immediately ordered, all cannons, target and eliminate them. They're nothing but bloodthirsty beasts. The crew member acknowledged, yes, sir. The cannons were ready, and the crew shouted in unison, aim. With the command given, the cannons fired. A barrage of shells roared toward Yantiao's flock. Yantiao transformed into a storm, lashing out as he cursed, you wretches. Wind blade. Storm artifact. These techniques whipped up a fierce storm. The attacks collided with the shells, exploding midair. The flock cheered, long live the king. All hail the king. The cannon fire continued relentlessly, but Zhuji deflected them with his blades. Meanwhile, the elder began unleashing his own techniques. The elder's massive hands grabbed the shells, roaring, stop. Let me handle this. He lifted the shells high, bellowing in fury, how dare you? Then he hurled them back, shouting, take this. Seeing this, the captain realized all their firepower had been neutralized. He gasped, blast it. These beasts can even mimic human tactics. Yantiao's side unleashed a flurry of techniques, carefree mountain slash. Cross slash. Flame orb. The attack struck the shells, triggering chain explosions. The captain rallied his forces, shouting, all hands. Prepare for battle. They responded in unison, aye, sir. People with strange abilities began forming ranks, ready to fight. Yantiao commanded, children, tear them apart. The wind god's roar surged toward the captain's side. While the enemy retaliated fiercely, shouting, attack. Meanwhile, others on the opposing side collapsed from the overwhelming pressure. The savage ape roars on, unleashing the Dragon Soul technique to strike at its opponent, sending them flying out of the serpent formation.
Meanwhile, Little Big Dragon opens its maw and exhales a fierce beast breath. Unable to withstand the attack, Wrath is forced to dodge backward.
However, the technique's power is too overwhelming, piercing through the obstacles in its path and knocking Wrath off his feet.
Wrath, Pride, and Gluttony now find themselves at a disadvantage under the relentless assault. On the other side, the Savage Ape, Ice Wisdomling, and Little Big Dragon are also fighting with all their might. Wrath sneers, surprised that neither the giant dragon nor the monster is present.
Your strength is still formidable, but with just this, you won't defeat us.
Pride chimes in, you've already played all your cards, haven't you?
Wrath glances at Gluttony with a sinister grin and declares, but we still have a trump card left. Gluttony then downs a vial of crimson beast fluid in one gulp. Instantly, his body undergoes a horrifying transformation, his eyes bulge, muscles and bones swell unnaturally, and his complexion turns pale.
Gluttony's legs and arms turn a sickly green and expand at an alarming rate.
Witnessing Gluttony's transformation into a towering figure far beyond his original size, Little Big Dragon is taken aback. In his newfound, overwhelming form, Gluttony smirks. The vial contained the blood of a shape-shifting mutant.
Now, in terms of height, I can crush you all.
Little Big Dragon, however, remains unfazed.
He roars back, is that all you've got? I've defeated beasts far taller than you. Wrath immediately commands, prepare for fusion. Pride and Wrath swiftly leap onto the rings on Gluttony's arms. Wrath lands in his designated spot, fastens himself, and quickly pulls the safety pin.
The remaining three stare in shock at the bizarre fusion scene.
He Jilang asks in confusion, what are they doing?
Little Big Dragon sneers, your so-called fusion technique is nothing more than turning into his arm guards.
Pride shouts, unleashing his technique, open your eyes and watch closely. In an instant, Gluttony's arm transforms into a sharp longsword. Wrath also unleashes his full power, turning Gluttony's other arm into a gun.
Wielding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, Gluttony strides forward with an imposing presence.
Captain Adjutant, Xiao Dalong, and Man Yuan were all shocked by this bizarre technique. Glutton immediately loaded his weapon and pulled the trigger, roaring as he fired, bang.
The bullet cut through the air as he leapt forward, swinging his sword at Man Yuan.
The slash froze the ground beneath his opponent's feet into a thick layer of ice. Seeing this, Xiao Dalong roared in fury, Man Yuan.
Xiao Dalong instantly unleashed his ultimate move, coiling Dragon's violent fist, but Glutton angrily raised his weapon, transforming it into a sturdy shield. After blocking Xiao Dalong's attack, Captain Adjutant seized the chance to leap behind Glutton, preparing a fatal strike only to be noticed. Glutton raised his furious arm, turning his weapon into an object identical to a cell phone.
Xiao Dalong gasped in shock, a P-phone?
The weapon unleashed a soul attack, freezing Captain Adjutant mid-charge as he stiffened. He coughed up blood and cried out in pain, ugh. It was a soul attack, after all.
The smug brat sneered, heh, my mechanical arm is pretty awesome, huh?
No sooner had he spoken than the phone in his hand transformed back into a firearm.
He opened fire on Captain Adjutant again. Lightning fast, Xiao Dalong lunged forward, conjuring a translucent crimson shield to block the hail of bullets. Though the bullets didn't harm Xiao Dalong's group, Glutton's massive frame moved with surprising agility as he charged at his opponents. He raised his frost-infused greatsword, ready to strike, and bellowed. You won't live to see old Long or Zhu Niao come to your rescue. Die! The massive blade swung down toward Xiao Dalong. But at the last second, Captain Adjutant intercepted it with his sword, taking the blow for him. The clash of weapons and surging forces triggered a violent explosion, sending both sides flying and scattering debris everywhere. Xiao Dalong retreated, grumbling, where is that dumb dragon? He's taking forever.
His internal crimson crystal energy was nearly depleted. Hearing this, Captain Adjutant quickly reassured him, just hold on a little longer.
Long Yuan and Ling Tiao will definitely return.
Pressing forward, Man Yuan steeled himself.
Yeah, we've got to trust Big Brother Long.
A flurry of techniques is unleashed, including Dragon Horse Strike and Golden Royal Slash. In another secret realm, the scene reveals a pitch-black night sky twinkling with stars, and countless ruined structures on the ground. Two forces collide violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward in a blue energy surge. After several mid-air tumbles, Long Yuan lands, his body marked by the impact of power and covered in wounds. The ruin's guardian lets out a fierce roar and fires two crimson cannons at him.
Long Yuan quickly drops low, dodging to the side to evade the attack. At the same time, he focuses his power and unleashes three consecutive waves of assault. Violent shot, violent shot, violent shot. A barrage of projectiles rains down on the ruin's guardian. Seizing the moment, Long Yuan circles behind his opponent and leaps into the air. He flicks his fingers, boom. The deafening explosion kicks up thick clouds of dust, engulfing the guardian. Long Yuan executes the dragon banner slash in rapid succession,
cleaving downward from the sky before sweeping across the Guardian's waist.
The powerful strike sends mechanical parts flying from the Guardian's body. He lets out a pain howl. Suddenly, a cannon extends from his mouth, glowing with a menacing red light. "You sneaky rat! This is for you."
Then, the terrifying cannon fires a beam of searing energy. Caught off guard, Lin Yuan takes the hit head-on, losing his balance and stumbling backward as blood sprays. As he struggles to rise, his arms are charred, billowing with thick black smoke. A chill runs through him as he grits his teeth, enduring the visible agony on his face. Meanwhile, the Ruins Guardian seizes the opportunity while Lin Yuan is down, and moves toward the entrance, approaching the massive golden crystal. The radiant crystal emits energy, enveloping the Guardian, beginning to repair the damage to his body. Lin Yuan swallows 2 life seeds, gulping them down before fixing his gaze on the crystal.
Ugh, every time I nearly take him out. He runs off to heal using that golden crystal. He recovers faster than I do. How am I supposed to win like this? You turn your head and scold the little system. Plus, the life fruits in the shop are about to be bought out by that old man. System, hurry up and restock. Xiao Jun sighed helplessly and raised both hands. Fine, all you've been doing lately is fighting or on your way to fight. I've already bought up all the available life fruits. Lin Yuan nearly lost his mind and jumped up. His hair was wild as he shouted, "I don't care. If you don't restock, that old man is going to suffer because of you." Xiao Jun was just as helpless. There was simply no more stock to give. These things grow slowly in the soil, they can't be forced to ripen. Then, it immediately pointed in another direction, warning Lin Yuan, hey, that guy's attacking again. After recovering its strength, the Ruins Guardian lunged at Lin Yuan with its sword. Han swung a powerful slash, forcing Lin Yuan to quickly raise his arms to defend and dodge. While constantly evading, he calculated to himself he'd been trapped in this situation for too long. He wondered how things were going for Man Yuan and Ling over there. His eyes showed determination. He couldn't drag this out any longer. He had to end this battle as soon as possible. Lin Yuan immediately shifted into his lava form, preparing for combat. He unleashed the 3 extremes path of the Lava Ghost Dragon attack. Though the Ruins Guardian strikes left him bloodied, he showed no fear. Lin Yuan roared, "That old man is furious. The consequences will be dire." The Ruins Guardian was instantly blasted away. Giving the opponent no chance to recover, Lin Yuan charged forward, grabbing him before unleashing Hell Lava. A blazing inferno engulfed Lin Yuan's entire body. The flames seared the Ruins Guardian, forcing him to let out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Yuan continued focusing his power. Molten lava erupted violently. A surge of immense energy shot forth, piercing through the Ruins Guardian's chest. He collapsed to the ground, bleeding heavily, yet still crawled toward the golden crystal. As his hand trembled in midair, golden energy surged from the crystal. The crystal begins to glow, enveloping and healing his wounds. Seeing this, Lin Yuan becomes furious. "You want to heal yourself? This time, I'll shatter your golden crystal." A blazing orange-red light starts gathering in his mouth. Nearby, Xiao Jun shouts in concern, "You've lost your mind. The crystals in this secret realm will reflect all your attacks back at you." Lin Yuan is now cornered, with no regard for the consequences. As he gathers energy, he responds, "I can't afford to think about anything else. I must stop him from healing." Suddenly, a clear voice rings out from behind him, "Stop. Stop right now." The energy sphere in Lin Yuan's mouth instantly vanishes. The power dissipates completely. He turns around, shocked and envious. "She's awake?" Behind him, Envy emerges halfway from a deep pit filled with crisscrossing tubes. The Ruins Guardian silently observes her during the recovery process. Envy speaks, "I didn't expect you to come here to save me. Is Wrath attacking the Abyssal Island's secret realm?" Lin Yuan begins to recount everything that happened. "That despicable Wrath separated half of your super metal and opened a wormhole in the Abyssal Island's secret realm, leading the sinful sanctum to invade. He turned you into a super metal cannon, using golden crystals as energy to attack us." She examines her hands, then raises an eyebrow. "I charged in through the wormhole he opened. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You and I must work together to kill Wrath and reclaim your super metal." Memories of the past flood her mind, making Envy's voice tremble slightly. She clenches her fists in anger and resolves, "I've regained my memories. I'll fight alongside you to kill Wrath." Envy shouts to the Ruins Guardian, "Dad, this former Dragon Clan member is my friend. He came to save me." Long Yuan stares in disbelief, sizing them both up. He stammers, "What? This half-man, half-machine guardian is your father?" Envy ignores Long Yuan's question and angrily accuses her father of Wrath's crimes. "Wrath didn't just take your power. He turned you into this. I won't let him get away with it. Extracting super metal from your body to enhance his power. Hearing about his daughter's grievances, the envious father roared in fury. Through tears, Jealousy continued, explaining that once her father was transformed into a guardian, he could never leave this place. So, she wanted to leave with Qianlong and eliminate all those who had ever hurt them. Then, she turned to Lin Yuan and began recounting the past. Her father was once the Hall Master of the Hall of Repentance, an SS-rank metal ability user. He led the 7 elders, including herself, to break into the secret realm and battle the Guardian. After losing 70% of their forces, her father and the elders were gravely wounded, but they finally killed the Guardian. She also obtained super metal from his body. While she and the other elders were cleaning up the battlefield outside, Fury and her father entered the mechanical palace to inspect it. That scoundrel took advantage of her father's weakened and defenseless state, pushing him toward the golden crystal. The moment the Hall Master was betrayed by Fury and pushed toward the golden crystal replayed in her mind. The golden crystal awakened the darkness within her father. It turned him into a half-man, half-machine monstrous guardian. At the time, she was foolish enough not to realize her father had been ambushed, thinking he couldn't resist the crystal's temptation. As an elder, Fury naturally became the new Hall Master of the Hall of Clear Sins. Her father still retained a faint memory. As long as he wasn't provoked, the creatures in this realm wouldn't attack them. We would truly take control of this place. But unexpectedly, Fury had always coveted the super metal inside her, and eventually couldn't hold back any longer. The relic guardian, being repaired by the golden crystal, slowly spoke after hearing her desperate plea. "Daughter," Jealousy replied, "Father, I know you still retain some memories. You still remember I'm your daughter. Please step aside and let me finish off our enemies with my own hands." Jealousy's father fell silent for a moment before clenching his fists and raising them to his chest, releasing energy. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Oh no, not again." A golden bolt of lightning shot from his fists. His hand loomed over Lin Yuan, brimming with jealousy. Instinctively, he shut his eyes tight and raised his hands to shield himself. But the expected pain never came. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gasped in surprise. "Oh no, he's using golden crystal energy to heal my wounds." Behind him, Jealousy was also enveloped in a dazzling golden glow. Her body relaxed completely, limbs stretching out as metallic fragments floated around her. The radiant golden figure of Jealousy burned itself into Lin Yuan's vision. In the blink of an eye, Jealousy was fully restored. She landed on her feet, flashing a confident smile. "My body is fully healed, and the lost supermetal has been replenished. Old dragon, are you ready to join me for revenge?" Lin Yuan's veins bulged as he clenched his fists and roared, ready for anything. Jealousy smiled as she turned to her father. "Father, thank you. Father, please lower the protective barrier and let us out." Hearing his daughter's request, he didn't hesitate. After a moment of silence, he decided to grant her wish and withdrew the barrier. "Stay safe." As the protective layer faded, Longo looked around in shock and exclaimed, "The barrier is gone." Longo then respectfully cupped his hands and bowed to Jealousy's father, thanking Uncle. The man simply watched Lin Yuan in silence. After saying their goodbyes, the two walked out together. Longo immediately asked, "Jealousy, aren't you going to leave this secret realm just like this? My teammates are still battling Wrath, they could be in danger at any moment." By now, Jealousy had completed her transformation, her entire body radiating a brilliant aura as she spoke. "The exit to the secret realm isn't far. If we fly quickly, we'll get there soon. There's no way I can carry you in that massive form of yours." Hearing this, Longo chuckled confidently. No problem. I can turn into a dashing young man." In an instant, he shifted into human form and turned back to Jealousy, asking, "How do I look? Handsome, right? Now you can take me with you, right?" Suddenly, Longo shot her a jealous look, his face full of shock. "Hey, what kind of trick are you pulling?" Longo stood frozen, staring at her in utter confusion. "How did you turn yourself into a flying head?" She urged him nonchalantly, "Hurry up, grab onto me. Aren't you in a rush? This form is the fastest way to fly." In the end, Longo gave in and climbed onto her head. "Fine, as long as you don't mind." Mid-flight, Jidu couldn't help but ask, "So you can turn into a human too? Are you really a demonic beast? I keep feeling like you're a human pretending to be one with beast-like abilities." Longo immediately affirmed, "No doubt about it, I'm the Demon Beast King, the real deal." She looked up curiously and asked, after transforming into a human, "Doesn't your strength drop significantly? Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of your weakened state to kill you?" Longo declared confidently, "Why would I fear you? Besides teaming up with me, you have no other choice." She exclaimed in surprise, "Since when did demonic beasts become so clever and sharp? Even versed in psychology, huh?" Hearing this, Longo burst into laughter. "Ha, was that a compliment?" She added, "I truly envy your teammates. They trust each other completely, always having each other's backs. Chiyu reflected on her own life, sighing, my people only show me respect out of fear of my father. Deep down, they all have their own agendas. So-called cooperation is just built on mutual benefit. Longu seemed excited and proud. Jealous? Interested in joining us? Our team is lively, we're always building it together. Chiyu looked up with a faint smile. I'll consider your offer after we deal with Fury. Suddenly, Longu let out a startled cry. Ah! I just remembered something super important I forgot to do. Chiyu asked in confusion, aren't you in a hurry? Longu suddenly turned serious. It'll be quick. Little Kunkin, I want to mark this place first. Dragon Abyss Judge believes that when Qi-Jing first entered the Pink Secret Realm, he was rewarded with a lava form. This time in the Mechanical Secret Realm, maybe Qi-Jing can obtain something valuable too. Little Kunkin appears and follows the command, marking the Mechanical Secret Realm. A notification pops up, showing the marked location as the Mechanical Secret Realm. In this form, the user will transform into a mechanical beast. However, there's no need to worry about oil or lubricant consumption. Note that this form consumes a massive amount of energy, so it can only be activated once per day for 60 seconds. After successfully activating it, Elder Long excitedly hugs Little Kunkin and laughs, ha, the mechanical beast is amazing. Little Kunkin, I adore you. Little Kunkin feels happy, her cheeks turning pink as she says, don't celebrate just yet. There's more. A radiant glow envelopes the beast. This is the S-rank skill from Light Explosion Burst. This skill is only usable in mechanical form, allowing the user to exhale compressed golden explosive energy or even wield it like a lightsaber. With this, you won't have to envy lightsabers from the movies anymore. Seeing the two new skills, Brother Long is so excited he's drooling, exclaiming, whoa, 1 mark and we get 2 skills. Then, Brother Long points at his mouth, puzzled, I remember in the Red Secret Realm, I had to eat the creatures there to get the lava form. Why did we unlock 2 skills this time? Did you have a change of heart, Little Kunkin? Little Kunkin just silently watches him, hands on her hips, thinking to herself. She then explains, even though I didn't eat any creatures in the Mechanical Secret Realm, I have the golden crystal energy gifted by the Guardian inside me. Hearing this, Brother Long suddenly understands, ah, I see. Ha ha, that guy is such a good person. Brother Long mutters, but the creatures in the Mechanical Secret Realm. Wouldn't eating them puncture your stomach? Sigh, such a great place, yet we can't level up here. Second brother asks curiously, what are you muttering about? Are you feeling alright? Longu scratched his head, looking utterly confused. Hearing the other say he wasn't sick, the tester immediately asked if he could still fly at full strength. Longu quickly shouted his thanks. The tester then asked in confusion, I haven't even led you out of the secret realm yet, nor helped you vent your anger. What are you thanking me for? He chuckled and replied, ha, I meant thank you for your father helping to heal me. At that moment, the tester glared at him and warned sternly, the exit is right ahead. Hold on tight. Following her instructions, Longu gripped the 2 vines above tightly and answered, okay. Where's the exit? I can't see it. There's just a big pit on the ground. She reminded him, Longu, look up. Longu looked up skeptically and was surprised to find a small circular exit. She told him, the exit is up there. He couldn't help but marvel, wow, that's amazing. Immediately after, the 2 shot toward the exit like arrows. As they neared the circular exit, the tester didn't hesitate and charged straight through. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was thrilled. That was so cool. After stepping into another space, he looked around in confusion and asked, where is this now? Why did we disappear the moment we passed through the light screen? The tester guessed, this might be an abandoned missile silo. Hearing this, Longu, sitting on her head, let out a surprised oh. Seeing the clear blue sky above, she announced, we've reached the exit. The 2 leaped out of the circular well and into the vast blue sky. Looking down, Longu curiously asked, is this an abandoned military base built in the mountains? He found it hard to believe the entrance to the secret realm was actually inside an abandoned missile silo. The first person to discover this place must have been a genius. As a result, Longu stepped forward, gasped, and exclaimed, whoa, a plane. Get out of the way. Seeing the small plane about to collide, the tester quickly dodged to the side, causing Longu to lose his balance. He let out a relieved sigh. Phew, that was a close call. Noticing a child inside the plane observing them, Longu immediately waved in a friendly manner and greeted, hello. Hi, Linda. Hello, everyone. The child screamed in terror, there's a ghost. A ghost. Seeing this, Longu immediately stirred up jealousy, claiming his underworld getup had scared the little one. After hearing this, Ji-Du continued forward, coldly tossing out a dismissive remark.
As she flew over the towering buildings of the hunting district, she announced, "We've reached the city's airspace." Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the sight before him.
Wow, a human city. He stretched his neck eagerly. Finally, I get to see a human city in this world.
Ji-du shot him a skeptical glance.
Have you ever seen a human city before? He sat cross-legged and nodded firmly.
Yes, not only have I seen it, I lived in that city for over a decade. A sudden image flashed in her mind, Long Gu transforming into a majestic beast and striding into the city.
She shot back, "You lived in a human city?" She asked doubtfully, "A giant beast barging into a human city, didn't they blast you with rockets?" Long Gu replied, "Do you have to be so imaginative?" He explained, "I lived there in human form."
Ji-du, still flying, said in surprise, "No way.
You managed to stay in human form for over a decade?"
Long Gu sighed, sitting cross-legged. "I could before, but not anymore."
Sigh. "I can't enjoy human life like I used to." Seeing his expression, Ji-du smiled. "This city is my hometown. You and your monster friends are welcome to visit. As long as you don't show up in monster form."
Long Gu replied excitedly, "Sure.
Yuan, Tayo, and Langgu haven't been to a human city before. One day, I'll definitely bring them here."
Before long, they had crossed the city and reached the vast ocean.
Ji-du warned, "We're over the sea now. I can go faster, hold on tight."
No sooner had she spoken than Ji-du shot across the water at an incredible speed, leaving Long Gu pale-faced and clinging desperately to her.
Good thing he was wearing a helmet. Meanwhile, in the Abyssal Sea Island region, a fierce battle was underway. Someone is setting up an absolute defense barrier beneath the fortress.
Uncle C, who was commanding the troops, suddenly exclaimed in shock. He never expected this battleship to have an S-rank defense system Esper. Facing such a specialist in S-rank defense, it would indeed be difficult to defeat them in a short time.
At this point, they asked Uncle C for his opinion. What should they do now?
"We've been holding out here for too long, and we have no idea how the battle in the secret realm is going." Suddenly, the strange bird. The image shifted to another direction, as if sensing something. It warned Uncle C something was flying toward them.
Could it be? Is it reinforcements from the Sin of Envy sanctuary? In the distance, Long Gu waved, greeting the two bird sisters, "Uncle C, and Elder Mu, miss me?" The strange bird cried out in surprise, "Lin Yuan? Wasn't he fighting in the secret realm? How did he fly over from the other side of the sea? And what is that thing he's riding?"
Envy angrily shouted, "That bird, watch your words.
This young lady has a name, you know." Hearing Envy speak, the three of them gasped in unison, "Wow! Are you Envy from the Sin of Envy sanctuary?"
She lifted her chin haughtily and glanced at them.
"Looks like you're in quite a mess."
Lin Yuan dove down from the sky with overwhelming force.
"Let me handle this for everyone."
Then, with a smug grin, he transformed, shifting from human to divine beast in an instant, and unleashed his dragon slash. Long Gu executed his dragon slash, charging forward. And with a single strike, cleaved the target in two. The impact was staggering, the sea trembled violently, waves surging. Witnessing this, the commander panicked. One move had split the battleship and a master-rank expert in half.
The remaining soldiers hastily reported, "This dragon is too powerful."
Faced with this situation, the commander glared at Long Gu and gave the order, "All or nothing." All cannons on the battleship locked onto the dragon, concentrating fire to take it down first. The commander furrowed his brow, steeling himself.
"We're doomed either way, might as well go all out."
His subordinates roared in response, "All or nothing. Kill." Just as their cannons began turning toward Brother Long, a sudden voice rang out, making everyone pause to hear my command. The majestic Commander Chi suddenly appeared before them, stunning everyone. It was indeed Commander Chi herself. The crowd murmured in shock.
Wasn't she said to have died in the last battle against the Polar Might Island? Her presence now was far more imposing than before.
Commander Chi shouted angrily. He usurped the old Grandmaster's position and plundered the people's wealth. He took it by force, making my life unbearable. And now, just for a secret realm that already has an owner, he's willing to sacrifice all of your lives. She urged the soldiers to stand down and pledge their loyalty to her.
The beasts of Polar Might Island will spare you if you do. At that moment, Healer Long flew forward, standing behind Commander Chi and issuing a threat, "Surrender or die."
Commander Chi delivered an ultimatum, letting them choose for themselves. The group whispered among themselves, sensing the tide turning. One immediately knelt and bowed.
"Commander Chi, I pledge my allegiance."
Seeing this, the others quickly followed, kneeling in submission.
"Commander Chi, I pledge my allegiance."
"Sun Ruiji, Gong Shun, I also pledge my allegiance."
Watching this, Long turned and asked, "Do you plan to recruit these people?"
Commander Chi crossed her arms and replied, "In truth, many of them aren't acting out of malice but for my father's sake. The Crown Sin Temple was built through my father's hard work.
I don't want to see his legacy destroyed. Commander Chi turned away.
Facing Brother Long and Can Quan, she said, the real culprits are Fury and those leaders.
These people were just following orders, so I ask you to spare them.
I stake my life on it. I will help you take down Fury.
The Crown Sin Temple will become a loyal force for Polar Might Island in the future.
Hearing this, Brother Long immediately responded.
For your father's sake, I'll let them off for now. But I won't trust them. With so many surrendering, what should I do with them? Du Chi answered the question.
Among these people are my relatives and my father, all absolutely trustworthy. I'll have them assist in confiscating everyone's weapons and temporarily detain them in the isolation chambers of the remaining warships.
Du Chi turned to ask the other two for their opinion on inviting two S-rank powerhouses, two Jue and an elder, to help guard them.
Finding it reasonable, Longu spoke up, saying that both he and Du Chi needed to return to the secret realm to provide support.
We'll leave the rest to you two.
The full might of the Crimson Dragon will remain to assist.
Tu Jue immediately agreed. All right. Mu Lao added, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on these people for you.
Then, Longu reverted to his human form, leapt onto the back of his tamed beast, and commanded, let's go.
Back to the secret realm. Watching Long Ji's figure fade into the distance, Tu Jue couldn't help but feel puzzled. This was clearly a battle inside the secret realm. When did he slip out to persuade Du Chi?
Mu Lao took a sip of his drink, smacked his lips, and muttered.
The world of the old dragons is beyond me.
In the crimson expanse of the secret realm, a chaotic battle raged on, thick smoke and flames filling the air.
Just then, a one-eyed giant beast pointed its sword downward.
On the battlefield, Xiao Tailong charged first, followed closely by the banner-bearing dragons, while Man Yuan swung his clawed attacks from behind. Di Ji, with his wolf biting a sharp blade, charged alongside the star beasts.
Faced with relentless attacks from three sides, the one-eyed giant didn't know which to dodge first. Seizing its hesitation, Xiao Tailong struck its chest head-on,
while Man Yuan targeted its waist. Then, the wolf-wielding Di Ji slashed at its arm.
A furious roar erupted from within. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, and growled.
Those guys are still capable of such a powerful assault.
His expression hardened as he let out a thunderous shout. I cannot die. I must not die.
Next, he broke free from the one-eyed blue giant's head.
The beast let out a piercing shriek in agony. At that moment, fury surged toward Can. His master approached, and Can stammered in panic, Master. Trembling, Can pleaded, you mustn't stray too far from my body. Fury rages closer, shouting angrily. Why won't it work? My body was split in two, while yours only lost an arm. The moment the words leave his mouth, Fury lunges forward and sinks his teeth into the other's shoulder, leaving him helpless and screaming in pain. Ah! Fury's eyes gleam with greed as he declares, I can't die. Hand over your body, now. While the blue creature is still dazed, on the other side, Fury and Tancher continue their fierce argument. Boss, stop possessing me, I don't want to die. Fury is nearly mad, snarling, only if you die can I survive. If I survive, the Hall of Divine Punishment won't fall.
Watching this, Little Long mutters in confusion.
Did we break his mind? Bing Jiling immediately explains, this is Fury.
His body was cut down by me, but his soul possessed Tancher. Bing Jiling frowns, glaring at him in disapproval.
Enraged, it roars, you coward. Possessing your own ally just to survive? You deserve death. With that, it unleashes a golden halberd slash. But the creature suddenly leans back, narrowly dodging Ling's attack, shocking Bing Jiling. He dodged? Has he already taken control? The creature slowly rises, its eyes now blood-red.
Tancher was foolish. It would have been easier if you had just surrendered this body.
Then, it forces its new body forward. I will devour your soul.
Next, it shoves the two corpses into its mouth. After savoring the meal, it smirks.
Heh, can't let anything go to waste. The man in its grip pleads desperately, boss, spare me. Ignoring the pleas, it stuffs the man into its mouth, horrifying Little Long. What is he doing?
Not only did it seize its ally's body, but it also consumed its own flesh and the injured companion. Bing Qiling is stunned by the brutality.
This is even more monstrous than the beasts we've faced. Fury suddenly turns, grinning wickedly. Ha ha ha, this isn't enough. Not nearly enough.
The crowd below begins to stir. It's the Hall Master.
The Hall Master is here. With a furious sweep of his hand, he grabs the group, revealing a disturbingly eerie smile.
He starts shoving his companions into his mouth, sending them scrambling in terror.
The Hall Master's gone mad. Don't eat me.
Witnessing this, Bing Qiling is filled with righteous fury, though his own men and the Sin Saint Hall's followers deserve their fate. But now is the perfect chance to take him down. The group decides to strike while Fury is distracted devouring his allies.
Attack! The moment the sword touches his body, it instantly turns to gold. Fury whirls around, his mutated arm slamming into Bing Qiling, sending him flying and creating an opening for the gorilla to pounce. Yet, Fury fires a beam from his eyes, forcing the gorilla to halt and defend himself. Bing Qiling can't help but wonder, wasn't this guy's left hand eaten by me? The gorilla is equally shocked. Since when can his eyes shoot beams? Fury smirks triumphantly. Devouring others lets me absorb their abilities. This is the true essence of the gluttonous devouring technique, mastering multiple powers at once. I'm unstoppable now. Ha 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 ha. With those words, he charges forward in a frenzy. Come on. For the Sin Saint Hall, surrender your powers to me. Just as he lunges forward in a bloodthirsty rage, a powerful force suddenly strikes his face from afar. The only spot not protected by his abilities. He crashes to the ground as jealousy appears. Fury, you wretched fool. She is enraged by his slaughter of their own allies. Fury stares at her in terror. Jealousy. Meanwhile, the crowd below erupts in cheers. It's Lady Jealousy. Lady Jealousy is here. Ling Su frowns. How is Jealousy here? The gorilla is equally surprised. Wasn't she stripped of her super metal by Fury? Her fate was unknown. A familiar voice rings out. I brought Jealousy here. Ling Su leaps down from the monstrous bird, transforming into his divine beast form. Ling Su, Yu Yuan, and my little one, everyone, you've worked hard. Ling Su points at himself confidently. Everyone, quick. Let me take care of things from now on. Leave the rest to me in Jealousy. The gorilla is thrilled. Great, Brother Ling. You finally returned. Xiaoling crosses his arms, looking relaxed, and scoffs. You only show up after we've nearly finished the fight. Bing Jiling still looks puzzled. Why is Jealousy here? According to Brother Ling, I charged into the mechanical secret realm and destroyed the super metal cannon. That's when he found her barely alive, trapped inside, and saved her. Now, she has become an ally of the Abyssal Island. At the sight of her, Fury speaks up. Jealousy, as a former elder of the Hall of Clear Sins, how could you side with the enemy? She points at Fury and Kay, declaring, Fury, you're unfit to be the master of the Hall of Clear Sins. Jealousy strides toward Fury and announces, I will take over the Hall of Clear Sins. And replace the old master to cleanse the sect. Then, she suddenly launches an attack, catching him off guard. Jealousy summons a long sword, instantly closing in on her opponent, while Fury watches intently. He raises his hand to block the strike, confused. Didn't I strip away half of your super metal? How do you still have this much power? Have you absorbed the energy of the metal crystals from the mechanical secret realm? By now, Jealousy has donned her armor. She fights back while responding to Fury. Surprised? You have yourself to thank for this. If you want to show gratitude, then die. With that, she attacks again, forcing Fury to retreat repeatedly. He sneers. Even if you've recovered your strength, you're still just a basic metal affinity user. Defeating me, who wields multiple affinities, is impossible. Fury confidently unleashes his Crimson Beam technique. Jealousy's eyes gleam as she spins away, dodging the attack with ease. Fury presses on, chuckling. Right now, I'm also a pseudospeed affinity user. He charges forward with a flame fist, grinning. You're no match for me now. As he closes in, Jealousy simply raises her hand to block. Yet, the force of the attack still pushes her back a few steps. Jealousy responds immediately. I know I'm no match for you, so I never planned to fight alone. Suddenly, Long appears from behind and unleashes Dragon Break Supreme Way. The surprise attack from behind leaves Fury completely on the defensive. Long smirks with self-satisfaction. Ha! Now it's 2 against 1. Fury spins around in a rage and snaps, despicable. He immediately counters with Flame Fist. Long scoffs, channeling his energy. Fire? That's all? Then, Lin Yuan transforms into a figure engulfed in blazing flames and says, I can do that too. Long effortlessly blocks the attack with one hand and smirks, your fire is nothing. Kid, let me add some fuel to the fire. Engulfed in flames, Fury shrieks in agony, Aya. The spreading fire forces him to stagger back in terror. Frantically trying to smother the flames while screaming. In a panic, he casts Icebone technique, freezing his body instantly. After a brief moment of shock, Fury laughs triumphantly, Heh, your fire can't hurt me. I have an Icebone type ability. Duchi rushes forward at once. Idiot. Rapid shifts between hot and cold will make your body extremely fragile. Upon hearing this, he immediately strikes at her, roaring, you're finished. He fires a crimson beam from his eyes at Long. Long gathers energy in his mouth and retorts, beams? I can do that too. Next, he unleashes his ultimate move, Molten Eruption Breath. The attack clashes head-on with Fury's beam, overwhelming it completely before shattering it. The blow vaporizes his upper body, leaving him frozen in stunned silence. But then he lifts his head, grinning wickedly. Hey. You thought that would kill me? I already activated my healing ability. No sooner are the words spoken than his severed body parts fly back, and Fury begins to regenerate. He cackles, ha ha ha. Where's the fear from being dominated by the hypermetal cannon now? Once fully restored, Fury begins transforming, shocking Long. He morphs into a massive hypermetal cannon. Long gasps in disbelief, a hypermetal cannon? His eyes widen, cold sweat pouring down as he mutters, thank goodness. Yet he can still transform into a super metal cannon. Gloating in anger, he said, back in the day, even when I turned into a super metal cannon, I couldn't fire such a powerful purple beam. But now, things are different. Now, my body is powered by energy from many ability prosthetics. As he spoke, he began loading his weapon. A fusion of over a dozen abilities. You think you can block this? Ha ha ha. The battle between Lin Yuan, envy, and wrath raged on intensely. A super metal purple beam fired straight from his broken cannon toward the two. It's just a purple beam, right? I can do that too. Envy sneered, quickly preparing to counter with a tilted stance. Seeing Envy so casually mimic his words, Lin Yuan could only roll his eyes. He sighed inwardly, that's my line star. On the other side, Envy unleashed the same technique, and the two purple beams collided violently. However, Wrath's attack, fused with over a dozen abilities, was far more powerful than her single purple beam. Her beam was quickly overpowered and repelled. Seeing this, Wrath smirked, confident of victory. My purple beam is powered by multiple ability prosthetics, you stand no chance. At that moment, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly gleamed with an eerie light. He interjected confidently, what if I join in? As everyone watched in shock, his metal form officially activated. Man Yuan, witnessing this for the first time, couldn't help but gasp in awe. Whoa, I was only gone for half a day, and Brother Long's got a new form already. Ling Tiao, Xiao Long, and Bing Zhilang's group could only stare in stunned silence. Nothing special, just a little surprise. The usually arrogant Ling Tiao refused to acknowledge Lin Yuan's new form, resorting to sarcasm instead. Xiao Long, on the other hand, clearly looked envious. TCH, why does that dumb dragon get such a cool form? And he won't even share it with me. So stingy. Seeing Lin Yuan's new appearance, Wrath's team shouted in shock and fury. How can you possibly have light, fire, and metal abilities at the same time? Lin Yuan immediately shot back. You think absorbing a few strange powers lets you dominate the lower realm? Before the beast king like me, a hypermetal beam shoots out, combined with an envious ultraviolet light, completely repelling the opponent's attack. With these powers, I cannot be defeated. Just then, his mind suddenly went blank, leaving only a vast expanse of emerald water beneath his feet. The sight left him utterly confused. Why had he suddenly been transported to this sea of memories? Suddenly, the water beneath him rippled, signaling something was about to happen. The souls of the four grand elders of the sanctuary appeared at once. They glared at him with eyes full of hatred, closing in step by step. Trembling with rage, he could barely speak. Greed, pride, weren't your souls already devoured by me? Why are you still here? Those souls burned with furious flames. The grand elder of pride roared in fury. We were loyal to you, yet this is how you repaid us? No sooner had he spoken than the souls lunged at him, cursing relentlessly, burn in hell. Burn with us. Down to hell. The spirits surrounded him, tearing at him wildly, screaming, burn in hell. Perish. The pain from their bites grew more intense. The agony forced a scream from his lips. Back in reality, the sudden change left everyone bewildered. Still angry? Why did he suddenly inflate like a balloon? In contrast, with keen intuition, the spirit bird quickly sensed something was wrong. Those energies he devoured must be spiraling out of control. He saw the situation clearly and spoke with a mocking tone. Those who do evil will meet their end. With that, an even fiercer attack struck the opponent's metal cannon. A deafening blast tore off his lower body. After landing the hit, Ling Su felt utterly drained and bent over, gasping for breath. That guy must be finished, right? But unexpectedly, the enemy's consciousness managed to escape completely intact. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. He charged toward Long Yuan. Old dragon, you are the strongest. I will use you as a sacrifice. Sensing the impending danger, the knight immediately shouted a warning, Long Yuan, watch out. But it was already too late. Next, the enemy's soul invaded his body from above. He only had time to let out a pained scream before collapsing. Wake up! Ling Tiao's team rushed forward in panic, calling out his name. In the subconscious space, The invader's soul had already entered Long Yuan's sea of consciousness.
He was surprised to find it shrouded in darkness. This was the sea of consciousness of the old dragon star. Why was it such a dark sight?
Suddenly, it lit up. The formless spirit, the entire space burst into dazzling light.
Only then did he realize the dire situation he was in. He was tightly strapped to an operating table, completely unable to move his limbs, and could only scream in despair.
Why am I here? Let me go.
Amidst the desperate screams, a mysterious man appeared, holding a scalpel and wearing a sinister smile.
Dong Yuan had obtained a strange orb for emergencies.
Seeing this, Benkuan immediately showed a greedy look, his eyes gleaming.
Another super metal. Give it to me.
I'll help you measure the dimensions and devise an upgrade plan.
He looked at the other in surprise and confusion. How did you get out? Did you deal with that furious guy so quickly?
Benkuan quickly explained, that guy's soul was extremely powerful. We must first wear down his will before we can study him.
After hearing this, Long Yuan gave his orders. Divide the super metal into 4 parts for the team members. I already have some. Kuai Yu immediately agreed.
All right. Then, he turned to his companions and asked, which of you 4 wants to go first? The team leader excitedly raised his hand.
Me.
I'll go first. While the shock hammer was breaking down the super metal, Long Yuan smiled in response.
Even though I didn't see you use it, you must have the rock quake form too, right?
Once you fuse with the super metal, you'll gain a mechanical form just like mine. Immediately, a piece of super metal merged into Xiao Pang's forehead. Its form began changing rapidly.
Wow, that's so cool. You won't have to envy me anymore.
Seeing this, Man Yuan excitedly spoke up.
Big brother, it's my turn. The Titan hammer continued to split off another portion of super metal.
Watching as the substance fused into Man Yuan's weapon, Long Yuan said, little sister, I'll merge the super metal with your Vine Willow Dragon Fist. This will unlock the Lizard Death God King's 4th skill. Just as she imagined herself using the new technique to take down a dinosaur, he added, this 4th skill comes from the Lizard Death God King's only son.
I've named it Dragon Spike.
Suddenly, 2 sharp spikes grew from its mouth. It can deliver a devastating assassination effect in close combat. Man Yuan was overjoyed, grinning brightly.
Thank you, Brother Long. Long live Brother Long.
Tu Chi looked at Lin Yuan in surprise.
You can actually use super metal to enhance weapons? How did you do that?
Gritting through the pain, it said, it's nothing.
This little injury can regenerate.
Lin Yuan took out countless life fruits and quickly distributed them. Everyone, eat the life fruits to recover your strength quickly. That enormous head floated in the air, observing everything.
These kids aren't bad at all. Are you all descendants of that giant beast?
I can indeed sense its presence in you. It immediately began releasing its power.
Though I can't fully absorb you, the primordial life I just absorbed is enough.
Its neck and muscle tissue materialized, forming a massive body. The iron beast reveled in its new body. It's been 10,000 years since that old man reduced me to just a head and sealed me in this secret realm. From a distance, Lin Yan watched its smug expression.
Finally, I can move around again. He couldn't help but marvel. Regenerating a complete body from just a head, now that's impressive. Tu Tongling sensed something was off, his anger was too intense.
Uncle C furrowed his brows, looking extremely tense and distracted. Meanwhile, the Wen residents burst into uncontrollable laughter, thrilled.
While he's distracted, help me take out these annoying pests. The guy could only endure in silence, waiting for the right moment.
The giant turned around to relieve himself.
Might as well take a leak first, I've been holding it in for ages. Lin Yan shouted in exasperation, hey! Peeing right outside someone's house. Have you no decency? The giant turned back, looking refreshed and relaxed.
Then, he put on a serious expression and stared at him.
Alright, let's fight. The giant roared, unleashing his giant beam.
Lin Yan dodged nimbly.
Damn it! Peeing outside someone's house and attacking them?
He opened his mouth, focusing his energy. With a furious roar, he unleashed his devastating breath of fury.
This is too much.
Across from him, the giant also opened his mouth, firing his scholar's light beam. The two extreme forces collided violently. However, Lin Yan's attack was overpowered. Next, he took the full brunt of the giant's powerful strike and coughed up blood. Lin Yan plummeted straight into the pond.
Man Yuan turned and shouted, Brother Long.
The giant had already closed in behind the boy.
Dao Ling panicked and screamed, too late. Watch out behind you. The giant swung his fist. How can you lose focus in a fight? Man Yuan quickly blocked with his dragon willow, moving at lightning speed. He was sent flying back a great distance. Man Yuan panted, glaring at the giant. The giant spoke in admiration. "You actually blocked my punch, your strength exceeds my expectations." Man Yuan charged forward again, undeterred, launching another attack. He gripped the giant's shoulder tightly with his dragon willow, preparing to use Dragon Prison. But before he could finish speaking, the giant struck and asked, "What are you trying to do?" In an instant, he too was flung away by the giant. The strange bird and its companions charged from behind. "You're finished." Uncle C drew his sword and shouted, "Everyone, attack together." The giant turned back, wearing a sinister smile. That guy kept attacking, but the monstrous bird easily dodged. He sneered, never expecting to be evaded. Then, he shifted direction and unleashed an all-directional beam attack. "Can you dodge this move?" Explosions erupted one after another nearby. While Longma was still stunned, Sujin stood above, grinning smugly, that old man. He greeted him and his friends, taunting that they couldn't withstand a single strike. He immediately saw Longma charge forward. What a despicable scoundrel. Wu Jin glared and roared, "Don't even think about going to their aid, your opponent is me." Growling, he lunged forward, hoping they'd suffer. Longma scoffed. Then, he fired a sword energy blast at Wu Jin. "Get lost, old man." Wu Jin laughed, gathering lightning in his palm. Next, Wu Jin swung his spear, lightning flashing as he charged forward, still laughing. "You won't save them." Both sides clashed fiercely once more. Meanwhile, the savage ape emerged from underwater. While Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Baze and the others barely managed to stand up. Lin Yuan roared in frustration, "How is this guy so strong? But I've never lost to anyone below a demigod. I've never been defeated in a group fight." He stood on a block of ice and instantly appeared before the giant. "Me, Ancestor, Skeleton Blade Wolf, and Envy will handle close combat. Everyone else, focus on ranged attacks." Lin Yuan's full power surged toward him. "Take him down." He bellowed the command. "Attack!" The savage ape roared and charged forward. The giant raised his hand dismissively. "A bunch of ants, you think you can defeat me?" Then, he clenched his fist and struck head-on. "In your dreams." Lin Yuan immediately activated Ghost Dragon Triple Path. He lunged at his opponent with the spikes on his back. The giant raised his hand, ready to unleash his power, sneering. "Child's play." But suddenly, the savage ape behind him locked him down with dragon claw chains. The savage ape yanked his arm, throwing off his attack. From the air, Skeleton Blade Wolf appeared, swinging his blade to unleash a flurry of light slashes. One of the giant's arms was cleanly severed, causing him excruciating pain. "Ah!" In a fit of rage, he unleashed his power at Butcher Wolf, killing the werewolf instantly. Energy erupted from his eyes. "Perish!" Envy immediately appeared, using her shield to protect Butcher Wolf. Then, she raised her blade high. "Ah!" Envy swiftly swung her blade, striking the giant directly. He gritted his teeth and endured. "Blast it!" Then, he retaliated with the giant's breath technique. Lin Yuan called out worriedly to his companion, Envy. Meanwhile, Weirdo Corpse cast a ceiling barrier, and Xiao-Ji unleashed the 7 swords from the forge. At that moment, Lin Sun activated her witness technique. The frost dragon spat out a barrage of ice spikes. The giant scoffed, dodging the attacks effortlessly. Lin Fenghong was filled with anxiety. "Envy, are you alright?" Despite losing an arm, Envy calmly replied, "I'm fine." She looked around. "There's plenty of metal here, I'll recover soon." Countless metal fragments were swiftly drawn to Envy, merging into her body. Witnessing this, the giant couldn't help but be surprised. "I didn't expect a human like you could fuse with the super metal from the secret realm." "Impressive, very impressive. Once I absorb you, your super metal will be mine." He laughed smugly, recalling how he had absorbed those weaklings just to solidify his body. He immediately activated his ability. "I can also gain their skills. Look at this, does it seem familiar?" Ling Yuan quickly identified it as the skill of the Lantern City's lord. The giant waved his hand. "No, this isn't his original skill. It's an ability he fused with inside the secret realm. As long as it's a power from the secret realm, I can gain it by absorbing the life of its wielder." Then, he grinned with ambition. "All of you possess abilities from the secret realm. They're all mine." Ling Yuan clenched his teeth, pondering the giant's connection to the secret realm. He realized the giant was the entity Wu Jin had seized from the secret realm. The giant roared. "Let me show you the power of the giant's lantern force." Long Yuan suddenly gritted his teeth, just in case. The giant man laughed heartily as he charged forward, sending both Long Yuan and Man Yuan flying with a single punch. He turned back to mock the others, "You can't even block my fists."
Then, he continued his assault on White Snake. White Snake narrowed his eyes at him and quickly erected an ice wall for defense. His fist shattered the ice wall effortlessly, like snapping a dry twig.
As the ice wall began to crumble, the giant suddenly appeared behind White Snake.
He struck again, aiming directly at White Snake. Suddenly, he was frozen by White Snake's bone freeze technique. Trapped in the ice, he exclaimed, "This freezing power is too strong.
It's slowing me down."
Lin Jian seized the opportunity at once.
Perfect timing.
Then, he unleashed a full-force attack.
Countless vines burst from the ground, breaking through the ice, immediately binding the giant tightly with vine entanglement.
At the same time, nearby knights swung their blades, shouting, "Take this." The giant quickly activated turtle defense to shield himself, then smirked.
"With this ancestral skill, your blades don't scare me at all."
Then, he charged at the knights again. From above, Zhu Ji roared, "Watch this." He immediately unleashed 7-flow sword style, all blades striking the giant at once. Suddenly, the vines and ice wall shattered apart.
The giant activated leopard burst speed to counter. "Had enough yet? Now it's my turn."
He moved swiftly, charging forward and effortlessly knocking aside the knights and Zhu Ji. White Snake sensed the danger. His speed is too fast. I can't freeze him in time. Lin Jian frowned in concern. I can't hold him either. Suddenly, Lin Yuan appeared and cast explosive barrage.
"Let's hit him with a wide attack. Slow him down. 500 brothers, it's time to strike back."
In an instant, countless techniques rained down on the giant, making him wonder.
What kind of attack is this?
The giant spat in disdain as he saw the others closing in on him again. Manhwa struck back, shouting, "My turn."
Everyone, attack. From White Eel to Blade Wolf, then Lin Xian and Annihilation Extreme, all erupting with immense power.
Right behind them are the monstrous birds and beast riders.
The giant looks up at the incoming barrage of attacks. In the distance, Ling Yuan flicks his finger, and an explosion rings out. The giant is instantly struck and blown apart. He raises his hand to block and roars in fury, "You despicable scum! Do you really think this can defeat me? Dream on." Immediately after, an overwhelming gravitational field engulfs him.
He struggles fiercely against the crushing force pressing down on him. Ling Yuan smirks confidently, "The explosive blast earlier was just to pin you down.
Now comes the main course." Hearing this, the giant is stunned.
Manhwa suddenly appears behind him and shouts, "Brother Wolf, let's take him down together."
The giant resists while confused. "Are you fools? Why would you charge into the gravity field? Aren't you affected by the gravity field?"
Manhwa forces a knowing smile, "Of course someone like me, a slacker, would be affected." Then, the young boy raises his hand cheerfully, "But our top student is different." Blade Wolf immediately grips his weapon, activating the third form. His blade transforms, Blade Vein third form, Giant Annihilation. The giant is horrified. Impossible. How is he unaffected? The gravity field's effects. Blade Wolf leaps from Manhwa's shoulder. The giant swings his fist in a desperate attempt to stop him, but Blade Wolf effortlessly clears his hand. Seeing this, Manhwa looks smug. Because Brother Wolf is a top student, the pride of the Fist Garden. The giant hurriedly blocks Manhwa's attack. "Don't get in my way." He looks up in terror as Blade Wolf's blade continues to expand, Giant Annihilation Strike. Then, one of his arms is cleanly severed by Blade Wolf. The severed limb floats in midair as the giant can only stare in shock. Standing to the side, Manhwa grins mischievously, then suddenly, he delivers a straight punch to the guy's abdomen. The barbarian's eyes change abruptly, and a power from the sixth dragon sends the demigod flying. Seeing the enemy flying toward him, Zhu Ji immediately summons several longswords. With a wave of his hand, he controls the swords to shoot forward, easily piercing the demigod's back. Long Yuan stands in the back, silently observing the entire process. The giant's body is composed of primordial life energy. When an arm is severed, it dissolves into raw energy, noticeably weakening his power. In an instant, he closes in from behind. "This time, I won't hold back." Immediately, Ling Yuan clamps down hard on the enemy's shoulder, then tears off a large chunk of flesh. Tearing enemies apart is what I do best. A surge of energy flows into his body, making Ling Yuan feel exhilarated. Primordial life essence is more invigorating than any delicacy. He lunges again, crushing the remaining shoulder. Meanwhile, Wu Ding is sent flying by a strike. The dragon horse gallops over, thrusting his longsword, and says, "The one you healed for that giant isn't doing well. Let's finish this together." Wu Ding instantly unleashes a staggering surge of lightning. "You want to kill me? In your dreams." Several fierce lightning arrows streak toward the dragon horse. Without a word, he shatters all the lightning arrows. Seizing the opening, Wu Ding immediately turns and flees.
He waves dismissively, "TCH, I knew you'd run." The dragon horse immediately gives chase. He closes in behind Wu Ding and says, "You can't escape." The other smirks back, "You really think I'm running away?" Wu Ding suddenly spins around and counterattacks. Meanwhile, Ling Yuan's team continues to surround the demigod. Sensing something amiss, he shouts, "Watch out." The demigod's figure gradually fades before Ling Yuan, vanishing from sight. Ling Yuan gasps, he turned invisible? The barbarian looks confused, did he escape? Bei sensed it and said, "Why do I feel like this giant's disappearance seems familiar? It's just like the forced teleportation spell I used with Baisatang Helen, Lin Yuan, and the little dragon turtle's family." Lin Yuan analyzed, "You mean the giant was recalled by the Shadow Palace Lord? And the one who just escaped used a forced teleportation spell to summon him back? You immediately realize something's wrong. If that's true, then the Grand Ancestor's grandfather will have to face the Shadow Palace Lord and the giant alone, both demigods. The Grand Ancestor's grandfather is in danger." Everyone immediately sets off. Go save him now." Just then, a massive hand suddenly reaches out from the void, gripping Yulong's arm tightly. He turns to look and sees the giant slowly materializing, then begins draining his life essence. He stares at the giant in shock. He was clearly dead just moments ago. How did this thing suddenly reappear? Don't tell me it's possessed someone. The giant smirks as his arm gradually regenerates. Yulong realizes in horror that the giant is absorbing his life force. Without hesitation, he swings his sword and severs his own arm. Trying to take me? Not so fast. Yulong's face turns pale as he clutches the wound with his remaining hand. The giant sneers at him, Nothing beats the taste of a god's life essence. The Shadow Palace Lord, standing nearby, smirks in satisfaction. This is my strategy, pick them off one by one. From a distance, he watches Yulong struggling against the giant's assault, deciding to strike first. The Shadow Palace Lord and the giant lunge at Yulong together. "Old man, it's time to meet your end." The giant reaches out to grab him, while Yulong turns to see the Shadow Palace Lord attacking from behind. Suddenly, the giant whirls around and seizes the Shadow Palace Lord instead. The Shadow Palace Lord struggles in panic. What are you doing?" The giant laughs heartily. "Didn't I say it already? A demigod's life essence is the most delicious of all." The Shadow Palace Lord shouts in terror. No. You can't absorb me, I'm your master. It was I who freed you from the secret realm." The giant glared at him with disdain and sneered, "You fool. Did you really think I was just some tool in that realm? I am the great corpse deity from 10,000 years ago, the ancestor of humanity, your god." You stagger back in terror, his words filling you with dread and unease. 10,000 years ago, I was defeated by the beast of mountains and seas. Stripped of my power, and sealed within this realm. That's why I needed your help to break the seal and escape. Hearing the names corpse deity and beast of mountains and seas, you're utterly shocked. Just then, a voice calls out from behind. "Father!" Your uncle rushes over, looking worried. Calm down. It's just an arm, you were ambushed by that giant. Your body is a demigod's, you'll recover quickly. Lin Yuan leaps out from the shadows, while Man Yuan and Si Tang dismount from the beast's back. The war machine begins shifting from its fighter form. Lin Yuan and his group quickly transform as well. Watching the giant absorbing the dark gold in the distance. He mutters, "What are they doing?" Lin Yuan furrows his brow. Did the dark gold backfire because it's a demigod-level treasure from the realm? Longma shakes his head, cradling his injured arm. No, that giant seems to be the corpse deity from 10,000 years ago. He was defeated by the beast of mountains and seas and sealed in this realm. Hearing this, Lin Yuan wonders if the ancient corpse deity was sealed by the giant beast ancestor he encountered in the realm. Longma studies him silently, suspecting these creatures might be descendants of the beast of mountains and seas. Then, he looks toward the battlefield. That thing ambushed me and absorbed my arm to grow stronger. We absolutely cannot let him devour the source of the dark gold. Or none of us will stand a chance. Lin Yuan crouches to gather energy before roaring, "Alright. Everyone, focus your attacks." He unleashes a furious breath forward. Followed by a barrage of skills, wind blades in all directions, ice spikes, eye pierce. 7-sword meteor slash, and cataclysmic strike all crashing into the giant. With a furious roar, a blood-red shield instantly materialized, blocking all attacks. Seeing this, Lin Yuan ordered to keep attacking NI. But all efforts were in vain. Enraged, he lashed out, why couldn't he break through the shield even when he was nearly defeated? Then he turned to jealousy and asked, "Do you still have any nukes left?" She could only sigh helplessly. "I do, but they won't work on that guy." "I already tried." Ling Yuan quickly explained, "I'm not asking you to use it on him. Fire your strongest nuke at me." She looked shocked. "What? Ling Yuan pointed ahead as he explained, remember our battle earlier? He wanted to use your nuke to amplify his attack power. Jealousy immediately launched a nuke. Alright. Man Yuan watched in confusion. Ha! Why is Sister Jealousy suddenly attacking Brother Long?
Ling Yuan opened his mouth and swallowed the nuke whole, then began chewing loudly. Suddenly, his abdomen erupted in a blinding glow, with boundless energy surging through his body. He roared, "Get out of the way!" Then unleashed a devastating nuke blast. The blood-red shield shattered instantly, and dark clouds gathered as a torrential downpour began. The raindrops washed away the thick smoke obstructing Ling Yuan's group's vision.
Gasping for breath, exhausted, he asked, "Is he dead?" From the mist, the giant emerged in a new form, laughing arrogantly. "You'll be disappointed." His head was now covered in heavy armor. At this moment, the giant had reached a complete divine state. Ling Yuan growled in frustration, "No, he's not dead yet. He's fully absorbed it, this spiritual energy has already surpassed the demigod level." Long Ma furrowed his brow, realizing the truth. Now, he's truly become the divine Zhu. He immediately struck, sending Yu Long flying. The blow left him completely paralyzed, unconscious, and sent him plummeting into the sea. Zhu Shi quickly flew to rescue him. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. Good heavens! Is this truly the power of a deity? A single strike was enough to gravely wound a demigod. His massive body clenched his fists in excitement, feeling this newly awakened power. After 10,000 years, he had finally regained his divine form. Unfortunately, he only had a fifth of his peak strength now. Then, he raised his hand and unleashed a divine beam technique. If he absorbed all of you, perhaps he could recover half his power? Lin Yuan and his group scrambled to dodge the deadly strike. Hurry, get out of the way. Yet the attack suddenly shifted direction, swiftly ensnaring one of the barbarian's arms. The remaining members were soon controlled by the technique as well. Lin Yuan looked around in confusion. What's going on? Is this a net or a heavenly trap? Why is he using such binding tricks? The attack began draining the barbarian's life essence, causing him to scream in agony. Ah! The barbarian roared in fury. He's absorbing our life essence. Lin Yuan lunged forward, trying to bite through the threads with his teeth. Break them! But it was useless. Damn it, this thing is too strong. Ludialang also swung his blade, unleashing his annihilation slash, yet it still couldn't cut through. Not even the annihilation slash could sever it? While maintaining the divine beam technique, how could mere ants shake a mountain? Become my nourishment. In just a moment, Lin Yuan, Duji, Ludo Ling, and Yulong were all captured. Lin Yuan struggled desperately to break free from the beam's restraint. Yulong quickly unleashed his skybound sword technique, but the blade still couldn't cut through the threads to free them. The giant laughed triumphantly. Though both demigods and deities share the word God, their power is worlds apart. Oomph, and you're already badly wounded. I'll make sure your family is reunited. The scene shifted to the Abyssal Isle, where Little Big Dragon suddenly sensed something amiss. The wolf chieftain immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Little Big Dragon quickly replied, "Father is in trouble." Then, it turned and ordered its subordinates, "Guard the entrance to the Scarlet Palace. Let no one enter under any circumstances." With that, it hurried off, saying, "I'm going to rescue father." The mad wolf chieftain agreed. Very well. Xiao Dalong approached the red crystal, murmuring to himself. Rome could feel the life force of Dragon Father and Jade Mother gradually fading, as something was draining their primordial energy. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Dalong reached out his hand. They placed their hands on the crystal, continuously transferring their energy to Dragon Father, Jade Mother, Uncle Wolf, White Kai, and the Spirit Bird. They all have the red crystal's energy within them. I can remotely amplify their strength. Xiao Dalong closed his 1,000 eyes, and a powerful surge of energy instantly erupted from within him. Fortunately, they were still within the Abyssal Sea Island's range, which fell under the red crystal's sensing radius. A tremendous burst of energy was released in an instant. Dragon Father, Jade Mother, hold on. Meanwhile, the situation shifted back to Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan suddenly sensed a massive surge of power approaching. That familiar feeling, it was the red crystal's energy. White Kai and the skeletal wolf also felt the presence of this energy. Even the savage ape detected Xiaolong's presence. White Kai turned back and sensed Xiaolong channeling the crystal's energy to everyone. My purification power has now increased tenfold. White Kai immediately cast a purification spell to free everyone. The giant was horrified, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Impossible. How could you withstand the attack of a divine being? The giant gritted his teeth, sensing the spiritual energy radiating from them. He realized with delight that this was the energy of the Abyssal Sea Island's secret realm.
and quickly pinpointed its connection.
How intriguing. I never expected to be so close to the former dwelling of the ancient mountain and sea beasts.
I can feel it, this is indeed the crystal energy left behind by that one. The giant narrowed his eyes and began channeling his power.
Everyone, until we meet again.
Lin Yuan stared in shock as the giant suddenly vanished.
The savage ape looked bewildered. Where did that guy go all of a sudden?
The strange bird was equally puzzled.
Woji is already dead, there shouldn't be any forced teleportation commands left.
Lin Yin frowned as she made her judgment. Little dragon had just helped us. That giant must have locked onto its position and teleported directly to find Little Dragon. Man Yun was shocked.
What? Is Little Dragon in danger? Long Yun quickly prepared to teleport.
I'll use my connection with Little Dragon to teleport right to its side.
Everyone, hurry and follow. The people around immediately responded in unison. Alright, we're coming right away.
Big brother Long, you must be careful. Long Yen gritted her teeth, her face filled with worry.
Little Dragon, you must hold on.
From the outer perimeter where Big Dragon had been standing, piercing wails echoed.
It quickly turned to look what was happening outside.
Then, to its delight, a pair of massive feet crushed the palace, appearing before its eyes.
A giant hand reached out and grabbed a dinosaur.
The giant lifted it up to examine closely.
How strange, these beasts all carry the bloodline aura of ancient mountain and sea beasts. Could they all be that guy's descendants?
Without another word, he immediately crushed the dinosaur.
But if they're that guy's descendants, they all must die. Little Big Dragon instantly unleashed its Crimson Star Fierce Breath attack. Stop. After being hit, the giant released the dinosaur, a curious smile forming. Not bad, you've got some power. Little Big Dragon stood in front of the giant, roaring as it charged toward the Forbidden Land. Die. Then, it kept lunging and biting at the giant. You insolent pest. Do you take me for a dog?
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the giant spun around, grabbing Little Big Dragon and holding it tightly to inspect.
Was it you who transferred energy to those giant beasts earlier? The giant brought Little Big Dragon close to its mouth. Swallowing, you should let me absorb quite a bit of crystal energy.
With that, it immediately opened its mouth, ready to crush Little Big Dragon. Kuang Long rushed over, followed closely by Shui Xiong, shouting, "Young master!" Long immediately activated his thorned armor with a thunderous clash.
Trying to eat me? Not so easy. The giant was forced to spit him out at once.
Hey, that guy suddenly flung Little Long into the air.
That little brat.
Then he mercilessly slammed him to the ground. The others rushed over in a panic.
Are you alright, young master? We'll fight him to the end.
No, you're no match for him.
Going up against him is suicide.
Then he gestured for me to hold the giant off. Get all the giant beasts out of here as fast as you can. Don't worry, the Azure Dragon squad must be on their way. Kuang Long still looked deeply worried.
However, realizing he was no match for the giant, Little Long immediately switched to tremor form and cut in. Shut up. Follow my orders. Now go.
He instantly sprayed a cloud of mist at the giant. Facing the giant, Little Long trembled with fear. He unleashed Tremor Claws in rapid succession.
Tremor Dragon Scale Slash, and Tremor Violent Breath.
The giant roared in fury, countering with a divine roar.
You're finished.
The attack struck Little Long, making him cry out in agony as he coughed up blood. His body was sent flying, but just then, Lin Yuan arrived in time to catch him. He gasped in shock.
Little Long.
Little Long's body weakly replied, Father Dragon, you've finally come.
I'm too badly hurt. The energy in my body can no longer sustain my physical form. Lin Yuan's eyes welled up with tears. Little Long, don't leave me.
Little Long gave a faint smile before slowly fading away.
Don't be sad, Father Dragon. I was always a part of you.
At that moment, he felt energy gradually returning to his body.
I'm just going back into you, that's all. Suddenly, the ghost spider seal appeared on Lin Yuan's arm.
Little Dragon could still fight side by side with his dragon father.
He absent-mindedly brushed the hidden mark.
Then Lin Yuan let out a furious roar, I will tear you apart.
He immediately unleashed the Ghost Dragon Dominance technique, charging forward. The giant ahead had already taken a stance, ready to counter.
He effortlessly turned to deflect Lin Yuan's attack, then furrowed his brow in confusion.
Your strength has increased again? This giant dragon seemed to have used a forced power-boosting skill. Immediately, the man launched a divine pierce at Lin Yuan. However, such techniques usually couldn't last long. He leaped lightly to dodge but was still forced back by the pressure. Then, he used the momentum to leap forward again. Lin Yuan split into clones, launching an attack with the violent claw. The bright fist countered, blast it. Both young and old firmly believed in this star orb. Lin Yuan was sent flying, crashing deep into the innermost wall. Countless fragments scattered violently after the impact.
Lin Yuan was slammed into the wall, while the giant strode over arrogantly, overestimating himself.
Your fate will be the same as that little dragon, completely erased.
Lin Yuan, lying on the ground, let out a scornful snort.
He squinted at his opponent. The battle isn't over yet. He quickly touched the red crystal, no telling how this would end. He knew that to defeat this man,
he had to forcefully activate the advanced beast god transformation technique he had gathered. He recalled the skills he had learned. The beast god transformation had 3 stages.
Each transformation forcibly elevated his level. But the cost was an enormous drain on his energy. Long Yuan began frantically absorbing power from the crystal. Fortunately, the red crystal and little dragon's energy provided timely replenishment. He gritted his teeth, absorbing with all his might. Right now, my strength is only SSS rank. To defeat this giant, I need to break through at least 2 more levels, surpassing the demigod rank.
Long Yuan's eyes widened as he roared, Beast God Transformation, first stage. In an instant, a world-shaking surge of power erupted from within him.
The giant was stunned. Beast God Transformation? Even so, you can still use that guy's skills? Feeling the surging energy, Long Yuan mused to himself, this was the power of a demigod. Right now, I've already advanced to a mid-rank demigod.
The hulking man sneered as he charged forward.
So what if you pulled off a beast god transformation once?
He threw one crushing punch after another.
But you'll never be a match for me. Long Yuan immediately focused his strength to counter. Let's see about that.
He effortlessly dodged the attack and gathered a massive energy sphere in his mouth. He unleashed his blazing eruption breath, striking the hulking man, who was now trembling from the force. His arms were growing numb from the repeated blows.
Long Yuan smirked. Well, scared yet? With just my demigod power, I can already hurt you. Once I become the beast god, I'll wipe you out instantly.
The hulking man roared in fury, then glanced back at the crimson crystal.
You need to complete 3 transformations to stand a chance against me.
However, since his opponent lacked the energy for a second beast god transformation, he couldn't allow them to reach the crystal and replenish their strength. Long Yuan stood his ground.
Let me show you this move in my demigod state. He quickly formed an electric sphere. 3 minutes had passed. I need to seize the moment for my second transformation.
Immediately, he fired his sealing particle cannon forward. The hulking man scoffed.
That move doesn't scare me at all.
Yet, to his shock, he was sent flying by the attack. The hulking man cried out in disbelief.
What the? That was nothing like before.
Lin Yan seized the chance and dashed toward the crystal. This guy knows the beast god transformation drains energy, he's trying to keep me away from it.
Good thing I'm quick on my feet. 3 minutes are up. Time for the second beast god transformation.
But the hulking man rushed forward and knocked him back just in time.
10,000 years ago, I fought your ancestor. I know the beast god transformation requires massive energy, and there's a 3-minute cooldown after each use. I will never let you touch that crystal. Lin Yan was instantly knocked back. Damn it, why is this guy so vengeful?
He still remembers what happened 10,000 years ago. Then, he contracted his form and unleashed Dragon Slash, charging forward. The giant also used Divine Roar and lunged at him. Lin Yan was brutally sent flying again, crashing into the wall in agony. But he grinned with a sinister smile. Then, Lin Yan plummeted straight toward the red crystal.
Fool, you fell for it.
The giant raised his hand and laughed.
That's all it takes?
Before he could touch the crystal, I'd have run him through with a single punch.
He immediately unleashed Divine Blade to attack. Die! Lin Yan quickly used instant teleport ice escape to vanish. Just as the attack was about to hit, he disappeared without a trace.
The giant felt exhilarated by what just happened.
Ugh, he vanished.
By then, Lin Yan had been teleported outside the palace.
Seriously? The teleport only got me this far? He immediately turned and unleashed a flurry of attacks. It's do or die now.
The attacks surged into the palace.
Lin Yan flicked his fingers. Explosion.
The entire palace erupted in an instant, forcing the giant to look around through the smoke.
You beast, stop using such despicable tactics. Come out and face me.
Lin Yan, standing outside, seized the moment with a faint smile.
It worked.
Then, he was swiftly teleported back beside the red crystal.
Lin Yan's eyes gleamed as he absorbed the power of the divine beast's second transformation. He raised his hand, feeling the new strength.
His power had increased again. But he felt deeply puzzled.
Why am I still at mid-demigod stage? Did the second divine beast mutation fail? The giant behind him let out a slight sigh of relief. Phew, that gave me a scare. No way, I have to kill him before the 3-minute cooldown ends. Then, the giant swung his hand and attacked. No more struggling. No matter what, you're still just an ant. Lin Yan nimbly dodged the strike. Then, he activated mechanized mode and retaliated with a death ray burst. The giant quickly dodged the attack and continued unleashing his skills. Lin Yan showed no fear, turning to face his opponent and using resonance redirect. The flash of light instantly severed 5 of the giant's fingers. Yet, his fingers quickly regrew. He's nothing but a mid-tier demigod. Don't think this will be enough to defeat me. The giant instantly erupted with energy. I haven't even gone all out yet. Boom! He gathered an energy sphere in his mouth. Divine punishment. Lin Yan couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Immediately afterwards, the giant man blasted the huge energy flow directly towards him, accompanied by a provocative roar. Lin Yan was effortlessly sent flying again. The energy surge pinned him against the wall before blasting him out of the island palace. Lin Yan struggled to sit up, coughing repeatedly. The giant appeared in the air, cradling a massive energy sphere, and roared. Prepare to meet your end. Then, he hurled the energy sphere at him. Divine judgment descends. Lin Yan was completely helpless, forced to watch it come. Elf! A greatsword suddenly plunged in front of him, blocking the attack. Skyfall flying sword. From above, countless skills rained down at once. Barrage unleashed. Witness it. Wind blades from all directions. Ice seal. 7-star meteor slash. Relentless strikes followed. Ping Qi Lang gritted his teeth on his greatsword, unleashing annihilation slash. Man Yuan also charged forward, swinging his halberd. And Long, we're here. The moment they flanked him triggered a earth-shattering explosion. Lin Yan's companions arrived just in time to shield him from the attack. Man Yuan turned back and asked with concern. And Long, are you alright? Ping Qi Lang observed and said, you transformed again? Lin Yan gasped for breath and explained, this is the beast god transformation technique I just obtained from the Black Steel. I've now completed the second transformation. Unfortunately, it can only help boost my power to the mid-demigod stage. There's a third transformation, maybe it could barely reach the divine self-realm. Only then would I stand a chance against that giant. But the cooldown still has 2 minutes left. And I need to absorb the energy from the red crystal to complete the third transformation. Ping Jiling immediately understood his intention. Alright, we'll hold the line for 2 minutes and help you get close to the crystal. Then, Man Yuan looked around and asked, Brother Long, where's Little Long? Why can't I see him? Lin Yan raised her hand and explained, Little Long was badly injured. His energy couldn't hold his form and dissipated. But the child has already returned to his brother's body. Looking at the mark on his hand, they realized the pattern was Little Long's essence. Man Yuan and Fuju's expressions darkened instantly. Man Yuan roared in fury, Little Long, my brother. Filled with rage, everyone shouted at the giant, we'll make you pay. That wretched giant. I'll tear you apart. Die. The giant smirked, what does it matter if Dong Nu is here? If we're family, we should reunite. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a terrifying pressure, shattering the space around him. He swiftly ascended, 3 minutes must be up by now. You insects won't get anywhere near that crystal. Man Yuan thought of Little Long. Little Long, even if it costs me my life, I'll rip that monster apart for you. With a furious roar, she charged forward. Brother Long, I'll clear the way for you. Huaitiao leaned in and asked, Child, are you alright? Ping Qi Lang said, gripping his blade, Long Yuan, stay close to us. The beasts of the forest appeared, Great King, we're here. Bai Zhe, we're ready to serve the Abyssal Isle. Long Yuan turned back, moved, as the giant sneered. You worms dare defy a god? You must be tired of living. In an instant, the ground trembled violently and exploded. The giant unleashes a divine roar, striking the beast horde head-on. Han laughs triumphantly, no matter how many monsters come, they're no match for him. As long as no one gets near that crystal, it'll be enough. And Yuan shouts immediately, Sister Spirit Bird, Brother Long is tied up by the giant. If he can't make it, sister, take me and fly to the palace from above. I'll bring that crystal back myself. The strange bird looks worried. That crystal is so massive and floating in midair, can we even move it? Man Yuan grits her teeth. How will we know if we don't try? The strange bird immediately grabs Man Yuan and soars into the sky. Alright, hold on tight. Here we go. The giant looks up from below, watching the strange bird and Man Yuan circling in the air. He smirks mockingly. These little pests are smarter than I thought. I'll let them meet their end sooner. As the two approach, he gathers his power, forming a massive energy sphere. The giant hurls the energy sphere toward his targets. Lin Yan shouts a warning in alarm, that's the move. Spirit bird, Man Yuan, watch out.
Seeing the incoming energy sphere, the strange bird gasps, he's trying to kill us. It immediately triggers its storm mode, declaring, I'd rather go all out than let him succeed. It uses the wind to push Man Yuan away, dodging the attack. In midair, the strange bird explodes in a burst of self-sacrifice. Sister Spirit Bird. The tornado continues forward, smashing straight through the palace roof. Man Yuan crashes heavily to the ground, landing right beside the red crystal. She struggles to sit up. Sister Spirit Bird. At that moment, Man Yuan finally faces the crystal directly. She strains with all her might to lift it, but the crystal doesn't budge. The giant turns back, sneering at her. Foolish little thing, so overconfident. Such a magnificent crystal, how could someone as weak as you ever hope to move it? Man Yuan lets out a pained roar as a surge of overwhelming energy erupts. The crystal's power floods into her mind. Manji suddenly widened her eyes as the space around her plunged into darkness. She turned to look at the shadow behind her. Was this corruption? The red crystal was awakening the darkness within her. Shifting illusions warped her mind. Manji clutched her head and screamed in agony. Suddenly, amidst the surrounding spirits, a dazzling red light flashed. Xiaolong stepped out from the radiance. Manji burst into tears.
Xiaolong.
The boy approached her and comforted, Mom, don't worry.
I'm here. These underworld creatures can't hurt you. Xiaolong gently wiped the tears from Manji's face. Don't cry, Mom. You have to live well and be happy with Dad.
Manji lifted the crystal again with all her strength.
Shockingly, she lifted it with ease. The giant stared in disbelief. How is this possible?
The ground beneath her feet shattered, and blood seeped from her orifices. With a final effort, Manji hurled the crystal out of the palace. The object streaked past, grazing the stunned giant's head.
No, this can't be happening. This is impossible.
The crystal plummeted straight to the ground, its terrible weight causing the land around it to collapse. Exhausted, Manji collapsed to the ground. Ling Su approached the red crystal and began, never underestimate. He roared furiously, the power of a beast cornered.
Damn it!
Ling Su placed both hands on the crimson crystal. The surrounding energy erupted violently, surging into his divine beast's third transformation.
His entire body turned golden as the divine beast's power fully awakened.
The spike system on Ling Su's body grew larger and sharper.